Chapter 1261. The brief but thrilling episode in Stan has concluded. Although the process had its ups and downs, the rewards far exceeded Qin Chuan's initial expectations. The fragment of Shiva's godhead, imbued with the divine power of destruction and regeneration, is like the purest source of energy. The power feedback and profound insights into the laws it brings are invaluable. At this moment, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged on the broad, flat back of scripts. His eyes were slightly closed, his mind completely immersed in the realm within him, undergoing a drastic and earth-shaking transformation. The Shadow Realm. The power of the Shiva Godhead fragment, like a raging fire igniting dry wood, was completely consumed, absorbed, and digested by the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm's process of becoming a divine kingdom seemed to have broken free from some invisible shackle, infused with unprecedented momentum. It had boldly broken through the barrier that symbolized qualitative change. 25%. This was no simple accumulation of numbers. It represents a fundamental leap, a crucial transformation in the realm's evolution toward a true divine kingdom. Qin Chuan could clearly sense that the boundaries of the Shadow Realm were expanding outward at an almost insane rate. The Shadow Realm's current scope was vastly different from its former self. But this wasn't the most fundamental change. The key was that the laws within the Shadow Realm were becoming more condensed and harmonious than ever before, imbued with an indescribable vitality. Originally, the Shadow Realm's core laws were pure devouring, absolute annihilation, and ultimate concealment. It was the darkness of the end, a realm where all things returned to silence. But now, with the forcible integration of the fragments of Shiva's godhead, destruction and regeneration, these two seemingly contradictory divine qualities were forcibly integrated into the Shadow Realm's own system of laws in a brutal yet perfectly harmonious manner. Faced with the Shadow Realm's unfathomable compatibility, destruction and regeneration not only did not cause a conflict of laws, but instead, they resonated and merged with the pre-existing laws of devourment, annihilation, and concealment. Qin Chuan's mind fluttered. He attempted to guide and mobilize this newly born power. An unprecedented sense of control arose. He clearly sensed that the Shadow Realm was no longer simply a place of devourment and destruction. Behind the ultimate destruction, a faint yet incredibly tenacious breath of life seemed to linger. It was the budding power of the divine nature of regeneration. Although this newborn power was currently feeble, far from sufficient to create all things like the legendary Shiva, its very existence made the Shadow Realm itself more resilient, as if possessing some kind of endogenous cycle. Destruction doesn't leave nothingness, and devouring doesn't mean the end. The energy and matter devoured by the Shadow Realm, after undergoing complete annihilation, seemed to be able to feed back into the Shadow Realm itself in a more fundamental, purer form. This will undoubtedly greatly accelerate the Shadow Realm's growth and strengthen its foundation. In destruction, the opportunity for new life is nurtured. After devouring, it returns to its inner cycle. Qin Chuan silently comprehended this profound change, his eyes deep. This evolution makes the Shadow Realm's future potential even more vast and unfathomable. A realm that only knows how to destroy is certainly formidable. But a realm that understands the process of absorbing, transforming, and even nurturing its own cycle after destruction truly possesses the solid foundation for advancement into an immortal divine kingdom. In addition to the refinement and evolution of the law, reaching the 25% milestone in the process of becoming a divine kingdom also brought an unexpected surprise. Qin Chuan felt that his connection with Shadow had reached an unprecedented level of closeness and extensiveness. It was as if his perception was no longer limited to himself. Previously, although he could control shadows and harness the power of shadow, his perception was often limited to his immediate surroundings, or required long-distance perception and transmission through preset markers. Chapter 1262. But now, he seemed to be able to vaguely touch the shadows of a more distant, vast world. Wherever shadows existed, they seemed to become a potential extension of his perception. This perception was still very vague. Like being separated by a thick layer of frosted glass, he could not clearly perceive the specific scene, nor could he perform precise remote control. But even this vague perception was enough to allow him to roughly grasp the distribution of light and darkness in the distant area, the fluctuations in energy intensity, and even capture some lingering, powerful emotional imprints. This feeling. It's like the shadows of the entire world are gradually becoming the extension tentacles of my shadow domain? Qin Chuan's heart moved slightly, and he tried to carefully extend this new perception further. Through this fuzzy shadow filter, he saw the land and mountains passing by rapidly below. The shadowy sides of those towering mountains. The dark shadows of the city's towering buildings, outlined in the sunlight. Even the fleeting dark areas created by the clouds drifting high in the sky, obscuring the sunlight. All these shadows, visible and invisible, seemed to have a subtle, almost mystical connection with his own shadowy domain. Though this connection was extremely tenuous, it felt incredibly real. "Lord Shadow, your aura." Scripps' awed voice, with a barely perceptible tremor, echoed from the front. He sensed the subtle shift in Qin Chuan's aura behind him. It was a feeling that was more restrained, deeper, yet as vast and boundless as the vast sea of stars. Just the faintest aura that escaped made it feel a deep awe and a hint of indescribable fear. It was as if it was no longer facing a mortal, but an ancient shadow god awakening. Qin Chuan simply replied, without further explanation. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze seeming to pierce through the thick clouds, gazing towards the distant eastern horizon. This new transformation of the shadow realm will undoubtedly greatly enhance his perception range and intelligence acquisition capabilities. In the future explorations filled with unknowns and dangers, and in life and death battles with powerful enemies, this rudimentary ability of near full map vision will bring immeasurable strategic advantages. However, Qin Chuan felt no sense of complacency. The Shadow Realm's growth was certainly gratifying, but it was only the beginning. At only 25% of the Divine Kingdom's progress, it was still a long way from true perfection. The improvement brought by the Shiva fragments is indeed enormous, but it's far from enough. He calmly assessed the current situation, his gaze sharp as a knife. Yin country. That's where the true feast lies. Only by hunting down all the divine fragments hidden within Yin country and bringing them into the shadow domain. Perhaps, only then can we truly reach the threshold to the immortal divine kingdom. Thinking of the greater opportunities and the inevitable, more powerful competitors hidden in the ancient land of Yin country, Qin Chuan's eyes grew colder, yet also more fiery. Not only were there more divine fragments there, but they would also inevitably attract covetous forces from all sides, potentially even alerting the ancient forces within Yin country, hidden for countless ages and possessing unfathomable depths. The real challenge has only just begun. He needs greater strength. He needs faster growth. The new changes in the Shadow Realm only gave him a tiny bit of confidence as he embarked on this path fraught with thorns and carnage. Scripps. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, yet it held unquestionable resolve. Full speed ahead. Yes, Lord Shadow. Scripps let out a deep, cloud-shattering dragon roar, and the rhythm of his massive bone wings suddenly increased. Chapter 1263. The enormous dragon's body seemed to have completely transformed into a space-tearing black meteor, hurtling towards Yin Nation at a speed far exceeding its previous limit. The sea of clouds ahead was violently torn apart, revealing the vast expanse below, the faint outlines of a splendid landscape. Yin Nation was already within sight. The pitch-black dragon shadow tore through the clouds, streaking across the sky like a meteorite. Below, the rolling mountains, like a sleeping dragon, coiled and coiled, an ancient and majestic aura filled the air. Yin Nation, we arrived. Qin Chuan sat upright on Scripps' back, letting the sharp wind whistle past, his clothes rustling. His gaze was calm and profound, like the boundless night sky, reflecting the gradually clearing outlines of the mountains and rivers below. Unlike the wildness and chaos of Stan Nation, the mountains and rivers of Yin Nation seemed to contain a restrained and profound power. The aura of an ancient civilization, like a fine wine aged for millennia, was rich and lingering. Even 10,000 meters above, he could clearly sense the immense energy dormant beneath this land. It was a power completely different from the fragments of Shiva's godhead, gentler yet vaster, like an endless river, flowing endlessly. It was the power of the native deities of Yin Nation, or perhaps some mysterious energy nurtured by this land itself. Qin Chuan's mind shifted slightly, and the power of the Shadow Realm spread silently outward, like invisible tentacles, cautiously reaching into the earth below. Unlike before in Stan Nation, this time, the Shadow Realm's expansion was clearly hindered. It wasn't a fierce rejection or resistance, but a gentle, yet incomparably tenacious force of assimilation. It was as if this land itself possessed some special law, subtly influencing and even absorbing external energies. The power of the Shadow Realm was like ink dropped into a lake. While it could spread, it would gradually be diluted by the water, eventually merging into the water, becoming indistinguishable from the other. Interesting. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. While this assimilated force couldn't halt the Shadow Realm's expansion, it did significantly slow its pace. It would be difficult to easily cover the entire region with the Shadow Realm, as had been done in Stan. However, Qin Chuan's goal wasn't to conquer or assimilate this land. His true goal was the fragments of the godhead hidden beneath this land. He could clearly sense that deep within this vast land, dormant were several divine powers, sharing the same origin as the fragments of Shiva's godhead, yet even more powerful and purer. Those powers, like stars in the night sky, shone brightly, yet remained independent and uninterrupted. Each force vaguely pointed to a vague location, seemingly indicating the specific location where the fragment of the godhead lay dormant. Lord Shadow, we have entered the territory of Yin Nation. Scripps' deep voice broke Qin Chuan's reverie. The black dragon's massive head tilted slightly, its scarlet eyes gleaming with excitement. Have you sensed those powerful auras? Yes. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the mountain range below. There are indeed many valuable things hidden here. Those auras are powerful, extremely powerful. Scripps' voice carried a hint of awe, a hint of desire, and a subtle fear. It even gave me an instinctive shudder. Of course. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, his tone calm. After all, this is Yin country. What lies dormant here isn't just one or two fragments of the godhead, but an entire pantheon. A complete pantheon. Scripps' massive dragon body trembled slightly, and the excitement in his scarlet eyes was instantly replaced by solemnity. What does a complete pantheon mean? It signifies a power even older, more powerful, and even more unfathomable. Chapter 1264. This means a more dangerous, more brutal, and more unpredictable hunt. Lord Shadow, can we really handle this? Scripps' voice hesitated slightly, no longer as eager to fight as before. Though it yearned for greater power, eager to devour divinity, its instinctive fear made it feel a little uneasy. After all, what it had previously devoured was merely a fragmented, incomplete aggregate of Shiva's godhead. And now, what they were about to face was an even more ancient, more complete. The remains of a deity. What? Are you scared? Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile in his tone. No, of course not. I, Scripps, will never fear anything. The black dragon, as if enraged, roared earth-shatteringly. Its massive bony wings spread out, its speed increased again, and it shot off into the distance like an arrow. Merely the remains of a god. What's there to be afraid of? I will devour them all and offer them to you, my master. Very good. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, his smile growing even wider. Then let me see how long your courage can hold out. Scripps, lower your altitude. Sense the aura of those fragments of the godhead, and choose the direction. That is most intense, Qin Chuan commanded, his tone tinged with anticipation. As you command, Lord Shadow. The black dragon descended, its massive body descending like a mountain, stirring up gusts of wind. It restrained its violent aura, and slowly lowered its altitude. A faint light flickered in its crimson eyes, as it began to carefully sense the aura of the land. I sense it. Right in that direction. A very strong, very chaotic aura. After a moment, Scribs suddenly raised his head, pointing his massive head toward the distance. His tone was filled with a hint of excitement, a hint of doubt, and a barely concealed uneasiness. A chaotic aura? Qin Chuan's brows raised slightly, a strange glint in his eyes. Chaos is not a characteristic of fragments of the godhead. Whether it was the fragment of Shiva's godhead or the fragment previously obtained in Dakar, while their power was immense, they both maintained a certain degree of order. The chaos scripts mentioned implied that the fragment they were about to face might be different from the previous ones. Perhaps even more dangerous, and even more difficult to control. Lead the way. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, but a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Danger and opportunity often coexist. The more chaotic, the more difficult to control the power, the greater potential it often contains. Scripps no longer hesitated, his massive bone wings unfurling once more, darting in the direction he sensed. Man and dragon transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing amidst the vast expanses of Yin Nation. Unbeknownst to them, as they set foot on this land, countless eyes were secretly watching them. Prying eyes from various factions, vigilance from the local powerful, and the awakening of a certain will from within the depths of the deity's remains. Yin Nation was about to face an unprecedented storm. And at the center of this storm lay the Shadow Lord, descending from the sky, riding a black dragon. He, another prey presented to us. Interesting, truly interesting. They dared to trespass into this forbidden land. Well, let these ignorant creatures become sacrifices for our resurrection. From a dark corner, bursts of low, hoarse laughter echoed, like the tongue of a venomous snake, cold and vicious. Crisis was quietly approaching. Scripps' massive bony wings flapped vigorously, and his black dragon body, like a falling comet, rapidly descended in altitude. A sharp wind whistled in my ears, carrying the uniquely refreshing scent of the mountains and vegetation below, a stark contrast to the thin chill of the sky above. The mountains of Yen country shed their hazy, abstract appearance from afar, revealing their true majestic and rugged form. Chapter 1265. Strange peaks towered, jagged rocks jutted from the earth, and deep canyons clung like scars torn from the earth, with faint glimpses of rushing rivers weaving through like silver ribbons. Gorgeous trees towered, lush greenery blanketed the vast mountains, emanating a rich vitality. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the rapidly passing scenery below, but his mind was largely absorbed in the changes in the Shadow Realm. The 25% Divine Kingdom transformation process not only expanded its scope and supplemented its laws, but also brought a strangely heightened sense of control. In particular, the vague feeling of connection with the world shadows, though still vague, made his perception of the environment more three-dimensional and nuanced. He could feel the darkness that settled in the shadows of the mountains, touch the mottled light and shadows cast by the intertwining branches of ancient trees, and even capture the eternal coldness at the bottom of some mountain streams. This perception was like adding a whole new dimension to his existing vision, the dimension of shadow. While it still couldn't achieve clear insight, let alone precise control, it was undoubtedly a huge improvement. In the future, as the Shadow Realm's divine transformation deepens, this ability will inevitably grow even more powerful, perhaps even truly achieving the terrifying state of wherever the shadows touch, all is our land. Lord Shadow, that's the area ahead. Scrip's voice awoke Qin Chuan from his reverie. His tone was clearly excited, but upon closer inspection, it was tinged with an uncontrollable shudder. That chaotic aura is growing stronger. It's like countless violent forces being forced together, poised to explode at any moment. Qin Chuan looked in the direction Scripps pointed. At the end of his sight, the once rolling green mountain seemed to have been forcibly distorted by some invisible force, taking on an unnatural grayish hue. The sky was no longer pure blue, but now shrouded in a faint, unsettling gray-yellow haze. Even from a considerable distance, Qin Chuan could sense the chaotic energy fluctuations emanating from that area, like boiling water, filled with frenzy and anxiety. It's indeed very chaotic. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. This level of chaos far surpassed the previous aggregation of Shiva's godhead fragments. It wasn't just a jumble of energies, it was more like a conflict and distortion of laws. It seemed the story of this fragment was even more complex than he had anticipated. As they gradually approached the anomalous area, several extremely obscure yet malicious waves of consciousness, like cold, venomous snakes, silently swept over them. Judging by the look of it, another fool is coming for that thing. A cold, hoarse voice echoed from an unknown dimension, filled with mockery. The aura is quite strong, but his brain isn't quite working. Do you really think the fragments of Yen Nation are so easy to obtain? Another voice echoed with condescending disdain. Perfect. Let this reckless outsider test the waters for us. Let's see what kind of absurd transformation that thing has become. A third voice chimed, filled with calculation and coldness. These consciousness fluctuations were extremely subtle. If Qin Chuan hadn't just recently undergone a transformation in the Shadow Realm, his perception greatly enhanced, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect them at all. His eyes were slightly cold, and he understood. As expected, the Yen Nation, a piece of juicy meat, had long been targeted by various forces. These guys hiding in the shadows clearly regarded him as a pathfinder. Want to use me as cannon fodder? A cold arc curved Qin Chuan's lips, and murderous intent flashed through his mind. However, he didn't attack immediately. The main target now was the fragments of the divine nature. These evasive creatures, once the real business was dealt with, there would be plenty of time to play with them. Chapter 1266. Scripps, be careful. There might be more than just the fragments ahead, Qin Chuan warned calmly. Understood, Lord Shadow. Scripps growled. The shadow energy surrounding the dragon's body instantly grew more condensed, and its crimson eyes scanned its surroundings warily. Although it hadn't sensed the hidden malice, Qin Chuan's warning was enough to put it on high alert. As the distance drew closer, the scene in that area became clearer and more eerie. The earth took on a sickly grayish-white hue, as if all life had been drained away. Where should have been a forest, all sorts of twisted and grotesque plants grew. They had no leaves, only grayish-white branches like dead bones, covered in a layer of wriggling mucus. A pungent, sickening smell, a mixture of rusted metal and rotting flesh, filled the air. What concerned Qin Chuan even more was the extremely abnormal lighting in that area. It was clearly daylight, yet the light seemed unusually dim, as if filtered through an invisible lens. Furthermore, the distribution of light and shadow was completely irregular. Some areas that should have been illuminated were pitch black, while others, where shadows should have been, emitted an eerie glimmer. Time and space seemed to have been distorted to some degree here. Such a strong interference with the laws. Qin Chuan's heart shuddered. The outer areas alone exhibited such a strong abnormality. The degree of chaos and danger posed by the fragments of the divine nature at the core was probably even greater than he had anticipated. Lord Shadow, should we continue deeper? Scripps unconsciously slowed down. Gazing at the spectral landscape ahead, even a shadow dragon like him felt a wave of palpitations. The chaotic aura unsettled the very soul fire within him. Of course, Qin Chuan replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced the depths of the chaotic zone. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. I want to see what surprises this so-called chaos fragment can bring me. His goal was to achieve the divine realm of the shadow realm, and he would seize any fragment that could accelerate that process, no matter how dangerous. Furthermore, with those lurking in the shadows, he had no reason to retreat. Scripps sensed Qin Chuan's unquestionable resolve, took a deep breath, suppressed his uneasiness, and mustered his courage again. The enormous dragon's wings flapped again, carrying Qin Chuan, like a moth to a flame, resolutely into the bleak land emanating endless chaos and ominousness. As they passed through that invisible boundary, Qin Chuan clearly felt the laws around him suddenly become sticky and chaotic, as if he were trapped in a quagmire. The power of the shadow realm automatically circulated through his body, isolating the chaotic laws that threatened to encroach. As soon as he stepped into this bleak land, an indescribable stickiness enveloped his entire body. The air seemed to turn to thin mud, and every breath was accompanied by a heavy resistance and a sickening, strange smell mixed with rust and decay. Qin Chuan sat upright on the dragon's back, his brows slightly furrowed. The power of the shadow realm surged from his body like a tide, forming a thin, constantly flowing dark shield on his surface, isolating the chaotic laws that tried to encroach and penetrate. But even through this protective shield, he could still sense the violent chaos of the laws outside, like countless tiny needles constantly probing and attacking the shadow domain's defenses. The laws here have been completely distorted. Qin Chuan thought to himself. This wasn't just a chaos of energy, it was a collapse of the very laws themselves. Chapter 1267. Time and space were no longer stable here, and the boundaries between light and darkness had lost their inherent boundaries. He could even feel his perception being slightly disturbed, as if observing the world through a funhouse mirror. Everything seemed distorted and distorted. Scripps's condition was even worse. His massive body was noticeably stiff, and the rhythm of his wings had slowed. As a shadow dragon, it possessed a certain resistance to chaotic energy, but the level of chaos here clearly exceeded its tolerance. Dense shadow energy surrounded it, resisting the external encroachment, but a hint of anxiety and uneasiness could not be concealed in its crimson eyes. Lord Shadow. Something is very wrong here. Scripps's voice was noticeably strained. My power is being suppressed and contaminated by the environment here. Remain vigilant, restrain your own strength, and do not be disturbed by the outside world. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, soothing, and he expanded his shadow domain to help relieve Scripps's stress. His sharp gaze swept across this strange land. Grayish-white, withered branches pierced the dim sky like jagged bony claws. No trace of normal soil could be seen on the ground, only a thick layer of grayish-white powder, like ashes. Occasionally, twisted, sticky structures resembling fungal mats could be seen wriggling on the ground, emitting a faint, sinister glow. The entire world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only a depressing gray and yellow. At this moment, the malicious consciousness hidden in the shadows stirred again, this time with undisguised mockery and gloating. He's in. He's truly a fearless fool. Humph, that's how outsiders are. They always think they're destined for the throne. Once he's torn to pieces by that thing, you realize how powerful he is. Just wait and see. Something interesting is about to happen. It's a good time to see just how dangerous this source of chaos truly is. A cold malice surged in like a tide. While not directly aggressive, it was filled with a mental oppression. Scripps let out an uneasy growl, clearly sensing this targeted malevolence. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a hint of sarcasm curled up at the corner of his mouth. A clown. He snorted inwardly. These cunning fellows simply wanted to use him to test the danger level of the core area. Wait until he and the chaotic fragments of the divine power are both destroyed, and then they emerge to reap the benefits. Alas, their calculations were wrong. Qin Chuan's goal was crystal clear from the outset: seize the fragment of the Godhead, This was not only to accelerate the Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom, but also to prevent the chaotic fragment from fully reviving and bringing unimaginable disaster to the Yin nation. He could sense the immense power contained within this fragment. If it lost control, its destructive power would likely far surpass the aggregated fragments of Shiva's godhead. For both public and private reasons, he had no reason to let it go. As for those lurking in the shadows, once the real business was done, he wouldn't mind cleaning up the mess. Lord Shadow, those guys. Scripps asked uneasily. Ignore them, Qin Chuan said indifferently. They're just a bunch of sly rats. Focus on the goal ahead. His gaze pierced through the layers of gray fog, gazing at the area where the chaotic energy was most concentrated. There, he could sense a power even greater, more primitive, and more violent slumbering. That was his target. The chaotic fragment of the godhead. Speed up, Qin Chuan commanded. Scripps no longer hesitated, forcing himself to endure the discomfort and oppression of the environment. He flapped his wings violently, and his speed suddenly increased. Man and dragon transformed into a stream of black light, speeding towards the core of the desolate land. Chapter 1268. The deeper they went, the more severe the environmental distortion became. Irregular folds and fractures began to appear in space, and occasionally strange flashes of light and shadow flashed by, as if a scene from another dimension was briefly projected upon them. The flow of time also became erratic, sometimes feeling like years, sometimes changing rapidly. The twisted gray-white plants grew denser, and even began to show a certain aggressiveness. Branches like bone whips would lash out without warning, with a sharp scream that ripped through the air. The sticky fungal carpet on the ground also began to surge, trying to entangle Scripps' dragon claws. Scripps struggled to resist the erosion of the environment and the harassment of the monsters, while carefully maintaining his flight. His shadow energy was depleting at an extremely rapid rate, and his scarlet dragon eyes showed a hint of fatigue, but more of a stirred ferocity. Qin Chuan remained calm. His mind was intensely focused, and the power of the Shadow Realm flowed with unwavering force, precisely dissolving the surrounding interferences. At the same time, he was constantly analyzing the distorted patterns of the laws in this area, attempting to pinpoint the specific location of the chaotic fragment. Almost there. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The gray fog ahead suddenly grew thicker, almost tangible. In the center of the fog, a vast, twisted outline could be vaguely seen, like a mountain forcibly squeezed and deformed, or a giant, wriggling, struggling mass of flesh. Indescribable chaotic energy radiated from this outline, like a storm, impacting everything around it. Space here seemed almost shattered, countless tiny cracks densely covering it like a spider web, flickering with a dangerous light. This was the source of the chaos, the fragment of the Yin nation's godhead, left behind, undergoing an unknown transformation, lay before him. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, and slowly began to mobilize the strength within him. He could sense that the power contained within that fragment was far greater than any he had encountered before, yet also more unstable. A tough battle, Qin Chuan thought to himself, his eyes burning intensely. Opportunity and danger coexisted, and this was precisely what he sought. By incorporating this fragment into the Shadow Realm, his progress toward becoming a godly kingdom would surely take another major step forward. At the same time, this potentially formidable threat would be completely eradicated. Scripps, prepare for battle. Qin Chuan's voice was deep and powerful. Roar! Scripps let out a deafening dragon roar, his long-suppressed fighting spirit finally erupting. Shadow energy surged frantically across the massive dragon's body, preparing to meet the impending challenge. Behind them, the hidden consciousnesses grew even more excited and anticipatory. Finally reaching the core. Humph, let's see how long this outsider can hold out. The thick gray fog had almost solidified, as viscous as liquid lead and mercury, weighing heavily on every inch of space. The scene ahead was completely obscured, leaving only the faint glimpse of a vast, twisting, wriggling outline, emitting heart-pounding, violent energy fluctuations. This was the core of chaos. Roar! Scripps let out a suppressed growl, his massive dragon body halting at the edge of the thick fog. The shadowy energy surrounding him seethed violently, struggling to withstand the chaotic laws that surged like a physical storm. In his crimson dragon eyes, a conflicting mixture of fighting spirit and instinctive fear appeared. He. Finally reaching the core. Judging by the look of this black dragon, it's about to give up, isn't it? The malicious consciousness hidden in the unknown dimension spoke again, filled with gloating joy. Humph, just a facade of strength. Facing the true source of chaos, even the strongest body is nothing but a joke. Wait, and see how he is torn to pieces. Another voice echoed, its tone full of contempt and anticipation. Chapter 1269. These cold, malevolent thoughts were like maggots on the heel, constantly exerting pressure on his mind. Qin Chuan sat upright on the dragon's back, his expression stern, oblivious to the cacophony. His entire mind was focused on the dense fog ahead. The protective layer formed by the turbulent spacetime flow would not last forever. The threat from the undead world, and the abyss hung like a sword overhead. He must quickly gather sufficient power to completely transform the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. Only then would he have the capital to protect Blue Planet. This chaotic fragment of the Godhead, with immense power, was exactly the nourishment he needed. A bunch of cowards. I come play with you after we dealt with this. Qin Chuan snorted inwardly, a flash of murderous intent passing through his heart. His goal remained unwavering, to seize the fragment, strengthen himself, and prepare for future crisis. He could clearly sense that the outline at the center of the dense fog was not static, it was struggling. Like a ferocious, imprisoned beast, each wriggling movement caused violent ripples and fractures in the surrounding space. Countless tiny spatial cracks, like black lightning, flickered in and out of the dense fog, emitting a destructive aura. The laws here have been distorted to the extreme. Space and time are extremely unstable. Qin Chuan's eyes were solemn. He could even sense the subtle throbbing from his own darkest moment, as if resonating with the anomalies of space and time here. Scripps, gather your mind and prepare to charge. Qin Chuan's voice was like a stabilizing force, instantly dispelling the slightest panic in Scripps' heart. As you command, Lord Shadow. The black dragon roared, no longer hesitating. With a sudden flap of its massive wings, shadow energy condensed to its utmost. Like a black arrow shot from a bow, Qin Chuan bore him boldly into the thick, lead mercury gray fog. The instant he pierced the mist, an unimaginable torrent of chaos washed over him. It was as if he had been thrown into a blender of countless shattered worlds, his very concept of time and space completely shattered. Up and down, left and right, lost their meaning. The scorching heat of one moment gave way to a bone-chilling cold the next. A myriad of chaotic roars, wails, and whispers filled his ears, piercing the depths of his soul. The power of the Shadow Realm circulated frantically through Qin Chuan's body, forming a solid barrier to resist the external intrusion. But even he felt a surge of energy and blood, his spirit convulsed. Scripps let out a painful dragon roar, his massive body trembling violently. The shadow energy on his surface flickered like a candle in the wind, clearly under immense pressure. Hold steady. Qin Chuan shouted softly, and a stream of pure Shadow Realm power flowed into Scripps' body, helping to stabilize it. Finally, they forced their way through the outermost layer of the chaotic storm, and the scene before them suddenly became clear, yet even more terrifying. They were now suspended in the center of a shattered and twisted space. Below them, not the earth, but an indescribably vast nest. This nest was composed of countless twisted, grayish matter, resembling bone growths, intertwined and stacked together to form a massive, irregular sphere. The sphere's surface was riddled with countless holes and cracks, from which a grayish-yellow mist of chaotic energy continuously gushed forth. And in the center of the sphere, an even larger, even more twisted core slowly pulsed. That core resembled a heart encased in countless gray-white tendons and twisted blood vessels. Every beat shook the entire space, unleashing a tsunami-like surge of chaotic laws. Indescribable negativity, violence, madness, despair, resentment permeated the air like a substance, attempting to corrupt the minds of every intruder. This was the fragment left behind by the Yin nation's deity. Over the eons, it underwent countless transformations, ultimately transforming into the source of chaos. Chapter 1270. Such a powerful force. But also, such chaos. Qin Chuan's eyes burned fiercely. Darkest hour, night without light, the crown of domination. The power of all divine and semi-divine artifacts slowly flowed through him, ready to erupt at any moment. The power of this source of chaos far exceeded his expectations, but it also meant that the divinity contained within was even more powerful. As long as it could be absorbed, the Shadow Realm's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Just as Qin Chuan was about to take further action, the massive heart suddenly shook. Buzz, an invisible wave suddenly spread. It wasn't an energy shock, nor was it a law-breaking interference, but a far more eerie force. A distortion of reality. Qin Chuan's vision blurred, and the next second, the space around him and Scripps shattered like a broken mirror. Countless spatial fragments, like sharp blades, sliced through from all directions. At the same time, a strong sense of dizziness overwhelmed him, and his sense of time became distorted again, as if he were forcibly pulled into countless different time fragments. Be careful. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted. The darkest hour's effects were instantly activated. With a flash of light, Qin Chuan and Scripps narrowly avoided the first wave of spatial fragments and emerged on the other side of the nest. However, the crisis was not over. The massive heart seemed completely enraged, its beating rate suddenly accelerating. Roar! A roar, neither human nor beastly, filled with endless madness and pain, erupted from the depths of that heart. The entire shattered space shook violently. Then, from the countless holes on the surface of the nest, countless distorted gray-white figures suddenly erupted. They took on a variety of forms, some resembling monstrous figures made of dried bones, some like worms composed of rotting flesh, and still others simply a mass of amorphous chaotic energy. The moment these monsters appeared, they let out a piercing scream, surging towards Qin Chuan and Scripps like a tidal wave. The real battle had begun. Gray-white, twisted figures, like a flood bursting through a dam, emitting a piercing, deafening shriek, gushed madly from the countless holes of their nest, instantly filling the shattered, twisted space. Their forms were horribly twisted, some bony, some bloody, some simply a pulsating mass of unstable energy. But without exception, they all emanated pure chaos and destructive malice. Hee. I've been entangled, indeed. This chaotic creation is endless. Let's see how long it can hold out. The voice hidden in the unknown dimension spoke with undisguised gloating. Humph, foolish fellow, you soon be consumed here and become part of this filthy land, another voice echoed, filled with condescending contempt. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy, and he ignored the cacophony. His concentration was intense, and a dark dagger instantly appeared in his hand. A dense stream of shadow energy flowed through it like substance, emitting a frightening sharpness. Scripps, clear out the miscellaneous troops. Roar! Scripps had been simmering with rage for a long time, and now, receiving the order, his suppressed dragon roar morphed into an earth-shattering roar. The massive dragon's body shook violently, and terrifying shadow energy swept out like a destructive storm, instantly devouring and annihilating the dozens of twisted monsters in the front. At the same time, it opened its maw and belched out a stream of dark, sticky dragon breath. Wherever it passed, space seemed to corrode and melt, and the chaotic creations melted like ice and snow. Qin Chuan's figure instantly vanished into a blurry afterimage, too blurry to be seen with the naked eye. Countless energy-throwing knives, imbued with shadowy power, instantly formed and, like a swarm of deadly bees, they pierced the densest area of monsters with pinpoint accuracy. The knives, upon impact, immediately launched in a chain reaction, sending ripples of death through the confined space. Each ricochet unleashed astonishing destructive force, instantly clearing a large area. Chapter 1271. His attack speed instantly increased to a crescendo. Every swing of the dagger left behind a series of dazzling black afterimages, as if countless Qin Chuans were attacking simultaneously, each strike potentially unleashing destructive force many times greater. His figure flickered ghostly, appearing as if teleporting behind an exceptionally large bone monster emanating a thick aura of chaos. The dagger pierced through with the force of space-shattering force. Ouch! The bone monster let out a shrill wail, horrific wounds bursting across its massive body. Its life force drained away at a visible rate, finally shattering into a cloud of bone dust. At the same time, Qin Chuan felt a faint force reflected back into him, quietly absorbed by the unholy Holy Grail. However, these chaotic creatures seemed endless. No sooner had he cleared a gap than more monsters poured out from the holes in their lair, charging fearlessly. Their attack methods were also extremely bizarre. Some blasted reality-distorting energy beams, some simply self-destructed, causing small-scale spatial chaos, and still others attempted to bind with their sticky limbs, dragging them into deeper chaos. Swish! A twisting spatial rift suddenly opened beside Scripps without warning, its sharp edge slashing towards him with a destructive aura capable of slicing through everything. Be careful! Qin Chuan shouted. A prism, shimmering with a dark glow, instantly formed beside Scripps, precisely blocking the rift's impact. Crack! With a crisp sound, the prism shattered, but it successfully deflected the deadly attack, leaving behind a vague, disruptive illusion. Scripps broke out in a cold sweat, breathing even more violently, his enormous dragon eyes burning with fear and rage. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. While these monsters weren't particularly powerful individually, their numbers were vast, and their fearlessness was unwavering. Add to that the chaotic, distorted environment, the constant appearance of spatial cracks and temporal disturbances, and his battle rhythm was severely disrupted. At this rate, exhaustion was only a matter of time. This won't work. The drain is too great. Qin Chuan quickly determined. Scripps was already showing signs of fatigue, his strength rapidly depleting. while he, with the power of his artifact, could move without restraint, facing an endless stream of enemies and a treacherous environment that wasn't a long-term solution. His gaze was fixed on the massive heart at the center of the nest, pulsing constantly like a living being. The source is there. He could clearly sense that every beat of the heart spawned more chaotic creations, maintaining the distortion of the laws of the area. Unless we destroy that core, these monsters will never be extinguished. We must eliminate the core. Qin Chuan's eyes sharpened, his resolve firm. Scripts, use your strongest area of effect attack to eliminate the scattered enemies. Qin Chuan's voice, transmitted through the mental link to the Black Dragon, carried unquestionable resolve. Roar! Understood, Lord Shadow. Scripps didn't hesitate. Shadow energy condensed at an unprecedented rate across his massive dragon body. A destructive aura, powerful enough to annihilate all things, began to permeate the surrounding space, groaning under the strain. The next second, the Black Dragon suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body seemingly transforming into a vast vortex of shadow that devoured all light, indescribable pitch-black energy, as thick as the waters of a 1,000-year-old icy abyss, erupted from Scripps' mouth like a tsunami, instantly covering a nearly 180-degree fan-shaped area in front of him. This wasn't a one-time impact, but a continuous torrent of energy. All chaotic creations caught in it were disintegrated and annihilated amidst the shrill, silent wails. Even the energy monsters were not spared, as if cast into the ultimate void. Chapter 1272. The chaotic tide of monsters faltered, a massive gap forcibly torn open by the terrifying torrent of shadows. Now, Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with divine light, the power of the artifact's darkest hour fully unleashed. The ability to displace and teleport without cooling down was activated simultaneously. His figure instantly vanished from his original position. The next moment, he had transcended the spatial barrier and appeared less than 100 meters from the massive heart. Almost instantly, he activated another incredible power of the artifact. Time, speeding up. Buzz, everything around him suddenly slowed to an incomparable speed. Whether it was the still-flowing torrent of shadows spewed by Scripps, the monster struggling painfully at its edge, or the ripples of energy created by each heavy pulse of the massive heart, all appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes, like frozen images. Yet, his own time flow was accelerated to an incredible degree, a brief, absolute advantage. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate, the power within him erupting like a volcano. His attack speed had already surpassed the limit, each strike imbued with a superposition of hatred and destructive force. His target was the massive heart that beat endlessly, emanating endless chaos and madness, distorting entire space and time. 10 seconds. These brief 10 seconds seemed stretched infinitely longer. Qin Chuan's senses were heightened to the limit, and everything around him fell into absolute stillness. The torrent of shadows spewed by Scripps was like a frozen black waterfall, slowly advancing. The twisted monsters struggling and annihilated in the torrent moved with the stiffness of a cheesy stop-motion animation. Even the energy ripples caused by each pulse of the gigantic heart became visible, slowly spreading ripples. Only he, like a ghost freed from the constraints of time. Burning potential? What a desperate struggle. The malicious consciousness spoke with a hint of surprise, but more of a mockery. Just a desperate struggle. So what if he touches the core? How can it be destroyed so easily? Another voice said, filled with disdain. Qin Chuan was oblivious to the noise. His eyes were fixed on the massive heart before him, constantly wriggling, emanating endless chaos and madness. The Shadow Realm, divinely transformed, protects the Yin Nation and prepares for future catastrophes. All goals hinge on this moment. The Dark Knight's special effects had already been fully stacked, and its attack speed had reached a terrifying peak, with each attack having a chance to inflict multiple damage. The power of the Ring of Destruction was ready to unleash, ready to rip through all defenses. The 5 layers of hatred, transformed and accumulated, were like a volcano about to erupt, ready to pour out at any moment. Without hesitation, his figure transformed into an elusive bolt of black lightning, instantly crossing the final distance. Die! The cold word echoed in his heart. A shadowy attack fused with a powerful assault of grief. The king's judgment, superimposed with an explosion of hatred, the daggers of the Dark Knight, and the darkest hour simultaneously erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The power of shadow, divine damage, destructive force, and the transformed hatred, all these forces were compressed to the extreme, concentrated in a single point. Puff! Like the sharpest blade slicing through rotten leather, or like a red-hot iron scalding ice, in a vision where time had nearly stopped. Qin Chuan's attack, with unerring precision, fiercely penetrated the surface of the massive heart. The shell, composed of countless twisted, grayish matter, instantly shattered. A hideous gash formed by the blow that condensed Qin Chuan's current greatest power. Gray-yellow, ichor-like chaotic energy gushed out from it, appearing unusually thick and slow due to the difference in the flow of time. But it only penetrated the surface. Chapter 1273. Qin Chuan could clearly sense an unimaginable, violent, and chaotic resistance emanating from within the heart. It was incredibly resilient, frantically sapping his attacking power. The power contained within this thing was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Time was rapidly ticking away. A 10-second advantage, a fleeting opportunity. He had to wreak even greater destruction before time returned to normal. Time continued to flow at an eerie slowness, but Qin Chuan's thoughts raced like lightning. Not enough. Qin Chuan's mind raced. Merely piercing the surface wouldn't completely destroy the source of this chaos. The stubborn resistance hinted at an even more terrifying power hidden within the core. TSK, he actually managed to damage the core? This guy has some skills. Within the hidden fluctuations of his consciousness, the mockery faded, replaced by a hint of surprise. But that's all. The core's backlash is no joke. Qin Chuan had no time to pay attention. Time is running out. The special effect of the Night of Darkness triggers. Triple probabilistic damage explodes instantly. Puff! 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 3 jet-black blade beams exploded almost simultaneously deep within the wound, widening the hideous rift even further. Gray-yellow chaotic energy erupted like a flood, surging even at the slow pace of time. Poisonous blood plague spread madly through the wound. The sanctuary-level poison began to corrode the very essence of the chaos core, inflicting random negative effects with each application, further weakening its resistance. The power of the Ring of Destruction was instantly activated. Buzz! A dark red beam of light, condensed with pure destructive aura, shot out from the ring, accurately piercing the depths of the torn wound. The destructive beam struck the core's most vulnerable part, dealing, attack power * 200%, devastating damage. This force, ignoring most of the Chaos Law's defenses, struck directly at the core's very essence. Given Qin Chuan's immense attack power, the damage was truly immense. Ouch! An even more shrill, even more painful roar, filled with endless resentment and madness. Even in the accelerated state of time, it assaulted Qin Chuan's mind like a physical sound wave. The beating of the gigantic heart suddenly became chaotic and violent, and the entire shattered space began to tremble. The space began to vibrate violently, countless tiny cracks in space spreading and shattering like a spider web. Time was about to return to normal. Qin Chuan's eyes were determined. His final trump card must be played now. The 8-piece Death Shadow set activated, ultimate skill. Shadow King, Annihilation Reincarnation, an irresistible and terrifying suction suddenly erupted from Qin Chuan. The target was the madly beating giant heart. No! As if sensing a fatal threat, the Chaos Core emitted a wave of fear-filled consciousness, attempting to resist this all-consuming force. However, before the Shadow King, Annihilation Reincarnation, all resistance was futile. The vast chaotic energy contained within the enormous heart was visible to the naked eye, as if forcibly drained by a black hole, transforming into gray-yellow torrents of energy that madly poured into Qin Chuan's body. 50% of his current health, or energy essence, was forcibly absorbed. This violent, chaotic energy instantly transformed into the purest annihilation energy, accumulating and compressing within Qin Chuan's body, reaching an unprecedentedly terrifying level. At that moment, the flow of time returned to normal. Boom! Everything around him instantly came alive. The shadow torrent spewed by scripts continued to surge with the power of destruction. The remaining chaotic creatures let out a final, frantic howl, and the enormous heart, having had half its energy forcibly drained, erupted with unprecedented fury. Countless, thicker, more condensed gray-white tentacles, bone spurs, and energy beams erupted from every part of the core like a violent storm, their target single-minded. Qin Chuan. Chapter 1274. But it was too late. The annihilation energy within Qin Chuan's body had reached its peak. His eyes completely transformed into a dark abyss that swallowed all light. Annihilation, reincarnation. A deep, cold voice echoed throughout the shattered space. The next second, Qin Chuan's figure vanished. Instead, an endless barrage of pitch-black slashes enveloped the entire core area. Swish, swish, swish. 99 full-screen slashes, ignoring defense, sliced furiously at the massive heart like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Each slash carried away vast swathes of energy, each strike deepening the mark of destruction. The Chaos Core fought back furiously, distorting energy surges, shattering spatial cracks, foul mental pollution. All these attacks fell upon Qin Chuan's storm of slashes, but they were like a drop in the ocean, unable to shake them in the slightest. This was the ultimate judgment from the Shadow King. Roar! With a final roar filled with resentment and despair, the massive heart that had been beating for countless eons finally shattered, piece by piece, under the endless annihilation slashes. Boom! The chaos core completely disintegrated. Without its source, the chaotic creation surging around it froze, like puppets without their strings, their movements instantly stiffening before turning into a cloud of dust and dissipating without a trace. The raging storm of chaotic laws quickly subsided, as if a cork had been pulled. The distorted space slowly began to recover. Though traces of the shattered space still remained, the suffocating pressure had vanished. The dim light gradually faded. Though still dim, it was no longer as unsettling. The sticky air became a little fresher, and the strange smell of rust and decay faded considerably. Qin Chuan's figure reappeared, hovering in midair. His face was a little pale. Activating Shadow King, Annihilation Cycle had cost him a great deal, but the result was good. Huh? Qin Chuan exhaled softly. Although it had cost him a price, the result was worth it. Killed the alienated source of chaos, divine aggregate, gaining experience points. The Shadow Realm absorbed the chaos divine fragment core, increasing the divine kingdom process by 15%. Current total progress, 40%. The Shadow Realm's laws gained, chaos resistance, space-time stability, weak, energy devouring, enhanced. You received loot, chaos heart fragments, divine material, X3. You received loot, distorted space-time core, special item, X2. You received loot, disorder rule runes, consumable, X10. You received loot, divine crystal, medium, X20. Skill, magical hands triggered. You also received loot, heart of chaos fragments, divine material, X5. You also received loot, divine crystal, medium, X20. You also received loot, fragmented divine memory, special information, X1. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen, cheering Qin Chuan up. 40% progress towards divine realm. This is a huge leap. The shadow domain's range has expanded again, its control has greatly increased, and it has gained several powerful law-based properties. In particular, the subtle space-time stability, though only a tiny one, is of great significance to Qin Chuan, who frequently travels through space, potentially even involving time. The loot was staggeringly rich, compounded by the effects of the empty hand technique. A total of 8 Heart of Chaos fragments, 2 distorted space-time cores, 10 runes of chaos rules, and 40 intermediate-level divine crystals were found. The last fragment of the fragmented divine memory was a pleasant surprise. Lord Shadow. You? Scripps flew over, his enormous dragon eyes filled with awe and disbelief. The devastating blow had shaken him completely. It's all right. Qin Chuan waved his hand, his gaze sweeping around. With the destruction of the chaos core, the distortion in this desolate land was slowly receding. Qin Chuan cast his gaze upon the loot in his backpack and his own equipment. Chapter 1275. It's time for another enhancement. With a thought, he quietly activated Shadow Reforged's ability. His target was the 2 core weapons in his hands. Darkest Hour and Dark Night. These 2 artifacts, especially Darkest Hour, played a crucial role in the previous battle. He first took out Dark Night. This lower-tier artifact had been with him for a long time, and its excellent special effects were key to his damage output. He used 3 Heart of Chaos fragments and 10 Divine Crystals, medium, as materials. Shadow Reforged's God-level special effects activated. Shadow power surged, enveloping Dark Night and the materials. With a flicker of light, the materials disappeared, and Dark Knight's aura began to rise steadily. The original lower-tier artifact's radiance became even more concentrated and profound. Dark Night, a mid-tier artifact, with an attack power increase of 5 million and an agility increase of 250,000. Required level, 100. Special Effect 1, damage increased by 80%. Special Effect 2, each attack increases attack speed by 45%, stacking up to 30 times. Special Effect 3, attacks have a chance to deal 5 damage. Divine Power, when Shadow Domain is activated, divine damage plus 250%, divine defense plus 120%. New feature, Chaos Tier. Attacks are accompanied by the power of chaos, ignoring some physical and energy defenses, and making wounds difficult to heal. Success. Dark Night has been upgraded from a low-level artifact to a mid-level artifact. The basic attributes have been greatly improved, the special effects have been comprehensively enhanced, even the divine power effect has been strengthened, And a powerful new feature has been added. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The Knight of Darkness's advancement had brought a substantial increase in combat power. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to another, even more crucial artifact. Darkest Hour. This mid-level artifact not only provided immense attack power and agility, but its displacement, teleportation, and bullet time abilities were crucial for him to turn the tide in desperate situations and control the battle. This was especially true of the cooldown-free displacement and teleportation abilities. Without them, he would have been unable to accurately penetrate the core area amidst the siege of the Chaos creations. Next, it's your turn. Qin Chuan's gaze grew intensely focused. He took out the remaining 5 fragments of the Heart of Chaos, 2 cores of warped spacetime shimmering with spatial ripples, and 20 medium-sized divine crystals. These materials imbue the immense and chaotic power of spacetime, a natural fit for the Darkest Hour's properties. However, this also meant that the reforging process could be even more treacherous. This guy actually destroyed the source of chaos? The voice hidden in the unknown dimension spoke with disbelief and horror for the first time. That's a core that even we dare not touch lightly. How? How did he do it? Don't forget that final slash. What kind of a power was that? Forced energy absorption? Unheard of. Another voice lost its previous contempt and was filled with fear. It seems we all underestimated him. However, his energy consumption must have been enormous. Now is the time. Shut up. Let's see what he's going to do. The original cold voice interrupted with a hint of solemnity. He seems to be strengthening that spatial artifact? Using the materials of the Chaos Core? He's really courting death. Qin Chuan blocked out the external noise, his mind completely immersed in shadow reforging. The god-level reforging ability was activated. This time, he mobilized even more power from the shadow realm. A dark and profound power surged out like a tide, enveloping the Darkest Hour and all its materials. But, unlike the smooth recasting of the Night of Darkness, this time, the moment the materials were incorporated, a violent spatial and temporal fluctuation erupted from the Darkest Hour. The surrounding space, which had just begun to stabilize, violently distorted again, as if torn apart by the artifact's own power. The chaotic spatial and temporal forces contained within the materials clashed and fused violently with the artifact's own power. Qin Chuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately increased the output of shadow domain power, forcibly stabilizing the recasting process. Chapter 1276. He could sense the laws within the Darkest Hour undergoing a radical reorganization, like the birth and death of stars, violent and vast. On the surface of the artifact, the scales representing time and the lines representing space alternately flickered, the light flickering and fading, as if undergoing some fundamental transformation. This process was far longer and more arduous than before. Qin Chuan's forehead even showed beads of sweat. Maintaining the shadow recasting took a tremendous toll on his mental energy, especially when suppressing such a violent conflict of spacetime energies. Finally, with a melodious bell ringing as if from the very end of time and space, all the strange phenomena abruptly subsided. The dazzling light faded, revealing the Darkest Hour's new form. It still took the form of a dagger, but its overall color had become deeper, as if blending into the eternal night. Across the dagger, no longer were simple scales and lines, but instead, it seemed as if countless miniature stars were slowly moving, forming an ever-changing, profoundly mysterious map of space and time. A terrifying pressure far surpassing the previous one, almost controlling the essence of time and space, spread out. Darkest Hour, a superior artifact, attack power plus 10 million, agility plus 500,000, level requirement, 100. Effect 1. Displacement skills have no cooldown and no consumption, and can pass through most law barriers. Effect 2. Can be teleported to any coordinate within the perception range, or to a known safe coordinate point. Effect 3. Activate bullet time, accelerate the flow of time, lasting 15 seconds, cooldown 45 minutes, with 5 charges. Divine Power. Divine damage conversion rate plus 1,500%, ignoring divine defense. Divine Power. Gather enough clues to travel to a designated time and space. New Divine Power. Spacetime Rupture. Severs the spatial connection of the target area, creating an absolute isolation zone lasting 10 seconds, or forcibly tears space apart for a short-range jump attack. Cooldown, 2 hours. New Divine Power. Causal Rewind, passive. When attacked by a critical hit, there's a chance to rewind your state to 3 seconds ago. Each trigger consumes 1 charge, 3/3, and the recharge time is 24 hours. Higher level artifact. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed, and he felt an irrepressible excitement. Attribute improvements are secondary, the key lies in the comprehensive enhancements and additions to the effects, and divine power, displacement, and teleportation abilities are more powerful, even traversing law barriers, meaning more tactical possibilities, and a guarantee of survival. Bullet time has a longer duration, a shorter cooldown, and a higher number of charges, making this powerful burst and evasive ability even more flexible. The two newly added divine powers, Space-Time Fracture, are truly divine skills, whether used to divide the battlefield, trap the enemy, or launch surprise attacks. Causal Reversal offers an extra life, although there are probability limits and a recharge limit. In a crucial moment, it's the ultimate weapon that can turn the tide of life and death. Excellent. Qin Chuan gripped the new Darkest Hour tightly, feeling the immense power of space-time contained within it, as well as the even closer connection with his own shadow realm. The rewards of this adventure far exceeded expectations. Not only had the Shadow Realm's Divine Realm reached 40%, but the two core artifacts had also received epic upgrades. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where traces of chaos still lingered, before finally settling on a certain, empty space. A cold smile curled his lips. Now, it's time to deal with those rats who prefer to hide in the shadows. Qin Chuan gripped the newly revitalized Darkest Hour, feeling the immense power of space-time that seemed to rip through dimensions, and a cold murderous intent permeated his body. Since then, those unbridled, prying gazes hidden in the unknown dimension have been like a leech, irritating him. He was previously busy dealing with the Chaos Core, leaving him unable to spare any time. Now, it's time to eliminate these elusive creatures. Still trying to escape? Qin Chuan keenly sensed that with the destruction of the Chaos Core and the power he displayed, those prying consciousnesses were preparing to quietly retreat. Chapter 1277. You think you're safe hiding in the cracks? He sneered inwardly. The new divine power of the Darkest Hour. The space-time rift quietly activated. The target, locked onto the void area where the consciousness fluctuations were most concentrated. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a heart-wrenching feeling of breaking. As if a solid piece of glass was forcibly split by an invisible force, the space Qin Chuan had locked onto was instantly and completely isolated from the surroundings. The gray sky, the slowly recovering earth, the flowing thin energy. Everything formed an invisible, absolute boundary around that area. What? Space is blocked. A wave of consciousness, filled with shock and anger, echoed in the isolated space, filled with disbelief. Damn it! How could he possibly lock onto our dimensional coordinates? Impossible. Another voice rang out in panic. Qin Chuan's figure didn't pause for a moment as the Darkest Hour's effects activated, a teleportation with no cost or cooldown. Swish! His figure instantly vanished, and the next second, he reappeared within the area isolated by the rupture in space-time. Before him stood three distorted, cold shadowy creatures. They weren't physical entities, more like a collection of spirits or energies, staring in horror at the sudden appearance of Qin Chuan. It's you? One of the shadows hissed sharply. How dare you? Before he finished his words, Qin Chuan had already moved. Bright Night and Darkest Hour clashed, their speed reaching extreme speed. Blind Night, having been promoted to a mid-level artifact, saw its damage skyrocket, its special effect triggering probability increased, and each attack could potentially deal 5 damage points. And the higher-level artifact, Darkest Hour, itself possessed terrifying attack power and divine damage conversion. Puff, 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 intensive slicing sounds echoed, like rain hitting banana leaves. The shadow creatures tried to resist, unleashing energies resembling mental shocks and curses. However, their defenses were like paper before Qin Chuan's 1,500% conversion of divine damage. Furthermore, Darkest Hour itself ignored divine defenses. Shadow Strike. King's Judgment. Each skill was almost instantaneous. Attack stacked with the effects of Lamentation Assault directly dissipated the defensive energy they had attempted to gather, inflicting a silence. No. Mercy. The cries for mercy abruptly ceased. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 3 shadow creatures were completely annihilated by Qin Chuan's torrential onslaught, leaving not even a trace. Killed Void Peeper, projection. Killed Dimensional Shadow, projection. Killed Malevolent Echo, projection. You obtained loot, Void Residue X15. You obtained loot, Shadow Crystal X12. You obtained loot, Broken Malevolent Runes X8. As expected, just some projections or clones, not even a divine fragment dropped, let alone any progress towards the Shadow Realm. Qin Chuan had anticipated this, and wasn't disappointed. Being able to get rid of these annoying flies was already a good thing. At least, I obtained some materials. He turned his attention to the other two semi-artifacts in his backpack. The Crown of Domination and the Ring of Destruction. While these two items were only semi-artifacts, they were quite effective, especially the Black Death and Destruction beams attached to the Ring of Destruction, and the destruction damage and divine immunity provided by the Crown of Domination. It's time to upgrade you guys. Qin Chuan activated Shadow Reforge again, this time targeting the Crown of Domination. He invested the Shadow Crystals, and a portion of the Divine Crystals, medium, obtained from killing the Peeper. Light shone, and the reforging process was much smoother than in Darkest Hour. Soon, a brand new crown appeared in his hand. Crown of Domination, lower tier artifact, defense plus 2.5 million, constitution plus 150,000, level requirement, 100. Special Effect 1, attacks inflict 50% destructive damage. Special Effect 2, grants absolute control over monsters of a higher level than the player. Chapter 1278. Special Effect 3, can dispel Black Death and curses of the same level. Divine Power, grants 40% immunity to regular divine damage. New feature, Royal Domain. Slightly increases the total resistance of surrounding friendly units, weakens the will of hostile targets. Upgrading from a semi-artifact to a lower-tier artifact, its attributes and effects have been significantly improved, and a new area of effect support feature has been added. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the Ring of Destruction. He invested the Void Residue, and the remaining Divine Crystal medium. Shadow Reforge activated again. The light dissipated. Ring of Destruction, lower tier artifact, strength plus 80,000, constitution plus 80,000, level requirement, 100. Special Effect 1, attacks destroy shields. Special Effect 2, attacks inflict Black Death enhanced. Special Effect 3, emits a beam of destruction, dealing, attack power asterisk 250%, destruction damage, cooldown 45 minutes. Divine Power, increases damage against regular divine defense by 40%. New trait, Mark of Destruction. After being hit by a destruction beam or an attack with destruction damage, the target will be marked with a Mark of Destruction, increasing subsequent destruction type damage taken by 20% for 1 minute. The Ring of Destruction has also been successfully upgraded to a lower tier artifact, increasing the damage of its core destruction beam, reducing its cooldown, strengthening its Black Death effect, and adding a vulnerability trait. With this upgrade, several of his core equipment have been upgraded. In particular, the upgrades to Darkest Hour and Night of Noise have taken his damage output, mobility, and survivability to a whole new level. Feeling the surging power within him and the powerful boost from his equipment, Qin Chuan gazed upon the space, which was gradually returning to calm, yet still shrouded in desolation and gloom. Although the Chaos Core had been destroyed, the troubles in this area were clearly not yet completely over. Furthermore, those peepers were merely projections that had been eliminated. Where were their true forms? What faction did they belong to? Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze to the other divine power of the Darkest Hour, gather enough clues, and travel to a designated time and space. Perhaps the answer lay there. Clues? Qin Chuan thought. The fragmented divine memory in his backpack might hold the key. This was the extra trophy obtained through the skill of the Empty Hand after defeating the Chaos Core. He attempted to penetrate the chaotic ball of light with his mental power. Buzz, countless chaotic, shattered, and inverted images and sounds flooded into his mind like a tide. It was the burning and collapsing of endless stars, the clash of terrifying creatures of all shapes and sizes, the breaking and reorganization of laws, the wails and curses that span the vast river of time. The amount of information was so vast it could overwhelm the mind of an ordinary person. Qin Chuan groaned, his mental strength as solid as a rock, forcing himself to search for useful fragments among the chaotic fragments of information. Most of his memories were hazy, filled with madness and ravings, but within them, he keenly grasped a fragmented star map and a repetitive, meaningless syllable. At this moment, a few faint but malicious wisps of consciousness, like lingering maggots, once again seeped out from the void, carrying with them a furious curse. He. You think this is the end? Ant. Don't get complacent. Just wait, we find your coordinates. Your luck is over. The voice was much weaker than before. Clearly, the destruction of the Chaos Core and the loss of its projections had severely damaged them, making it difficult to even maintain a steady gaze. Shut up. Qin Chuan's eyes were cold, and he had no interest in responding. These evasive creatures must be dealt with sooner or later, but not now. The most urgent task was to utilize the Darkest Hour's newfound abilities, escape this troubled land, and journey to the designated time and space. Perhaps there lay the key to increasing strength or unlocking more mysteries. He no longer hesitated, concentrating his mental energy on the incomplete star map and the mysterious syllable, simultaneously pouring his will and strength into the darkest hour in his hand. Chapter 1279. Divine Power. Head for the designated time and space. Buzz, the miniature stars swirling on the edge of the darkest hour suddenly lit up. The ever-changing space-time star map seemed to come alive, resonating mysteriously with the incomplete star map Qin Chuan had captured in his mind. The dagger emitted a low, melodious hum, like the sound of a bell that traveled through eons of time. The space around Qin Chuan began to violently twist and fold. It was no longer the chaotic destruction caused by the chaos core, but a more precise, directional transmission imbued with the power of the laws. The gray sky, the shattered earth, the thin air. Everything stretched and deformed in his vision, transforming into shimmering blocks of color, frantically converging towards an unknown center. An indescribable pulling sensation came over him, as if tearing his soul from his body. Qin Chuan held his mind tightly, allowing the power of the darkest hour to envelop him. Lord Shadow. Scripps cried out in the distance as he watched Qin Chuan's figure, along with the surrounding space, being completely engulfed by a rapidly shrinking vortex, shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars. The next second, the vortex vanished, leaving only the slowly recovering spatial ripples and the bewildered black dragon. Qin Chuan's figure had completely vanished within this gray, shattered space, carried by the darkest hour to an unknown shore in time and space. The dizziness brought on by the time travel receded like a tide, and Qin Chuan's consciousness quickly emerged from the distorted light and shadows. He felt grounded, not on solid rock or earth, but a cold, broken touch, like stepping on glazed rubble. He suddenly opened his eyes, and glanced around warily. What he saw was a world of chaos and eccentricity. The sky was an eerie, dark purple, as if splattered with congealed blood. Countless tiny spatial cracks spread across it like a spiderweb, occasionally leaking distorted light through them, creating brief but dazzling flickers. There were no sun, moon, or stars, only huge, broken, ash-burning silhouettes suspended high in the sky. Fragments of palaces or sacred artifacts could be vaguely discerned, raining down flaming embers. Under his feet, instead of earth, lay endless shattered rubble and broken beams. The rubble was made of remarkable material, some gleaming with a dim, precious light, others engraved with fragmented runes. It was clear that it had once been part of a magnificent building, but now it was corroded by a gray, shadowy energy filled with death and an ominous aura. In the distance, one could see dilapidated pavilions, broken jade arch bridges, and dried-up rivers flowing with a thick black liquid. The entire world was filled with a thick atmosphere of chaos and decay, like the wreckage of a glorious civilization at its end. Is this the designated time and space? Qin Chuan frowned. The resonance brought on by the darkest hour had not faded, proving he had arrived in the right place. But this scene was worse than he had ever imagined. The energy in the air was complex and violent, and inhaling it felt like a burning sting in his lungs. If it weren't for his strong constitution and the protection of his divine artifact, he would have been corroded long ago. The shadow domain quietly unfolded, gently colliding and merging with the chaotic laws of space. He was surprised to discover that the spatial structure here was extremely unstable, yet it also followed some strange, twisted rules. The expansion of the shadow domain was significantly hindered, and its range of perception was greatly compressed. Chaotic myth? Qin Chuan recalled the fragments of information he had captured from the shattered memory of the deity. The scene before him, the shattered pavilions, the incomplete runes, the faint remnants of classical Eastern architecture, seemed to confirm the myth aspect. Chapter 1280. This pervasive decay, distortion, and chaos correspond to the theme of chaos. Could this be the remains of a world from ancient mythology, completely eroded by the forces of chaos? He attempted to activate the teleportation ability of the darkest hour. Buzz, a spatial fluctuation illuminated, and his figure instantly appeared on another pile of rubble 100 meters away. The teleportation was successful, but the mental energy consumed and the control required of the artifact were far greater than in normal space. The laws of space here are indeed severely distorted. We must find a safe place to stay and gather intelligence as soon as possible. Qin Chuan quickly made a mental judgment. This place is full of strangeness and danger. We cannot remain here for long. He moved cautiously among the shattered rubble, activating the passive perception of the darkness of destiny to avoid spatial traps and energy turbulence that are imperceptible to the naked eye. The chaos here is not only manifested in the environment, but also in the laws. He could even sense that the flow of time was becoming erratic in certain areas, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down. As he passed through the ruins of a collapsed palace, a low roar, as if emanating from the netherworld, caught his attention. He immediately stopped, activated Shadowstalk, and blended into the shadows, silently approaching the source of the sound. Ahead lay a relatively open square, paved with broken jade slabs. In the center stood a massive, broken, toppled stone statue. The statue depicted a majestic deity, clad in tattered armor and holding a broken weapon. Its face was covered in a gray-black, writhing substance, resembling a living being, emanating a strong, sinister aura. Beneath the stone statue, several bizarre creatures were tearing and devouring each other. The main outlines of these creatures vaguely resembled auspicious or ferocious beasts from Yen Nation's ancient mythology. For example, a monster the size of a small mountain, covered in gray scales, with a single horn and oozing black pus, resembled a Karen. Another strange bird, with most of its feathers shed, revealing rotting flesh, its wings ablaze with pale green flames, resembled a mutated phoenix. And several strange dogs, with twisted bodies and multiple heads, howled in agony. They all exuded the same aura of chaos and madness that characterized this world. They had long since lost their original sacredness or ferocity, becoming pure, chaotic monsters. These bizarre creatures attacked each other, devouring each other's flesh and energy. The scene was bloody and eerie. Qin Chuan's eyes were solemn. The power of these tainted mythical creatures should not be underestimated. Moreover, their appearance further confirmed his suspicions. This place was indeed a place connected to ancient mythology, yet thoroughly polluted and distorted. His goal was to survive, grow stronger, and find a way to leave or control this place. And these chaotic creatures before him might be his first step toward understanding this world. Qin Chuan held his breath, the power of the shadow realm covering his body like a veil, blending his aura with the chaotic surroundings. He carefully observed the fighting in the square. The Qilin-like monster was the strongest, its every charge shaking the ground. Its horn, condensed with gray-black energy, could easily tear through its opponent's defenses. But its movements were somewhat sluggish, its body covered with deep wounds from the strange bird's claws, visible to the bone. Black pus dripped continuously, corroding the jade slabs. The strange bird, burning with pale green flames, was much more agile. It circled in the air, occasionally swooping down, its sharp claws tearing through the air, leaving behind a sharp whistling sound. Its flames seemed to have extra lethality against these chaotic creatures, and every burn would cause them to howl in pain. Chapter 1281. However, its wings were also tattered, each flap requiring considerable effort, clearly suffering significant injuries. As for the multi-headed strange dogs, they appeared the most frantic. They fearlessly pounced upon their two more formidable opponents, tearing them apart with their sharp teeth and entwining their twisted bodies in a fight to the death. Their numbers were rapidly dwindling. Two had already been crushed to pulp by the Qilin monster, and one had been reduced to charcoal by the flames of the strange bird. Chaos. Pollution. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. These creatures had completely lost their sanity, driven only by the most primitive desire for devouring and destroying. They fought each other, seemingly for the tainted statue, or perhaps simply driven by chaotic instincts. He could sense that these creatures contained a complex and powerful energy, yet it was extremely unstable, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Killing them might yield some experience and materials, but the risks were also considerable. Especially the Qilin-shaped monster and the strange bird. Their strength was probably approaching the threshold of ordinary divine realms, but they were unable to fully exert their full potential due to the chaos pollution. What a troublesome place. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This so-called designated time and space was far more dangerous than expected. The laws here were distorted, the energy was violent, and even the native creatures were transformed into this state. He distracted himself briefly, sensing the evil Holy Grail in his backpack. Killing the three peeper projections did not bring any soul energy to the Holy Grail. It seems that only killing creatures with actual souls can recharge it. Do these chaotic creatures before him even have souls? Or had even its soul been completely eroded by the chaos, transformed into something else? At that moment, the strange bird let out a shrill cry. Seizing an opportunity, it plunged its claws into the wound on the Qilin monster's back, sending a raging green flame gushing forth. Roar! The Qilin monster roared deafeningly, spun around, and charged. Its horn blazed with a destructive gray light, instantly piercing the bird's chest. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The flames on the bird's body quickly died, and its massive body twitched as it plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The Qilin monster stumbled a few steps, its back wound completely ruptured. Black blood gushed out like a fountain, and its vitality faded at a visible rate. The two remaining multi-headed dogs, far from fearful, pounced forward with even greater excitement, tearing at the Qilin monster's flesh and blood. Opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Now was the perfect time to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Darkest Hour, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind the severely wounded and dying Qilin monster. Shadow Stealth's invisibility breaking attack, Morning Assault added, Shadow Strike, the two divine daggers, Darkest Hour and Dark Night, like two venomous snakes from the abyss, pierced the vital point where the Qilin monster's neck and head met with icy murderous intent with uncanny precision. Puff! The power of the higher-level artifact Darkest Hour, which ignored divine defenses, was unleashed to its fullest extent. The chaotic rendition of the mid-level artifact Dark Night further magnified the wound, adding the terrifying damage of Morning Assault and the bonus of the invisibility breaking attack. It even triggered Dark Knight's fivefold damage effect, Roar. The Qilin monster's massive body suddenly froze, its final roar choking in its throat. The madness and brutality in its eyes were quickly replaced by deathly silence. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, lifeless. Kill the Chaos Kirin, contaminated form. Obtain Chaos Core X1. Obtain Tainted Scale X35. Obtain Shattered Divine Beast Essence X1. Your unholy chalice has absorbed the broken soul, currently 100005/10000000. Chapter 1282. There really is a soul, although it's broken, it's been absorbed by the Holy Grail. Moreover, the experience points are considerable, and a core and special materials have also been revealed. Qin Chuan's mind shifted. It seems these chaotic creatures, while dangerous, are also excellent resources. Awoo! The two multi-headed alien dogs tearing at the Qilin's corpse were startled by the sudden change and immediately abandoned their target. Their scarlet eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, growling menacingly. Though frantic, they were not completely insensitive. This sudden appearance before them posed a significant threat. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Perfectly testing the power of my new equipment on you. With a thought, the crown of domination glowed faintly, and the realm of royal authority quietly unfolded. An invisible pressure spread from him, making the air seem thicker. The two multi-headed alien dogs' movements paused noticeably, a flicker of chaotic struggle in their eyes, as if they were under some kind of mental suppression. Although the crown of domination's dominance only affects alien beasts of a higher level than itself, the weakening effect of the royal domains will also apply to these chaotic creatures. Now, Qin Chuan's figure blurred again, his Darkest Hour teleportation ability allowing him to dart between the two alien dogs, like a ghost. Shadow Strike, Shadow Dagger, daggers swung, knives spurred. The upgraded Knight of Darkness's attack speed was incredibly fast, and its special effects triggered, rapidly increasing its attack speed stacking. Each attack had a chance to deal 5 damage hits. The Ring of Destruction's 50% destructive damage and Black Death effect further exacerbated the already weak condition of these alien dogs. Wisps of black energy emanated from their wounds, their life force rapidly draining. Ouch! Woo! The two alien dogs howled in pain, attempting to fight back, but their speed was dwarfed by Qin Chuan's, and their attacks were easily deflected by the Shadow Prism. In a matter of seconds, the battle was over. Kill the Hydra, contaminated form. Obtain Chaos Teeth X8. Obtain Tainted Hide X12. Your unholy chalice has absorbed the fragmented soul, currently at 100007/10000000. Kill the Hydra, contaminated form. Obtain Chaos Claws X6. Obtain Tainted Hide X15. Your unholy chalice has absorbed the fragmented soul, currently at 100009/10000000. Qin Chuan shook the blood off his dagger and glanced at the 3 massive corpses and the equally deceased strange bird. He didn't rush to deal with the bird's corpse, but instead approached the massive, tainted statue. Up close, he could even more clearly sense the statue's sickening, evil aura. The gray-black substance covering the statue's face, like some kind of living, viscous liquid, was still wriggling slightly, emitting a seductive, corrupting spiritual vibration. This thing seems to be one of the sources of chaos? Qin Chuan pondered. These chaotic creatures gathered here to fight, likely drawn by this tainted statue. He tentatively touched the gray-black substance with his dagger. Sizzle, a powerful backlash erupted, carrying a soul-searing pain. Qin Chuan quickly withdrew his hand, only to see a hint of gray-black stain on the tip of the dagger of the Dark Knight, emitting wisps of black smoke, as if corroded. Such a potent contaminant, it can even corrode mid-level artifacts. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately mobilized the power of the Shadow Realm to dispel the contamination from the dagger. It seemed the dangers of this world far exceeded those chaotic creatures. These remaining ruins themselves could harbor deadly threats. He looked up into the distance, at the outlines of even more magnificent, yet equally dilapidated buildings. What lay hidden there? We must be even more careful. Qin Chuan swallowed his contempt. In this world of seemingly chaotic mythology, every step could lead to a descent into the abyss. Chapter 1283. The most urgent task is to replenish our supplies and continue exploring, searching for more clues and opportunities to enhance our strength. At the same time, we must remain vigilant against those who may be lurking in deeper dimensions, or perhaps even in some corner of this ruin. Qin Chuan leaned forward, his empty hands light shrouding the massive corpse of the Chaos Karen. You have received bonus loot, Chaos Core X1. You have received bonus loot, Shattered Divine Beast Origin X1. You have received bonus loot, Filthy Kirin Horn X1. A good harvest. He then moved towards the equally deceased corpse of the strange bird. Although this mutated phoenix-like creature ultimately perished alongside the Kirin, the energy fluctuations it emanated were not weak. Empty hands activated again. You have received bonus loot, Chaos Feathers X20. You have received bonus loot, Filthy Bird Beak X1. You have received bonus loot, Twisted Flame Essence X3. He scanned the materials on the ground. The Chaos Core, the Shattered Divine Beast Essence, the Tainted Qilin Horn, the Chaos Feather, the Twisted Flame Essence. These items all carried a strong aura of chaos, their purpose unknown. But Qin Chuan's intuition told him they might be effective in this particular environment, at least serving as materials for shadow reforging. He turned his gaze to the tainted statue. The gray-black creeping matter still coated it, emitting a disturbing spiritual vibration. The backlash from the dagger's contact was still fresh in his memory. This object was extremely contaminating, and rash contact was unwise. One of the sources. Qin Chuan whispered. The chaotic creatures here were clearly attracted to it, or rather, created by it. Destroying it? Perhaps it could purify the area, but who knows if it might attract something even more terrifying. Furthermore, with the intensity of the pollution it exhibited, destroying it itself would be a challenge. Putting it aside for now, Qin Chuan decided to leave this troubled area. The shadow domain quietly withdrew, and he activated shadow stealth again, blending into the shadows, and cautiously exploring the depths of the ruins. The spatial structure of this world was even more bizarre than expected. Sometimes, a step felt like crossing a vast distance, while other times, it felt like standing still. Space cracks were everywhere, some stable, others appearing and disappearing like breathing, emitting a dangerous suction or cutting force. The passive perception of the darkness of destiny played a crucial role here, allowing him to avoid potentially fatal spatial traps several times. The ash in the air wasn't just ordinary dust. It caused a slight burning sensation on the skin, and inhaling it was like swallowing gravel, with a persistent erosion of mental strength. If it weren't for the impressive physical strength bonus and resistance provided by the Crown of Domination and the Shadow Cloak, coupled with his exceptionally strong recovery, his condition would have long since declined. What a horrible place. Even breathing is a pain in the ass. Qin Chuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This constant environmental damage was the most annoying. While not fatal, it accumulated over time, steadily draining his health and energy. He passed through a largely collapsed palace gate. A few fragments of ancient seal script could be vaguely seen on the lintel, including the character Nan. The rest of the characters were tattered and covered in gray-black stains, exuding an ominous air. The scene beyond the gate was even more dilapidated. The massive white jade steps were broken and shattered, scattered everywhere, piled with various building debris and weathered bones. The skeletons varied in form, ranging from human to animal, but without exception, they were immensely large, their bones riddled with signs of erosion, evidently bearing witness to the horrific battles and pollution they endured in their lifetimes. Qin Chuan's gaze was drawn to a corner at the edge of the square. There, a relatively intact mural lay embedded in a broken wall that hadn't yet completely collapsed. Chapter 1284. The material of the mural seemed extremely special. Even in such a harsh environment, its colors retained some of their originality, not being completely consumed by the chaotic aura. He approached silently, the power of the Shadow Realm isolating his own aura. The mural depicted what seemed to be a grand celebration. Immortal palaces and pavilions hovered in the clouds, swirling with auspicious clouds and dancing cranes. Countless gods and beings in ornate attire, their faces blurred, toasted in celebration or played zither and sang, a scene of peace and prosperity. In the center of the painting, an emperor sat upon a nine-dragon throne, his face majestic and his bearing extraordinary, accepting the worship of the gods. However, a closer look revealed a strangeness hidden beneath this peaceful scene. The edges of the auspicious clouds were faintly gray-black. Deep within the crane's eyes, madness seemed to lurk. The god's smiles were stiff and twisted. From a certain angle, the emperor's majestic face bore a striking resemblance to the tainted statue in the center of the square. What caught Qin Chuan's attention even more was the lower right corner of the mural. There, where scenes of the mortal world or the lower realms should have been depicted, was instead dominated by a vast expanse of darkness, like a splattered ink. In the darkness, countless eyes seemed to peer, countless twisted limbs wriggled, emanating the same chaos and malice as this world. This mural seemed to record the turning point of this place's transition from glory to destruction. Invasion. Or civil unrest? Qin Chuan pondered the mural's message. Has this mythical world been invaded by external forces of chaos, or has chaos arisen from within this world, ultimately destroying itself? Just as he was concentrating on the mural, his perception of the darkness of fate suddenly felt a powerful throbbing. It wasn't a physical danger, but rather a spiritual prying and temptation. Buzz. An ethereal whisper seemed to echo in his ears, a voice filled with allure, as if promising supreme power, eternal life, and wisdom that could see through all mysteries. The voice struck directly at the depths of his soul, attempting to bypass his defenses. Accept. Embrace. Chaos is eternity. The whisper grew clearer, carrying a strange rhythm, as if dragging his consciousness into a warm and dark quagmire. The surrounding scene seemed to distort, as the frozen figures on the mural seemed to come alive, giving him an eerie smile and extending an inviting arm. An illusion? A mental attack? Qin Chuan's eyes froze, his mental strength intensely focused, like ice against the pervasive whisper. Playing tricks. He snorted coldly, undeceived. But this direct attack on the mind was even more insidious and difficult to defend against than the previous chaotic creatures. Qin Chuan didn't leave immediately, instead focusing his attention on the dark area in the lower right corner of the mural. The whispering seemed to be coming from there. He attempted to reach out to the darkness with his mental power. Boom, a mental shock, even greater, even more filthy, filled with madness and despair, instantly struck back. It was as if a Pandora's box, imprisoned with countless resentful souls and evil thoughts, had been opened. Qin Chuan groaned, his mental sea of consciousness struck as if by a sledgehammer, instantly stirring up a raging storm. Golden stars flashed before his eyes, and the whispering turned into countless shrill screams and frantic curses, threatening to rip his sanity apart. Such a powerful mental contamination. Without hesitation, he activated the darkest hour effect, instantly vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind a broken stone pillar 100 meters away, moving away from the eerie mural. He gasped with lingering fear. The mental shock just now was much stronger than he had imagined. If it weren't for his high mental resistance, he would have been confused on the spot, and might even have been taken advantage of by that foul power. Chapter 1285. What a hell of a place. I have to be careful even when looking at things. Qin Chuan rubbed his swollen temple, his eyes growing more serious. This ruin is not only physically dangerous, but also full of traps on the spiritual level. The darkness beneath the mural definitely hides a great terror. He looked at the mural again. The whispering had died down, and the mural had returned to its previous dead silence. But Qin Chuan knew that the thing was still there, like a lurking hunter, waiting for its next lured prey. I must improve my strength as soon as possible, or find a relatively safe place. He gave up the idea of continuing to explore the ruins of the square. It was not advisable to stay here for long. He identified the direction and chose another exit away from the mural and the statue, preparing to leave the area. However, just as he was about to leave the square, an even more violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from the center. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and the gray-black substance covering the face of the previously silent, tainted statue began to beat violently like a heart. Visible black cracks spread outward from the statue's center in all directions. A terrifying aura far surpassing the previous chaotic unicorn and strange bird descended suddenly, like an ancient evil awakening. The terrifying aura swept across the square like a tangible tide, the air instantly becoming thick and oppressive. Even the flickering of the spatial cracks seemed to pause for a moment. Qin Chuan's pupil shrank, and without hesitation, he activated his dark hour teleportation ability again, attempting to move away from the center of the square. However, this time, the teleportation failed. Buzz, a spatial ripple lit up, but his body seemed to be pinned to the spot by some invisible force. The surrounding space was like solidified amber, locking him in place. Spatial blockade? Qin Chuan's heart sank. This force was far more powerful and strange than any spatial confinement he had encountered before. It seemed to act directly on the laws of this area, forcibly interrupting even the darkest hour's teleportation capabilities. At the same time, in the center of the square, the tainted statue emitted a teeth-grinding crack. The gray-black, creeping mass covering its face surged and expanded like a living thing, rapidly spreading across the entire body of the statue. The formerly shattered stone body, covered in the gray-black substance, began to twist, deform, and reshape itself. The broken weapons reunited, the tattered armor glowed with an unholy luster, and the obscured face slowly rose as it squirmed. What kind of face was that? No facial features, only a deep, dark vortex that seemed to devour all light within. The vortex, countless faces twisted in pain could be vaguely seen floating, wailing, and emitting. Soul-shattering despair and madness erupted. Roar! An inhuman roar erupted from the dark vortex, the sound waves transforming into a tangible black shockwave, sweeping across the area. Boom! 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 The remaining ruins surrounding the square exploded and shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer. Deep furrows were plowed across the ground, and even the spatial cracks in the sky seemed to become more intense due to the roar. Qin Chuan bore the brunt of the impact, his shadow prism instantly triggered. 5 layers of prisms lit up and shattered in succession, barely offsetting most of the sonic impact. But the remaining strength still stirred his blood, and his shadow cloak automatically emitted a layer of dark light to shield his body. What a powerful force! A single roar nearly exhausted his automatic defenses. This living statue's strength undoubtedly surpassed all the contaminated entities it had encountered before. It might have already reached the threshold of a lower god, or perhaps even higher. Furthermore, it seemed to possess some powerful domain-like ability, directly sealing off this entire space. Chapter 1286. Big Trouble. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy, his mind racing. He was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. He had to find a way to break the spatial blockade, or find his weakness. The living statue didn't seem to notice the tiny Qin Chuan immediately, its attention seemingly drawn to the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the mural. The dark, swirling face turned toward the broken wall where the mural lay and let out a low, incomprehensible roar, as if communicating with or confronting some entity. Opportunity. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Qin Chuan immediately took action. Although Darkest Hour's teleportation was blocked, his displacement skill wasn't completely ineffective. Effect 1. This displacement skill has no cooldown or cost, allowing it to traverse most law barriers. While long-distance teleportation is impossible, short-range flashes, jumps, and the ability to ignore law barriers might allow for forced movement within this solidified space. Shadow Strike. Legendary. Trait. Using a skill outside of melee range will cause a jump behind the target. Qin Chuan's figure blurred in an instant, appearing behind the statue as if teleporting. Although the spatial resistance was immense, like navigating a quagmire, Darkest Hour's ability forcibly tore through the solidified space, completing the short-range displacement. Success. Qin Chuan's mind shifted, and he immediately followed up with a follow-up attack. Night of Darkness plus Ring of Destruction, empowered by 2 artifacts. Shadow Stealth breaks invisibility with a single strike. Morning Assault adds bonus. King's Judgment. Target the statue's ankle. Catch the thief first, and strike the snake at its weakest point. This statue is enormous. A direct attack on its core might not be effective, and the risk is too great. First, try to destroy its supporting structure and restrict its mobility. 2 daggers, one gleaming with deep starlight, the other shrouded in chaotic shadows, erupt simultaneously. Darkest Hour's Divine Damage Conversion plus 1,500%, ignores Divine Defense. Dark Knight's damage increased by 80%, attack speed stacking, chance to deal damage 5 times. Chaos Rend ignores some defense. Ring of Destruction's 40% Divine Defense damage bonus, 50% destruction damage. Black Death, enhanced. Crown of Domination's 50% destruction damage. Hate Conversion stacking. King's Conviction. 1,500% attack damage. Intruder's Judgment. Not sure if it counts, but I use it first. Red Tide Judgment. All stats reduced by 30%. Morning Assault. 1,000% damage. Dispel buff. Silence for 5 seconds. At that moment, Qin Chuan unleashed nearly all of his highest burst abilities. Swish. A chilling slicing sound echoed. Darkest Hour, with its ability to ignore defense, successfully sliced through the statue's ash-covered area. Ankle covered in black matter. Starlight shone, divine power furiously ravaging its internal structure. Night of Darkness followed closely behind, chaotic forces tearing at the wound, destructive energy and black death seeping in like maggots in the bones. 5 damage chances crazily triggered, unleashing tons of damage in an instant. The king's judgment struck down, and the crimson glow of red tide judgment flashed, seemingly a successful addition. The statue's massive form visibly faltered, and the terrifying aura it emanated momentarily became distorted. The silencing effect of sorrowful assault then took effect. Bang! With a dull thud, a massive gash, deep enough to reveal the bone, was ripped open in the statue's mountainous ankle. A black, oil-thick liquid gushed out, emitting a sickening stench. Hit a weak spot. Critical hit. 5 damage triggers. The target is afflicted with red tide judgment. The target is silenced. The target is inflicted with black death, enhanced. The target is marked with destruction. A series of system notifications flashed before Qin Chuan's eyes. It worked. Qin Chuan was delighted, but he didn't dare hesitate for a moment. After a successful strike, he immediately withdrew. Effect 1 of Darkest Hour activated again, and his figure retreated like a ghost. Simultaneously, a shadowy flying knife flew out of his hand, heading straight for the dark, swirling face of the statue. Chapter 1287. Roar! The silencing effect lasted less than 2 seconds before the statue's raging chaotic power forcibly broke through. It roared even more furiously and violently. Having been ambushed by an ant, and even injured in the heel, the newly awakened being felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger. It spun abruptly, its dark, swirling face locking onto the retreating Qin Chuan. Buzz! An invisible, twisting force field instantly enveloped Qin Chuan. It wasn't a physical attack, nor was it an energy shock, but rather a conceptual distortion. Qin Chuan felt everything before him begin to warp, stretch, and turn upside down. The ground became the sky became twisted flesh, the stone pillars became writhing tentacles, and his own body seemed to be forcibly dismantled and reassembled into some unspeakable monstrosity. Warning. You are under a cognitive tampering attack. Warning. Your existence is being erased. Legendary trait. Immunity to instant death effects is in effect. Divine power. Causal rewind. Passive triggering. A series of rapid warnings echoed through his mind. Qin Chuan's hair stood on end. What kind of attack was this? Directly tampering with cognition? Erasing existence? This went beyond conventional combat, involving the power of higher laws. He forcibly guarded his mind, attempting to resist this distorting force, but the effect was minimal. His vision was completely distorted, and control of his body was rapidly slipping away. At this critical moment, divine power, causal rewind, passive. When attacked by a fatal attack, there's a chance to rewind your state to 3 seconds ago. Each trigger consumes 1 charge, 3/3, and the recharge lasts 24 hours. Buzz! A gentle yet powerful force instantly enveloped Qin Chuan's soul and body. Time seemed to momentarily rewind. The reversal and distortion before his eyes flashed back and reassembled like a shattered mirror. The terrifying force, powerful enough to obliterate existence, receded like a tide, and Qin Chuan found himself back where he had been. The exact moment he had launched a shadow attack on the statue's ankle, withdrawn and flung out his shadow-flying knife. Everything went back to 3 seconds ago. Is this causal reversal? Qin Chuan's heart was shaken, and he instantly understood. That attack had been absolutely fatal, directly triggering the passive power of Darkest Hour. He subconsciously sensed it, and sure enough, causal reversal's charge count had dropped to 2/3. A chance to save his life had been wasted. The price was certainly high, but surviving that strange attack was a stroke of luck. He didn't have time to dwell on it. The living statue's movements were almost perfectly synchronized with his memory of the last second. After forcibly breaking through the silencing effect of the lamentation assault, its dark, swirling face suddenly spun around, locking onto his position. It's that move again. Qin Chuan's heart rang with alarm. He clearly remembered that next move would be the terrifying cognitive tampering. With 3 seconds of foresight, he wouldn't foolishly endure it again. Almost instantly, the statue's face turned. Qin Chuan forcibly interrupted its retreat, and Darkest Hour's Effect 1 was once again activated to its fullest. Divine power, space-time rupture. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan immediately activated the newfound divine power he had just gained from Darkest Hour. He chose not to create an isolation zone, but the latter effect, forcibly ripping space apart for a short distance leap. A sudden attack. Buzz! A tiny yet incredibly sharp spatial crack suddenly appeared on the dagger's edge, as if forcibly slicing through solidified amber. The target wasn't the statue, but rather the back of a relatively intact, massive stone pillar several dozen meters to the side. This time, it wasn't a conventional displacement technique, but rather a tearing and jumping technique involving deeper spatial laws. Though the invisible force field that confined space remained powerful, the sharp edge of the space-time rupture forcibly tore a brief opening. Chapter 1288. Swish! Qin Chuan's figure seemed to be forcibly dragged into another dimension, instantly vanishing from its original location. Almost the next moment he vanished, the invisible cognitive tampering force field precisely enveloped his previous location, distorting the space into a chaotic chaos where not even light could escape. Roar! A roar of confusion and fury seemed to emanate from the dark, swirling face of the statue. The target disappeared. It had clearly been targeted, its power had clearly descended upon it, so how could that ant simply vanish out of thin air? It could feel space being forcibly torn apart by an extremely sharp force. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was undoubtedly a provocation to its domain. Behind the stone pillar, Qin Chuan's figure staggered, his face slightly pale. Using the space-time rupture to forcibly transition consumes far greater mental energy than ordinary displacement, and the backlash from the forced tearing of space had also left him feeling uneasy. But he cared little for these, his eyes fixed on the enraged statue. Reversing karma had saved his life, and the rupture in space and time had helped him avoid a fatal blow, but the immediate danger was not over. This tainted statue's power far exceeded imagination, and its methods were unpredictable. We must find a way to leave here, or completely eliminate it. Killing intent surged within Qin Chuan. The previous sneak attack had thoroughly enraged the opponent, and now escape would be even more difficult. The statue's dark, swirling face slowly turned, as if searching for Qin Chuan's position again. Although shadow stealth remained in effect, in this space affected by the opponent's domain, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, gathering his strength once again. He glanced at the cooldown on darkest hour. Time and space fracture would take 2 hours to use again, and there were only 2 chances left for causal reversal. He couldn't waste any more. He had to find the key to a breakthrough quickly. Should he continue attacking its ankle, completely crippling its mobility? Or should he seek its true core, or weakness? The gray-black substance on the statue continued to wriggle, emitting a strong, ominous aura. While a viscous black liquid was flowing from the ankle wound he had inflicted, the wound itself showed no signs of widening, and instead showed signs of slowly healing. This guy has such strong recovery abilities? Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. The effects of the Black Death and Chaos tearing seemed suppressed by some force. Ants dare to blaspheme. A fragmented thought, mingled with countless murmurs, pierced Qin Chuan's mind like sharp steel needles. The mental shock was like a physical ice spike, piercing deep into Qin Chuan's consciousness. He groaned, his soul trembling. This wasn't communication, but pure crushing will, filled with condescending contempt and a madness that wanted to tear everything apart. Blasphemy? Qin Chuan's eyes were cold, but a hint of mockery played at the corner of his mouth. How dare a thing that has lost itself in chaos talk of blasphemy? He withstood the onslaught with his mental strength, quickly analyzing the current situation. The power system of this living statue was fundamentally different from all the enemies he had encountered before, even those divine projections. The force that sealed off space, the attacks that distorted perception, and the terrifying aura that permeated the entire square, making the air thick and oppressive. All of this pointed to a possible realm, or perhaps a prototype of the kingdom of God possessed by gods. A normal kingdom of God is an extension of the deity's will and power, the embodiment of law, a realm of absolute control. But this one before him was filled with chaos, pollution, and madness. Rather than a kingdom of God, it was more like a twisted demon realm. Chapter 1289. The statue itself is likely the core of this demon realm, or rather, a deformed aggregate born from the shattered, chaotic rules of space and time. It absorbs the chaotic energy of this world and transforms this area into its hunting grounds. God's kingdom, demon realm. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. If the opponent's power is essentially a domain, then a sudden thought struck him. Shadow realm. His shadow realm, while currently imperfect, is essentially the prototype of the god's kingdom, a special space based on the laws of shadow. If the power of this living statue is the embodiment of chaos, then his shadow realm is the interweaving of shadow and order. Perhaps I can use the shadow realm to counter its domain? A bold idea quickly emerged in Qin Chuan's mind. Use the god's kingdom against the demon realm. While the scope and strength of his shadow realm may currently be far inferior to the opponent's demon realm that has been cultivated for countless years, its essence is extremely high, and its unique passive ability, the darkness that devours light, strengthens its compatibility and absorption capabilities. Perhaps complete suppression wasn't necessary. Simply creating a gap, disrupting the opponent's absolute control of this space, could create an opportunity for escape or counterattack. It's worth a try. A resolute look flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. A lowly insect. Trembles within my domain. And then turns to dust. The chaotic thought surged forward again, carrying even stronger murderous intent and impatience. The statue's dark, swirling face locked onto the stone pillar where Qin Chuan was hiding, and an even more terrifying energy began to gather. The gray-black substance seethed violently, groaning under the weight. Tentacles of pitch-black energy stretched out from the statue's body, spreading like venomous snakes toward Qin Chuan's position. No time to hesitate. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, no longer suppressing his shadow domain. Buzz, a completely different domain of power suddenly spread outward, centered on Qin Chuan, no longer the quiet envelopment of before, but like the king of the night spreading his wings, carrying a deep, dark, all-consuming aura. It brazenly crashed into the chaotic, twisted, and maddened demon domain. Shadow domain, fully unfolded. Bang! Two completely different domains of power violently collided on the shattered square. On one side was the chaotic, violent gray-black domain, filled with the aura of destruction and pollution. On the other side was the deep, dark, devouring shadow domain, imbued with the qualities of order. The silent clash was more dangerous than any physical collision. Qin Chuan clearly felt that his shadow domain was under immense pressure the moment it came into contact with the enemy's domain. The chaotic energy, like countless invisible hands, frantically tore at and eroded the shadow domain's boundaries, attempting to assimilate and devour it. The shadow domain's expansion was greatly hindered, and it even tended to shrink inward under the opponent's attack. Sure enough, the strength disparity is enormous. Qin Chuan's face was grim, his mental energy depleting at an unprecedented rate. But he did not give up. The core characteristics of the shadow domain lie in devourment and compatibility. The light-devouring darkness effect was passively activated, and a deeper darkness enveloped the shadow domain's borders, attempting to absorb and transform the encroaching chaotic energy. Sizzling. Like ice cubes falling into boiling oil, the two forces made a harsh friction sound at the intersection. Although the chaotic energy was violent, the shadow domain's devouring nature also demonstrated astonishing resilience. Although it couldn't completely absorb it, it did slow the enemy's encroachment to a certain extent, buying the shadow realm a moment of respite. Ants dare to resist? The statue's thoughts tinged with astonishment and even more furious rage. It had never imagined that this tiny insect would dare to actively confront its demon realm. Chapter 1290. Resist? No, I'm just reclaiming my space. Qin Chuan responded coldly, his mental energy intensely focused, maintaining the stability of the shadow realm and attempting to push it outward. He could sense that as the shadow realm expanded, the invisible force field that confined space seemed to begin to loosen slightly. While still powerful, it was no longer the unshakable state it had been before. Effect 1 of the darkest hour was activated again. This time, instead of a short-range flicker, it attempted a slightly longer distance displacement. Buzz. The spatial fluctuations lit up violently, and Qin Chuan's figure blurred and distorted in its original position, as if being forcibly pulled into another dimension. The collision between the shadow realm and the chaotic demonic realm opened a glimmer of hope for him. The darkest hour's displacement effect finally managed to break through some of the law barriers, allowing him to move a greater distance. However, the living statue's reaction was also astonishingly fast. The moment its domain was challenged and eroded, its fury reached its peak. A mere shadow domain dares to compete with me. Die! An even more violent mental assault swept over like a tsunami, no longer the previous temptation or contempt, but a pure will to crush everything. At the same time, from that dark, swirling face, dozens of thicker, more condensed, pitch-black energy tentacles shot out, locking onto Qin Chuan's fleeting afterimage and the direction of his intended jump with the precision of living creatures. Swish! Qin Chuan felt as if he were being squeezed into a madly spinning, squeezing tube. The spatial resistance was more terrifying than any previous displacement. Although the shadow domain resisted, the opponent's domain's repressive force remained pervasive. He could even hear the faint groaning of his bones under the spatial pressure. Poof! Uncontrollably spurting a mouthful of blood, Qin Chuan's figure finally stumbled into view behind another broken altar 100 meters away. This forced displacement had nearly exhausted most of his mental energy, his chi and blood churning endlessly, and the boundary of the shadow domain had become somewhat dim and unstable. The cost was enormous, but at least he had temporarily escaped the opponent's direct attack range. He quickly steadied himself, his formidable resilience taking effect, rapidly recovering, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. But Qin Chuan's gaze didn't relax in the slightest, but instead grew even more solemn. The moment he appeared, the dark, swirling face of the statue had locked onto his position again. Dozens of dark energy tentacles, like tracking missiles, drew strange arcs in the air and pounced on him again at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the huge wound on his ankle had healed more than half under the peristalsis of the gray-black substance, leaving only a shallow mark. The recovery ability is ridiculously strong. Moreover, it seems that it can also remotely control energy attacks. Qin Chuan quickly judged in his mind. It is still unwise to fight head-on. The opponent has too many domain suppression and strange attack methods. The causal retracing and time-space rupture just now have consumed two important trump cards of his. It seems that I can only use that. Qin Chuan's eyes were fierce. He raised his left hand, and the dagger of the darkest moment trembled slightly. Effect 3. Start bullet time, accelerate the flow of time, lasting 15 seconds, cooling for 45 minutes, with 5 charges. Without any hesitation, Qin Chuan directly started bullet time. Buzz! A circle of invisible waves spread out with him as the center. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have been put into slow motion. Those dark energy tentacles that had once roared at lightning speed now seemed to wriggle slowly through a viscous liquid. The ash that filled the air fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gray-black substance swirling around the statue in the distance also seemed to be replayed in slow motion. Chapter 1291. Only Qin Chuan himself, his thoughts and movements were accelerated to an incredible degree. 15 seconds of absolute control. Now! Qin Chuan's figure vanished into an almost elusive afterimage, and the darkest hour's no cooldown movement was even more effective in bullet time. He chose not to flee, but instead rushed towards the massive statue again at astonishing speed. The target was still the ankle that had recently healed. Since you have strong recovery ability, I will strike you until you can no longer recover. Shadow attack. Shadow flying knife. The attack speed of Dark Knight stacking effect instantly soared. Under bullet time, every attack by Qin Chuan was utterly accurate. The daggers rained down on the statue's ankle in the same spot. Swish, swish, swish. The wound, barely healed, was torn open again, widening. Darkest hour ignored defenses. Blind Night tore through chaos. The destructive damage from the Ring of Destruction and the Crown of Domination combined, and the Black Death's effects invaded once more. The statue's movements, affected by bullet time, seemed incredibly clumsy and slow. It seemed to sense the threat, and tried to lift its feet or turn. But Qin Chuan's ultra-fast attack slowed everything down. Roar! Slow roar, the furious thought surges continued, but for Qin Chuan, trapped in bullet time, the impact was minimized. 5 damage. 5 damage. 5 damage. Blind Knight's special effects were activated furiously. Each dagger strike threatened to unleash 5 times the damage. In just 5 seconds, the statue's ankle was completely pierced. A massive gap pierced the entire supporting structure, and a viscous black liquid gushed out like a waterfall. Crack! With a crisp sound, the massive statue lost its balance and toppled violently to one side. Boom! The massive statue, with immense force, slammed heavily onto the shattered ground of the plaza, stirring up a cloud of dust. The earth shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. At the moment the statue collapsed, Qin Chuan used a short distance to easily land atop a relatively intact gargoyle sculpture in the distance, gazing coldly at the fallen statue. 10 seconds remaining on bullet time. He didn't immediately move forward to finish it off. This thing was too strange. Falling to the ground didn't necessarily mean death. As expected, the fallen statue wasn't completely incapacitated. The gray-black matter on its body continued to writhe frantically, trying to gather strength and support its massive body. The dark, swirling face turned towards Qin Chuan, emitting even more resentment and madness. You have angered the sleeping. Before the intermittent thoughts were fully transmitted, Qin Chuan had already taken action again. Bullet time. No room for waste. Concentrated sniper attack. Sanctuary feature. Can store 2 fully charged attacks in advance. He instantly locked onto the dark vortex-like face of the statue, and 2 fully charged concentrated sniper attacks were instantly activated. Swish! Swish! 2 shadow arrows condensed with terrifying power cut through space within bullet time, with the determination to kill, accurately shot at the dark vortex that swallowed up the light. This is one of his current long-range skills, with the highest single burst, superimposed with a full-charge critical strike and damage bonus. He wanted to see if this so-called face could be penetrated. Bang! Boom! The two shadow arrows shot into the dark vortex that swallowed up all light with incredible accuracy, almost without any order. There was no explosion as imagined, nor was there any energy collision. Those two arrows, condensed with terrifying power, were like drop in the ocean, instantly swallowed by the dark vortex, without even a ripple. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed. A fully charged critical strike from a focused sniper couldn't even shake the darkness? Chapter 1292. That vortex seemed insubstantial, more like a portal to an unknown abyss. Or perhaps, the manifestation of the statue's chaotic will? Foolish insect, your power will only serve as sustenance for me. More chaotic, resentful thoughts came intermittently, carrying a sickening greed and mockery. The dark vortex's rotation suddenly accelerated, and an even greater, more foul aura emanated from it, as if something even more terrifying was about to crawl out. The statue, lying on the ground, its massive body trembled violently again. Gray-black matter surged like a tide, and its broken limbs and shattered armor reshaped and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be drawing on the dark vortex to draw on a deeper level of chaotic power. Bullet time. Only 3 seconds left. Qin Chuan's eyes were cold, his murderous intent boiling. We can't delay any longer. This thing's resilience and strangeness are beyond imagination. We must completely annihilate it before it fully recovers, or even becomes even stronger. Since conventional means can't penetrate your face, let's try this. Qin Chuan no longer hesitated, suddenly activating the Death Shadow suit's strongest effect, ultimate skill. Shadow Lord, Annihilation Reincarnation, buzz, an indescribably terrifying suction suddenly erupted, centered around Qin Chuan. This wasn't a physical attraction, but a forced deprivation of the very essence of life. The living statue, crumbling to the ground, its frantically wriggling, reshaping body suddenly stiffened. The surging, endlessly chaotic life force within it seemed as if a massive breach had been punctured, uncontrollably gushing towards Qin Chuan. 50%. Forced absorption of current health. No! What did you do? For the first time, the statue's chaotic mind was filled with fear and disbelief. It could feel its power draining at an unprecedented rate. The weakness emanating from its very core plunged it into an unprecedented panic. The gray-black matter ceased its wriggling. The reshaped limbs began to shrivel and wither. The dark vortex's rotation also sluggishly shifted, as if its core energy had been drained. At the same time, Qin Chuan's body was flooded with an unimaginably vast energy. This energy did not originate from his own body, but was forcibly plundered from the statue. It was filled with an aura of chaos, filth, and madness. But now, it was forcibly transformed by an even more dominant and purer force. Annihilation. The inky black, all-consuming annihilation energy surged and roared within Qin Chuan like a boiling ocean. His eyes completely transformed into a bottomless vortex of shadow. The space around him, unable to withstand the force, began to tremble. Twisting, wailing. Shadow King. Qin Chuan's voice grew deep and commanding, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. Annihilation. Reincarnation. Boom. The annihilation energy, accumulated to its peak, erupted at this moment. No specific form, no fixed trajectory, only pure ultimate destruction. With Qin Chuan at the center, 99 dark slashing shadows, like a raging thunderstorm, instantly filled the entire square. Full screen, ignore defense, swish, swish, swish. The dense slashing sounds merged into one, as if the statue itself was being torn apart and shattered by these 99 slashes. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt of the blow was the statue, already drained of 50% of its vitality, and in a state of extreme weakness. The slashes, ignoring defense, were like the sharpest blades slicing through rotten wood, easily tearing through the seemingly solid gray-black surface and penetrating deep into its core. Be it the reshaping limbs, the solid stone core, or the deep, eerie vortex of darkness, all seemed vulnerable before the cycle of annihilation. Chapter 1293. No. Impossible. I am immortal. The statue's terrified and desperate thoughts were shattered by the relentless slashing blows, ultimately annihilated. The massive body was cut into countless tiny pieces, the gray-black matter rapidly melting and decomposing like snow in the sun, ultimately transforming into the purest chaotic energy, which dissipated into the air, and was quickly devoured and purified by the shadow domain. The dark vortex, after enduring dozens of slashing blows, also let out a wail of strained support, finally crumbling and dissipating like a broken mirror. The slashing continued for several seconds, and when the last black light faded, the entire square was in ruins. The ground was shattered, with bottomless cuts everywhere. The statue, which had once stood there, had completely vanished, leaving behind only a vast pit, still emitting wisps of black smoke, and spoils scattered across the ground. Kill the Chaos statue level? Contaminated aggregate. Obtain Chaos Essence X1. Obtain Twisted Divinity Crystal X5. Obtain Statue Remains X50. Obtain Contaminated Godhead Fragment X1. Your unholy chalice has absorbed a vast amount of chaotic soul energy. Currently, 1-500-000/1-000-000, the energy is overflowing and its quality is improving. You have mastered a new skill, Chaos Mastery Incomplete. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen. Qin Chuan slowly landed on the edge of the deep pit, the annihilation energy surrounding him gradually dissipating. He could sense a unique state enveloping him. Divine Demise. Within 60 seconds, upon death, he would be resurrected at full health at the same location, and the cooldown of his ultimate skill, Shadow Lord, Annihilation Cycle, would be refreshed. This was absolute insurance, but also a form of extreme madness. He looked down at his hands. The devastating power from just now seemed to still linger on his fingertips. Forcibly absorbing half of an enemy's health and converting it into annihilation energy to unleash a fatal blow, it was simply unconscionable. A glance at the tantalizingly gleaming spoils in the pit, especially the tainted fragment of the divine power, flashed a fiery light in Qin Chuan's eyes. This harvest far exceeded expectations. Taking advantage of his godfall state, Qin Chuan quickly pocketed all the spoils and resumed his vigilance. The perception of the darkness of fate had not completely subsided. Instead, a more subtle, deeper sense of surveillance reached him. It was as if the earth-shattering battle, just now, had merely marked the prelude to something even greater and more terrifying. One solved, but the trouble seems to have just begun. Qin Chuan whispered, his eyes scanning the dilapidated, silent ruins around him. This designated time and space was even more dangerous and complex than he had imagined. At the edge of the deep pit, Qin Chuan stood silently, like a sculpture blending into the darkness. The devastating blow had nearly drained all the immense energy he had plundered, but the presence of his godfall state made him seemingly invincible, at least for the next minute. He quickly scanned the spoils in his backpack. Chaos Essence. Containing the essence of the source of ultimate chaos, it appears to be some kind of high-level energy core. Its purpose is unknown, but its energy fluctuations are extremely astonishing. Twisted Divine Crystal. A divine crystal deeply contaminated by chaos. It may be used to reforge or enhance special equipment, imbued with the power of twisted laws. Statue Remains. The remains of the shattered chaos statue, exceptionally hard and emitting a faintly sinister aura. The contaminated fragment of the divine nature. This thing is the real deal. Although it's just a fragment, and severely contaminated, the divine nature is still the divine nature, representing the key to a higher level, but this contamination, Qin Chuan could sense, the mad will contain within it, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Purifying or absorbing it would be no easy task. Fragment of the divine nature. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. The value of this item was immeasurable, but the risks were equally enormous. Chapter 1294. If one absorbs it rashly, he might be devoured by the chaotic will within, suffering the same fate as the statue. A safe method must be found. At this moment, he noticed that the unholy Holy Grail in his backpack was emitting a strange glow. After absorbing the immense soul energy of the Chaos statue, the Holy Grail's energy overflowed. The once pristine patterns on the cup now flowed like a living being, emitting a deeper, more sinister aura. The unholy Holy Grail's quality is being upgraded. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Quality upgrade? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. This was a pleasant surprise. The Holy Grail's effects had always been very useful. An upgrade might unlock even greater abilities, perhaps even affecting the soul-wishing mechanism within. He then focused his attention on the new skill he had just mastered. Chaos Control, Incomplete Passive Skill. You have gained a preliminary understanding and resistance to chaotic energy, allowing you to absorb or deflect minor chaotic attacks and attempt to channel the power of chaos to your advantage, with an extremely low success rate and the risk of backlash. Note, this skill is extremely incomplete. A deeper understanding of the laws of chaos may be enough to complete it. Control Chaos? Qin Chuan pondered. This skill is more of an increased resistance and affinity to chaotic energy, with the added bonus of a high-risk channeling ability. Although incomplete, in a world permeated by chaotic energy, it is undoubtedly an extremely useful passive. At the very least, his resistance to his surroundings has reached a new level. However, The throbbing sensation brought on by the darkness of fate did not disappear with the annihilation of the statue. Instead, like the sharp corner of a reef revealed after the tide receded, it pricked his senses even more clearly. Hee. What a brilliant performance. A slightly stronger bug crushes an even dumber watchdog. A malicious voice, like countless needles, pierced Qin Chuan's mind without warning. This voice didn't come from a specific location, but rather seeped directly from the void, carrying a teasing and condescending air. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly grew cold, his shadowy domain silently unfolding as he scanned his surroundings warily. Had just survived a battle, and now another one appeared, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed as if the terrifying chaos statue from earlier was merely a watchdog. Who's there? Qin Chuan's mental power stabbed back like a sharp sword, trying to locate the source of the voice. Hee. Don't be nervous, little one. Another voice, slightly hoarse and lazily sang, its source equally untraceable. We're just passing spectators. And incidentally, we taken a small interest in you, an anomaly who's intruded into the forbidden area. Two voices? And neither can be located. Qin Chuan's heart sank. The secrets and dangers hidden in this ruin were far deeper than he had imagined. These two unknown beings were likely far more powerful than the chaos statue, but for some reason, they didn't attack directly. What do you want? Qin Chuan asked coldly, secretly calculating the remaining time of his god's fall state. There were still a little over 40 seconds, enough for him to deal with some unexpected situations, or even another annihilation cycle. How's it? Not so good for now, the first malicious voice said with a strange laugh. Just a reminder, don't think you can walk away just because you smashed a low-quality chaos container. Deep within this myth cemetery lies something that even we wouldn't easily provoke. Enjoy your brief victory, little bug. The hoarse voice lingered with a hint of amusement. I hope you still be alive when we meet again. As soon as the words fell, the two unsettling prying eyes receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Qin Chuan stood there, his face gloomy. A low-quality chaos container? Myth Cemetery? Chapter 1295. Something they wouldn't even mess with? These few words revealed a staggering amount of information. The statue that had nearly exhausted his cards earlier was actually just a low-quality product? Is this not a simple ruin, but a cemetery where a mythical civilization lies buried? Are there even more terrifying beings slumbering here? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. These two mysterious beings didn't seem eager to attack him, more like they were observing, or waiting for something? We must leave here as soon as possible. Qin Chuan made an immediate decision. This place was definitely not a place to stay for long, and the appearance of those two mysterious voices sounded the alarm. While his godfall state was still active, and while those two creatures didn't harbor any malicious intent, he had to flee this area. He hesitated no longer, identifying the direction away from the center of the battle and the mural. His darkest hour's displacement effect activated, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the ruined palace. He needed to find a relatively safe corner to wait for the evil Holy Grail's quality upgrade to complete, while he digested the gains from this battle and planned his next move. This perilous myth cemetery required careful treading. A cold wind howled above the ruins. The shattered square lay devastated, as if ravaged by a giant beast. From the deep pit, black smoke curled upwards, and the air was filled with a scorching smell and the faint remnants of chaotic energy. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the pit. The sense of invincibility brought on by his godfall state was gradually fading, but he remained vigilant. The warnings from the two mysterious voices still lingered in his ears, forcing him to remain cautious. He looked down at his palm, where a dimly glowing crystal lay quietly. It was the chaos essence that had fallen from the chaos statue. The crystal was irregular in shape, and a black liquid seemed to flow slowly within it, emitting a heart-wrenching energy fluctuation. Is this the chaos essence? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense that this object contained an extremely pure, yet also extremely dangerous, chaotic force. If he rashly absorbed it, he would likely be devoured instantly. However, he still had the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm's ability to devour dark light might be able to decompose and purify the power within the chaos essence, transforming it into energy that he could absorb. In addition to the chaos essence, there were 5 twisted divine crystals. These crystals were gray-black, their surfaces covered in twisted lines, and exuded a disturbing aura. Compared to the chaos essence, the energy fluctuations of these twisted divine crystals were much milder, but the contaminated aura they contained was even more intense. These divine crystals could be used to enhance equipment. Qin Chuan mused, Perhaps the shadow reforging skill could utilize these contaminated divine crystals to imbue artifacts with new properties or enhance their existing power. Of course, the most alluring item was the contaminated fragment of the divine nature. The fragment was an irregular diamond shape, barely the size of a fingernail, and possessed an eerie purple-black hue. Countless tiny tentacles seemed to writhe on its surface, emanating a soul-shaking, maddening will. Just a glance at it sent a stabbing pain through Qin Chuan's spirit, as if countless whispers were whispering in his ears, tempting him to sink into depravity. TSK, how bizarre. Qin Chuan frowned and quickly returned the fragment of the divine nature to his backpack. The degree of contamination on this item was far beyond imagination. It must be handled with caution and not lightly absorbed. Let's deal with the chaos essence and the twisted divine crystal first. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and returned his attention to the two trophies. Improving his strength was the most urgent task. Only by becoming stronger could he cope with the crises that might arise. He found a relatively intact spot behind a stone pillar. After confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe, he sat cross-legged, and the shadow realm quietly unfolded. Chapter 1296. Deep shadowy power surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping him, forming an isolated space isolated from the outside world. In the shadow realm, all energy fluctuations were suppressed, and the flow of time slowed, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Qin Chuan took out the chaos essence and placed it on his palm. Shadow realm, devour. With a thought, the power of the shadow realm began to circulate, like a gigantic millstone, slowly crushing the chaos essence in his palm. Instantly, the black liquid within the essence seemed to boil, surging wildly, attempting to break free from the shadow realm's constraints. A violent, chaotic, and destructive aura erupted from it, impacting the boundaries of the shadow realm. Still trying to resist? Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his mental strength highly concentrated, unleashing the power of the shadow realm with all his might. The shadow realm's devouring nature was unleashed to its fullest potential, like a bottomless pit, madly sucking in the chaotic energy within the chaos essence. A sharp, grinding sound echoed through the shadow realm. Chaotic energy and shadow power collided violently, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. The chaos essence shrank at a visible rate, its chaotic aura gradually thinning. At the edge of the shadow realm, a deeper darkness enveloped it, growing even more intense. This process lasted for a long time. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. As time passed, the chaos essence dwindled in size, eventually transforming into a wisp of black smoke and completely dissipating within the shadow realm. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, felt an unfamiliar energy surge into his body. This energy was filled with chaotic and violent characteristics, but after the initial purification by the shadow realm, it had become relatively gentle, allowing him to absorb and utilize it. Qin Chuan let out a long breath, feeling the growing power within him, his lips curled up slightly. Although the process was a bit painful, the effect is quite good. He could feel his shadow power becoming more condensed, and the range of his shadow domain slightly expanded. More importantly, his resistance to chaotic energy seemed to have increased. Next, it's these twisted divine crystals. Qin Chuan took out a twisted divine crystal, but didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he opened the skill panel and checked the shadow reforged skill information. I wonder if I can reforge the Godhead fragment now. Qin Chuan's mind fluttered, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The level of the Godhead fragment far exceeded that of the artifact, and with his current skill level, he probably couldn't reach it. Let's use the twisted divine crystals to strengthen the artifact first. He took out the Dark Knight and the Ring of Destruction. These two artifacts had played a significant role in the previous battle and deserved to be strengthened first. He placed a twisted divine crystal on the Dark Knight and, with a thought, activated Shadow Reforge. Buzz! Shadow power surged out like water, enveloping the Dark Knight and the twisted divine crystal. The crystal slowly melted, transforming into strands of gray-black energy that merged into the dagger. Twisted lines emerged on the surface of the Dark Knight, emitting an even colder, sinister aura. Reforged successfully. Your artifact, Dark Knight, has gained a new trait. Chaos Rend Enhanced. Chaos Rend Enhanced. Attacks inflict a stronger surge of chaos, significantly ignoring physical and energy defenses, making wounds extremely difficult to heal, and also has a chance of inflicting a state of chaos on the target. Chaos Rend Enhanced. And with a state of chaos? Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This new trait was quite impressive, further enhancing Dark Knight's damage output and control capabilities. He repeated the same trick, using another twisted divine crystal to enhance the Ring of Destruction. Reforged successfully. Your artifact, the Ring of Destruction has gained a new trait. Black Plague Advanced, Black Death Plague Advanced. Attacks with a more powerful Black Death Enhanced effect. The toxin spread range is increased to 30 meters, the duration is extended to 12 seconds, and the target's weakness is greatly increased. Chapter 1297. The Black Death Plague has been upgraded. Its range and duration have been increased, and its weakening effect is even stronger. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The Ring of Destruction's enhancements perfectly suited his combat style, further enhancing its sustained combat capabilities and area of effect damage. After strengthening 2 artifacts in succession, Qin Chuan felt his strength had increased even further. And that's not all. Just now, while he was absorbing the essence of chaos, the Unholy Chalice also completed its quality upgrade. Qin Chuan turned his attention to his backpack. The Unholy Chalice's light suddenly shone brightly, then subsided. Its quality upgrade complete. Unholy Chalice, mid-level artifact, strength plus 80,000, agility plus 80,000, constitution plus 80,000, spirit plus 80,000, level requirement, 100. Divine Power 1. Absorbs enemy souls during battle and stores them. When the maximum value is reached, a wish can be made. The wish's level is determined by the quality and quantity of the souls. Currently 500, 000/2, 000, 000. Divine Power 2. Preserves allied souls, 0/3. New Divine Power, Soul Extraction. Target a stored soul and forcibly extract its memory fragments or energy. This process completely destroys the soul. The Holy Grail has successfully been upgraded to mid-level artifact status. Basic attributes have been comprehensively improved. The storage limit has been significantly increased, and the number of friendly souls that can be stored has been increased to 3. Critically, a new Divine Power, Soul Extraction, has been added. Extract memory fragments. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Although this will completely destroy the soul, in a critical moment, it may be an excellent means of obtaining intelligence. Unfortunately, the soul energy of the Chaos statue seemed too vast and chaotic, having been absorbed directly to enhance its quality. Otherwise, he could have tried to extract its memories. After sorting out his harvest, Qin Chuan didn't delay any longer. His shadow domain quietly expanded, sensing his surroundings. Simultaneously, Shadow Stealth activated, and his figure once again blended into the shadows, cautiously leaving the side hall. Based on his vague impression of the square surroundings from the previous battle, he chose a direction that appeared relatively undamaged. All he saw along the way were broken walls and rubble, shattered statues scattered everywhere, and the jade paving had long since lost its luster, covered in thick ash. The air was filled with an air of chaos and death, as if it had remained unchanged for eternity. After passing through a massive, collapsed archway, a relatively intact area emerged. It appeared to be a sacrificial site, with a large circular altar in the center. Although it was also covered in cracks, the main structure was still intact. Scattered around the altar were some strange stone tablets. These stone tablets were made of extraordinary material, enduring the erosion of countless years yet remaining unshaken. Inscribed upon them were faint patterns and ancient characters never before seen. Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he approached one of the tablets. The patterns on the tablets were blurry, seemingly depicting the movement of the stars and the battles of the gods, but a layer of grayish-black filth obscured the details, making it difficult to discern. The words, moreover, were like heavenly scriptures, imbued with an ancient and obscure charm. He attempted to perceive them with his mental power, hoping to decipher some information. Buzz, as his mental power touched the tablets, fragments of a desolate, vast thought, yet filled with sorrow and resentment, flooded his mind like a tide. They were fragmented images, a magnificent divine palace suspended above the 9 heavens, ablaze with golden light. Myriad gods paid homage, and the laws resonated. A sudden catastrophe, the sky crumbling and the earth shattering, staining the galaxy with blood. The gods fell, and wailing filled the land. Endless chaos and darkness descended, engulfing everything. The image was fragmented and chaotic, but the message it conveyed shook Qin Chuan's heart. This is indeed the remains of a fallen mythical civilization. He suppressed the discomfort of the mental shock and continued to explore the other stone tablets. Each stone tablet seemed to record a different fragment of history or legend. Some depicted the myths of the creation of the world, some recorded wars between gods, and still others predicted the coming of the apocalypse. Chapter 1298. This information is extremely fragmentary, and much of it is tainted by the aura of chaos, making it difficult to piece together a complete picture. But even these fragments are enough to outline the outlines of an ancient mythological era that was once incredibly glorious, but but ultimately fell into ruin. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The information recorded on these stone tablets was too shocking. Even a fragment was enough to overturn his understanding of the gods. The once glorious mythological era ultimately fell, and these ruins were clear evidence of this. Mythological cemetery. He whispered the name given by the malicious voice, feeling it was increasingly fitting. Buried here are not just the remains of gods, but the echoes of an era. Qin Chuan attempted to activate the darkness of destiny, hoping to gain some guidance from it. However, the thread of fate seemed to have become blurred here, disrupted by a more powerful force of chaos. He could only vaguely sense a great danger lurking deeper, but could not clearly identify its direction. Looks like I have to rely on myself. Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts and examined the stone tablet more closely. He discovered that the gray-black filth covering the stone tablet's surface was very similar to the substance on the chaotic statue from before, full of corrosive and polluting properties. This filth seems to be preventing others from deciphering the contents of the stone tablet? He had a thought, and tried to mobilize the chaos control he had just mastered. A faint shadowy force wrapped around his fingertips, and he carefully touched the filth on the stone tablet's surface. Sizzle. Like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, a slight stinging sensation spread through his fingertips. A cold, chaotic energy flowed along his fingertips, attempting to penetrate his body. At the same time, Chaos Control's effects were passively triggered, his body developing a certain resistance to this energy. Simultaneously, the power of the Shadow Realm spontaneously circulated, slowly absorbing and purifying the invading chaotic energy. It worked. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up slightly. Although Chaos Control was only incomplete, with minimal absorption and deflection, it did allow him limited contact with the contaminated stone tablets without being immediately eroded by the chaotic will. He no longer hesitated, concentrating his mind and concentrating the power of the Shadow Realm on his fingertips. Like carefully wiping a dusty antique, he slowly peeled away the filth from the stone tablet surfaces. This process was extremely slow and consumed a great deal of mental energy. A single mistake could easily trigger the backlash of the chaotic will deep within the filth. As the surface filth was gradually peeled away, the previously blurred patterns and text on the stone tablets gradually became clearer. The first stone tablet seemed to depict a grand creation process. Chaos was split apart, stars were born, and the first gods awakened from the law. The second stone tablet depicted the gods establishing order, dividing their domains, and creating all things, a scene of glorious splendor. The third tablet. Qin Chuan paused abruptly. The pattern on this tablet was filled with blood and slaughter. War broke out between the gods, the sky was torn apart, the earth wailed, and countless lives were ravaged. In the corners of the pattern, faint distortions could be seen, and dark shadows spread, hinting at some external invasion or internal corruption. He suppressed his distracting thoughts, and continued to interpret the tablet. The fourth tablet, the fifth. The further he read, the darker and more despairing the contents of the tablet became. The divine war intensified, order collapsed, chaos ensued, the once glorious temples were reduced to ruins, and powerful gods fell one after another. The last pattern depicted an endless darkness enveloping the entire world, leaving only a few broken statues, shattered stars, and a huge, blurred outline, as if the ultimate source of all this disaster. Qin Chuan's mind was completely immersed in the doomsday scene depicted on the last stone tablet. Chapter 1299. That gigantic, blurry silhouette emanated an indescribable terror and despair, as if it were the root of all disasters, the ultimate answer to the downfall of this mythical era. What on earth is that? Subconsciously seeking a clearer view, he thrust his mental power out again, attempting to penetrate the final layer of blur. Just then, boom, the earth suddenly and violently shook. It wasn't the localized impact of the statue's collapse, but the entire mist cemetery was shaking. A gray-black air stream erupted from the cracks in the altar, and the surrounding ruined buildings groaned under the weight, sending countless pieces of rubble cascading down. An indescribable, terrifying aura, like an ancient beast slumbering for eons, opened its eyes, slowly spreading from the deepest reaches of the ruins. This aura, cold, deadly, vast, ancient, and carrying an absolute pressure that transcended all laws. Qin Chuan's face instantly turned pale. The perception of the darkness of fate frantically sounded an alarm at this moment, and an unprecedented throbbing and fear surged from the depths of his soul. It was an instinctive tremor at the face of a natural enemy, an incomprehensible, insurmountable existence. What? Qin Chuan's heart suddenly constricted. This aura was far more powerful than the chaos statue before. It was even more terrifying than any divine projection he had ever encountered. the difference was of a different nature, like a firefly and a bright moon, completely different. Sleeping. Something even we wouldn't easily provoke. The warnings of the two mysterious voices boomed in his mind like thunder. They weren't lying. Deep within this mythical cemetery slumbered a terrifying creature feared even by beings of their caliber, and now, it seemed, to be awakening. Damn it! Was the noise from the previous battle too loud? Or had the deciphering of the stone tablet triggered some kind of restriction? Qin Chuan's mind raced, but he had no time to dwell. With his current strength, let alone fighting it, even maintaining his presence in this aura would be extremely difficult. Once that creature fully awakened, there would be absolutely no chance of him surviving. We must leave this place immediately. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, and his curiosity about history was instantly cast to the winds. He suddenly looked up, his sharp eyes scanning the increasingly violently vibrating altar and the surrounding environment like a hawk. The road they had come from had been affected by the chaotic energy and the previous battle, and it might not be safe. And deep within the ruins, the source of that terrifying aura was a death-forbidden zone. It seems the watchdog's noise has alarmed the others. That malicious voice, tinged with a hint of gloating, suddenly echoed in his mind again, as if whispering in his ear. Run away, little bug. See if your luck. Can you find a way out before he fully awakens? A hoarse voice echoed, full of teasing. Shut up. Qin Chuan shouted inwardly, forcibly dispelling the distracting voices, and focusing intensely. He didn't have time to pay attention to these two idiots, who were just watching the fire from the other side. Darkest hour, teleport. However, when he tried to lock onto the shadow of a seemingly safe broken wall in the distance, he discovered that space had become like solidified cement. The pervasive, terrifying aura was not only oppressive, but was also subtly altering the very laws of space in the area. Darkest hour's teleportation capabilities were hampered to an unprecedented degree. Even short-distance teleportation became extremely difficult, let alone long-distance. Even teleportation is restricted? Qin Chuan's heart sank. The situation was worse than he had expected. The ground shook even more violently. The largest stone tablet in the center of the altar suddenly cracked with a crisp sound, and a huge crack appeared. Chapter 1300. From the gap, a thicker darkness and deathly silence emanated. No more waiting. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, their gaze fixed once again on the stone tablets he had just deciphered. Since teleportation was blocked, conventional means of movement were all he could rely on. The shadow zone instantly contracted, tightly protecting his body and isolating the terrifying pressure that threatened to freeze his soul. The effect of his shadowy stealth was maximized, his body practically blending with the surrounding shadows. Darkest hours effect 1. No cooldown displacement. Although long-distance teleportation is limited, short-distance displacement that doesn't involve space jumps is relatively unaffected. Swish. 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 Qin Chuan's figure flickered among the rubble like a ghost, each footfall precisely landing where the shadows thickened as he sped away from the center of the altar and the depths of the ruins. Behind him, toward the altar, a suffocating, terrifying pressure surged like a tangible tide, closing in. Wherever it passed, space seemed to solidify and distort, preventing even light from escaping. He couldn't stop, nor did he dare. Each short-distance displacement, during darkest hour, was accompanied by immense mental exhaustion and a sense of spatial compression. The surrounding environment grew increasingly unstable. Huge stone pillars toppled, the shattered palace walls collapsed like building blocks, and the earth cracked into bottomless gullies, emitting an even thicker aura of gray-black death. His goal was to escape the source of that terrifying aura and find an exit from this mythical cemetery. However, the entire area was shrouded in that pressure, the laws of space were disrupted, the transmission distance of the darkest moment was compressed to the extreme, and even the sense of direction began to become blurred. Just as Qin Chuan activated his teleport again, appearing beneath the shadow of a broken totem pole, his heart suddenly stirred. A strange feeling suddenly surged through him. It wasn't a warning of danger, nor a guiding hand from fate, but rather a summons. This feeling came from his skill, Shadow Leap. Shadow Leap's legendary trait, a chance to leap to an unknown area, returning to the starting point upon reactivation. Before now, this trait had only been triggered once, when he encountered the no-returner in a mysterious space. But even after gaining the darkest hour and leaping countless times, it never triggered again. At this moment, amidst the utter chaos of spatial laws and the spur of terrifying pressure, this legendary trait seemed to have been unexpectedly activated. He could clearly sense that beyond some unspoken coordinate, there lay a vague, unknown region, radiating a faint yet distinct pull towards him. Going there? Qin Chuan's movements paused for a moment. The last time he had ventured into the unknown, he had encountered the no-returner. What could this time be? The unknown region held unforeseen dangers. Perhaps another desperate situation. Perhaps an even more terrifying trap. But, staying here, facing the fully awakening being behind him, a being that even the mysterious voice feared, was practically certain death. Take a gamble. A flicker of determination flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Rather than sit here and wait for death, it was better to venture into the unknown. At least, there was still a glimmer of hope. He no longer hesitated, abandoning his reliance on the darkest hour for short-range evasion and instead channeling all his mental energy into shadow leaps, answering the call from the unknown region. Buzz. Qin Chuan's body was instantly enveloped by a deeper, purer force of shadow. Unlike the forced leap of darkest hour, which tore through space, this time, it felt more like merging with the very essence of shadow, following some mysterious trajectory, sinking towards the unknown coordinates. The violently trembling scene around him rapidly blurred, stretched, and transformed into a stream of radiant light. Chapter 1301. The terrifying pressure that threatened to crush him seemed to be shielded by an invisible membrane. Although he could still feel the palpitating aura, the pressure directly acting on him suddenly eased. Spatial fluctuations. Not conventional displacement? Where is he going? The hoarse voice was also perplexed. They could sense Qin Chuan's aura mysteriously leaving the area, but they couldn't accurately grasp its final destination. Qin Chuan ignored the two voices' astonishment, his entire mind immersed in this bizarre leap. It was like traveling through a bizarre tunnel, or falling into an endless abyss, where the concepts of time and space became blurred. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity, the intense pulling sensation suddenly disappeared, and the rapidly flowing light and shadows around him instantly froze. Plop! Qin Chuan felt as if he were falling from a great height, slamming heavily onto some soft and elastic ground with a dull thud. The impact of the fall almost made Qin Chuan think he would be buried directly into this strange ground. Stepping on the dark gray, cracked earth felt like stepping on some thick, tough leather, dissipating most of the force, leaving only a churning discomfort in his gut. He quickly stood up, the mental fatigue from forcing his way through space washing over him like a tide. The God-fall state had long since ended, and the 3 recharges of causal reversal were temporarily unavailable due to the cooldown. Looking around, all he saw was death and desolation. The sky was eternally gray, without clouds or light, only a thick layer of dust, as if frozen for eons, blocking out any possible light. The air was thick and stagnant, devoid of any scent, only a pure nothingness, as if even the very laws of existence were slowly crumbling here. Everywhere I looked, I saw twisted, crumbling ruins of buildings. Their style was bizarre, neither metal nor stone, but rather the bones of some gigantic, long-dead creature. Their surface was covered in honeycomb-like holes, traces of weathering, and a thick layer of ash. In stark contrast to the mythical cemetery, whose dilapidated architecture still evoked a glimpse of its former glory and sacredness, the buildings here exuded a deep-seated sense of alienation and finality. Silence. Absolute silence. No wind, no insects, not even the faint hum of flowing energy. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here, frozen into an eternal gray scroll. Qin Chuan stood still, his shadowy domain quietly expanding, but he could only perceive emptiness. The environment here did not seem to suppress the power of shadow, but it also offered no additional benefit. He gathered his composure. The soul-freezing, terrifying pressure from the depths of the mythic cemetery had completely dissipated. The legendary nature of the leaping shadow had indeed saved his life. However, a feeling even more unsettling than fear crept into his heart like an invisible vine. Familiarity. Yes, it was familiarity. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the strange bone fragments, the cracked yet resilient ground beneath his feet, and the deathly gray sky above him. Every detail exuded a deep-seated strangeness, a strangeness that was incompatible with the world he knew. And yet, deep within his soul, a voice whispered, "You've been here. You belong here." The feeling was absurd, yet terrifyingly clear. It wasn't an illusion, he was certain. With his current mental strength and his perception of the darkness of fate, ordinary illusions couldn't shake him. Chapter 1302. This sense of familiarity was more like an instinctive imprint, a recognition that preceded the body and soul. It was as if, with his eyes closed, he could picture what this ruin once looked like, and move effortlessly among these twisted buildings. What's going on? Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with alarm. He carefully recalled all the skills and traits he had mastered, trying to find the source of this unusual feeling. Node clone, Unique, a skill born from the influence of time and space, allowing you to possess different clones at different points in time. Retrieving a clone grants you access to corresponding memories. Different points in time, different clones. Retrieving a clone grants you access to corresponding memories. Could it be? Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat as a bold yet seemingly only plausible hypothesis emerged. Could this deadly, unfamiliar, yet incredibly familiar place be the point in time where one of his node clones once existed, or still existed? This speculation sent a slight chill down his spine. A time point? A clone? What does this mean? This world's past? The future? Or some parallel universe? If his clone truly existed here, where was it now? Was it alive or dead? And why had this world become so completely dead? Countless questions flooded his mind, leaving it a bit confused. Qin Chuan shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Now was not the time for wild thoughts. No matter where this place was, no matter what that familiar feeling meant, the most urgent task was to understand the situation, find a safe place to stay, recover his mental strength, and search for clues to escape. Let's explore a bit. Qin Chuan made his decision. He gathered his thoughts, activated shadow stealth, and silently blended into the surrounding shadows. This dim and silent environment was practically a stage tailor-made for a shadow assassin. He chose a direction, stealthily moving towards the relatively tallest wreck in the distance, resembling a twisted spire. That spire was the most prominent coordinate in the ruins, perhaps offering some useful clues. The leather floor beneath his feet absorbed all the sound of his footsteps, making his stealth even more discreet. Like a true ghost, he moved among the rubble, his mind intensely focused, alert to any possible movement. The closer he got to the twisted spire, the stronger the sense of familiarity that ingrained itself in him. No longer a vague impression, fragmented, concrete pictures began to emerge. He remembered a hidden recess around a corner. He knew a former passageway was buried beneath a collapsed wall. He could even smell a distinct, non-existent odor in the air, belonging to the spire. These memories came to him irrationally, completely detached from his own real experiences, yet incredibly clear, as if he was meant to know them. How bizarre. Qin Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. It felt as if someone had forcibly inserted another person's memories into his head, and not done so perfectly, leaving behind only a collection of inexplicable, instinctive reactions. Finally, he arrived beneath the remains of the twisted spire. Up close, the spire looked even more eerie. The bone material composing the tower had a dull, lifeless sheen, covered in dense holes of varying sizes, like the nest of some giant insect, emitting an even stronger scent of decay and doom. The main structure had largely collapsed, leaving only its jagged skeleton stubbornly pointing toward the gray sky. Standing before this spire, Qin Chuan's sense of familiarity reached a peak, so intense that it made him feel dizzy. Chapter 1303. He didn't even need to think, he knew where the entrance was, where the first corner would lead, which structures were relatively stable, and where the ground was prone to collapse. This wasn't just a simple feeling of familiarity, it was like being home, but the question was, how could this hellish place possibly be his home? Node clone. Qin Chuan's eyes were solemn. He was almost certain that this spire, and even this entire dead world, was inextricably linked to his node clone ability. Here must lie the secret of one of his clones, and the answer to the end of this world. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Whether it was a trap or an opportunity, he had to go in and explore. Until he understood the source of this eerie familiarity, he couldn't sleep or eat. The spire's entrance was a vast, irregular hole, like the gaping maw of a dead monster. Pitch blackness filled the interior, as if swallowing all light and sound. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and checked his equipment and skill cooldowns. Darkest hours movement and bullet time were now available, and the night of darkness and the ring of destruction were ready to unleash deadly attacks at any moment. Then, he stepped into the profound darkness. His figure vanished instantly, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, without causing a single ripple. The moment he entered the spire, the deadly gray light outside was completely cut off. Absolute darkness enveloped everything, so dark that even Qin Chuan's enhanced vision was rendered useless. At the same time, a thicker, more suffocating sense of death overwhelmed him, as if even the air itself had solidified into some kind of solid. Yet, in this pure darkness, that eerie familiarity grew even clearer and more concrete. It was no longer just a vague perception, but a near instinct. Qin Chuan didn't even need to think, his steps naturally avoided a tiny crack in the ground, his body tilted slightly to the side, skirting a sharp bone spur suspended in midair, invisible to the naked eye. This feeling is truly monstrous, Qin Chuan muttered inwardly, but his movements didn't falter. He practically relied on that memory to navigate the darkness, as if walking on flat ground. Occasionally, his hands would brush against the cold bone wall, his fingertips feeling the familiar patterns and holes, even recalling what had once been stored deep within certain cavities, though now empty. The structure here was more complex than it appeared from the outside, the passages twisting and swirling like a maze. But Qin Chuan walked without hesitation, as if an invisible map were etched in his mind. He could sense he was moving deeper and deeper toward the spire's core. Along the way, he began to discover more concrete traces. At the edge of a relatively spacious platform, he remembered there had once been a workbench-like structure. He subconsciously reached out and groped for it, and sure enough, beneath the thick ash, he touched something hard. Brushing away the ashes, he revealed the remains of several oddly shaped tools, made of the same material as the tower itself, but clearly showing signs of manual polishing and use. The handle of one of the tools lingered with a faint, almost dissipating energy fluctuation. It was shadow power, and it carried a lingering aura that was similar in origin to his own, yet subtly different. Sure enough, it was left by a clone. Qin Chuan was certain. This was practically irrefutable proof. One of his node clones had indeed lived within this spire for a long time. He continued forward, his doubts growing deeper. When did this clone come into existence? What was he doing here? Was he studying these bone materials? Or was he hiding from something? How did this world end? What was the clone's final fate? Did he perish along with the world, or did he leave? Chapter 1304. As he continued deeper, a faint energy fluctuation began to permeate the air. It was extremely faint, yet its nature was extremely pure, carrying the aura of the essence of shadows and a hint of time. The fluctuation grew stronger, leading him to a wider space. This seemed to be the innermost area of the spire. Unlike the dilapidated exterior and the passageways, this core cavern was relatively well preserved. Although the dome had cracks, it had not collapsed. In the center of the cavern stood an altar composed of denser, smoother black bone. Inscribed on its surface were countless complex and twisted runes, runes he had never seen before, yet he could strangely understand their general meaning, about shadows, time, and some kind of cycle, and in the very center of the altar hovered a mass. No, it couldn't be called a mass, it was more like a wave of pure darkness that constantly twisted and shifted. It was only the size of a fist, yet it seemed to contain an endless depth. It didn't emit light, yet it stood out more strikingly than the surrounding darkness. It hovered quietly there, emitting the pure, primordial vibrations Qin Chuan had sensed earlier. The energies of shadow and time intertwined and flowed within it, forming a delicate balance. This is... Qin Chuan's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart beat uncontrollably. He could sense that this mass of pure darkness was the ultimate source of that familiar feeling. It was like a magnet, attracting something resonating deep within his soul. This was most likely the primordial energy left behind by his node clone. Perhaps it was the energy core that dissipated after the clone's death, or perhaps some kind of beacon or legacy he deliberately left behind before departing. Qin Chuan didn't move forward immediately. He glanced around warily, his shadow realm perception heightened to its limit. This core area was unusually quiet. Aside from the fluctuations of that ball of primordial energy, there was no sign of life or energy. But the more this was, the more cautious he became. Something unusual must be wrong. Qin Chuan slowly approached the altar, taking every step cautiously. The ball of dark primordial energy seemed to sense his approach, twisting slightly faster, its emanations more vibrant, conveying a longing? Or perhaps, a desire to return? It seems this thing is indeed coming for me. Qin Chuan licked his dry lips. Fortune and glory are sought in danger. This ball of primordial energy seemed to hold immense benefits. Perhaps it would further his understanding of shadows and time, or even directly enhance the power of his node clone skill. He reached out, his fingertips entwined with his own shadowy power, and cautiously touched the twisted darkness. The moment his fingertips touched the source of darkness, a vast, chaotic torrent of information, like a bursting dam, suddenly rushed into his mind. Countless fragmented images, sounds, and emotional fragments flashed by like a kaleidoscope. He saw a figure somewhat similar to himself, but with a colder, more withdrawn demeanor. Dressed in simple clothing woven from shadows, he journeyed day after day through the silent spire. He saw this figure carving runes on the bone altar, studying the twisted bone structure, trying to decipher the secrets of this world from it. He saw the eternal gray sky outside the window, and the occasional terrifying silhouette that streaked across it like a giant shadow. He felt the deep-seated loneliness and paranoia within this clone, as well as the fear and curiosity of a certain cycle. He heard his clone whispering before the altar, "Time is running out. We must find the key. Break this cycle." Then, the scene suddenly shifted. The sky was torn apart, and an indescribable, chaotic, and twisted thing descended. Chapter 1305. The entire world wailed, crumbling. Countless bone structures shattered like sandcastles, the earth was torn apart, and the gray sky was dyed a despairing crimson. The clone stood atop the spire, gazing up at the approaching apocalypse. His eyes held no fear, only a near-mad determination. He seemed to have initiated some ritual on the altar, channeling much of his power and his understanding of this moment in time into the dark essence before him. Coordinates. Sent. I hope I can. The final image showed the clone's figure being swallowed by endless chaos, while the dark essence, protected by the altar, fell silent, awaiting the arrival of the next node. Boom! The torrent of information abruptly stopped. Qin Chuan took a step back, his face pale, his forehead covered in sweat. The brief shock of memory just now was far more visceral than the mental burden of deciphering the stone tablets in the myth cemetery. It was the personal experience of another self, embodying an immense amount of emotion and information. Reincarnation. Key. Coordinates. Qin Chuan panted, digesting the crucial information he had just obtained. This world seemed to be trapped in some terrifying cycle of destruction, and this node clone of his seemed to be searching for a way to break the cycle, and at the last moment, sent some information or coordinates? Was it to the other clones, or to his future self, and the dark origin before him? Was it both the concentrated power of the clones and part of the key? Just as Qin Chuan pondered this, the dark origin seemed to have completed some kind of authentication, suddenly transforming into a stream of light and shooting towards Qin Chuan's brow. Too fast, too close. Qin Chuan had no time to react. Cold, pure energy instantly surged into his body and soul. System prompt. Detecting homologous node energy, initiating absorption and fusion. System prompt. Your shadow affinity has increased slightly. System prompt. Your understanding of the laws of time has deepened slightly. System prompt. The skill node clone has been enhanced, strengthening the connection between clones and allowing for vague perception of other potential nodes. System prompt. You have obtained a fragment of a memory. Final coordinates, ? System prompt. Your mental power limit has increased. System prompt. The effectiveness of your shadow skills has increased. A series of system prompts flashed by, and Qin Chuan could clearly sense the subtle changes in his power. Although each increase was small, the cumulative effect was considerable. More importantly, it was a deeper understanding of the laws of shadow and time, as well as the enhancement of the node clone skills. Now, he could vaguely sense that, far beyond time and space, there seemed to be other points with a tenuous connection to him. Could those be the locations of his other node clones? And that final coordinate was an extremely vague, undecipherable piece of spatial information, as if it had been forcibly encrypted or interfered with. Combined with the fragments of his clone's memory, this was most likely the final message he had sent, the one he believed was crucial to breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Good harvest. But the method was a bit rough. Qin Chuan rubbed his brow. The blow had made him see stars. However, before he could fully appreciate the increased power and newly acquired information, something strange happened. As the dark essence was absorbed by him, the altar, having lost its energy core, suddenly emitted a teeth-grinding crackling sound. The runes engraved on the altar's surface suddenly illuminated, no longer the gentle flow of energy as before, but instead radiated a violent, chaotic red light. The entire core cavern began to vibrate violently, the cracks in the dome rapidly widening, and countless pieces of rubble and bone fell down. A thick black aura began to permeate the densely packed holes in the wall, and within this aura, faint crimson points of light could be seen illuminating. Chapter 1306. Roar. A roar unlike any known creature, filled with tyranny and hunger, echoed from all directions, jarring Qin Chuan's eardrums. Damn! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Qin Chuan's face changed, and he instantly realized what was happening. The original energy left behind by that node clone wasn't just a legacy, it likely also served as a suppressor or seal. Now that the energy had been absorbed by him, the seal had been broken, and the things trapped within were coming out, and judging by the noise, there were quite a few. He had been so busy rejoicing and digesting his memories that he had completely overlooked this. Excessive joy leads to sorrow. Qin Chuan cursed inwardly, instantly grasping darkest hour and darkest night in his hands, ready for battle. In the darkness, countless twisted monsters, composed of black energy and shattered bones, swarmed out from the holes in the wall, their crimson eyes fixed intently on him, the only living being. The clash came unexpectedly. The core cavern of the spire instantly transformed into a purgatory of demonic chaos. The monsters pouring out of the hole were of varying forms, all exuding a profound dead silence and madness. They seemed like creatures forcibly cobbled together from countless shattered bones and solidified resentment, their joints twisted and twisting, and their movements emitted a teeth-grinding sound. What they all had in common was a pair or pairs of scarlet eyes, fixed intently on Qin Chuan, emitting pure malice that would tear apart and devour all living things. Skeleton ghosts? Or something else entirely? Qin Chuan's eyes froze, but he didn't have time to think before the monsters in the front lunged forward, roaring. These creatures moved with incredible speed. Though their movements seemed stiff, they possessed an eerie coordination. They surged from all directions like a tide, blocking all his escape routes. Shadow knives. Qin Chuan's mind moved, and several flying knives composed of pure shadow energy instantly condensed and whistled towards the oncoming skeleton monsters. Puff, puff, puff. The knives struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy, triggering the guaranteed critical hit skill. The shadow energy exploded, blasting the upper bodies of the monsters into a cloud of bone dust. Almost as Qin Chuan dispatched the first wave, more skeleton monsters poured out of the holes on all sides, so dense that they nearly filled the entire cave. The crimson eyes merged into one, like a sea of stars in hell. It's endless, isn't it? Qin Chuan frowned. With this momentum, it was impossible to clear it with just single target skills. Dark rain. He raised his hand and pointed at the cavernous ceiling. Dense shadow energy gathered, transforming into a vast, corrosive rain of arrows, engulfing the skeletal monsters below. Sizzle. Like hot oil spilled on ice and snow, vast swathes of skeletal monsters were struck by the dark energy. Their bones quickly became charred, brittle, and their movements slowed, while the negative effects of weakening their defense and leaving behind shadows continued to accumulate. The dark rain had a full 40 damage hits, a devastating blow to these monsters, whose defenses were relatively low. Skeletal monsters wailed under the rain of arrows, crumbling and turning to ash. Yet, the monsters pouring out of the hole continued incessantly, seemingly endless, and, as time passed, even larger, more powerful elite individuals began to appear. A nearly 3-meter-tall monster, formed from countless tangled arm bones, suddenly rushed out from the side. Ignoring the damage from the dark erosion rain, its massive bony claws clawed at Qin Chuan with a sharp, air-shattering roar. The king's judgment. Qin Chuan's eyes fixed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His figure blurred in an instant, appearing behind the arm-shaped monster like a ghost. A terrifying damage number floated above its head. Roar. The arm-shaped monster only had time to let out a final roar before it was completely reduced to ash. Chapter 1307. What concerned Qin Chuan was that the king's judgment's effect had been triggered. These skeleton monsters were considered outsiders. Invaders? Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This judgment was somewhat unexpected, yet also reasonable. These monsters, twisted from the power of death and shattered obsession, were clearly not normal creatures of this time. Their very existence was an erosion and destruction of the order of this dying world. Since they're invaders, that's easy to deal with. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The additional maximum health reduction effect of King's judgment on invaders was tailor-made for this situation. It would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon against any potential bosses that might appear later. However, the number of ordinary skeleton monsters was simply too great. While Dark Rain was highly effective at clearing the field, its cooldown was significant. Even with the reset skill effect triggered by the Death Shadow set, it was ultimately a probability, not an infinite reusable ability. In contrast, the holes in the walls seemed to connect to an endless storehouse of bones. The monster's outflow showed no sign of slowing, but instead grew more violent as the core area vibrated. The scarlet light nearly engulfed the entire cavern, and the crackling of bones rubbing against each other merged into a cacophony that made one's scalp tingle. This won't work. It's just a pointless war of attrition, and who knows if something even more outrageous might emerge. Qin Chuan quickly assessed the situation. He couldn't remain passively trapped here. He had to find a way to stop the monsters from pouring out, or find a way out. His gaze swept over the central altar, still blazing with a furious red glow, and the holes in the wall from which monsters were constantly gushing. The altar was the epicenter of the energy explosion, and the holes were the source of the monster's emergence. Should we destroy the altar, or plug the holes? Destroying the altar might cut off the energy source, but seeing as it had previously suppressed so many monsters, it must be incredibly strong. And who knows if a rash attack would lead to even worse consequences. Plug the holes. So many holes. How do I plug them? Before Qin Chuan could make a decision, a far more powerful and cold aura, far stronger than before, suddenly rose from beneath the central altar, which still glowed with a violent red light. Boom! With a resounding bang, the entire altar shattered. An immensely large claw, covered in dark bone armor, suddenly thrust itself out from within and slammed down hard against the ground. The ground cracked, and gravel flew. Then, a massive figure, tens of meters tall, composed entirely of pitch-black bones, its joints ablaze with dark blue soul flames, slowly rose from the shattered altar. How such a massive creature managed to squeeze through the narrow gap was unknown. But that wasn't important. What mattered was how to deal with this thing. This newly emerged skeleton monster had no eyes, only 2 empty eye sockets in its massive skull. But Qin Chuan could clearly sense a cold, resentful gaze, filled with a desire for destruction, fixed upon him. This thing was the core of what was suppressed by the altar. The real big guy had arrived. The moment this behemoth appeared, it brought a suffocating sense of oppression. Unlike the previously haphazardly assembled skeleton monsters, its skeletal structure was exceptionally complete and hideous. Every bone seemed to have been forged through countless trials, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. The dark blue soul fire burning at its joints resembled cold stars, emanating a rich, deathly stillness and divine pressure. Skeleton Lord, divine creature, ? Level, ? Health, ? A series of question marks appeared in Qin Chuan's exploration results. TSK, finally someone decent has arrived. Qin Chuan's eyes were solemn, but he didn't harbor much fear. Instead, he felt a faint excitement. Chapter 1308. Although the previous skeleton frenzy had been terrifying in numbers, it was essentially just a bunch of swarms. Clearing them out was a pleasure, but lacked any challenge. And this massive creature before him was clearly the final boss of this area. Defeating it might finally solve the problem. Roar. The skeleton lord let out a silent roar, not through his vocal cords, but a mental shock that impacted directly on his soul. Qin Chuan felt his head sink slightly, his mental power as if pricked by an icy needle, but he quickly recovered. His mental attributes were already extremely high, and with the bonuses provided by his artifacts and the protection of the Shadow Realm, this mental shock wasn't enough to have a substantial impact on him. But this also made him even more wary. This boss was indeed quite capable. Seeing that the mental shock had no effect, the skeleton lord suddenly raised his massive bony claws and aimed them at Qin Chuan. In his palm, countless tiny bone spurs instantly coalesced, a dark blue soul fire blazing, swish, swish, swish. The next second, a torrential downpour of bone spears, carrying a piercing chill and a piercing sound, descended upon Qin Chuan, each bone spear imbued with immense penetrating power and a deadly energy. Well timed. Qin Chuan advanced instead of retreating. The darkest hour effect activated, and his figure instantly blurred, weaving through the dense gaps between the bone spears like a ghost. At this moment, the full power of darkest hour was fully demonstrated. Faced with such a large-scale, high-density barrage, any movement skill requiring a cooldown would be insufficient. Only darkest hour allowed him to navigate the barrage of death with ease. Bone spears repeatedly grazed the hem of his clothes, slamming into the wall and ground behind him, creating deep craters and leaving behind a chilling, deathly stillness. Qin Chuan danced like a dancer on the edge of a knife, each dodge a pinpoint precision. As he dodged the rain of bone spears, he launched his throwing knives with pinpoint accuracy at the skeleton lord's massive form. Puff, puff, puff. The true damage knives easily pierced the skeleton lord's seemingly solid armor, dealing a flurry of damage. The Dark Knight's special effects continuously triggered, and after its attack speed reached its maximum, the frequency of the 5 damage hits increased significantly. A single attack essentially filled the entire screen with damage. However, the skeleton lord seemed unfazed by the small amount of damage. It continued to unleash a storm of bone spears, advancing towards Qin Chuan with heavy strides. With every step, the entire cave trembled. What made Qin Chuan frown even more was the flicker of azure soulfire at the wounds in his bone armor pierced by the flying knives. The wounds were healing at a visible speed. Fast health regeneration? Trouble. Qin Chuan immediately realized he couldn't engage in a war of attrition with this guy. He had to deliver high enough burst damage in a short period of time to severely injure him, or even kill him instantly. Just then, the skeleton lord made another move. It suddenly opened its hollow jaws, and an invisible wave spread out from it. System notice. You are affected by death aura. reducing energy regeneration by 50% and extending skill cooldown by 20%. Holy crap! There's also a debuff aura. Qin Chuan's face changed. The reduced energy regeneration was fine, since his mana bar was long enough anyway, but the extended skill cooldown was a bit disgusting. This meant that many of his burst skills, which relied on cooldowns, would have difficulty connecting. There was no time to delay. Qin Chuan's eyes sharpened, and he made a decision instantly. Bullet time. On buzz, the world seemed to have been slowed down. The skeleton lord's motion as he launched his bone spear, the flying bone dust, even the dead energy flowing through the air, all slowed to an utterly sluggish pace, and Qin Chuan's own time flowed at an extremely accelerated rate. 15 seconds. He had to unleash his full firepower within those 15 seconds. Chapter 1309. Rapid cooling. Shadow stealth. Qin Chuan's figure instantly vanished, ignoring the impediments of space and appearing directly behind the skeleton lord's massive form. Shadow strike. The dagger, bearing a piercing chill, fiercely stabbed the burning soul fire at the skeleton lord's back joint. This attack from behind triggers the epic trait of Shadow Strike, increasing damage. Puff! Damage numbers longer than a phone number floated up. After a successful strike, Qin Chuan immediately distanced himself, slipping back into stealth as he counterattacked with a focused sniper attack infused with a powerful attack of sorrow. A staggering amount of damage instantly decimated the skeleton lord's health. The wound on its back, barely beginning to heal, ruptured again. More importantly, the passive effect of its bone regeneration was temporarily dispelled. Also, the 5-second silence prevented it from using any skills, including that annoying deathly silence aura and bone spear storm. Now, Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. King's Judgment. A slash of concentrated divine power, carrying the supreme majesty of judging. The invader fiercely struck the skeleton lord's massive skull. System prompt. Target is an invader. King's Judgment triggers an additional effect, reducing the target's maximum health by 20%. System prompt. The target is inflicted with Red Tide Judgment, reducing all stats by 30% until the end of the battle. Swish. A flash of slashing power, immeasurable in numerical terms, passed by. The skeleton lord's already precarious health plummeted like a popped balloon. The massive body, unable to support itself any longer, collapsed to its knees with a crashing thud, the dark blue soul fire burning within. The skull flickered violently, as if it would die at any moment. Roar. It let out a final, feeble, soul wail of unwillingness. Bullet time ended, and the world returned to its normal flow. Qin Chuan landed on the ground, panting slightly. That previous burst of extreme power had taken a toll on him both mentally and physically. Boom! Without its lord's skeletal body, like a sand castle without support, it began to rapidly crumble and collapse, transforming into a cloud of pitch-black bone dust. And at the heart of that bone dust, where the altar had once stood, a strange glow caught Qin Chuan's attention. It was not the luster of equipment or the gleam of gold coins, but a strange stone, roughly the size of a fist, a dim star-colored mass, its surface seemingly shimmering with countless tiny points of light. It hovered quietly there, emitting a pure, condensed aura that faintly resonated with a mark deep within his soul. Qin Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted, this feeling. He quickly stepped forward and carefully grasped the strange stone in his hand. System prompt. You have obtained a Talent Enhancement Stone, Sniper God exclusive. Talent Enhancement Stone, Sniper God exclusive. Type, Special Item. Quality, ? Effect, can elevate an SSS level talented Sniper God to a higher level. Description, this unique stone embodies the essence of a certain world's sniping laws. Only the most elite can channel its power. It is ineffective against targets other than those with Sniper God talents. Holy crap! Even with Qin Chuan's temperament, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. Talent Enhancement Stone, and it's a Sniper God only enhancement stone. His Sniper God talent, stuck at level 9, finally has a chance to break through. This truly is a case of searching for something without any effort. No, it took a lot of effort. Qin Chuan's heart was pounding, his excitement evident. How long had he been searching for this thing? How many methods had he tried? He could only upgrade the Sniper God to level 9, the last level impossible to reach. He was about to give up, but he hadn't expected to find such a heaven-defying item in this desolate place, where time seemed to be running out. Worth it. This adventure was totally worth it. Excitement surged like a tide as Qin Chuan tightly grasped the dim, star-colored stone, sensing the majestic and pure power of the laws contained within. Chapter 1310. Talent Enhancement Stone, Sniper God exclusive. This isn't just a stone, it's the key to a higher realm. SSS level talent is already rare, so what are the realms above that? Then, the ground trembled, and Qin Chuan quickly calmed down. Although he wanted to use this talent stone immediately, considering the unstable environment and the possibility of other unexpected events, he decided to leave this place first. He carefully put the talent stone into his backpack and turned his gaze towards the direction he had entered. The passage, shrouded in absolute darkness, was now unstable due to the damage to the spire structure, and small bone fragments occasionally fell from it. We have to get out quickly. Qin Chuan no longer hesitated, and activated Shadow Stealth again, blending into the shadows, and swiftly darting back the way he had come. Without the suppression of the Skeleton Lord, the remaining skeleton monsters still blocked the road, but their movements were slow and chaotic, and they could not hinder Qin Chuan at all. Like a ghost moving through rotten wood, he easily dodged these soulless husks. The further he advanced, the more noticeable the spire shaking and crumbling became. The massive bone structure groaned under the weight, cracks spreading like spiderwebs, dust and debris falling like a waterfall. This place is so flimsy, Qin Chuan muttered inwardly as he sped up. He could even sense that the very laws that governed this space were becoming increasingly sparse and chaotic as the spire crumbled. Just then, as he was about to burst through the irregular hole at the spire's entrance, a strange sensation suddenly intruded upon his perception. Is space fluctuating? It wasn't the physical vibrations caused by the spire's collapse, but a deeper, ripple-like ripple, a ripple of laws. It was as if a once impenetrable cage, now shaky for a fleeting moment due to the death of its guardian. Qin Chuan's footsteps suddenly paused. His shadowy perception instantly heightened to its peak, the darkest hour. Quietly operated, his perception like invisible tentacles, frantically probing in the direction of the fluctuations. It was an extremely faint, extremely distant, yet incredibly familiar sense of coordinates. It was like peering at a candlelight in the darkness through countless layers of thick frosted glass. The candlelight was so faint that it seemed ready to go out at any moment, and the coordinates were hazy, filled with interference and uncertainty. But Qin Chuan's heart began to beat wildly at that moment. It was Blue Star. It was definitely Blue Star's coordinates. Although faint and blurry, he would never mistake the aura of the laws that belonged only to his home world. There's a chance. An unprecedented glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The Skeleton Lord's death seemed to have briefly torn the barrier between this dead world and the outside world, or rather, to have created a fleeting crack in the once indestructible barrier. This was his only chance to escape this hellish place. Time was running out. The fluctuations in that space were rapidly weakening, and the coordinates were becoming increasingly blurred. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would be trapped in this hellish place? He had to act now. Although Blue Star's coordinates were vague and unstable, he had sensed them. Let's fight. Qin Chuan's eyes were determined, no longer showing any hesitation. He mobilized all his mental energy, locking onto the faint coordinate sense that was about to disappear. Simultaneously, he channeled his darkest hour and activated his teleportation ability. Buzz, a powerful spatial pull instantly enveloped him. The scene before him began to distort and blur. The gray spire entrance, the deadly sky, the twisted bone ruins, were all rapidly receding. However, the pull from the unknown coordinates was incredibly weak. The teleportation process was filled with violent turbulence and uncertainty, as if at any moment he would be thrown into some unknown spatial turbulence. Chapter 1311. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, maintaining his mental output with all his might, resisting the tearing force within the spatial channel. He had only one thought in his mind. Go back. He had to go back. The tearing force of the spatial turbulence was beyond imagination, as if countless invisible giant hands were trying to drag him into a different dimension of time and space. Qin Chuan felt his soul tremble in this violent torrent of energy, but he gritted his teeth, his mental power like the strongest thread, firmly locking onto the faint yet incredibly familiar sense of the blue planet's coordinates. The power of the darkest hour was being consumed frantically, maintaining this fragile transmission channel. The scene before him had already transformed into a chaotic, grotesque blur, and the concepts of time and space were completely blurred. He didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. He only knew that his mental power was almost exhausted, and the sense of the blue planet's coordinates was flickering like a candle in the wind. Go back. Qin Chuan roared in his heart, pouring his last remaining strength into it. Bang! As if breaking through a tough, sticky membrane, a sharp sense of weightlessness washed over him, followed by a blinding light and familiar air. Bang! He landed heavily on the solid ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A strong sense of dizziness and exhaustion washed over him, momentarily rendering him unable to move. This teleportation is truly thrilling. Qin Chuan shook his dizzy head and struggled to sit up. The familiar sky met his gaze, and through it, he could see the space-time turbulence layer in the void. It was the shield created by the collision of the undead world, the abyss, and Blue Star, and it was also Blue Star's last gasp of respite. Although the threat remained, Qin Chuan felt immensely reassured. This place was no longer the dead, gray, and desolate place where even the laws seemed to be crumbling. Lord Shadow. A deafening, yet surprisingly surging, dragon roar echoed from the sky. The shadows cast their shadows, their massive body obscuring the sunlight. The massive figure of the shadow dragon Scripps descended rapidly from the clouds, stirring up a gust of wind. Lord Shadow, you're finally back. Scripps's enormous dragon head leaned close to Qin Chuan, his tone filled with obvious anxiety. You've been gone for 7 whole days. 7 days? Qin Chuan's pupil shrank, a look of surprise on his face. It felt like only a few hours had passed in the Mist Cemetery and that dead world, but he hadn't expected 7 days to pass on Blue Star. How could the flow rates at different time points differ so dramatically? 7 days? Qin Chuan repeated the question, a surge of worry rising within him. 7 days is enough time for a lot to happen. How's the situation at the Demon City base? Have Ji Xingye, Ying Luo, and the others run into any trouble? Indeed, 7 whole days, no news. Scripps slapped the ground with his dragon wings and said anxiously, Lord Shadow, next time you venture into some dangerous territory, please take me with you. Your sudden disappearance like this is very worrying, you know? The slightly accusing tone left Qin Chuan feeling somewhat helpless, but also a touch of warmth. He patted Scripps's dragon claw and said in a deep voice, this situation is urgent. No time for explanations. Let's return to the Demon City base first. Understood. Scripps said no more. His huge dragon claws carefully lifted Qin Chuan up, and then, with a flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of black light and soared rapidly towards the Demon City. High in the sky, the cool breeze blew against his face, calming Qin Chuan's chaotic thoughts a little. He looked down at the familiar yet unfamiliar outline of the ruined city below, and his worries gradually subsided. Although 7 days is not a short time, with the current strength of the Peak Guild, even if a demigod comes, it can be easily dealt with. As long as they don't encounter the arrival of a real god, there shouldn't be any big problems. Chapter 1312. Soon, the outline of the Magic City stronghold came into view. The towering walls still stood, the energy shields functioning steadily. The night watchmen and automated turrets patrolling the ramparts were in perfect order, looking even more organized than when he left. It seemed that Ji Xing and his team had been busy during these 7 days, meticulously renovating the Magic City stronghold. Scripps slowly landed in the central square of the stronghold. His massive figure immediately caught the attention of those around him, but upon seeing Qin Chuan leap from the dragon's back, everyone showed surprise and relief, and saluted. President. It's Master Night Wanderer. He's returned. Hurry, inform Master Lola. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Seeing no signs of combat, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed the stronghold had indeed been safe and sound for the past 7 days. Soon, Ji Xing, Ying Luo, and the others received the news and came to greet him. Qin Chuan glanced around and saw that the peak warriors were not present. However, upon inquiry, he learned that they had gone elsewhere to fight against the undead and demons. The casualties, Qin Chuan's primary concern, had also received a satisfactory answer. All members are healthy. After a brief explanation, Qin Chuan made his way directly to the lounge without further delay. Now, he needed time to process the gains from this time travel, and the astonishing information it contained. Closing the door, he shut out the outside noise. Qin Chuan sat in a chair and breathed a long sigh of relief, his mental fatigue returning. He closed his eyes, and replayed the past few days' experiences in his mind. From accidentally stumbling upon the Mist Cemetery, encountering the eerie chaos statue, to being warned by 2 mysterious and powerful unknown entities, and finally, accidentally leaping to that silent, dilapidated, yet strangely familiar world. Mist Cemetery. A low-quality chaos vessel. Slumbering within it something even those 2 wouldn't dare to provoke. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his eyes grim. The danger of that ruin far exceeded his imagination. A single low-quality item had forced him to use all his cards, so how terrifying must the entity slumbering within its depths be? The key question was, when exactly did the mythological era recorded on those last stone tablets take place? The mythological resurgence currently surfacing across Blue Planet, was it related to that era? Does this mean the Myth Cemetery is also descending upon Blue Planet? If so, how should he respond? And then, there was that dead world, and the clues left by the node. Clone. Reincarnation, key, coordinates. The information from the clone's memory fragments flashed in Qin Chuan's mind. That world seemed trapped in a cycle of destruction and rebirth, and his clone searched for the key to break it. At the last moment, they sent out a final coordinate. He absorbed the dark essence left behind by his clones, strengthening his own strength and the skills of his node clones, and even vaguely sensed the existence of other potential nodes. This was undoubtedly a huge gain, but it also brought more mysteries. What were those node clones experiencing? Were they also facing a similar reincarnation? Where did the final coordinate point to? And how could it be interpreted? Too much information, yet so little. Finally, and what excited Qin Chuan the most, was the Sniper God's exclusive talent enhancement stone. With a thought, Qin Chuan withdrew the dim, star-colored stone. The stone felt cold to the touch, and the faint light flowing on its surface seemed to contain the mysteries of the stars in the universe. The upgrade to his SSS level Sniper God talent means his long-range damage output will experience another qualitative leap. This will be crucial for his future actions, whether exploring more dangerous areas or dealing with potentially powerful enemies. Chapter 1313. Although this unexpected journey was incredibly dangerous and revealed even more mysteries, the outcome was quite satisfactory. Next, it was time to use this upgrade stone to further elevate the Sniper God. The only sound in the room was the sound of Qin Chuan's slightly rapid breathing. He spread his palm, and the dim, star-colored stone lay quietly in his palm. It felt cold to the touch, yet it seemed to hold a certain restrained energy. The faint light flowing on its surface was like a microcosm of a distant galaxy, constantly fading and emitting an aura that shared the same origin as the Sniper God's talent, yet was deeper and more fundamental. Sniper God's exclusive talent enhancement stone. Qin Chuan muttered softly, his fingertips gently caressing the stone's surface. It was this thing that carried his hope of breaking through his current limits. SSS level talent was already the pinnacle of what a mortal could achieve. What lay beyond that, he dared not imagine, but his heart was filled with burning anticipation. Ever since acquiring the Sniper God talent, long-range sniping has become one of his most core and confident combat tools. True damage and range damage boost, these two effects are simple and crude, yet incredibly powerful. Now, this talent finally has the potential to be further enhanced. I can't wait any longer. Qin Chuan's eyes were determined. Although he had just experienced a thrilling time travel and his mental and physical strength had not yet fully recovered, his thirst for power and the uncertainty of the future urged him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. More power means more confidence in dealing with unknown crises in the future. Qin Chuan adjusted his state and focused his attention on the talent stone in his hand. Use Talent Enhancement Stone, Sniper God exclusive. As his intention confirmed, the star-colored stone in his palm suddenly erupted with a brilliant yet not blinding light. The light didn't spread outward, but, like a living thing, it flowed along his arm and quickly merged into his body. Buzz, an indescribable feeling instantly swept through Qin Chuan's consciousness. It wasn't pain, nor was it comfort, but rather a sense of detachment and reshaping. He felt as if his soul had been ripped from his body, trapped in a boundless, dark void. There was no reference point, only absolute silence and icy coldness. Then, countless tiny points of light began to emerge in the darkness. Each point represented a coordinate, a possible target. Some of these points were close at hand, while others were so far away that they transcended the boundaries of time and space. He saw light bend and refract at incredible angles, passing through layers of spatial barriers, and precisely striking a tiny particle billions of light-years away. He understood that distance was no longer a barrier, space no longer an obstacle. As long as they locked on, they would hit. A sense of absolute control arose spontaneously. It was as if the entire universe was within his sight, and any being, should he so choose, could become his target. Is this the realm above the Sniper God? Qin Chuan was shocked. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and deep within them seemed to flow a galaxy, a fleeting flash. The talent stone had vanished, replaced by a more concentrated, sharper aura. Your SSS level talent Sniper God, level 9, has begun to absorb the essence of the law. The talent Sniper God is undergoing a transformation. The talent Sniper God has reached the maximum level. Congratulations. Your talent Sniper God has been elevated to the mythic level. Sniper God, mythic level, level max. Effect 1, Causal Lock. Your attack will lock onto the target's causal line, ignoring distance, space, most defense and dodge effects, and will definitely hit. The damage type is converted to conceptual real damage, can cause damage to laws, concepts, souls, etc. Effect 2. Infinite range. Your attack will ignore distance attenuation, with a theoretically unlimited range, and the damage has a minimum, 100 times increase, with no upper limit. Chapter 1314. Effect 3. Law penetration. Your attack has a 30% chance of penetrating the target's law layer, causing 200% law-tearing damage. This damage ignores any form of reduction. New Effect 4. Sniper precognition. You can temporarily predict the target's movement trajectory and weaknesses in the next 1 second. The clarity and duration of the prediction are affected by the difference in mental power between the two parties. New Effect 5. Origin shooting. Consume 10% divine power to condense an arrow containing the essence of the sniper law. This arrow will trace back to the target's origin and strike, and after hitting, it will annihilate part of the target's existence. Mind, effective against divine creatures, 24-hour cooldown. Looking at the brand new talent description, Qin Chuan gasped, his heart pounding with excitement. Mythic rank, above SSS is mythic rank. The improvement in effectiveness is simply earth-shaking. Causal lock, conceptual true damage, unlimited range, law penetration, sniper precognition, original shot. Each word represents a nearly insurmountable power. Although the previous sniper god was powerful, it could still be circumvented or weakened by certain special defenses or spatial abilities. But now, causal lock attacks directly from a higher dimension, ignoring most conventional and unconventional defenses. This simply elevates the concept of guaranteed hit to an absurd level, and conceptual true damage is even more outrageous, even affecting laws, concepts, and souls. This type of damage goes beyond the realm of physical and energy. Infinite range, ignoring attenuation and theoretically infinite range, means that as long as he can see or sense, he can hit. And with a guaranteed 100x damage boost, even close-range attacks can deal massive damage. Combined with precognitive sniper, it's a nightmare for squishy enemies. Law penetration is specifically designed to deal with enemies with powerful law defenses. Precognitive sniper elevates his combat awareness to a new level, predicting his opponent's movements and weaknesses a split second in advance. In a fast-paced battle, that split second can mean the difference between life and death. Most terrifying is Origin Shot, which directly consumes divine power, tracing back to the source to strike, annihilating the very concept of existence. This power touches upon the fundamental laws of the world. Although it has a 24-hour cooldown, it's undoubtedly a hidden gem. Is this the power of a mythical talent? Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Feeling the pure power flowing through his body after its transformation, his eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Although this adventure had been full of twists and turns, and he had nearly gotten lost in the turbulence of space and time, the ultimate reward far exceeded his expectations. Qin Chuan stood up and walked to the window, his gaze gazing into the distance. Though separated by thick city walls and energy shields, his enhanced sniper talent seemed to penetrate all these barriers. He could see the tiniest traces on the wings of a mutated bird flying at high speed in the distant sky. He could feel the heartbeat of a rat in a corner deep within the ruins of the city. He could even vaguely catch fleeting energy fluctuations in the chaotic turbulence of space and time beyond the atmosphere. An unprecedented sense of control filled him. Excellent, very good. Qin Chuan's lips curled up in a confident smile. With the legendary sniper, he undoubtedly felt more confident in facing the challenges ahead. Whether it's the lurking threats on Blue Star, the mysteries left behind by that dead world, or even other node clones in even more distant time and space. He now has greater power to explore and respond. What remains is to continue searching for fragments of the Godhead and fully transform the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. The improvement brought by the mythical talent is comprehensive, and it will fundamentally change Qin Chuan's combat style. Chapter 1315. Powerful enemies that once required finding a flaw to kill could now be killed in one blow simply by locking onto their causal lines from outside of his range. This power was intoxicating, yet also made him more vigilant. The increase in strength was intended to prepare for greater crisis. The terrifying existence slumbering deep within the mythological cemetery, the eerie reincarnation of that dead world, and the final coordinates transmitted by the node clones. All of this weighed like heavy mountains upon his heart. He must become stronger, strong enough to withstand all these unknown threats, and right now, the most obvious path to improvement was to continue searching for fragments of the divine nature, completely transforming the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. Once he possessed his own divine kingdom, his survivability, combat prowess, and even his control over the laws would experience a qualitative leap. Just then, There was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in." Qin Chuan gathered his composure and regained his usual composure. The door opened, and Ji Xing and Yi Luo walked in. Both of them wore expressions of obvious relief, yet a lingering trace of worry lingered between their brows. "President, you're finally back." Ji Xing stepped forward quickly, her tone tinged with fear. "We had no news for 7 days, and we've been driven crazy. Can you please not disappear like that next time? What if something happens to you? What will we do?" Her voice was a little agitated, clearly indicating that these 7 days had been immensely agonizing for her. Yi Luo nodded, her eyes filled with concern. "Yes, President. I know you're strong, but this was too risky. That place. Script said you were in a bad state when you returned." Seeing the two men's genuine concern, Qin Chuan felt a slight warmth in his heart, knowing the immense pressure his sudden disappearance had put on him. "I understand. I'd be more careful next time." Qin Chuan nodded, speaking as slowly as possible. "But there were things I had to do. I encountered an incident which delayed me. It's all right now." He didn't elaborate on those 7 days. It was too bizarre, and involved too many secrets. Now wasn't the time to elaborate. Ji Xing and Yi Luo exchanged a glance. Although the president had downplayed it, they both knew that an accident that delayed him for 7 days and caused him to return in such poor condition was undoubtedly a serious matter. However, the president was reluctant to elaborate, so they didn't press their questions. "That's good." Ji Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "The stronghold hasn't experienced any major problems in the past 7 days. While the undead and demon attacks haven't stopped, they've been repelled. We further optimized the defense system and personnel deployment according to your previous plan." "Thank you for your hard work," Qin Chuan said. "My strength has improved this time. Next, I plan to continue searching for fragments of the Godhead and upgrade the Shadow Realm to a divine kingdom as soon as possible." Hearing the improvement in strength, Ji Xing and Yi Luo's eyes flashed with surprise and curiosity. To receive such an evaluation from the guild leader, it seemed they had truly gained a lot, but more importantly, they were excited. The stronger the guild leader, the more secure the future of the Peak Guild, the Demon City Stronghold, and even the Yin Kingdom. Fragments of the divine nature. Ji Xing frowned. They're probably not easy to find. Although signs of a mythological resurgence are appearing in various countries, only a minority possess fragments, and they are extremely formidable. "I know," Qin Chuan said with a determined look. "No matter how difficult it is, we must find them. This is the fastest way to improve our overall strength." He looked at Ji Xing and Yi Luo. "Please keep an eye out for any clues related to the divine nature, the divine origin, or ancient mythological relics. Notify me immediately." "Understood." The two responded in unison. Yi Luo then said, "President, City Lord Edith is here, along with President Akabane, President Lungting, and others. You haven't been seen for 7 days, and they're very concerned. Upon hearing you returned, they teleported here. But since you seemed busy, we didn't bother you. Would you like to meet them now?" Chapter 1316. Qin Chuan nodded. "Since you're all here, let's meet. It's a good time to arrange follow-up plans." Arriving at the spacious reception room, it was already packed. Everyone from Peak had rushed back, including Akabane and his group from far away in Kyoto. Qin Chuan glanced around and nodded silently. Everyone had improved during this period, and the aura of igniting the divine fire had become more stable. Several who had previously failed had taken a crucial step and successfully ignited the divine fire. In comparison, Akabane and the others, who had been guarding Kyoto, were almost there, having only opened up their territory so far. There was nothing that could be done about it. Akabane and the others were technically considered official personnel, and Qin Chuan knew their identities. He had allowed them to join Peak in the hope of helping the official build up some combat power. As for subsequent advancement, it would depend on individual luck. However, given Akabane and the others' performance, and their connections with Peak, official resources would be allocated to them, and the possibility of igniting the divine fire was not low. Aside from the entire Peak team, the others came from various backgrounds. Edith, the former assassin mentor and daughter of the city lord, became the lord of Belly City with Qin Chuan's support. She also acquired a fire dragon, firmly establishing her position. She said go east, and no one in Belly City dared go west. Under her leadership, Belly City has established various collaborations with the Demon City Stronghold. After arriving in the Yin Kingdom, Belly City is located roughly in the southwest. Many players in that area visit Belly City for rest, transit, and information exchange, which has driven its further development. Next to Edith is the instructor Lei Huao, and also an old acquaintance, the dwarf craftsman Master Camel. Seeing Kamal, Qin Chuan was filled with emotion. The scene of him asking him to forge equipment was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed drastically. The apocalypse had transformed from a game into reality. The powerful gods of the undead world were eyeing Blue Star with eagerness, and the abyss was also a potential threat. Dismartin and the other two demons were Qin Chuan's allies, but there were more than 3 demons in the abyss. Thinking of the abyss, Qin Chuan caught sight of another familiar face. Bruno, the Night's Watch branch leader, had been tricked by Dismartin into becoming a fraudulent chosen one. He hadn't been the first to show up when the Night's Watch was summoned. I had thought Old Bull was dead, but he was still alive and well. Next to Bruno were Elna and Hans, a chosen one and an apostle, sitting on either side of Old Bull. Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud. Previously, Bruno had been sent back by Laura to guard the branch, with Elna and Hans as his caretakers. It was tragic that when the apocalypse finally arrived, Bruno was still under guard. However, Qin Chuan was still moved to see his old friend. Although Bruno was a bit cunning, for the sake of Dismartin, Qin Chuan wouldn't hold it against him as long as he had some sense. Bruno and Elna were present, and Laura, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch, was also there. Since the establishment of the Night Palace, she had completely settled down in the Magic City. In addition to these familiar faces, there was Longting Tianxia and his 3 companions, as well as a few guild leaders with whom she had some connections. All in all, there were about 30 or 40 people. Everyone looked at Qin Chuan, waiting for his words. I'm grateful for everyone's presence. Qin Chuan glanced around, his gaze steady and calm, a force that commanded conviction. I've been away for a while, and thank you all for your hard work. The threat from the undead and demons hasn't diminished, but has only intensified. His voice was soft, but it reached everyone present, and the once noisy atmosphere in the reception room quickly quieted. Everyone listened intently. Chapter 13:17. The situation on Blue Star will only become increasingly complex and dangerous, Qin Chuan continued, his tone tinged with solemnity. The resurgence of mythology presents both an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity lies in the chance to gain even greater power, while the challenge lies in the awakening of those monsters slumbering in the dust of history. President Yushin is right, Longting Tianxia spoke first. He stood up, looked around, and spoke in a resounding voice. During this period, our Longting Guild has been traveling extensively, subjugating newly emerged monsters. However, the strength of many of these monsters has exceeded our previous expectations. If it weren't for the several fire dragons President Yushin gifted us, and the help from the peak members, I'm afraid our area would have been reduced to ruins. He looked at Qin Chuan, his tone tinged with admiration. Thank you, sir. President Longting, you're too kind. Qin Chuan shook his head slightly, motioning him to sit down. The current situation is the result of everyone's joint efforts, not just my own. You're too modest. Edith also smiled, her voice clear and melodious, with a mature charm. Bailey City is what it is today thanks to your help. Now, Bailey City and the Demon City Stronghold are sharing resources and developing rapidly, which are tangible benefits. She looked at Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of complex emotions. If it weren't for the Night Wanderer, I'm afraid I'd still be worrying about Bailey City's survival, let alone my current strength and status. You're too polite, City Lord Edith. Qin Chuan nodded slightly at her, turning his gaze to the others. I gathered everyone here today mainly to discuss the next course of action. He paused, his tone growing serious. As I said before, the situation on Blue Star will only grow more dangerous. To survive the coming turmoil, or even seize the initiative, we must become more united. What's your plan, President? Akabane asked gravely, his gaze sharp, carrying the efficiency and decisiveness of a soldier. We received authorization before coming here, and Kyoto will fully support your actions. It's not really a plan, just some preliminary ideas, Qin Chuan said slowly. First, we must continue to expand the size and influence of the alliance, attracting more forces to join us and jointly resist external enemies. Second, we must proactively attack, eliminate those monster nests and strongholds that pose the greatest threat, seize resources, and enhance our strength. Finally, and most importantly, Qin Chuan's gaze swept over everyone present, his tone solemn. We must search for fragments of the divine nature and bring them to you as soon as possible. Raise your divine power, and only then can you truly cope with future crises. Qin Chuan addressed the most pressing issue. Although Blue Star is currently enveloped by a turbulent space-time layer, keeping the divine-level powerhouses of the undead world and the abyss out, the turbulent space-time layer will eventually dissipate, And then we won't be facing these random people anymore. The fragment of the divine nature. Laura frowned, pondering for a moment. It's indeed the key to increasing strength, but finding it won't be easy. Moreover, as divine power grows, the fragment's holder will become more cautious and cunning. I know. Qin Chuan nodded. But no matter how difficult it is, we must do it. This is the only way out. Shadow is right. Bruno stood up and echoed loudly. What's the point of a fragment of the divine nature? To become stronger, even if the path ahead is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, we must forge ahead. He patted his chest, his face filled with ambition, as if the fragment of the divine nature were within his grasp. Elna and Hans exchanged a helpless glance and silently shifted aside, seemingly unfamiliar with the man. Qin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He ignored Bruno's clamor and continued, I will mobilize the Peak Guild's full force to search for clues regarding the fragments of the divine nature. I also hope you can keep an eye out for them. Chapter 1318. In addition, I plan to form an elite team specifically to carry out high-difficulty, high-risk missions, such as exploring unknown areas, hunting powerful divine creatures, and seizing fragments of the divine nature. I will personally lead this team in the early stages to quickly strengthen it. Night Wanderer Boss personally leading the team? Long Tung Tianxia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. That's great. With a boss personally leading the effort, wouldn't it be easy? He rubbed his hands, eager to try, clearly interested in joining this elite team. The others also expressed anticipation. Qin Chuan's strength was obvious to all. If they could operate with him, their safety and efficiency would naturally be greatly improved. Of course, this team won't be too large. We prioritize elite personnel. Qin Chuan smiled and raised his hand for silence. I select a group of the strongest and most collaborative members from the top guilds and various factions. The specific list will be announced later. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone tinged with encouragement. This team's mission will be dangerous, but the rewards will also be lucrative. Not only will they obtain rare resources and equipment, but they also have the opportunity to directly access fragments of the divine nature. The living room erupted in discussion, everyone excited and expectant. This was Qin Chuan's decision after careful consideration. The Shadow Realm's complete evolution into a divine kingdom remained paramount, but the advancement of the others couldn't be left behind either. Otherwise, when the gods fully descended, how long would it take him to fight alone? Qin Chuan waved his hand to silence the discussion, his tone tinged with a subtle mixture of anticipation and worry. The wave of mythological resurgence has arrived, and the future of Blue Planet is full of uncertainties. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity. Everyone, will you be lost in the dust of history, or rise against the tide and reach the pinnacle? It all depends on your performance. Qin Chuan silently added, for the unknown being sleeping deep within the mythological cemetery, for the endless cycle of reincarnation in that dead world, for the final coordinates transmitted by the node clones. The burden on his shoulders grew heavier, but he would not retreat, and could not retreat. The following meeting focused on the search for the divine fragments, the formation of the elite team, and the optimization of the Alliance's defense system. The atmosphere was warm and constructive. Amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere, the meeting gradually drew to a close. The framework for the elite team had been initially established, and all parties expressed their full cooperation with Qin Chuan's actions. Since everyone agrees, the formation of the elite team will officially begin. Qin Chuan stood up and glanced at the group. I finalized the list later. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of responses echoed throughout the reception room. Everyone understood that joining the team personally led by Qin Chuan meant tremendous opportunity and honor. After the meeting, the group dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, leaving only the core members of the Peak Guild and several key figures from various factions in the reception room. President, do you have any ideas for the elite team? Jixing asked first, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Ying Luo also came forward, eyes full of anticipation. Yes, President, who will be there? Are we included? Qin Chuan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the others. The elite team won't be very large initially, around 7 or 8 will suffice. My initial plan is to select 3 from the Magic City stronghold, 1 from Kyoto, represented by Akabane, 1 from Bailey City, and 2 from the Guild Alliance, led by President Longton. Everyone agreed with this distribution plan. As the core force of the entire alliance, the Magic City stronghold naturally deserved 3 spots. Chapter 1319. Akabane represents the official team, Bailey City is considered a pure original Apocalypse NPC force, and Longting Tianxia represents the player Guild Alliance. All are indispensable forces. The candidates from the Magic City. Qin Chuan paused, his gaze settling on Jixing. You definitely have to be one. Jixing's lips curled slightly at this, revealing a confident smile. Of course. How could I be left out of such a good opportunity? Qin Chuan nodded, then looked at Ying Luo. Ying Luo, you count too. Ying Luo excitedly pumped his fist. No problem, President. I guarantee the mission. For the final spot, Qin Chuan hesitated among the others before finally looking at Laura. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watch, Laura's strength is unquestionable, and she possesses extensive experience in intelligence and command. Adding Laura to the elite team is also intended to strengthen the cooperation between Peak and the Night Watch, laying the groundwork and preparing for the Lady of Night's arrival. The last spot. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, his gaze finally landing on Laura. Lola, you should join the team. Your experience and judgment are crucial to the team. Lola was startled for a moment, then nodded calmly, I understand. I follow Mr. Shadow's instructions. Even before the apocalypse, she had received an oracle from the Lady of Night, urging her full support. The three-person roster for the Demon City stronghold was thus confirmed, Jixing, Ying Luo, and Laura. This combination offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, with damage, support, control, and intelligence support, a truly perfect combination. As for the others, it wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but rather that Qin Chuan couldn't withdraw all of them. Whether it was the Demon City stronghold or other locations, sufficient forces were needed for defense and support. Akabane, do you have any recommendations for candidates? Qin Chuan turned to look at Akabane and asked. Akabane pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, on my side. Let's have Falcon join. He excels in long-range sniping, and the guild leader is an expert in this field. Having him learn from the guild leader will surely yield significant benefits. After a pause, Akabane added, I need to continue defending Kyoto and cannot leave. Falcon was one of the members who joined Peak with Akabane. He possessed an S-rank talent, guaranteed critical hits with his long-range attacks, and was quite capable. Although not as good as Qin Chuan, he was considered a top-tier expert in long-range sniping. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly, not surprised by Akabane's recommendation. Falcon's long-range sniping skills were indeed impressive, and perhaps they could be useful in tactical coordination. Moreover, adding Falcon to the team would undoubtedly lead to rapid improvement and fill the gap in Kyoto's high-end combat power. Okay, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Then let's go with Falcon. Akaji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin Chuan agree. He had initially worried that Qin Chuan might consider Falcon inadequate or unfamiliar with him. After all, among the group of members who joined the Peak Guild, he was the only one who had a casual conversation with the president, the others were somewhat marginalized. But this also had to do with their status. Before joining the Peak Guild, they were all top soldiers in the military. Their positions meant they wouldn't rely solely on the guild like Jixing and Ying Luo. It now seemed that the president's selection of the elite team wasn't solely based on individual strength, it also considered balancing the interests of all parties involved. Then, Qin Chuan looked at Edith and asked, City Lord Edith, who are you planning to send? Edith sighed helplessly. Ordinarily, it should be me, but now that I'm the City Lord, I can't be away for long. Let Irina go. She's your shop assistant, but she's also a member of our Belly City. Hearing this answer, Qin Chuan was stunned. He had thought Edith would send Lei Huao to join the team, but he hadn't expected Irina to join. Chapter 1320. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Edith, she was able to get Irina here, and she probably already tricked her into joining the Belly City faction. But that's fine. In her previous life, Irina was a top tier witch, the kind that influenced the game's plot. In this life, she'd been tricked by Qin Chuan into becoming a shop assistant, but her talent remained, and it was time for her to improve. Finally, Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Long Tongue Tianxia. President Long Tongue, which two members of your guild alliance are you planning to recommend to join the elite team? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. Long Tongue Tianxia perked up immediately, rubbing his hands excitedly. Boss, we already discussed this. Our guild alliance will send Xiaoxua and me. Xiaoxua is the vice president, chief financial officer, and logistics director of the Long Tongue Guild. She's also a powerful divine fire priest, playing a vital role in team operations. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. The combination of Long Tongue and Xiaoxua, one close, one far, was a good match. Moreover, Long Tongue Tianxia himself is quite powerful, and has great influence among the player community. His presence will further unite the players. The area where the Longting Dynasty Guild is located is now home to a large number of guilds and idle players. Although there are several fire dragons, these forces are still insufficient against powerful enemies. If the elite team can help Lonting Tianxia and Xiaoxua break through to the Saint Realm, or even Demigod, it will naturally be extremely beneficial for subsequent operations. Okay, then it's Guild President Lonting and Xiaoxua. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. With this, the preliminary roster for the elite team has been finalized. Moda's Stronghold, Jixing Yingluo, Lola. Kyoto Representative, Falcon. Bailey City Representative, Irina. Guild Alliance, Lonting Tianxia, Xiaoxue. A total of 7 people, forming an elite team. For now, we decided on these 7 members of the elite team. Qin Chuan stood up and looked around, his tone solemn. I hope you be prepared to face the challenges ahead. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices resounding and full of enthusiasm. The preliminary personnel selection is complete. Next, Qin Chuan needs to quickly develop a detailed plan and lead the team on its first operation. As the night deepens, the Magic City stronghold remains brightly lit, bustling with activity and order. The mythical sniper talent grants Qin Chuan even greater power. The formation of the elite team also adds further momentum to future operations, giving Qin Chuan fewer worries. But the road ahead remains filled with unknowns and challenges. The being sleeping deep within the mythical cemetery, the endless cycle of that dead world, and the final coordinates transmitted by the node clone. All of this hangs like a fog, shrouding the future. In the void, the space-time turbulence layer still flickered with an eerie light. The eager gods had already raised their butcher knives, ready to devour Blue Star completely. He needed to quickly elevate the Shadow Realm to a divine kingdom. That was the foundation for truly contending with divine beings. And the fragments of the Godhead were the only stepping stone to that path. Qin Chuan's gaze narrowed. His unintentional diffusion of perception had just detected a highly unusual energy fluctuation, emanating from the distant eastern seas, obscure yet powerful, as striking as a beacon in the darkness. Eastern seas? Qin Chuan repeated in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with thought. After the fusion of Blue Star and Apocalypse, its overall area expanded more than tenfold, and the ocean region underwent drastic changes. Countless islands and reefs emerged, sea beasts mutated, and the danger level skyrocketed. And at this moment, the source of that unusual energy fluctuation was a relatively unfamiliar sea area, over 3,000 kilometers in a straight line. The energy fluctuations are extremely strong, and they continue to grow stronger. Qin Chuan quickly analyzed in his mind, this intensity is likely related to divine power. Could it be a fragment of the Godhead? Chapter 1321. Once this thought arose, it grew like wild weeds in Qin Chuan's mind. The allure of the divine fragments is deadly to anyone eager to increase their strength. Furthermore, he urgently needs them to complete the Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom. Not only that, but a large number of undead and demons are converging in that direction. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Through the sniper's ultra-long-range perception, he saw dense black spots on the sea surface. They were the unique aura of death emanating from undead creatures, and the chaotic evil power emanating from demonic creatures. The undead and demons converging simultaneously in one place was definitely not a good sign. It seems something significant has appeared in the eastern seas. Qin Chuan quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Whether it was the divine fragments or some other unknown opportunity, the anomaly in the eastern seas was worth his personal investigation. Furthermore, the gathering of so many undead and demons represents a potentially enormous threat. If left unchecked, it could cause immeasurable damage to the coastal areas of Yin Nation. The demon city would then very likely become the primary battleground, which is not good news. We can't wait any longer. Qin Chuan's eyes were determined, and he immediately turned and headed for the operations command room. Jixing, Yingluo, Laura, gather in the operations command room immediately. Qin Chuan's voice was transmitted over the communication system. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived quickly. President, what happened? Jixing, noticing Qin Chuan's slightly solemn expression, asked first. Yingluo followed up with a question. Are there any new movements from the undead or demons? Lola's eyes were sharp, and she waited quietly for Qin Chuan's instructions. Unusual energy fluctuations have occurred in the Eastern Sea, approximately 3,000 kilometers away. Qin Chuan went straight to the point, outlining what he had sensed. Preliminary analysis suggests it may be related to the fragments of the divine nature, or some other important opportunity may have arisen. Fragments of the divine nature? Jixing and Yingluo's eyes widened upon hearing this, expressions of shock and excitement on their faces. They were naturally well aware of the preciousness of the fragments of the divine nature. This is a crucial item directly related to the increase in divine power. The Eastern Sea? 3,000 kilometers? That's not close to the Demon City stronghold. Yingluo was excited, but also a little worried. And it's in the ocean, the environment is complex, and the danger is definitely high. Lola quickly got to work, walked to the battle table, and carefully observed the Eastern Sea area. Lord Shadow, which sea area is the specific location? What is the intensity of the energy fluctuations? How large is the undead and demonic presence? The specific location is here. Qin Chuan detailed the coordinates he had sensed, as well as the intensity of the energy fluctuations, and the approximate size of the undead and demonic presence. Lola quickly marked the abnormal area on the table, pulled up a detailed map of the Eastern Sea, and began a tactical analysis. Jixing rubbed his hands excitedly, eager to try. President, what are you waiting for? A fragment of the divine power. This kind of good stuff is absolutely impossible to miss. When do we set off? That's right, President. I can't wait to get to the Eastern Sea and make a big splash. Yingluo echoed, the shadow sword at her waist trembling faintly, humming with excitement. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly at the sight of the two excited faces, but his tone remained calm. Don't rush. The situation isn't that simple. He pointed to the marked area on the sand table and said in a deep voice, the situation in the Eastern Sea is extremely complex. The energy fluctuations are extremely strong, and the number of undead and demons gathered is huge and powerful. This operation will definitely not be easy. And Qin Chuan paused, his eyes deepening. I sense that there seems to be an even more powerful presence hidden deep in that sea area. Its aura is extremely dangerous. Chapter 1322. A more powerful being. The excitement on Jixing and Yingluo's faces faded slightly, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Lola also raised her head and looked at Qin Chuan with a questioning look. We're not sure exactly what it is, but it's definitely not an ordinary undead or demon, at least a demigod. Qin Chuan shook his head, his tone firm. In short, we must be fully prepared for this trip to the Eastern Sea. We must not take it lightly. I understand. Lola nodded, her expression becoming serious. I formulate the battle plan. Well, I leave the intelligence analysis and battle plan to you. Qin Chuan looked at Lola with trust. Jixing, Yingluo, you two go notify the others and call all the team members. Yes. Jixing and Yingluo responded in unison, immediately turning and leaving the combat command room to begin preparations. Eastern Sea, fragments of the divine power, an unknown powerful being. Qin Chuan cast his gaze once again towards the marked area on the sand table, his eyes gleaming with a complex light. Unknown dangers coexist with immense opportunities. He was determined to brave the Eastern Sea, whether it be through mountains of swords or seas of fire. This was also the first battle after the sniper god's talent was promoted to the mythical level. In the combat command room, the atmosphere quickly grew solemn. The members of the elite team, having received the notification, arrived one after another. Falcon, his massive sniper rifle slung across his back, stood silently in a corner, his sharp eyes scanning the sand table like a hawk, as if familiarizing himself with the battlefield. This time, Falcon had the privilege of joining the elite team and fighting alongside the guild master. He had never imagined such a good opportunity would befall him. He must seize this opportunity. Irina seemed a little reserved, but her gaze toward Qin Chuan was filled with trust and determination. This once deceived witch had now embarked on a path of power. Long Tang Tianxia strode in, followed by priest Xuxue. He wore his signature bright smile, but his eyes were intensely focused. Xuxue stood quietly beside him, her staff radiating a soft holy light, ready to provide support at any moment. With all 7 present, the team's first operation was about to begin. Everyone's here. Qin Chuan glanced at the group and said in a deep voice, Lola, how's the plan going? Lola stepped forward and pointed to the area marked on the sand table. According to the information provided by Lord Shadow, the target sea area is approximately 3,100 kilometers southeast of the Demon City stronghold. This area was originally a deep sea, but after the apocalypse, the terrain has changed dramatically, with numerous uncharted islands and reefs appearing, and the sea conditions are extremely complex. The intensity of the energy fluctuations detected is still rising, reaching the peak of demigod level. At the same time, the speed at which the undead and demons gather is also accelerating. Conservative estimates put their number at over 1 million, including many high-level units. She paused, then spoke. He added solemnly, the most crucial thing is that the unknown entity lurking in the depths of that sea possesses an aura far stronger than that of an ordinary demigod, making it extremely dangerous. We must act quickly. We must investigate the situation before more powerful entities are attracted there. If it is indeed a fragment of the divine nature, we must obtain it at all costs. Millions of undead and demons, and unknown powerful entities. Long Teng Tianxia smacked his lips. TSK, that's quite a grandiose undertaking. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Ji Xing's eyes gleamed. A fragment of the divine nature isn't something you can buy on the street, it carries enormous risks. Are you all ready? Qin Chuan glanced at the crowd. Always be prepared. Everyone responded in unison, their spirits high. All right, Qin Chuan nodded, a gleam in his eyes. Time is running out. Let's teleport directly there. He raised his hand, and the darkest hour appeared in his palm. This superior artifact emanated a dark, profound light, the power of the laws of space coursing through it. Driven by Qin Chuan's thoughts, the power of the artifact exploded instantly. Chapter 1323. Buzz, an invisible wave spread out from Qin Chuan, enveloping the entire elite team. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, then a strong sense of spatial distortion came over them, as if their bodies were being stretched and compressed. The surrounding scenery instantly became blurred, transformed into a stream of light and shadow. This feeling lasted only a moment, and the next second, the dazzling sunlight and the strong, salty sea breeze hit them. Everyone found themselves thousands of meters in the air, beneath the turbulent deep blue sea. Already? Here? Ying Luo shook her head, still a little unaccustomed to the situation, her face filled with surprise. This speed is too fast. The others were also shocked. Although they knew Qin Chuan possessed powerful spatial abilities, such a precise and swift method of simultaneously teleporting 7 people over a distance of 3,000 kilometers was still beyond their imagination. However, when their eyes cast their gazes towards the sea below, the shock on their faces was quickly replaced by horror. Oh my god! So many! Ji Xing couldn't help but gasp. The sea below had transformed into a chaotic battlefield. A black army of undead surged across the surface like a tide. Zombies, ghosts, gargoyles, and skeletal dragons, densely packed and endless. They clashed fiercely with the sulfur-smelling demons, their limbs and blood staining vast swathes of the sea an eerie dark red. On the surface, countless massive, bizarrely mutated sea beasts were drawn into the melee. Some were as massive as small mountains, their tentacles waving as they whipped up massive waves. Others were incredibly fast, tearing through the swarms of undead and demons, biting and biting them. The deathly aura of the undead, the chaotic energy of demons, and the stench of the sea mingled, forming a sickening odor that soared into the sky. How many monsters are there? Long Teng Tianxia's eyes widened, his voice a little dry. Have we disturbed a den of monsters? At least 3 million, and growing. Laura quickly assessed the scale of the battlefield, her face grim. And the proportion of high-level units is very high. I already seen several near demigod-level undead monarchs and abyss lords. President, how should we proceed? A frontal assault or a flank attack? Ying Luo asked. Falcon silently raised his sniper rifle, observing the battle below through the scope, his brow furrowed. Irina and Shishua's faces also paled. This was the first time they had witnessed such a large-scale, high-intensity melee. Qin Chuan hovered in the air, his expression calm. The scene before him was even more chaotic and tragic than he had previously perceived. His mythical sniper talent fully activated, his perception like invisible tentacles piercing the chaotic battlefield below, reaching for the source of the energy fluctuations. Soon, his gaze locked onto the center of the battlefield. It wasn't an island or landmass, but rather an immense, slowly rotating eye of a massive storm. Thick, inky black clouds piled up layer upon layer, forming a massive vortex over 10 kilometers in diameter. Wild winds howled within, emitting a shriek like the howling of ghosts and wolves, whipping up waves thousands of feet high and crashing down with ferocious force. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as dragons and snakes, pierced and exploded through the clouds, illuminating the dim sea and sky with flickering light and a chilling aura of destruction. This storm was clearly not naturally formed. It emanated the fluctuations of an ancient and violent law, forcibly distorting the surrounding space and elements. And in the very center of the violent storm's eye, in a relatively calm area, an irregular, angular crystal hovered there. The crystal was about the size of a fist, a deep azure blue. Silver-white arcs of electricity streamed across its surface, flickering like breathing. Chapter 1324. Every flicker stirred up the surrounding storm and thunder, releasing terrifying energy fluctuations. Found it. Qin Chuan's pupils shrank slightly. A fragment of the godhead with storm and thunder attributes. The energy emanating from that crystal was the very source that attracted countless undead, demons, and sea beasts to it. The divine power contained within it was vast and pure, imbued with the swiftness of wind and the fury of thunder. Just as Qin Chuan's attention was drawn to the fragment of the godhead and the chaotic battlefield below, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from below. Roar! A massive skeletal dragon, over 100 meters in size, suddenly soared skyward from the undead army. Its bony wings flapped, whipping up a hurricane of stench and death. A dark blue soul fire burned in its hollow eye sockets, emitting a suffocating pressure. This was a genuine demigod-level undead lord, its skeleton even retaining a faint luster of divinity. Its target was Qin Chuan and his group, hovering in the air. Clearly, the arrival of these uninvited guests had attracted the attention of the top predators in the chaotic battlefield. Be careful. It's the Skeleton King. Lolo warned sharply, quickly determining the enemy's rank. Long-Tongue Tianxia's expression changed, and he was about to command Xiaoxue to prepare defensive spells. Ji Xing also subconsciously prepared to call out the Destroyer and Annihilator. Yingluo clenched the Shadow Sword, ready to strike at any moment. Facing a demigod-level undead lord, even Ji Xing and Yingluo, with their divine fire ignited, dared not be careless. In a battle of this magnitude, the slightest mistake could lead to immediate destruction. However, Qin Chuan's actions were faster than anyone else's. Facing the Skeleton King charging forward with devastating force, he didn't even summon a weapon. He simply calmly raised his right hand and casually flicked his finger at the massive figure. There was no earth-shattering light effect, no complex energy gathering, not even a single unnecessary movement. It was as if he had merely flicked away a speck of dust. Whoosh! A barely perceptible, gossamer-thin streak of shadowy light, at a speed beyond the limits of visual perception, instantly crossed hundreds of meters. The immense body of the Skeleton King, so arrogant and menacing, suddenly froze in midair. The soul fire burning in its eye sockets flickered violently, like a candle suddenly extinguished in the wind. The next second, before everyone's astonished gaze, the massive skeleton, starting from the skull, silently disintegrated, transforming into the tiniest particles. Blown away by the violent sea breeze, it completely dissipated into the air. Not a single bone remained. From roaring out to complete annihilation, the entire process took less than a second. A deathly silence fell upon the sky. The whistling sound of the sea breeze, and the deafening shouts of bloodshed from the battlefield below seemed to be infinitely distant at that moment. What was that just now? Long-Tongue Tianxia's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide as bells, barely daring to believe what he had witnessed. That was a demigod-level undead lord. A single legendary flame dragon lieutenant had nearly destroyed their guild base. He hadn't known how to fight this demigod-level undead from the start. And just like that? Without even a decent resistance? One strike. Yingluo's voice trembled. He exerted a slight pressure on the hand holding the shadow sword, and looked at Qin Chuan with a look of disbelief and shock. Yingluo knew that even with his recent surge in strength, defeating a demigod-level undead wouldn't be easy. It would require at least a lengthy battle. The guild leader's attack, seemingly without even using any skills, ended the battle with a single basic attack. The power gap was even greater than before. Ji Xing was speechless with shock. She too had ignited the divine fire, making her a top-tier being on the entire blue planet. Chapter 1325. But Qin Chuan's casual shot just now had made her feel a gap as vast as an insurmountable chasm. That wasn't something that could be made up for by skill or equipment. It was an absolute crushing defeat at the level of life. What kind of terrifying transformation had occurred in the 7 days the guild master had been gone? Falcon's fingers, gripping the sniper rifle, turned slightly pale, his eyes filled with horror and a hint of fanaticism behind his lenses. He prided himself on being a master sniper, but Qin Chuan's strike had completely surpassed his understanding of sniping. He hadn't even seen the trajectory. Falcon's heart was filled with fervor. Even if he had only learned a few of the guild master's techniques, it would be enough to transform him completely. This trip was truly the right one. Irina and Xiaoxue were even paler, looking at Qin Chuan as if he were looking up to a god. They hadn't even seen what had happened before the powerful undead lord vanished. Laura took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her heart. Her gaze towards Qin Chuan grew more complex and odd. Mr. Shadow's power had once again surpassed her comprehension. Even if Lady Night herself were here, she wouldn't dare to claim to be able to easily stop it, would she? Although the thought was somewhat disrespectful, Laura couldn't help but ponder it. Besides, from what she knew, Lady Night and Mr. Shadow had a somewhat murky relationship. If Lady Night saw Mr. Shadow's power, she probably wouldn't have any other thoughts, only be pleased. I was just cleaning up some small fry. Qin Chuan retracted his finger, his tone as calm as if he had just crushed an ant. His gaze returned to the azure fragment of the divine power at the center of the storm. Don't just stand there. Our target is there. Just casually clearing out the small fry, everyone's mouth twitched. A demigod-level undead lord, and the guild master called him nothing more than a small fry. How embarrassing for them. However, despite their shock, Qin Chuan's thunderous move completely dispelled the last shred of doubt and worry in everyone's heart. With such a powerful guild master around, let alone millions of monsters and unknown powerful beings below, even if a true god descended, they would dare to take on him. Yes, guild master. Everyone immediately gathered their minds and regained their composure, their eyes fixed intently on the eye of the storm. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. The improvement brought by the mythical sniper talent went far beyond that. In that previous attack, he hadn't even utilized any of the sniper talent's active effects. He simply relied on the passive properties of causal lock and conceptual true damage, as well as his immense attack power, to launch a casual attack. If they used their full power, combined with their origin shooting, they could even attempt a sniper kill with a true lower-level god. Lola, follow the plan and determine the assault route, Qin Chuan ordered. Understood. Lola responded quickly, beginning to plot the shortest, safest assault route based on the real-time battlefield changes. The others also adjusted their positions, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. Even with Qin Chuan at their command, the battlefield below remained incredibly treacherous, and the slightest misstep could result in their demise. They had only one goal: to seize the fragments of the Storm and Thunder Godhead. As Qin Chuan gave the order, the mythical sniper's perception spread like a tide, instantly enveloping the chaotic battlefield of millions of monsters below. Countless streams of information flooded into his mind, especially several exceptionally powerful auras, none of which escaped his detection. Besides the Skeleton King just now, there's a deep-sea hydra lurking beneath the eastern reefs, an undead lich to the northwest, and an abyssal warlord hidden among the demonic hordes to the south. These are all demigod level. Qin Chuan's tone was flat, as if he were reading a perfectly ordinary report. The contents of this report, however, made the rest of the team's hearts race. Each name represented a terrifying force capable of destroying an elite army. Chapter 1326. As he spoke, his fingers tapped repeatedly in the air. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more barely perceptible streams of shadowy light shot off in different directions, instantly plunging into the depths of the chaotic and raging battlefield below. Below, the deep-sea hydra, gathering strength in the shadows of the reefs, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the aerial enemy, suddenly froze. Its 9 hideous heads simultaneously lost their luster and silently merged into the sea, without even a ripple. Kilometers away, hovering above a floating island constructed of countless bones, a lich wielding a bone staff suddenly saw the faint blue soul fire in its eyes extinguished, and its withered body dissipated into ash. In the deepest reaches of the demonic army, the 100-meter-tall abyss warlord abruptly stopped moving. The fury and bloodlust on his face froze. The next moment, his massive form seemed to be completely obliterated from the conceptual plane by an invisible force, leaving only a twisted, scorching, sulfur-scented air in its place. 3 more truly powerful demigods, silently and effortlessly eliminated by Qin Chuan in the same effortless manner in less than a second. The entire vast ocean battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment at the sudden disappearance of these top-tier beings. The pressure from the superior suddenly dissipated, and then, without command and restraint, the undead and demons fell into even more violent and disorderly chaos, instinctively engaging in a frenzy of destruction. The team members who witnessed this scene were truly silent. If the first instant kill of the Skeleton King had brought them incredible shock, then these 3 consecutive, casual, long-range kills, like clearing garbage, brought on a near-suffocating sense of awe and a profound overturning of their own perception of strength. That was a demigod. In the current situation, any of them could easily unleash a monstrous wave, a terrifying existence that would drive countless players and factions to despair. In front of Qin Chuan, they were truly like weeds by the roadside, easily plucked out. Oh my god! Long Tang Tianxia opened his mouth, only to utter a single word before shaking his head with a wry smile. His gaze towards Qin Chuan was now filled with pure admiration. Boss, are you going to let me live? You're not even going to fight me. Just clear the field by yourself. Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo exchanged glances, each seeing deep shock and a heightened fighting spirit in the other's eyes. Their judgment was correct. In the 7 days The guild master had been absent, his strength had undoubtedly undergone a drastic transformation, reaching a level they could barely comprehend. While this gave them greater confidence in their upcoming actions, it also brought on immense pressure. They needed to improve themselves quickly to truly keep up with the guild leader, rather than forever having to deal with the small fry behind him. Alright, we mostly cleared out the troublemakers. Qin Chuan withdrew his fingers, as if he had truly accomplished something insignificant. His gaze calmly returned to the raging storm's core. I leave the rest to you for practice, to familiarize you with teamwork, and to put some pressure on you. He deliberately left behind a few auras that were more deeply hidden, slightly weaker in strength, but still reaching the threshold of demigodhood. This served both to hone the team members, and to keep them vigilant, preventing them from complacency due to their own strength. True dangers often lurk in unexpected places. Practice. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched uncontrollably again. Below, the black and dark red tide continued to surge, numbering at least 3 million. Chapter 1327. Among them were many high-level units, some even approaching demigod level. The guild president had described them as mere training grounds? And just a bit of pressure? However, this time, no one objected. Qin Chuan had already proven with irrefutable actions that, as long as he didn't allow it, nothing on this battlefield could truly threaten their team's safety. All that remained was their own battle. Lola took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her turbulent emotions. She quickly adjusted the battle plan based on the latest developments. The most threatening demigod-level units have been eliminated. Continue advancing along the original route. Ji Xing, Ying Luo, you will be responsible for clearing out any high-level units that may be in the air and underwater. Long Tongue, Falcon, lead the frontal assault and open a gap in the demonic line. Irina, Xiaoxue, ensure you maintain healing and spell support, and be ready for any emergencies. Yes! Everyone responded in unison, this time with less nervousness and confusion and more composure and fighting spirit. Although Qin Chuan had easily dispatched the greatest threat, the remaining enemies still posed a daunting test, a perfect opportunity to hone the combat style and synergy of this newly assembled elite squad. Move! Qin Chuan commanded again. Without a pause, he vanished from his position like a ghost merging into the shadows, plunging directly into the chaotic and turbulent energy vortex at the outskirts of the storm. From beginning to end, his sole target was the fragment of the divine power at the very heart of the storm, and the unknown entity that evoked a vague sense of danger. As for the battlefield below, Ji Xing and the others were more than capable of handling it. Let's move! Ji Xing shouted, and two massive mechas, the Destroyer and the Annihilator, instantly appeared at her side. Their engines roared, and countless microdrones spread out like a swarm of bees. Ying Luo, without hesitation, flashed and followed closely behind on her black flame dragon, her shadow soared ablaze with inky flames. The elite squad's first coordinated operation officially began, and Qin Chuan had already silently passed through the most violent lightning and hurricane-force winds at the outer edge of the storm. The mythical sniper senses locked onto the fragment of the divine power at the center of the eye and the strangely calm, dark region deep within the storm. The turbulent energy at the outer edge of the storm was so violent that even a sanctuary-level warrior who ventured in would be torn to shreds. The hurricane-force wind sliced through space like materialized blades, and the thunder transformed into a dense electric grid, each explosion imbued with destructive force. Yet, Qin Chuan's figure moved through it with ghostly ease, unleashing the full power of his darkest hour. Coupled with Shadow Stealth's void-walking state, he ignored physical obstacles, his body constantly shifting between reality and nothingness, easily dodging those potentially lethal energy shockwaves. The power of the laws of wind and thunder is even more violent than I expected, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He could clearly sense that this storm wasn't simply a confluence of elements, but rather contained a trace of true divine law, furious and chaotic, like the final roar of a fallen god. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the oppressive force of this law became. The air seemed to thicken, and every step forward was met with immense resistance. Still, this wasn't a problem for Qin Chuan. The all-round perception and precise control of energy flows granted by his mythical sniper god talent allowed him to easily circumvent obstacles and stride forward. He even had time to spare a moment to monitor the battle situation of the squad behind him. Ji Xing's mecha fired at full power, and with the help of Ying Luo's Black Flame Dragon surprise attack, he had successfully torn a hole in the army of undead and demons. Chapter 1328. Longting Tianxia and Falcon were at the forefront, one charging valiantly, the other striking with precision, with exceptional efficiency. Irina and Xiaoxue also arrived in time to provide support. The entire team worked in perfect harmony. Despite facing a torrent of millions of monsters, they managed to stabilize their position for the time being and began to advance gradually. Not bad. Qin Chuan withdrew his perception, feeling quite satisfied with the team's performance. The fact that this improvised team had developed such combat effectiveness in such a short period of time had already exceeded expectations. This battle would surely allow them to grow significantly. Next, he would officially begin recovering the fragments of the divine nature. After passing through layers of dark clouds and raging thunderfields, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. The center of the eye, approximately several hundred meters in diameter, was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the raging chaos surrounding it. There was no hurricane, no thunder, only the slowly flowing, almost liquefied, wind and thunder elements, forming a strange, interwoven colorscape of deep blue and silver white. And that fist-sized azure crystal quietly hovered in the center of this peaceful area. Storm and Thunder Godhead Fragment, incomplete. It's indeed a Godhead Fragment. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The power contained in this fragment was extremely pure, precisely the energy needed for his Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom. By absorbing it, the Shadow Realm's evolution would take another major step forward. Without hesitation, he flashed and swooped towards the Godhead Fragment. However, just before he was about to touch the fragment, a warning of extreme danger suddenly exploded from the depths of his heart. The passive effect of Darkness of Destiny was instantly triggered to its fullest. Qin Chuan's figure suddenly froze in midair, his mythical sniper's perception unleashed, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping across the seemingly peaceful yet murderous area at the center of the eye of the storm. Beneath that region flowing with liquefied wind and thunder elements, deep within the previously empty darkness, a pair of eyes had quietly opened. They were a pair of immense, vertical pupils. There was no trace of emotion, only pure, cold, deathly silence, as if it could devour everything. Just being stared at by those eyes, Qin Chuan felt a chill deep within his soul. Finally coming out. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted slightly, his alertness reaching its highest level. This aura was far more powerful than any of the demigods he had casually annihilated before, even faintly touching the threshold of godhood. This was the true master of this sea, the guardian of the fragment of the godhead, a wave of obscure and ancient divine consciousness, spreading like an invisible tide, echoed directly in Qin Chuan's mind. Outsiders. Coveting the remains of the god. Die. The divine consciousness was icy cold, like 10,000-year-old black ice, freezing the soul instantly. The remains of the god. Qin Chuan repeated these 4 words in his mind, his gaze piercing the pair of chaotic vertical pupils below. He instantly understood many things. This fragment of the godhead was perhaps not just a concentrated force, but a remnant of a fallen deity, and this terrifying existence before him, and the raging storm and thunder, might all be byproducts of this remains, a protective mechanism formed by the deity's unwilling will and chaotic forces after its fall. As the rules of Blue Planet shifted, it also reappeared in the world as part of the myth's revival. The liquefied wind and thunder element at the center of the eye of the storm could be considered nourishment, maintaining the balance of the region and nurturing the unknown existence below. Tiny ant. The obscure divine thought echoed again, with a hint of obvious contempt and mockery. Another greedy person drawn by the afterglow of a fallen god. You are unworthy to touch this power. As the divine thought fluctuated, an invisible spiritual pressure swept over like a tangible tsunami. Chapter 1329. This overwhelming pressure attempted to shake Qin Chuan's mind, stirring in him the urge to retreat in fear. Qin Chuan's eyes remained calm, his mental strength as solid as a rock, easily withstanding the impact. He didn't even waver with a flicker of emotion, only focusing even more intently on analyzing his opponent. Unworthy? Qin Chuan sneered inwardly. Whether one is worthy or not is never determined by others. He could sense that the being below, while powerful, seemed bound by some force to the core of the eye of the storm, unable to easily leave. Its power was tightly bound to this storm, this fragment of the divine nature, forming a single entity. This was both its source of strength and its weakness. This storm, this thunder, are all the wails of a fallen god. The being seemed to sense that Qin Chuan was unmoved by the pressure, and the mockery in its mind intensified. And I, the embodiment of this wail. Your intrusion here is blasphemy. Before he finished his words, the liquefied wind and thunder element flowing below erupted into a violent turmoil. Deep blue hurricanes and silver-white thunderbolts coalesced from thin air. No longer the chaotic and disordered state surrounding them, they were precisely controlled, transforming into dozens of incredibly sharp energy spears, tearing through the tranquil void and hurling themselves towards Qin Chuan. Each energy spear contained terrifying power capable of easily piercing a demigod's body. Its extreme speed blocked all Qin Chuan's escape routes. Faced with this sudden and fatal blow, Qin Chuan remained calm. He didn't even use Darkest Hour to evade. The effects of the Sniper God talent had already quietly taken effect. Predictive Sniper. The moment the energy spheres coalesced into form, Qin Chuan's mind had already clearly mapped out their attack trajectories, energy nodes, and the tiniest flaws. His body swayed slightly in the air like willow catkins. This seemingly casual movement perfectly dodged the barrage of energy spears. The violent energy brushed past the hem of Qin Chuan's clothes, erupting with a deafening roar in the distance, yet it failed to harm even a hair on his head. At the same time, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the fragment of the divine nature at the very center of the Eye of the Storm. He needed this fragment of the divine nature to further transform the Shadow Realm. No matter what the Guardian was, it could not stop him. With a thought, the divine power of the Darkest Hour quietly unleashed. Space-time ruptured. A deeper, more domineering force of the laws of space instantly erupted, centered around Qin Chuan. It was not a brutal tearing, but an incredibly precise severing, crack, as if something invisible had been severed. The area at the center of the eye, previously a constant flow of storm energy, had its spatial connection forcibly severed. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment and fury appeared in those chaotic vertical pupils. It could sense that its connection to the storm, to the fragment of the divine power, was being forcibly severed by an external force. How dare you? The enraged divine thought, like a physical storm, assaulted Qin Chuan's consciousness. Qin Chuan ignored its roar. The absolute isolation created by the rupture in space and time lasted only 10 seconds, but it was these 10 seconds of freedom he desired. Bullet time activated. The moment bullet time activated, Qin Chuan's perception was infinitely stretched and magnified. Everything around him sank into an extreme slowdown. The howling wind became a frozen line, and the exploding thunder was like still fireworks. The astonishment and fury that had just emerged in those huge vertical pupils were also frozen into a slowly flowing emotion. His target was the fragment of the divine nature. However, the moment his senses penetrated the raging wind and thunder and locked onto the azure crystal, his expression changed slightly. No, the fragment of the divine nature wasn't simply suspended in the center of the Eye of the Storm. Instead, it had formed a near-fused connection with the core of this area, with the unknown being behind those vertical pupils. Chapter 1330. The fragment's light pulsed like a heartbeat, each flicker syncing with the vast aura of the unknown being. Its immense divine power had already begun to merge with the other's essence. Has it already begun to merge? Qin Chuan's heart sank. This meant he couldn't seize the fragment directly, he had to eliminate the Guardian first. Almost as he realized this, mortals, peek into the divine realm and be punished by the gods. The icy, piercing divine thought echoed again. This time, it was no longer merely a mental shock, but carried a far more terrifying, far more essential power. Buzz, an invisible domain, centered around those vertical pupils, suddenly expanded. This domain was not physical, but far stronger than any material barrier. It acted directly upon the plane of laws, the embryonic form of the kingdom of God. Qin Chuan's heart trembled, and he instantly understood the source of this power. The being before him was not merely powerful, it had already begun to assemble its own divine kingdom. Though merely a prototype, far from complete, it already possessed some of the power of a deity, capable of interfering with and distorting the laws of reality to a certain extent. The absolute isolation created by the rupture in space-time, under the impact of the power of this embryonic divine kingdom, began to violently ripple, as if threatened to be torn apart from within. The divine power is like a prison, it must not be violated. The enraged divine thought transformed into a tangible attack of laws. The liquefied wind and thunder element at the center of the Eye of the Storm was no longer simple energy, it was imbued with will. The deep blue wind element twisted and condensed, transforming into countless tiny yet incredibly sharp blades of law. Ignoring physical distance, they appeared directly around Qin Chuan's body, slicing from all directions, aiming directly at his very existence. At the same time, the silver-white lightning underwent a qualitative change. No longer exploding violently, it coalesced into orderly chains of law, wrapping around Qin Chuan's limbs and bones, attempting to restrain his movements and deprive him of control over his body. This was no longer a simple energy attack, but a direct application of the power of law to annihilate and imprison. An ordinary demigod facing such an attack wouldn't even have a chance to react. Instantly disintegrating, or completely imprisoned, Qin Chuan's eyes were more solemn than ever. Is this the power approaching that of a lower-level god? Truly terrifying, but he didn't panic. The mythical sniper's perception had long since penetrated the trajectory and essence of these law-based attacks. The effect of precognition allowed him to detect every moment of the law blade's appearance, and the passive causal lock allowed him to vaguely sense the causal lines that the law chains attempted to entangle. His body reacted beyond its limits, under the conditions of bullet time. Walking in the void, his figure rapidly shifted between reality and nothingness, each flicker perfectly avoiding the cuts of the law blade, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. At the same time, he mobilized the divine power within his body, combined with the spatial force of the darkest hour, to forcibly interfere with the chains of law that attempted to entangle him. Swish, 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 the invisible blade of law brushed past his body, slicing through space and leaving behind tiny black cracks. The chains of law, like maggots clinging to his bones, constantly sought to lock onto his existence. Each break required considerable effort. The situation became extremely dangerous. The power of the embryonic form of the kingdom of God was constantly eroding the isolated area created by the rupture in space-time. Time was running out. Furthermore, a head-on confrontation was unwise. The opponent possessed the embryonic form of the kingdom of God, and his power was nearly endless. Delaying the attack would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Since I can't take it directly, I have to defeat you first. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and he made a split-second decision. Facing an enemy of this caliber, ordinary attacks were of limited effectiveness. He must unleash his true trump card. Chapter 1331. Original Shooting. Consume 10% of your divine power. Activate Origin Shooting. Qin Chuan muttered silently. Buzz, a surge of power far exceeding normal surge from his body. It wasn't simply a gathering of energy, but rather a deeper, more essential force being activated. The divine power within him, transformed through the sniper god's innate talent and imbued with a trace of the essence of the sniper's killing principles, was instantly drained by a tenth. This divine power wasn't released externally, but rather, guided by his thoughts, began to condense within the void. There was no physical arrow, no earth-shattering sound or light effects. Only an extremely condensed, pure concept was taking shape. This concept took on an indescribable form, as if it were an absolute hit, a sniper kill that transcended all obstacles, a death that struck directly at the core. It contained the most fundamental power of the law of sniper kill, its target not being the Guardian's physical form or its energy core, but the fundamental concept of its existence. The moment this conceptual arrow took shape. What is this? The enormous vertical pupils hidden in the darkness suddenly contracted. Previously, no matter how Qin Chuan dodged or resisted, it was filled with only anger and contempt. But now, an uncontrollable fear and trembling, rising from the deepest depths of its being, instantly overwhelmed its will like an icy tide. It felt it. It felt a terrifying force that threatened the very foundation of its existence. That force disregarded the barriers of the embryonic divine kingdom, the defenses of the wind and thunder laws, and locked directly onto the most core, vulnerable point, where it had merged with the fragment of the Godhead. No! The utterly terrified divine consciousness roared out, filled with unprecedented panic, almost instantly. Crack! The absolutely isolated area created by the space-time rupture finally couldn't withstand the continuous onslaught of the divine kingdom's embryonic power, shattering like glass. The 15-second bullet time effect ended at this moment. Boom! The violent force suppressed for 10 seconds erupted instantly. Those enormous vertical pupils, completely ignited by fear and rage, frantically mobilized the power of the divine kingdom's embryonic form and the fragments of the Godhead. In the core area of the eye of the storm, all the wind and thunder elements boiled over, transforming into a devastating tsunami of energy that swept madly towards Qin Chuan. Deprived of the temporary protection of the space-time rupture, Qin Chuan was directly exposed to the terrifying pressure of this near-divine wrath, facing the sweeping torrent of wind and thunder, and the attacks of the laws that emanated from those vertical pupils, powerful enough to annihilate even a demigod. Qin Chuan's eyes remained remarkably calm. He raised his hand and gently pointed at the fearful and angry vertical pupils. The concept arrow, embodying the essence of the law of sniping, shot silently and without a trace. It made no sound, produced no light, and even the energy fluctuation was minimal. Just like that, like a ghost from a dimension not existing in reality, it pierced directly through the oncoming, all-destructive tsunami of wind and thunder, piercing the barrier of laws constructed by the embryonic form of the divine kingdom, and shot towards the true source hidden in the endless wind and thunder behind those huge vertical pupils. Original Shooting. Tracing back to the target's origin and striking, annihilating the target's entire concept of existence upon impact. This strike would determine the ultimate outcome of this battle. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched and instantly compressed at this moment. The invisible and intangible concept arrow, carrying 1/10 of Qin Chuan's divine power, and the essence of the law of sniping, completely disregarded distance, energy, and even the barriers of law. It did not destroy, but erase. When the sweeping wind, thunder, and tsunami touched the trajectory of the conceptual arrow, it was as if it encountered absolute nothingness, and a part of it was silently annihilated, revealing a strange passage. Chapter 1332. The barrier of laws constructed by the embryonic form of the kingdom of God was as fragile as paper before this arrow, easily piercing through it without even a ripple. No! Hidden deep in the darkness, the origin being closely connected to the fragment of the Godhead let out a final divine roar filled with fear and unwillingness. The cold, dead silence within those enormous vertical pupils was completely ignited, transforming into pure terror. It attempted to mobilize all its strength in defense, even contemplating detonating the fragment of the Godhead and annihilating itself, but it was too late. The origin's firing speed surpassed thought, and its method of action transcended conventional offensive and defensive logic. Puff. Like an inaudible bubble bursting, it echoed at the level of laws. Those enormous vertical pupils instantly lost all their brilliance, their light dimming like an extinguished star. Immediately afterwards, the vast aura behind it, along with the nascent divine kingdom, began to rapidly disintegrate and dissipate, like a pencil drawing being erased, from the very concept of existence. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no gushing energy, only a heart-wrenching sense of utter emptiness. You ant, how dare you kill a god? The intermittent, shattered divine thoughts, filled with resentment and disbelief, were the last vestiges of that unknown being, then completely dissipated into nothingness. With the guardian's origin erased, the entire eye of the storm lost its core support. The liquefied wind and thunder element, freed from its restraints, began to violently surge and collide, emitting an unwilling wail, but ultimately grew thinner and dim. The superstorm enveloping the sea seemed to have lost its power source, its rotation speed drastically decreasing. The dark clouds dissipated, and the thunder gradually subsided. Ding! You have successfully killed the divine corpse guardian, near God level, destroying the opponent's kingdom. Judgment. The target possesses the embryonic form of a kingdom, meeting the requirements for the quest God Ascension Stage 5. The fall of the divine kingdom embryo. Mission completed. Reward, 1 Kingdom Seed. Congratulations on completing the quest God Ascension Stage 5 and obtaining the Kingdom Seed, the foundation for building your own kingdom. Your divine damage increases by 500%, and your divine defense increases by 300%. Ding! The God Ascension Stage 6. The path of determination has been triggered. Quest requirements. Clarify your core path, using it as a foundation to begin consolidating your own godhood. The following are the possible paths: shadow, space, time, sniper. A series of system notifications echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. The seed of the divine kingdom. Qin Chuan sensed the newly formed seed of light within his consciousness, seemingly imbued with infinite possibilities, and a clear understanding dawned on him. This was the key to the true divine realm. As long as he planted it and nurtured it with his own strength and understanding of the laws, he would gradually carve out his own divine kingdom. The 6th level mission was an even more crucial step. Determining the path. To condense the divine nature, one must choose a core direction. Shadows, space, time, sniping. These were all areas of expertise, but ultimately, only one could serve as the main trunk, with the others blending into it as branches. Biting off more than one bites off more than one can chew. First, condense the first divine nature, then expand and extend it. If one desired everything, he would ultimately end up with nothing. My path? Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. This required careful consideration. His gaze returned to the front. With the Guardian's complete demise, the fragment of the divine power lost its final restraints and hovered quietly in the center of the gradually subsiding eye of the storm, emitting a pure and alluring azure glow. Silver-white arcs of electricity danced across its surface, imbued with the primal power of wind and thunder. Qin Chuan no longer hesitated. In a flash, he approached the fragment and extended his hand. Unimpeded by any resistance, his hand passed directly through the fragment's shadow. Then, the fist-sized crystal transformed into a mighty torrent of blue-silver energy, flowing into Qin Chuan's body and heading straight for the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1333. Boom! Qin Chuan felt as if a massive energy crystal had been dropped into his Shadow Realm, instantly detonating. Prior to this, his Shadow Realm's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom had reached 40%. Now, under the infusion of this pure divine power of wind and thunder, it was like a dry sponge madly absorbing water. Shadow Realm's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom. 45%. 50%. 55%. 60%. The progress bar finally stopped firmly at 60%. A full 20% increase in progress. Qin Chuan could clearly sense the earth-shaking changes taking place within the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm, already taking the shape of a divine kingdom, now possessed even greater splendor. Deep, dark blue streams of light, like silent wind currents, weave through the shadows, imbuing this realm with unprecedented agility and swiftness. At the same time, wisps of dazzling silver-white arcs, like dormant thunder dragons, occasionally flash from the depths of the Shadow Realm, bringing with them an aura of destruction and judgment. The fragments of the laws of wind and thunder did not conflict with the laws of shadow. Instead, they began to fuse, fueled by the shadow domain's powerful absorption and compatibility. The shadow no longer merely hid and devoured, it began to possess the speed of wind, capable of condensing into an invisible blade capable of slicing through everything. It also began to contain the fury of thunder, capable of silently brewing devastating explosions. The spatial barrier of the entire shadow domain grew more solid, taking on a storm-like tenacity and thunderous majesty. Qin Chuan even felt that with a single thought, he could unleash a small-scale shadow storm within the shadow domain, or rain down punitive shadow thunder. This domain, his, was rapidly evolving into a more complete, more diverse, and more powerful prototype of a divine kingdom. The eye of the storm had completely subsided, and the storm outside had dissipated. Sunlight pierced the clouds, shimmering onto the calm sea, illuminating the still chaotic battlefield below, and the solitary figure in the sky, its aura growing ever deeper. Qin Chuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, and the transformation of the Shadow Realm. A smile of satisfaction played on his lips. Godhead fragments, I got them. Next, I must quickly determine my path, condense my Godhead, and truly transform the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. The storm subsided, the thunder dissipated. The sea, previously shrouded in endless dark clouds and raging energy, finally saw the light of day again. Golden sunlight pierced the remaining clouds, scattering across the vast, ravaged sea, illuminating the countless floating monster wreckage and the aftermath of the still violent collision of energy. The suffocating pressure at the center of the eye of the storm had completely dissipated. Qin Chuan hovered quietly in midair, the power within him surging like a surging river, each cycle bringing a deeper transformation. In the Shadow Realm, the newly integrated divine power of wind and thunder was beginning to intertwine with the existing laws of shadow, forming a more complex and stable domain structure. The divine kingdom seed suspended deep within his consciousness shone faintly, like a cosmic singularity waiting to be awakened, imbued with infinite possibilities. The 60% progress of the divine kingdom, along with this divine kingdom seed, meant that he was only a few steps away from true divine realm. Guardian of the divine remains. Near God level. Qin Chuan recalled the previous battle. If it weren't for the killing move, Origin Shot, which directly targeted the concept of existence, defeating a near God level being that possessed the embryonic form of a divine kingdom and had begun to merge with the fragments of the Godhead, would have been a difficult task. Even he would likely face a tough battle, perhaps even needing to use more of his trump cards. 6th level of the long steps to divinity, the path of determination. Qin Chuan's consciousness sank into the system prompt. Quest requirements. Clarify your core path, and using it as a foundation, begin to condense your godhood. The following are the possible paths: shadow, space, time, sniper. Choices are often more difficult than battles. Chapter 1334. This isn't simply a matter of skill specialization, it's about establishing the foundation for future godhood and the core manifestation of one's own Tao. Once chosen, the subsequent consolidation of godhood and the building of authority will revolve around this core path. Although gods can wield a variety of powers, the initial, most fundamental path will determine their essence and the upper limit of their future potential. Shadow, this is what he's most familiar with, and it's the core of his current power system. The Shadow Realm's divine kingdom is inherently based on shadow. Choosing shadow as the core path is a natural progression, providing the most solid foundation. His profession and many of his skills are closely tied to shadow. Space, Darkest Hour grants him powerful spatial travel abilities, and the ability to rupture spacetime is even more powerful. Using space as the Tao, controlling distance and dimension also holds immense potential. Time, Bullet Time, the Death Shadow suits Time Freeze, the resurrection of the fallen god. The power of time is unpredictable. If one can grasp this as a core, perhaps one can reach deeper into the mysteries of the universe. But the laws of time are the most obscure and difficult to grasp. Sniper, this is the path represented by his unique, mythical talent, the Sniper God. The terrifying power of the Origin Shot has already demonstrated its potential. Ultimate aggression, locking and obliterating at the level of cause and effect. Mastering this skill might lead to becoming the purest, most lethal god of slaughter. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Each path is filled with temptation and represents a different future. Shadows are inclusive, able to integrate other powers, and advance steadily. Spatial agility, commanding the battlefield, unpredictable. Time is mysterious, its potential immense, but also its risks high. The ultimate sniper, pure violence, a single strike to kill. The core principle. Qin Chuan's gaze deepened. He needed time to carefully weigh the pros and cons. This wasn't just about the strength of his power, but also about his future fighting style, and even the form of his existence. A hasty decision could leave irreparable hidden dangers in the future. Once chosen, this path would be difficult to reverse, profoundly impacting his future growth trajectory and the form of his power. A hasty decision isn't necessarily a good thing, Qin Chuan pondered. He sensed the changes within his shadow realm, the 60% progress toward becoming a divine kingdom, and the powerful force brought by the newly integrated wind and thunder divinity. The shadow realm was the foundation of his power, the embodiment of his shadow law, and the closest he currently came to a divine kingdom. Perhaps, I should first consolidate my existing foundation to its full potential. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to the faintly glowing divine kingdom seed deep within his consciousness. This is the foundational core for building a kingdom of God, but its effectiveness is established after the first divine nature has been condensed. The divine nature is the crystallization of the Tao, and the kingdom of God is the domain of the Tao. My shadow realm is already transforming into a kingdom of God, but it doesn't yet possess a true divine nature as its core. He analyzed his own situation. Rather than rushing to determine the Tao now, and rashly using the seeds of the kingdom of God to condense a potentially imperfect divine nature, it would be better to first complete the process of the shadow realm's transformation into a kingdom of God. Raising the shadow realm's transformation to 100% would not only make his domain more stable and more powerful, but it might also allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the laws of shadow, thereby more clearly defining his core Tao. Perfect the existing container before considering injecting the purest Tao into it. Once this idea came to mind, it quickly took root in his mind. Yes, first completely transform the shadow realm into its strongest form, the prototype of a kingdom of God. Qin Chuan made his decision. The seed of the divine kingdom could be set aside for now, waiting for his shadow realm to fully transform and gain absolute confidence in his core principles before using it. His perception swept downwards again. Ji Xing and his team struggled to advance amidst a tidal wave of monsters. Although Qin Chuan had eliminated the most significant threats, the remaining high-level monsters were still numerous. For them, this was a true test. Chapter 1335. Boss, are you still up there? Long Tang Tianxia's panting voice echoed again, evidently indicating the intense battle below. These small fry. There are too many of them. We can't possibly kill them all. Although he complained, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. This kind of high-intensity combat clearly boosted his strength. Yes, President. These big guys are tough, so it takes some time. Yingluo's voice echoed, mingling with the sounds of blades piercing the air and energy explosions. But it's certainly a good opportunity for training. Qin Chuan didn't respond, quietly sensing the fluctuations of the battle below. The team members performed well. They didn't collapse under the sheer number of enemies, but instead fought steadily, using teamwork to gradually break through the defenses. For a first battle, the number and strength of these enemies are perfect, Qin Chuan thought. His goal was to find the power or resources that could further accelerate the shadow domain's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom. Since this he could nurture fragments of godhood and near god-level guardians. Perhaps it held other hidden secrets or residual divine power to be absorbed. He no longer focused on the battlefield below, instead concentrating his entire attention on sensing the depths of this sea, searching for any entity that might aid the shadow realm's transformation. The seed of the kingdom of God hovered quietly within his consciousness, awaiting the next step in his transformation. Qin Chuan's figure flickered slightly in the sky, the perception of the mythical sniper god extending like invisible tentacles deeper into the sea, into its more hidden corners. His goal was clear. Before establishing his path, he must first allow the shadow realm to complete its final transformation and achieve true perfection. Qin Chuan hovered high in the sky, like the only fixed point in this sea. The perception of the mythical sniper god was like the most sophisticated radar, piercing the shimmering surface and reaching the dark, silent depths of the ocean floor. Qin Chuan was ready to push the shadow realm's transformation into a divine kingdom to 100% perfection. Only a solid foundation could sustain the most powerful Tao. Hastily choosing a core path and concentrating the divine nature now would be like using an unfinished vessel to hold the most precious elixir. Not only would it be wasteful, it could even lead to defects in the vessel itself. He needed more divine power, or rare artifacts related to the laws, to complete the Shadow Realm's final transformation. Even at 100% completion, he wouldn't necessarily rush to achieve a complete transformation and breakthrough. Perhaps, he would supplement it with as many law types as possible, ensuring that the Shadow Realm possessed a complete law structure like that of the real world. This sea area, where fragments of the divine nature and near god-level guardians were born, was undoubtedly the most likely place for these things to exist. Perception penetrated the seabed. The dramatic changes brought about by the apocalypse also profoundly impacted the ocean. The original seabed landscape was completely overturned. Vast faults, new volcanoes, twisted reefs, and bottomless trenches formed a bizarre underwater world. Darkness, coldness, and the pervasive pressure of immense water were the constant themes here. Countless mutated sea beasts lurked and roamed the depths, more ferocious and terrifying than those on the surface, their aura even more sinister and powerful. But these powerful deep-sea creatures instinctively felt fear when Qin Chuan's invisible perception swept over them. They hid and lay dormant, daring not to move. Qin Chuan's mind was intensely focused, filtering out useless information and carefully analyzing every anomalous energy fluctuation. Although the guardian of the divine remains had been conceptually erased by his origin shot, the long years it had occupied this place before its fall must have left traces. The power of the fallen deity would not simply condense into a fragment and dissipate completely. Chapter 1336. Qin Chuan's senses detected a faint, but extremely pure remnant of energy, located deep beneath the seabed. The sensation was of the same origin as the fragment of godhood he had felt before, but fainter and more subtle. Like a small side dish left in a corner after finishing the main course. Although the amount was small, it still filled the stomach. Just as he was about to investigate further, Qin Chuan's senses keenly detected a new, powerful aura rising from the chaotic battlefield below. The aura carried a rich mixture of death and chaos, surprisingly reaching a level close to that of a demigod. It was a giant monster, stitched together from countless corpses and demonic limbs. It seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation in the melee, its aura even more powerful than before, already touching the threshold of demigodhood. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted slightly downward, locking onto the massive, stitched monster. It swung its deformed limbs, charging through the sea of monsters. Each strike crushed vast swathes of enemies. It was closing in on the area where Ji Xing and his team were, placing immense pressure on the elite team. The new one. No, the one we left behind earlier. Has it broken through to near demigod status? Qin Chuan understood. He had deliberately left behind some powerful monsters for Ji Xing and his team to practice with, but he hadn't expected this stitched giant to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of such chaotic battle. This was a surprising incident. He didn't rush to attack. Ji Xing and Yi Luo had both ignited their divine fire, possessing demigod-level strength. Although this stitched giant had just broken through and had truly reached the threshold of demigod status, it was still not strong enough to threaten the team's safety. The remaining million-level monster torrent would be handled by others, a test of their teamwork and ability to withstand extreme pressure. Qin Chuan needed to focus on exploring the seabed and searching for more important relics. Unless the team was truly in danger of destruction, he would not intervene rashly. Qin Chuan withdrew his attention from the battlefield below and refocused his attention on exploring the depths of the seabed. That trace of energy fluctuation, originating from the same source, was his current primary concern. In the darkest moment, a faint flash of light appeared, and Qin Chuan's figure silently vanished into midair. The next second, he reappeared near the deep sea straight at 10,000 meters below. The terrifying water pressure and absolute darkness were meaningless here. His perception, like the sharpest drill, penetrated the thick rock strata and locked onto the source of the energy fluctuation. That was not another fragment of the divine power, but an area protected by a special power. At the heart of this area, a shattered skeleton lay quietly. The skeleton was incomplete, consisting of only a small torso and an arm, but its entire body shone with a jade-like luster, its surface etched with countless naturally formed, profoundly mystical wind and thunder patterns, even after countless years of death. The remains still exuded a faint divine aura, and an aura of the ultimate purity of the wind and thunder source. The remains of a deity. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed. This was the true legacy of the fallen deity. The fragments of the divine nature were merely concentrated power, but these remains contained the deity's most fundamental understanding and imprint of the laws of wind and thunder. This item could potentially enhance the Shadow Realm's divine transformation even more effectively than a mere fragment of the divine nature, without hesitation. Qin Chuan immediately invoked the spatial power of the darkest hour, forcibly tearing through the earth and the protective layer, reaching out to grasp the shattered skeleton radiating a divine light. Almost at the moment Qin Chuan stretched out his hand, a majestic and ancient will suddenly awakened, carrying endless anger and majesty, and directly impacted Qin Chuan's spiritual sea. Chapter 1337. Blasphemer. How dare you lay hands on the remains of a god? This voice was not words, but a pure onslaught of will, imbued with the fury of a storm, and the judgment of thunder, attempting to rip Qin Chuan's soul apart. Humph, the echo of a fallen god? Qin Chuan's eyes were icy, his mental strength forming the most sturdy barrier, firmly resisting the onslaught. This will was purer than that of the previous guardian of the divine remains, but also weaker, leaving only instinctive rage. And feel the crushing of the storm, the purification of thunder. The remaining will roared madly, driving the power of the skeleton itself. The jade-like skeleton suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue-silver light. Countless fine wind blades and violent electric snakes materialized from thin air, instantly filling the entire space and madly rushing towards Qin Chuan, attempting to completely annihilate the intruder who dared to touch the divine skeleton. These wind blades and electric snakes were not simply energy, but attacks imbued with fragments of true laws, powerful enough to threaten even a demigod. However, Qin Chuan simply watched all this with indifference. Around his body, shadows flowed like living creatures, forming a realm of absolute defense. The Shadow Domain. The Shadow Domain, now 60% of its divine transformation process, possessed a far greater defensive power than before. Those wind blades and electric snakes, imbued with the laws of wind and thunder, collided with the Shadow Domain's barrier, causing only ripples before being silently devoured and dissipated by the profound power of shadow. Your time has long ended. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable declaration. He ignored the frantic curses and futile attacks of the remaining will, his arm piercing through the turbulent energy flow, firmly grasping the half of the skeleton emitting divine light. The moment he grasped it, a cold and heavy sensation spread, as if he were grasping a concentrated mass of storm and thunder. Unimaginably vast, pure divine power, along with countless fragments of profound information regarding the laws of wind and thunder, surged madly through his arm, like a flood bursting through a dam. Boom! As if finding an outlet, the immense divine power surged madly through Qin Chuan's arm, instantly penetrating his limbs and bones, ultimately merging into the shadow realm within him like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Unlike the simple infusion of energy he had previously absorbed when absorbing the fragments of the divine nature, this influx of power was also mingled with minute yet incredibly pure information regarding the laws of wind and thunder. These, like billions of stars gleaming with a bluish-silver brilliance, merged directly into the Shadow Realm's fundamental structure. Ah! Blasphemer! You will bear the eternal curse of the storm. The remaining will let out a final, hysterical roar, attempting to mobilize the remaining power within the skeleton to counterattack. However, before the Shadow Realm, which had already reached 60% of its divine transformation and was undergoing a rapid transformation, this remnant echo was like a flickering candle in the wind, unable to stir even a ripple before being completely devoured and assimilated by the surging power of shadow. Within the Shadow Realm, earth-shaking changes were taking place. Clearly visible patterns of laws began to emerge within the once pure darkness. Like living winds, deep blue streams of light weaved and entwined within and around the boundaries of the Shadow Realm, outlining invisible paths and imbuing the entire realm with an indescribable sense of agility and swiftness. Silver-white arcs of electricity ceased to flash sporadically, converging into fine veins of lightning that spread like spiderwebs, lurking deep within the shadows and emanating the majesty of destruction and judgment. Wind and thunder, two forces originally distinct from shadow, now, guided by the Shadow Realm's powerful compatibility and divine power, began to merge deeply with the laws of shadow. It was no longer a simple superposition, but a true fusion of laws. Shadow can ride the wind, doubling its speed. Shadow can also summon thunder, unleashing even greater lethality. Chapter 1338. Similarly, wind and thunder were imbued with shadowy properties, becoming even more hidden and unpredictable. Shadow Domain's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom, 65%, 70%, 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%. The improvement brought by absorbing the divine remains far surpassed the previous godhead fragments. The progress bar soared, finally settling firmly at 90%. Sure enough, the imprint of the laws contained in the divine remains is the most crucial nourishment for the shadow domain's transformation. Qin Chuan felt the shadow domain's rapid evolution, and a sudden realization dawned on him. The shadow domain now could no longer be described as a simple shadow realm. It was more like a miniature world, beginning to take shape, possessing the rudiments of various fundamental laws. While its core remained shadow, the integration of wind and thunder had solidified the foundations of this world, bolstering its potential. Only 10% left. Qin Chuan's eyes were sharp. Just one final step, and his shadow domain would reach perfection at its current stage. Once it reaches 100%, the shadow realm will be completely stable, becoming a true prototype of a kingdom of God. Its power will undergo a qualitative leap. At that point, using this complete prototype of the kingdom of God as a foundation, continuously integrating the laws until it reaches its maximum capacity, then placing the kingdom of God seed within it, and choosing the core path to condense the Godhead, will be the most reliable path. He could sense that the power of the divine remains had been completely absorbed by him, transforming into nourishment for the growth of the shadow realm. The jade-like skeleton's luster quickly dimmed, and finally, with a crack, it turned into the finest powder, completely dissipating in the deep-sea strata. The last trace of the fallen god lingering in the world also came to an end. At this moment, a wave of thought echoed from above, an urgent communication from a team member via some kind of contract or equipment. "Boss, that stitched monster is quite powerful. It seems to be absorbing the corpses around it, growing stronger." Long-Tongue Tianxiao's voice was filled with anxiety and a hint of disbelief. "Damn! Just now, the aftermath of a battle shattered my sanctuary-level shield. This thing must be at the peak of demigod power." Followed by Ji Xing's calm, but slightly hurried voice. "President, the stitched monster has surpassed the demigod realm, and is continuously absorbing the chaotic energy and flesh from the battlefield to strengthen itself. We're running out of ways to suppress its recovery." Yingluo's voice was also filled with a hint of solemnity. "Its core is constantly shifting, making it difficult to lock onto. If we delay any longer, there will likely be casualties. A peak demigod, and still absorbing the power of the battlefield to strengthen itself?" Qin Chuan's brows raised slightly. This chaotic battlefield, spawned by the power of the apocalypse, was indeed a breeding ground for distorted monsters. He had originally left this stitched giant behind simply to put some pressure on Ji Xing and the others and hone their teamwork, but he hadn't expected it to evolve to this level, even showing signs of breaking through to the peak of demigod status. The battlefield below had indeed reached a precarious point. The stitched giant, like a mobile fortress of flesh and blood, wreaked havoc in the sea of monsters. It absorbed countless limbs and chaotic energy, its wounds healing at a visible rate, its aura rising steadily. The team's formation was constantly being compressed, surrounded by endless low-level monsters roaring and surging, and at its core was this invincible, peak-level demigod monster. Qin Chuan understood that he couldn't let this go on any longer. While training was necessary, casualties would be more than worth the effort. Furthermore, this stitched giant's ability to continuously evolve was indeed intriguing. Perhaps there was something special about its core. With a thought, the spatial power of the darkest hour was activated once again. The figure in the deep sea instantly vanished. The next second, Qin Chuan silently appeared above the chaotic battlefield, overlooking everything below. Chapter 1339. The gusts of wind carried the scent of blood, the flashes of energy explosions rose and fell, the monster's roars mingled with the team members' rapid breathing. The stitched giant monster was particularly conspicuous, its massive body almost obscuring a small area, and each attack shook the earth. Qin Chuan's eyes were calm. He didn't even draw his weapon, simply slowly raising a hand. The shadow realm trembled slightly. An invisible wave spread out from him. It wasn't simply a coercive force, but a deeper interference from the realm. Instantly, within a kilometer radius centered on the stitched giant, light seemed to be swallowed up. It wasn't physical darkness, but a deprivation arising from the laws of nature. The sound faded, the flow of energy became stagnant, and even the air seemed to freeze. The shadow realm descended, but this time, the shadow realm was completely different from before. In the profound darkness, faint wisps of deep blue light drifted like silent wind, occasionally flashing tiny arcs of silvery white electricity, bringing with them a chilling aura of destruction. The power of wind and thunder had already begun to merge into his domain. The stitched giant's violent movements suddenly froze. It seemed to sense some kind of fear, rooted in its own instincts, and struggled frantically, trying to mobilize the chaotic power within it. However, before Qin Chuan's current shadow domain, all was futile. Qin Chuan clenched his 5 fingers. Annihilation. As Qin Chuan struck, the massive Stitch Giant, along with all the lower-level monsters within 100 meters of it, seemed to be disintegrated from the inside by an invisible force, instantly reduced to the most primitive particles, and then completely devoured by the shadow domain, leaving not even a trace of residue. Silence. Absolute silence. The shadows quietly dissipated, and sunlight returned, leaving only a vast, empty space, and the stunned team members and remaining monsters surrounding it. Seconds. Seconds? Long-tongued Tianqi rubbed his eyes, staring at the empty sea. It felt like a dream. He opened his mouth, a long pause before uttering, "Fuck. Boss, you just killed it. That thing nearly shattered my shield just now." That creature had been a formidable threat to their entire elite team, and was even growing stronger. Yet, in Boss's hands, it vanished without a sound. The disparity was too outrageous. Ji Xing and Yi Yinglue were also shocked, followed by a deep sense of powerlessness. They had ignited the divine fire, entered the demigod realm, and believed themselves to be at the top of the players. But compared to the president, they were still like fireflies compared to the bright moon. The president's strength has grown again. Ji Xing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within her, her tone filled with barely concealed awe. Every time she thought she had glimpsed the tip of the president's iceberg, reality always told her it was merely a tiny snowflake floating on the surface. Qin Chuan remained calm, his gaze serenely scanning the still chaotic battlefield below. The disappearance of the Stitch Giants dramatically reduced the pressure on the team. While the remaining monsters were still numerous, they posed little threat to the team members. The floating corpses on the sea surface intertwined with the turbulent energy currents, creating a doomsday-like scene. Clear the battlefield and collect the spoils. Qin Chuan's voice was low, but it reached everyone clearly. Yes, President. Understood. Everyone immediately regained their composure, suppressing their shock and settling into the intense work of clearing and collecting. With the president in charge, they had no worries, they simply had to follow orders. The following period was a highly efficient harvest. Under Qin Chuan's domain suppression and occasional precise kills, the remaining monster torrent was quickly cleared. The various materials, equipment, and energy cores floating on the sea were picked up one by one. Chapter 1340. Qin Chuan hovered in midair, uninvolved, his mind largely absorbed in the transformations within his inner shadow realm. With 90% of his divine transformation complete, and the initial integration of the law of wind and thunder, his domain foundation had deepened. Just that final 10% was needed to reach perfection at this stage. When the last mutated sea beast was slain, the sea finally returned to complete calm, leaving only broken ice and surging blood. President, all the spoils have been collected. Ji Xing stepped forward to report, handing Qin Chuan a space ring. Qin Chuan took it, and scanned it with his divine sense. The contents piled high, and the quality was quite good, enough to equip an elite team. He nodded, returned to the base. Everyone agreed, quickly gathered themselves, and returned to the Demon City through the darkest hour space channel. The initial pressure and tension of their arrival had vanished, replaced by a sense of exhaustion and satisfaction after a great battle, as well as a deeper sense of awe and anticipation for the future. This awe stemmed largely from the seemingly calm, yet in reality unfathomable figure ahead. Modus Stronghold. As a pinnacle base camp, after numerous expansions and renovations, it now resembled a steel fortress. The towering alloy walls were covered in energy cannons and rune arrays. The outer areas still bore traces of battle, and the air was thick with the faint scent of gunpowder. Inside the stronghold, order reigned supreme. Players and night watchmen each performed their duties, repairing facilities, organizing supplies, and patrolling and maintaining vigilance. Everything proceeded smoothly. The team's return did not cause much commotion, save for a few high-ranking personnel who bowed respectfully. Returning to the core area of the stronghold, Qin Chuan waved his hand, signaling Ji Xing and the others to rest and review the gains and losses of this battle, preparing for the next operation. Qin Chuan found a quiet room and sank his consciousness back into his body. The shadow realm slowly unfolded within his mind. The dark space, fused with the power of wind and thunder, became even more vast and stable than before, emanating a terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, the faintly glowing seed of the kingdom of God still quietly hovered deep within his consciousness, awaiting activation. The path of determination. Qin Chuan once again reviewed the task prompts presented by the system. Shadow, space, time, sniping. Each path led to the realm of the gods, but which one he chose as his core would determine the foundation of his future. Shadow is the foundation. Evolving the shadow domain around this core is the safest path. The power of space originates from the darkest moment. Its potential is immense, allowing it to dominate the battlefield without compromise. Time is too mysterious. While I possess relevant abilities, my understanding of the laws is still shallow, and the risks are too great. Sniper shooting, the ultimate manifestation of the sniper god's talent. The power of origin shooting proves its terrifying power. A pure path of killing. Qin Chuan's thoughts shifted between several options. He vaguely felt that perhaps the combination of shadow and sniper shooting was his best fit. Using shadow as the domain's carrier, sniper shooting as its core edge. But this was only a preliminary idea. Further verification and understanding were needed. No rush, Qin Chuan decided again. First, push the shadow domain to 100% perfection, and even try to incorporate more fragments of the laws to make this container sufficiently powerful and complete. Only with a solid foundation can it carry the strongest Tao. His goal was clear, to hone his foundation to perfection before condensing his first divine nature. Therefore, the next goal is to find resources or locations that can help him complete the final 10% of the Shadow Realm's transformation. Ordinary monsters and resources are no longer effective. He needs a higher level being, perhaps the remains of other fallen gods, or some special realm of laws and secrets. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, a glint of insight flashing in them. Ji Xing, Qin Chuan called over the intercom. President, I'm here, Ji Xing's voice quickly came over. Chapter 1341. During my absence, you must have gathered quite a bit of intelligence, haven't you? Any information on any demigod level or higher, or areas suspected of harboring remnants of divine power? Qin Chuan asked. Ji Xing immediately responded, yes, President, I get it to you right away. Qin Chuan said, okay, thank you. After ending the call, Qin Chuan looked out the window again. The next operation will begin soon. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. Come in. The door opened, and Ji Xing strode in quickly, holding a tablet-like tactical terminal. Her expression still held a hint of awe, but more so, the competence and focus expected of a deputy. President, all the information you requested is here. Ji Xing handed the tactical terminal over. Based on the information we recently gathered, as well as information exchanged with other survivor bases, we narrowed down several areas with high potential. Qin Chuan took the terminal and swiped his fingertips across the screen. Lines of information and maps marked with danger levels quickly flashed by. The intelligence was meticulously compiled, including not only regional descriptions, known monster species, and rough strength estimates, but even vague rumors and speculations. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Chuan said casually, his eyes never leaving the screen. As you should, President. Ji Xing bowed slightly and stood aside, not interrupting. She knew that every action the president took depended on the future of Peak, and potentially even the future of Yin Nation. The stronger the president, the further they could go. However, the president's speed of improvement was completely beyond her comprehension. The moment he instantly slain a peak-level demigod-stitched monster lingered in her mind. Qin Chuan's gaze paused for a moment at an area marked extreme danger. Coordinates, XXX. Area codename, Forgotten Abyss. Description, located deep within the fault zone of the former Pacific Plate, a massive underwater rift is suspected to have been formed by the impact of apocalyptic energy. Its depths are unfathomable, rife with chaotic spatial turbulence and high concentrations of alien energy. The probe has lost contact several times, with only one successful transmission of partial footage revealing the ruins of a massive man-made complex at the bottom of the rift, a style completely different from that of known civilizations. Risk assessment, extremely high. 3 days ago, a sanctuary-level expert from the Australian region led an expedition, but was completely annihilated. It's speculated that a being beyond the demigod level slumbers deep within the rift, its emanating aura capable of distorting reality. Potential value, unknown. Analysis of the blurred images transmitted back indicates that the building materials in the ruins contain extremely high energy reactions. There might be an unknown source of power, or an ancient relic. Forgotten Abyss. Qin Chuan tapped the screen lightly, lost in thought. A being beyond demigod level? The ruins of a vast man-made complex? This place sounded fraught with uncertainty, but it might also hold what he needed. He glanced at another piece of intelligence. Coordinates, XXX. Area codename, Molten Core. Description, located within a newly formed supervolcano near the mantle. The environment is extremely harsh, with temperatures high enough to melt most alloys. Numerous fire elemental lifeforms and lava beasts inhabit the interior, and powerful fire-type divine creatures are suspected to inhabit the core area. Risk assessment, extremely high. The power of the flame god is violent and destructive, making conventional defenses ineffective. Potential value, high. Fragments of the fire godhead or divine essence may be present. The fire element core is an excellent energy source. Fire-type divine power? Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. While the shadow realm could absorb it, the power of fire posed a greater conflict than that of wind and thunder, and the environment there wasn't ideal for him. His gaze finally returned to the entry for Forgotten Abyss. Chapter 1342. Chaotic spatial turbulence, unknown building ruins, beings beyond demigods. These descriptions actually intrigued him even more. Chaos often also means opportunity. Furthermore, those ruins, seemingly from a mythical era, might well harbor remnants of an even older, purer power. Is there more detailed information about this Forgotten Abyss? For example, the specific content of the video footage transmitted back, or the final message left by the Sanctuary team before their annihilation? Qin Chuan looked up at Ji Xing. Ji Xing was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the president to be interested in this most dangerous and obscure of places. She quickly fiddled with her terminal, pulling up deeper data. President, there's very little additional information about the Forgotten Abyss. The imagery sent back was extremely blurry, revealing only the outlines of some massive pillars and damaged walls. The style is extremely ancient, and doesn't fit into any system we recognize. As for the Sanctuary team, their last message contained only 2 words. Divine. Temple. Then contact was completely lost. Ji Xing's tone was grave. Based on subsequent analysis, they likely encountered an irresistible entity or triggered some kind of restriction. Temple. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with understanding. This only confirmed his suspicions. Only places associated with the gods could be called temples. I understand. Qin Chuan handed the tactical terminal back to Ji Xing. Get ready. I be leaving the base for a while. While I'm gone, you be in command of the team. Keep in touch with Laura and the others. President, are you going to the Forgotten Abyss? Ji Xing couldn't help but ask, her tone tinged with worry. It's deep in the ocean, and there's so little information available. I'm afraid. No problem, Qin Chuan interrupted, his tone calm but brimming with unquestionable confidence. It's just right for me. This was exactly the kind of place he needed. Only a sufficiently powerful source of power, or the remnants of sufficiently ancient laws, could help him complete the Shadow Realm's final transformation. That 10% progress couldn't be met with ordinary energy. Ji Xing looked into the president's calm gaze, swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She knew that once the president made a decision, it wouldn't change. And with the strength he had just demonstrated, perhaps he truly was qualified to explore that forbidden land. Yes, President. I take care of everything for the base, rest assured, Ji Xing replied respectfully, no longer dissuading him. Qin Chuan nodded, saying no more. His mind had already drifted to the unknown abyss deep within the scars of the world. After the Shadow Realm reached 90%, he could clearly sense that he was just one step away from perfection. But the power required for this one push far exceeded the combined power of all the previous ones. The Forgotten Abyss, a place fraught with uncertainty and danger, might hold the key to his breakthrough. Push the Shadow Realm to 100% perfection, build the strongest prototype of the Divine Kingdom, and then, with the utmost perfection, choose his own core path and condense his first godhead. This was his next goal. Qin Chuan's figure blurred slightly in the room, and the next moment, he vanished silently. Ji Xing was the only one left in the room. She looked at the place where the president had disappeared, took a deep breath, and her eyes were complicated. The president's pace is getting faster and faster. Qin Chuan's figure vanished from the room, as if he had never appeared. The next moment, he was high above the demon city stronghold, the cold wind blowing the hem of his robe. The power of the darkest hour enveloped him. Space before him was like docile cloth, easily torn open, a rift leading to the deep sea. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan stepped in. The scene before him instantly shifted from the outline of the steel fortress to an endless azure and depth. This was the deep sea, 10,000 meters below. The sun had long since vanished, and only the faint bioluminescence of certain strange deep-sea creatures cast a strange outline in the absolute darkness. Chapter 1343. Terrible pressure pressed in from all sides, powerful enough to crush steel into powder. However, as these physical forces approached Qin Chuan, they were quietly neutralized by an invisible shadowy force field. According to the coordinates provided by Ji Xing, Qin Chuan adjusted his direction, speeding through the deep sea. The closer he got to the target area, the more unstable the surrounding environment became. Occasionally, tiny spatial cracks would flash, bringing a brief but deadly cutting force. High concentrations of alien energy surged through the water like an undercurrent, extremely corrosive, causing even powerful mutant sea beasts to be cautious here. Chaotic spatial turbulence, high concentrations of alien energy. Qin Chuan recalled the intelligence description in his mind. The environment here was indeed much harsher than the previous storm sea. For even an ordinary demigod, even resisting the environmental erosion would consume a great deal of energy. But for him, this was no problem. The Darkest Hour's spatial leaping ability allowed him to easily circumvent those dangerous spatial turbulences, and the Shadow Realm's powerful absorption properties could even convert some of the stray alien energy into its own needs. His perception had already extended, exploring the unknown ahead. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the entire structure of the world was twisting and shattering before him. An aura of extreme antiquity, desolation, and death spread like an invisible tide, causing his soul to feel a faint throbbing. Almost there. Qin Chuan slowed down. Finally, an unimaginable scene appeared at the end of his perception. A vast rift stretched across the seabed, like a hideous scar torn open from the earth. Deeper than the deepest known trench, its edges jagged and bottomless, it seemed to reach straight into the earth's core, or perhaps to some unknown dimension. The interior of the rift was not pure darkness, but rather shimmered with a variety of bizarre colors. It was the strange phenomenon created by the violent collision and annihilation of spatial turbulence and highly concentrated energy, silently foreshadowing the extreme danger within. Simply approaching the edge of the rift, Qin Chuan could feel a powerful suction force and the chaos and disorder of the law. Forgotten abyss. Qin Chuan hovered above the rift, his gaze deep. This place was even more shocking than the intelligence had described. The emanating ancient aura, and the faint sense of a ruined order emerging from the chaos, made him almost certain that this place must hide a great secret. The mythical sniper's perception carefully scanned the edge of the rift, analyzing the patterns of spatial turbulence and the intensity of the energy. The power within him circulated subtly, a shadowy force enveloping his entire body, perfectly restraining his own aura. A flash of light from the darkest hour passed deep within his pupils. The next moment, Qin Chuan's figure transformed into a barely perceptible shadow, silently plunging into the vast, chaotic chasm of bizarre light. An indescribable sense of pressure washed over him, as if the entire universe were trying to crush him. This wasn't simply physical pressure, but rather a chaotic tug-of-war between space and law. What he saw before him was a constantly shifting and distorting display of light and shadow. Countless streams of energy, vibrant yet imbued with a destructive aura, cascaded down like a cascading waterfall. Occasional rifts in space flashed like the fangs of a monster, emitting a deathly cold light. There was no concept of up or down, left or right here, only endless chaos and disorder. Even the flow of time seemed unstable, sometimes swiftly passing by, sometimes frozen. The shadow area around Qin Chuan expanded slightly, isolating the chaotic energy and distorted space fluctuations. Chapter 1344. After absorbing multiple fragments of the divine nature, the Shadow Realm's compatibility has greatly increased. While it cannot completely devour the chaotic forces here, it is more than capable of resisting their erosion. The energy level here far exceeds anything he has encountered in the outside world. And it is not simply a single energy, but the remnant of the fusion, collision, and annihilation of multiple unknown forces. Within this chaos lies a trace of an ancient and pure aura. His consciousness sank into his body, and the Shadow Realm pulsed with eagerness. Like a glutton, it displayed a strong appetite for the vast and chaotic forces surrounding it. These forces were the very nourishment the Shadow Realm needed to complete its final transformation and attain the true prototype of a divine kingdom. Qin Chuan controlled the Shadow Realm, carefully guiding a trace of chaotic energy into it. As soon as the energy contacted the Shadow Realm's barrier, it caused a violent tremor, but soon, the Shadow Realm was fully activated, attempting to analyze and absorb these new forces. The process was slow and arduous, but each successful analysis made the Shadow Realm structure more stable. The laws here are chaotic, with a pronounced effect of mental erosion. Qin Chuan sensed the fragments of information contained in the energy, forming some inferences. He then began to delve deeper into the Rift Valley. The power of the darkest hour allowed him to move steadily through this chaotic space, as if walking on a flat road. His perception, like tentacles, weaved through the chaotic energy flows, avoiding those deadly spatial traps while searching for the man-made ruins mentioned in the intelligence. The deeper he descended, the greater the pressure, the more violent the energy, and the more intense the ancient aura. Occasionally, he could sense powerful life waves, hidden deep within the turbulent energy. Their auras were cold and powerful, clearly terrifying beings adapted to this extreme environment. But Qin Chuan ignored them. His goal was the remaining mythical ruins. If I can find an area with purer laws, or directly access the ruin's core, the Shadow Realm's transformation will accelerate. Qin Chuan pondered. The chaotic energy here was indeed powerful, but analyzing it was time-consuming and laborious. He needed to find a more direct, purer source of power. The abyss seemed endless. Qin Chuan maintained his high speed, his perception fully activated. The surrounding energy flows grew denser, the distortions of light and shadow intensified, as if reaching a critical point. Just then, his perception picked up a hint of something unusual. Deep within the boundless chaotic energy, there lay a relatively calm area. It wasn't that there was no energy there, but rather that the energy fluctuations exhibited an eerie regularity, as if forcibly organized by some force. There, Qin Chuan's mind stirred. This pattern stood out against such a chaotic landscape, most likely the location of the ruins of a man-made complex. It was at least one of the core areas of this rift valley. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan blended into the shadows once again, stealthily stalking towards the area where the energy fluctuations displayed a strange pattern. The spatial power of the darkest hour allowed him to navigate like a fish in water, effortlessly weaving between the turbulent energy currents and the deadly spatial rifts. The closer he got, the more pronounced the sense of order that forced the energy into alignment became. The chaotic energy flows seemed to be restrained by an invisible dam, flowing along a specific path. While still turbulent, it was no longer chaotic and disordered. It felt like suddenly catching sight of a straight, man-made channel in a primeval jungle. The scene ahead gradually became clearer. No longer a purely distorted landscape of light and shadow, the faint outlines of massive, broken figures could be seen, towering over the cliffs of the abyss or suspended in the energy flow. Chapter 1345. They exhibited a geometric beauty unnatural, their material resembling stone yet gold, their surface thick with energy crystals, and the marks of aging. Giant pillars shattered and collapsed, the magnificent archway reduced to mere rubble, and shattered platforms drifted, forming a silent yet magnificent underwater ruin. This was the ancient building complex mentioned in the intelligence. Qin Chuan's mind was intensely focused, his perception at its peak. He not only explored the structure of the ruins, but also analyzed the remaining energy characteristics and legal imprints. Although the energy here had been refined, its essence remained the chaotic power of the abyss, only imbued with a trace of an extremely ancient, obscure will. The style of the ruins doesn't look like that of Apocalypse. Could it be from Blue Planet itself? And what era did they come from? Qin Chuan pondered silently. This architectural system completely transcended known understanding. Just as Qin Chuan was about to venture deeper into the core of the ruins, a cold, slippery mental wave silently intruded, like a venomous snake, piercing a sea of consciousness. This mental wave was filled with greed, malice, and a condescending gaze. Outsider. Fresh soul. Dares to intrude upon the master's resting place. A hoarse, overlapping voice echoed directly in Qin Chuan's mind, carrying a sickening, sticky quality. Qin Chuan's eyes darkened, and his mental power instantly formed a barrier, isolating the intruding thought. At the same time, his perception locked onto the source of the mental wave. Deep within the ruins, in the shadows of a large, relatively intact square, several slender, twisted figures slowly emerged. They possessed humanoid upper bodies, pale, smooth skin covered in fine scales. Their faces were eerie and ferocious, devoid of noses, marked only by two narrow slits. Their lower bodies consisted of massive, thick suction cup-covered tails, silently swaying in the energy flow. Each tail tip shimmered with a faint blue energy halo. Naga. Qin Chuan immediately recognized these creatures, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. During the Apocalypse game, he had encountered these creatures numerous times, even slaying their queen. He had originally thought that after the slaying of the Naga queen, this race would be severely weakened, at least dormant for a while. Unexpectedly, they had not only revived but also discovered this ancient ruin. You carry an aura we detest. It's you? The one who killed the previous queen. The leading Naga swam slowly, its massive tail stirring up undercurrents of energy. Its aura surged and deepened, reaching the peak of demigodhood. Its voice was cold and hostile, clearly sensing the imprint of the laws left on Qin Chuan from his slaying of the Naga queen. This is my master's domain. You have trespassed where you shouldn't be, another Naga rasped sharply. Offer your flesh and blood and soul to nourish my master's resurrection. Although this Naga wasn't as powerful as the previous one, it had also clearly reached demigodhood. And the master they spoke of was most likely the ancient god, who had induced the Naga to degenerate and become distorted. Qin Chuan had a vague idea of the truth. After the apocalypse, the Naga, having lost their queen, hid in the deep sea, afraid to emerge. However, they unexpectedly discovered the ruins here, and with their power, began to rebuild their forces. This explains the Naga's ability to recover so quickly, even reaching the threshold of godhood. They discovered the legacy of a fallen god and appropriated it for themselves, attempting to reconnect with or awaken the ancient deity they serve. Your master? Call him out if you can. I want to see who will become whose nourishment. Chapter 1346. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, but his words held an unyielding edge. His goal was to complete the transformation of the Shadow Realm. The ruins here might well contain the fragments of the laws or the highly purified divine power he needed. These Naga were merely soldiers guarding the treasure. Arrogant! How dare a mere ant blaspheme the name of my lord? The leading Naga roared in anger, lashing out with its massive serpent tail. The surrounding energy flow instantly became violent, condensing into dozens of deep blue energy spears that shot towards Qin Chuan with a piercing scream. These energy spears were not only extremely fast, but also contained a variety of power attributes, such as water flow, thunder, decay, and distortion. This was the unique attack method of the deformed Naga. Faced with this attack, which could instantly kill an ordinary demigod, Qin Chuan's figure blurred slightly. The next moment, all the energy spears mysteriously pierced through his afterimage and struck the ruined wall behind him, blasting out turbulent streams of deep blue energy and corroding vast holes. Qin Chuan's figure had silently appeared behind the Naga. The darkest hour's spatial leap remained precise and deadly even in this chaotic environment. What? Several Naga simultaneously sensed the spatial fluctuations behind them and spun around, their serpentine eyes filled with horror. They hadn't seen the other party's movement at all. Too slow. Qin Chuan's voice was as calm as if it came from the depths of the underworld, without a single ripple. He wasted no time and took action. The shadow domain quietly unfolded, enveloping the ruined square in an instant. In the deep darkness, the wind howled and flashes of lightning flickered. The powerful Naga suddenly felt as if they were trapped in a sticky quagmire. Not only were their movements hindered, but their mental perception was severely suppressed, and the energy flowing through their bodies became stagnant. Their proud mental attacks were like a drop in the ocean before the Shadow Realm, instantly swallowed and dissipated. Domain? No. Impossible. A mere domain, how could it suppress our divine power? The leading Naga screamed in disbelief, sensing the strength of the other party's domain far beyond their comprehension. Serving the ancient gods, they naturally understood the power of domains, but the level of power Qin Chuan displayed was beyond their comprehension. Qin Chuan did not answer. He raised his hand and clenched his fingers. In the Shadow Realm, the power of wind and thunder began to converge. Invisible wind blades, wrapped in destructive thunder, formed around the Naga. He needed to fight quickly. The movement here could potentially alert beings deeper within. He needed to eliminate these guard dogs as quickly as possible, and then advance into the core of the ruins. Annihilation. Qin Chuan's voice fell, like a final verdict. Within the Shadow Realm, deep blue wind blades and silver-white lightning intertwined and merged, transforming into a destructive storm that instantly swept over the suppressed Naga. Wind. Thunder. What kind of domain is this? The leading Naga's voice was filled with fear and confusion. It frantically mobilized its internal strength, trying to break free, but the shadows surrounding it were like maggots on its tarsus, constantly sapping its energy. Wind blades sliced through its scales, and fine arcs of lightning paralyzed its nerves. Impossible. How could the power bestowed by my lord be suppressed by a mere human domain? Another demigod Naga let out a sharp scream, trying to communicate with the remaining wills in the ruins, but found that all connections were blocked by the pervasive darkness. They were like being trapped in an absolutely airtight cage, completely cut off from the outside world. Qin Chuan's eyes remained expressionless. The struggles of these Naga seemed meaningless to him. He could sense that, while the power of these distorted Naga was complex, it did carry a faint trace of the ancient god's aura at its core. It was this aura that allowed them to barely reach the peak of demigod status and initially adapt to the environment here. Chapter 1347. But this little bit of power was no match for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan clenched his fingers fiercely. Instantly, the wind and thunder within the Shadow Realm erupted in a rage. The deep blue wind blades ceased to coil, transforming into an all-encompassing storm, each blade carrying the sharpness of space-tearing blades. The silver-white lightning ceased to be fine arcs, coalescing into a raging thunder dragon, roaring towards the trapped Naga. Puff! Puff! The storm and thunder intertwined, forming an absolute millstone of death. The demigod-level Naga couldn't even utter a full scream. Their proud scales, their resilient serpentine bodies, and the faint traces of ancient god power within them were easily shredded and annihilated by this pure and powerful force of law. The deep blue energy spears, the twisted and decayed force, instantly disintegrated under the impact of the wind and thunder, transforming into the most primitive energy particles, which were then devoured and absorbed by the Shadow Realm without mercy. After a few brief seconds, the storm subsided, and the lightning faded. Where the Naga had once stood, only a few crystals shimmered with a faint blue light. These were the product of the condensed energy left by the fallen demigod Naga. Qin Chuan casually waved his hand, and the Naga crystals flew into his hand. A sweep of his divine sense confirmed that, in addition to the chaotic energy within, they also contained fragments of memories of this ruin and its master. Sleeping place, awakening ritual, energy core. Qin Chuan quickly grasped several key pieces of information. It seemed that these Naga were not merely defending themselves here to draw upon the ruin's power for recovery, but were also performing some ritual, attempting to awaken beings dormant deeper within, or activate a core within the ruins. It seems the key lies in the ruins themselves, he thought to himself. These Naga are merely latecomers who have taken over here, perhaps even serving as watchdogs or a reserve of nutrients while the master awakens. The truly valuable must be hidden deeper within the ruins, or perhaps connected to the sleeping master. Qin Chuan dispersed the shadow domain, and the chaotic energy flows around him surged again. But without the Naga stirring, the previous sense of order was temporarily restored. The ruined square was empty, as if the battle had never taken place. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the square, finally landing on an area in its center that stood out from the rest. The ground there seemed to be paved with some dark golden metal, engraved with intricate, ancient patterns. Even after countless years of erosion, it still emanated a faint glow and an indescribable majesty. The energy fluctuations in this area were more stable and pure than those in the surrounding area, as if it were a core node for the energy flow of the entire ruins. Is that the temple entrance? Qin Chuan whispered. He could sense a more powerful, more ancient, and even more terrifying aura emanating faintly from beneath the dark golden area. That aura was like a dormant volcano, seemingly calm, yet harboring a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The so-called master was likely beneath. Qin Chuan didn't descend immediately. He cautiously circled the dark golden area, his divine sense carefully examining the ancient patterns. These patterns weren't simple decorations, but more like complex energy circuits or ceiling formations. These patterns seemed to be channeling and transforming the chaotic energy at the bottom of the abyss, feeding it below. Qin Chuan's brows furrowed slightly. He discovered that the patterns operated in a very strange way. They didn't simply absorb energy, but rather performed a sort of sifting and purification, removing certain impurities from the chaotic energy, and then channeling relatively pure energy downward. The removed impurities then dissipated into the surrounding area, forming a relatively orderly energy flow within the ruins. Chapter 1348. Is it to nourish the existence below? Or to maintain some kind of seal? Qin Chuan's thoughts raced. Both possibilities were possible. If the former, then the master below was probably slowly reviving by absorbing the power of the abyss. If the latter, then this ruin itself might be a vast sealed area, sealing away some terrifying entity, and these Naga were merely pawns who had stumbled in and were being used. In either case, it meant extreme danger below. But Qin Chuan did not retreat. If the Shadow Realm wanted to complete its final transformation, the core of the ruins before him was undoubtedly the most likely location. Risks and opportunities coexisted. I must go down and take a look. Qin Chuan made up his mind. He checked his status again. The darkest hour and causal reversal charges were fully charged, and all his skills were ready for use. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan restrained his aura to the utmost, like a ghost blending into the darkness, and slowly stepped onto the dark golden area. The ground beneath his feet felt cold and hard, and an indescribable heaviness came over him, as if carrying the weight of eons. As he stepped in, the ancient lines seemed to luminesce slightly before returning to their original state. Qin Chuan felt no obvious repulsive force or offensive restrictions, which reassured him slightly. He followed the lines, heading towards the center of the area. At the very center of the area lay not solid ground, but a circular cavity approximately 10 meters in diameter. The lines were densest and brightest at the edge of the cavity, with countless tiny points of light swirling through it, like an inverted galaxy. Below was an even deeper, purer darkness, seemingly swallowing even the light. The terrifying ancient aura emanated from the depths of this hollow, 100 times more intense than the one felt outside. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the hollow, looking down. His sight couldn't penetrate the darkness, but his senses could vaguely detect some outlines below. It seemed to be the main body of a larger, more complete temple, slumbering silently at the bottom of the abyss. And the source of that terrifying aura lay in the temple's deepest depths. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan leaped into the profound darkness. The sensation of falling overtook him. It wasn't a free fall in the traditional sense, but more like sinking continuously in a thick, cold darkness. There were no reference points around, only pure, maddening darkness and a growing, increasingly ancient pressure, as if it came from the very beginning of the universe. This pressure didn't act directly on the body, but rather penetrated the soul, attempting to break down the will and awaken the deepest fear within. Even Qin Chuan felt a slight mental stagnation, as if his thoughts were being slowed by the pervasive darkness. Qin Chuan's mind shifted slightly, his mental energy concentrated, isolating the corrosive pressure. He could sense that the darkness here wasn't simply the absence of light, but a materialized energy field imbued with a strong negative attribute. The aura below grew clearer, vaster, more chaotic, yet vaguely guided by some incomprehensible pattern, imbued with a chilling aliveness. It was as if something was breathing and sleeping at the bottom of the abyss, each breath stirring the endless darkness. An outsider, another, a pathetic soul, craving power. A staccato thought, seemingly composed of countless overlapping whispers, suddenly echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. The voice lacked any distinct emotion, only a cold, indifferent scrutiny, as if a being from above were looking down upon an insignificant insect. Qin Chuan's eyes fixed, but he didn't respond. Chapter 1349. He knew this was most likely the remnant of the dormant being below, or perhaps some kind of mental trap. His concentration was intense, his perception like the most sophisticated radar, scanning every energy fluctuation below. Your ambition is like a firefly in the darkness. So dazzling. And yet so insignificant. The voice echoed again, with a hint of unspeakable mockery. What you seek will eventually consume you. Shut up. Qin Chuan replied coldly in his mind. The voice seemed to pause, then dissipate, as if it had never appeared. But Qin Chuan could sense an invisible gaze, which hadn't faded. Instead, it had become clearer and more focused. It was as if countless pairs of eyes, indifferently observing him, the uninvited guest, from the depths of darkness. The speed of his descent seemed to be slowing. Finally, he felt something solid beneath his feet. Not rough rock, but a cold, smooth surface with a metallic texture. Qin Chuan landed steadily and looked around. He was inside an unimaginably magnificent temple. Unlike the dilapidated ruins of the Rift Valley above, the main structure here was surprisingly well preserved. Giant black stone pillars supported a dome whose top was invisible. Carved onto their surfaces were countless twisted, bizarre runes and patterns, the most common of which were eyes in various forms, open, closed, weeping, burning. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. The air was filled with an energy so dense, it was almost tangible, purer than that of the square above, but also more violent and dangerous. This energy shone a dark purple, flowing slowly, like a living being. The eye patterns on the ground and walls seemed to shift slightly, with the flow of energy, casting a cold gaze. The entire temple was silent, with only the subtle hiss of flowing energy and a faint whisper, as if from the depths of the soul, constantly tempting one to sink into depravity and madness. The energy level here is indeed high, but also dangerous, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He could clearly sense that the Shadow Realm had an unprecedented thirst for the energy here. Although this energy was filled with chaos and pollution, the fundamental power contained at its core was precisely what the Shadow Realm needed to complete its final transformation. He cast his gaze deeper into the temple. There, the energy concentration reached its peak, forming a dark purple vortex. At the center of the vortex, the outline of an even taller, more ancient altar could be vaguely seen. The source of that immense aura and the unsettling gaze came from there. The thousand-eyed demon. Combining his memories of the Nanda with the surroundings, Qin Chuan roughly guessed the existence dormant here. An ancient god symbolized by the eye, whose powers were related to the realms of spirit, voyeurism, chaos, and knowledge. This being was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Even the power emanating from his dormant state was enough to distort reality and corrupt a demigod. But Qin Chuan did not retreat. The perfection of the Shadow Realm was a crucial step in his condensation of the first godhood and his journey to true godhood. The ancient god's resting place before him was the best nutrient reservoir he could find. He took a cautious step, his entire body enveloped by shadowy power, blending his aura with the surrounding darkness. The power of the darkest hour was poised, ready to respond to any possible emergency. The temple floor was cold and smooth, and each step was silent. The eye patterns on the surrounding walls and pillars seemed to come alive, their pupils moving with his movements, silently observing him. The whispers in the air became clearer and clearer, trying to penetrate his mind and interfere with his judgment. Chapter 1350. Qin Chuan's mental barrier was as solid as a mountain, keeping these mental pollutants out. As he advanced, he tentatively guided a trace of the surrounding dark purple energy into the shadow domain. Boom! The shadow domain vibrated slightly. The corrosiveness and chaotic nature of this energy far exceeded imagination. As soon as it entered, it began to frantically attack the shadow domain's barrier, attempting to assimilate and contaminate it. But the shadow domain, having integrated the power of multiple laws, possessed a far greater resilience and compatibility than before. Under Qin Chuan's precise control, the shadow domain began to slowly analyze and absorb this energy. Although the speed was slow, with each trace absorbed, the shadow domain's foundation grew stronger. The 90% progress bar also advanced incredibly slowly, at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. It really worked. Qin Chuan was delighted, but he did not let his guard down. The energy here could be absorbed, but he must not rush, or he would risk being contaminated by the ancient gods contained within it. He continued toward the altar deep within the temple, his pace slow, but each step firm and steady. The closer he got to the altar, the higher the energy concentration, and the clearer the dormant became, like a giant beast about to awaken, emitting a suffocating pressure. The road ahead was not smooth. Twisted shadows began to appear on the ground, writhing like living creatures, emitting a strong malevolent venom. Occasionally, the eye patterns on the wall would suddenly emit a dark purple beam, imbued with the dual effects of mental shock and energy corrosion. But these obstacles were nothing to Qin Chuan. The darkest moment allowed him to easily avoid the shadow traps on the ground. His sniper's innate perception allowed him to predict the trajectory of the beams, and he dodged them with a few flashes. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the ancient altar. The altar was even larger than Qin Chuan had imagined. It was made entirely of a dark purple crystal, its surface covered with denser, more twisted eye patterns and ancient runes. The altar's top was not flat, but slightly concave, forming a vast vortex-like structure. Dark purple energy, so dense it was almost liquefied, slowly swirled within, emitting a heart-pounding wave. That dormant will, like a deep breath before awakening, each wave caused the entire temple to tremble slightly. The gazes of countless eye patterns were focused on Qin Chuan, cold, greedy, and devoid of any emotion. You desire this power. The intermittent whispers echoed again, this time no longer vague thoughts, but condensed and formed directly in the energy vortex above the altar. Above the altar, a vortex of dark purple energy suddenly accelerated. The pure darkness at its center was like a curtain being pulled back, revealing a vast, icy pupil that seemed to hold the life and death of the entire universe, the projection of the thousand-eyed demon. The mere appearance of this projection caused visible ripples in the surrounding space, and the very laws that constituted the temple began to distort and wail. A terrifying pressure far greater than any before descended, like billions of tons of invisible seawater pressing in from all directions, directly impacting the soul, attempting to crush Qin Chuan's will into dust. Tiny intruder. Feel the master's gaze. The projection's voice was not a single source, but a chaotic, overlapping cacophony. It echoed directly from the depths of Qin Chuan's soul, carrying a superior indifference and judgment. Your soul will become the best sacrifice. Qin Chuan's eyes were cold, without a trace of fear. The divine might of the darkest hour quietly activated, an invisible shadow field spreading, struggling to counteract the terrifying pressure that threatened to rip his soul apart. The shadow realm within him trembled wildly, both from the intense pressure of the projection, and from an unprecedented, extreme desire for the altar core and the immense energy emanating from the vertical pupil projection itself. Chapter 1351. The opportunity to complete the transformation and push the shadow realm to 100% perfection is right before our eyes, but at this moment, something strange happened. From the previously silent shadows surrounding the temple, beneath the solid ground, even from the stone pillars carved with eerie eyeballs, and the cracks in the walls, a multitude of figures began to emerge frantically. The sound of thick water gurgling echoed, as dozens of Nagas, taller and more ferocious than those Qin Chuan had previously slain in the square, emerged from the flowing undercurrent of energy like ghosts. Their scales shone a darker purple, as if devouring light. Their serpentine pupils flickered with a mad and chaotic purple light. From the end of their thick, serpentine tails, a halo of energy so dense it resembled a burning purple star, The leading Naga's aura surged, seemingly touching the threshold of deity, halfway into the realm of the gods. Blasphemer. Die! The leading demigod Naga unleashed a piercing roar, his voice filled with fanatical admiration for the projection above the altar and undisguised, deep hatred for Qin Chuan. Then, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. Figures dressed in tattered expeditionary clothing, their equipment bearing faint traces of human technological civilization, stumbled out of the dark corners like puppets on strings. Their skin was a deathly blue-gray, their eyes hollow and lifeless, their movements stiff and twisted. Most terrifying of all, their foreheads, chests, arms, every exposed area of skin was covered with eyeballs of varying sizes, whirring and spinning. Those eyeballs emanated the same evil and chaotic aura as the thousand-eyed demon on the altar. Join us. A figure who once seemed human, its withered lips moving, a hoarse, twisted sound like sandpaper rubbing against each other. Within its hollow eye sockets, two parasitic eyeballs swirled, fixed their gaze on Qin Chuan. The Lord's gift is eternal. But that wasn't the end. Crack! Crack! The temple floor cracked open, and countless white bone skeletons, rotting, pus-oozing, and fetid ghouls scrambled out. Their hollow eye sockets also burned with a faint purple sulfire. Within the cracks of their bones, and the folds of rotting flesh, those disgusting, wriggling eyeball monsters also inhabited them. Furthermore, space was forcibly torn open into several unstable fissures, gushing out a thick odor of sulfur and fire, and demons emanating chaos and evil also emerged. Hideous and hideous lesser demons, enchanting succubi radiating deadly allure, powerful and towering fire demons ablaze with hellfire. Without exception, their bodies, already brimming with chaotic and sinister energy, had been forcibly implanted with those strange eyeballs, becoming extensions and minions of the ancient god's will. Naga descendants, corrupted human explorers, hordes of the undead, demons of the abyss. In a short moment, the altar was completely surrounded by these monsters, each with its own distinct form, yet all exuding a common, evil aura. Various negative energies intertwined and collided, and the aura of chaos, evil, death, and decay filled the air, forming a suffocating, insane realm of death. They had only one target. The outsider who had dared to enter the temple and stand beneath the altar, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's heart sank slightly. He had anticipated that the presence guarding the altar's core would be complex, but he hadn't expected such a vast and diverse array of forces. These beings, corrupted and controlled by the thousand-eyed demon, were at their lowest peak in the saint realm, with demigods abounding. There were even two demon lords, whose auras bordered on those of a lower god. Even more troublesome, they seemed to be controlled by the will of the giant, vertical pupil on the altar, completely losing their true selves and remaining driven solely by the instinct to follow orders, fearless and unafraid of death. Chapter 1352. Furthermore, under the coordination of the ancient god's will, their powers faintly resonated and amplified each other, forming an even more powerful whole. See. Ants. The thousand-eyed demon's projection once again uttered that soul-shaking low sneer, its huge vertical pupils filled with indifference and contempt. This is the fate of resistance. Your power, your ambition, is worthless. The other, corrupted being, judging by the remaining fragments of his robe, appeared to have once been a powerful human mage. His withered lips moved rapidly, emitting a sharp, piercing echo. Give up, outsider. The Lord's greatness exceeds your imagination. Offer your soul, and you will gain unprecedented knowledge. Eternal glimpse. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pressure brought on by the enemy's number and strength. His eyes once again sharpened like a knife. Retreat? Absolutely not. The perfection of the Shadow Realm was within reach. This was the crucial step in condensing his first godhead and truly embarking on the path to godhood. For this, he would pay any price. These corrupted minions of the ancient gods before him, though numerous and powerful, served him well as a final appetizer before the Shadow Realm's complete completion. Use their energy and souls to fill the final void in the Shadow Realm. Really? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, no longer hesitating. In his left hand, he grasped the darkest hour, in his right, the night of no light. He grasped both divine weapons simultaneously. A terrifying light streamed from the pitch-black blades and daggers, and a surging power surged through his body like a flood bursting through a dam. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, like a phantom blending into the darkness. Instead of defending or retreating, he charged forward. You ignorant ants! The leading demigod Naga let out a sharp hiss. The massive snake's tail swung violently, sweeping up a thick undercurrent of dark purple energy. It lunged towards Qin Chuan, a foul stench wafting across his face. You still dare to resist? How foolish. How can you possibly predict the Lord's will? The corrupted human mage numbly waved his withered arm, his parasitic eyeballs swirling simultaneously, emitting twisted mental beams. Qin Chuan's figure left a blurry afterimage, but his true form reappeared dozens of meters away, just in time to avoid the Naga's onslaught and the mental beam's lock. His cold gaze instantly locked onto the most aggressive demigod Naga. Shut up. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand. One of the two fully charged concentrated sniper attacks within his body was instantly activated. At the same time, Lamentation Assault was added, a jet-black beam, merging the Will of Destruction sniper with the power of Lamentation Silence, disregarded the distance and energy barriers of space and instantly pierced the head of the peak-level demigod Naga. The effects of Lamentation Assault erupted instantly, dispelling the weak divine protection surrounding the Naga and inflicting 5 seconds of absolute silence. The Naga didn't even have time to let out a full scream. The fully charged concentrated sniper attack guaranteed a critical hit, and with the added bonus of Lamentation Assault's 1000% damage and true damage, completely annihilated the Naga's head and the spiritual core within. Puff! The enormous snake's body collapsed limply, and a rich, dark purple energy dissipated like a deflated ball, quickly swallowed by the surging darkness around it. Leader? Impossible. One strike. The remaining Nagas and other minions were visibly stunned. Controlled by the will of the ancient god, they acted on instinct rather than thought, yet the leader's instantaneous death still brought a brief moment of confusion and disbelief. Next. Qin Chuan's voice was like the whisper of death, clearly audible amid the chaotic roar of energy. He gave these minions no time to react. Chapter 1353. The Darkest Hours effects activated, and his figure darted through the horde of monsters like a ghost, appearing behind a demigod with each flash. The dagger of the Nightless Night slashed a deathly path, and Shadow Strike unleashed. Ah! A demigod-level Naga had barely recovered from the shock of its leader's instant death when a sharp pain shot through its back. Qin Chuan's figure appeared behind it like a thorn in its flesh, triggering the backstab damage bonus. The second strike followed the third. Qin Chuan's figure was incredibly fast, each strike hitting the vital point with pinpoint accuracy, and Shadow Strike's damage stacking rapidly climbed. Stop him! The two demon lords, nearing the level of lesser gods, roared in anger, brandishing giant claws burning with hellfire and wielding seductive energy whips, attempting to intercept Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan refused to engage them head-on. Darkest Hour's spatial leaping ability allowed him to ignore physical barriers and move effortlessly through the enemy's encirclement. His goal was clear. Prioritize eliminating all demigod-level threats. King's Judgment. A slash imbued with the will of judgment descended, directly striking a corrupted human mage attempting to cast an area of effect curse. The terrifying 1500% attack damage instantly vaporized it. Corrupted by the power of the old gods, it was immediately classified as an intruder and instantly killed. The 20% maximum health reduction seemed unnecessary at this moment, but the added red tide judgment effect instantly spread, causing several nearby undead attempting to approach to falter, and their stats to plummet. Too fast. His speed. The corrupted explorers cried out hoarsely, their parasitic eyeballs spinning frantically in their hollow eye sockets, completely unable to track Qin Chuan's movements. Shadow flying knives. Dozens of energy flying knives whizzed out, striking the weaker demigod minions with pinpoint accuracy as Qin Chuan moved at high speed. The guaranteed critical hits sent plumes of purple-black blood and energy fragments flying. The mark enemies had nowhere to hide. No matter how they hid behind the undead or demons, Qin Chuan would teleport to them and deliver a fatal blow. In just a dozen seconds, all the demigod-level minions of the ancient gods, including the two demon lords, were slain by Qin Chuan. Their bodies or remains fell helplessly to the cold temple floor, their escaping energy and residual souls rapidly absorbed by the expanding shadow domain. Qin Chuan could clearly feel the shadow domain's 90% progress bar finally showing a visible increase after absorbing this high-quality energy. Although it was still a little short of 100%, it was undoubtedly a huge encouragement. He could even feel the shadow domain's barriers growing stronger, and the laws within it operating more smoothly. At this moment, the only things left around the vast temple altar were cannon fodder, those with sanctuary strength or below, and the massive vertical pupil projection above the altar. Waste. A bunch of waste. The thousand-eyed demon's projection roared in a low voice, filled with anger at its minions' incompetence and a subtle hint of solemnity. It had clearly not expected this intruder to so easily annihilate its carefully prepared guards. The indifference in its massive vertical pupil faded slightly, a look of genuine scrutiny taking hold. Under the compelling command of the ancient god's will, the remaining low-level minions continued to swarm towards Qin Chuan fearlessly, densely packed like a black tide, showering him with low-level curses, energy bombs, and decaying minions. Qin Chuan's eyes remained calm, and the dark moment of his left hand slightly raised. Cleared. Dark rain. A thick darkness instantly enveloped the area around the altar. Immediately afterwards, countless energy arrows condensed with shadow and corrosive power poured down like a rainstorm, covering the area where all the low-level minions were. Chapter 1354. The sounds of screams, bones breaking, and energy annihilation were endless. The sanctuary-level dark rain of erosion, each hit with a significant attack damage bonus, and weakened the target's defense. Under this dense rain of arrows, the sanctuary-level minions felt like wheat being cut. When their attacks landed on Qin Chuan, they were either easily deflected by the deflection ring and shadow prism, or directly prevented by the darkest hour's inherent ability to ignore divine defense. The occasional damage caused by those who slipped through was absorbed by hatred, actually increasing his attack power. After a few breaths, the rain of arrows ceased, and the darkness dissipated. No enemy remained standing around the altar. All that remained was a mess of debris scattered across the ground, and the air was filled with an even thicker aura of energy and death. The energy released by these debris was also rapidly absorbed by the shadow domain, and the progress bar jumped forward a little. Qin Chuan stood quietly among the corpses, his eyes gleaming with a clear light. His gaze pierced through the diffuse energy dust and gazed directly at the projection of the vertical pupil above the altar. The entire temple once again fell into a deathly silence, leaving only him and the projection of the ancient gods while facing each other from afar. The dark purple energy that permeated the air seemed to stagnate for a moment due to this brief, but efficient slaughter, then surged even more fiercely towards the vertical pupil at the center of the altar. The temple was as silent as a grave, the only sound being the eerie hissing of the dark purple energy flowing and the invisible pressure brought by the giant vertical pupil above the altar with each opening and closing. These sounds were particularly terrifying in this dead silence. The debris scattered across the ground, illuminated by the rich energy glow, resembled bloodstains scattered across a dark scroll, telling the story of the brief but brutal massacre. Qin Chuan gripped the artifact tightly in both hands. His left hand shone with a deep black light in the darkest hour, while his right hand gleamed with a cold radiance in the night of darkness. He stepped on the corpses, his posture erect as a pine tree, his eyes sharp as a knife, as he stared directly at the terrifying projection of the thousand-eyed demon above the altar. Is this the aura of the ancient god? Qin Chuan pondered, sensing the shifting energy flows around him. As those minions were eliminated, the dark purple energy that had been scattered throughout the temple converged on the vertical pupil at a visible speed, its aura gradually intensifying, like a dormant dragon slowly awakening. Something interesting. The thousand-eyed demon's voice, like the simultaneous whispers of thousands of people, seamlessly overlapped, exuding a chilling, ancient allure. This time, the voice lost some of its previous indifference and gained a hint of cold amusement. After cleaning up, the scum. You think you can challenge me just like that? The huge vertical pupils slowly shifted, a scrutinizing glint gleaming within them. It was no longer a simple gaze of condescension, but rather a predatory interest. Qin Chuan could sense that the other party was reassessing his own worth. That gaze seemed to possess substance, as if it could penetrate the deepest recesses of one's soul. Your soul's resilience exceeds expectations. No wonder you made it this far. The projected voice carried allure, like the hissing of a venomous snake. But the more resilient, the more beautiful it becomes when broken. Each word seemed to hold a magical power, attempting to penetrate the depths of Qin Chuan's thoughts and shake his resolve. However, Qin Chuan's heart was as firm as a rock, and these mental distractions had no effect on him. Your nonsense is more than your minions. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, but his eyes gleamed with determination. The power within him surged like a torrent, and a shadowy domain loomed behind him, forming a greedy black hole, madly devouring the dark purple energy that permeated the air. With every point he absorbed, he could feel the barrier of the shadow realm becoming more resilient, and the internal laws running more smoothly. Chapter 1355. The progress bar slowly but surely advanced, 90%, 91%, 92%. Each subtle increase gave Qin Chuan a surge of excitement. Delay a little longer. Qin Chuan calculated in his mind. His gaze roamed the temple, searching for the best entry point. He knew that while the energy provided by these corrupted minions was considerable, it still fell short of filling the Shadow Realm. The real feast lay upon the altar, at the heart of the eye. If they could reach it, they might be able to complete the Shadow Realm's transformation in one fell swoop. We must proactively attack, interrupting its rhythm, before it could fully gather its power. The dark purple energy vortex on the altar spun more violently, like a tornado about to erupt. The point of pure darkness at the center, as if alive, continuously contracted and expanded, emitting a suffocating, terrifying wave. The densely packed eye patterns on the temple's black stone pillars glowed brighter and brighter, their cold gazes like materialized steel needles, piercing Qin Chuan's mind. The air grew thick as glue, and every breath felt like inhaling shards of scorching glass. A burning pain burned through his throat and lungs. But Qin Chuan remained calm, suppressing all the discomfort. A pathetic struggle. The thousand-eyed demon's projection whispered contemptuously, its huge, vertical pupils revealing obvious sarcasm. You know nothing about true power. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of determination flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Really? Then let me see what true power is. Instantly, a surge of murderous intent erupted from Qin Chuan, unleashing his full might at the darkest hour, his spatial leaping ability instantly activated. His figure seemed to be swallowed by darkness, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the edge of the altar, less than 100 meters from the swirling energy vortex. How fast? The thousand-eyed demon's projection flashed a hint of surprise, but its reaction was even faster, almost instinctively responding. Buzz, the huge vertical pupil above the altar suddenly contracted, and from it burst a beam of extremely concentrated dark purple light. The beam, like a catastrophic divine punishment, tore through the void and struck Qin Chuan directly where he stood. This attack was no simple energy shock. It contained spiritual toxins capable of corroding the soul and chaotic forces that distorted the laws of nature. If it struck, even a demigod would be shattered. Well timed. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. However, just as the beam was about to strike, a sense of mortal danger suddenly surged within Qin Chuan, as if his soul would be completely annihilated in the next second. Causal reversal, passive. Time seemed to briefly rewind, and Qin Chuan was forcibly pulled back 3 seconds. Just as he was about to leap, before he even stepped onto the edge of the altar, the number of charges decreased from 3/3 to 2/3. Huh? The thousand-eyed demon projection was visibly stunned, a flicker of confusion in its enormous vertical pupils. It had been absolutely certain of a hit with its previous attack, but the target seemed to have never appeared. The attack missed, leaving only a collapsing void in its place. Interesting, this kind of causal ability. The projection whispered with a hint of surprise. Qin Chuan was also filled with fear. What a close call. The power of that previous attack far exceeded that of all the minions combined. If it weren't for the incredible ability of causal reversal, a head-on attack would have left nothing behind. It seems a head-on charge won't work. We must change our strategy. Qin Chuan's eyes grew calmer, and countless tactical possibilities flashed through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan seized the moment the projection was stunned and activated Dark Hour's short-range spatial jump again. This time, his target was even more daring. He charged directly towards the center of the swirling energy vortex. You're looking for death. The thousand-eyed demon projection roared in anger, its voice, like the roar of thunder, shaking the entire temple. Chapter 1356. Countless tiny, dark purple rays burst forth from his vertical pupils, like a dense spider web, blocking all possible routes for Qin Chuan to advance. At the same time, the altar itself came alive, its inscribed ancient runes and eye-shaped patterns radiating a dazzling light. A powerful, restraining force enveloped the entire area, attempting to pin Qin Chuan to his spot. Now! Qin Chuan's eyes were determined, and the power within him erupted without reservation. Divine power, space-time rupture. The new divine power of the darkest hour was activated. Qin Chuan chose not to create an isolated area, but to forcibly tear through space, launching a short-range leap attack. Swish! Space was torn open like a fragile fabric, a pitch-black rift formed, and the blocking rays and restraining force fields were shredded like paper. Qin Chuan's figure flashed like lightning, stepping into the rift and instantly traversing space, appearing directly above the energy vortex. Success? Qin Chuan's heart trembled. The majestic, pure, yet boundlessly chaotic and polluted primordial energy was so close, almost palpable. The Shadow Realm roared with an unprecedented eagerness, the progress bar jumping wildly at that moment. Come here! Qin Chuan roared, unleashing the power of the shadow realm within him. It transformed into a massive, invisible dark maw, biting fiercely at the core of the energy vortex. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented resonance of power, as if his entire being had merged with the darkness, becoming the all-consuming lord of the abyss. How dare you? You lowly worm. How dare you tamper with the core? The thousand-eyed demon projection erupted in rage. The enormous vertical pupils no longer held any hint of amusement or scrutiny, only pure, soul-freezing murderous intent and desecrated rage. It had never imagined that this tiny human could possess such audacity, and even such uncanny spatial abilities, to penetrate directly into its energy core. This was a direct challenge to the ancient deity's majesty. Boom! The entire temple seemed to tremble and wail under this fury. The vortex of dark purple energy above the altar instantly shifted from a swirling vortex to a violent, seething swirl. It was no longer a steady stream of energy, but a devastating storm, each wisp of energy containing terrifying power capable of ripping apart a demigod's body and annihilating its soul. Countless twisted, indescribable runes materialized and shattered within the storm, a manifestation of the ancient god's power in its most primal and chaotic form. Within his vertical pupils, a dark purple light condensed to its utmost, like a supernova about to explode, locking onto Qin Chuan, who hovered above the vortex. You will pay an eternal price for your foolishness. The projection's voice, like the simultaneous roar of billions of resentful souls, assaulted Qin Chuan's very being. Your soul will be shattered. Your will be ground and become a part of this great power. However, faced with this devastating might, Qin Chuan's eyes showed no fear. Instead, a fiercer fire burned. Come! Show me the power of the ancient gods. Is it worthy of nourishing the perfection of my shadow realm? He poured all his strength into the shadow realm behind him without reservation. The dark realm, which had only vaguely appeared, now solidified completely, transforming into a bottomless, pitch-black vortex. Deep blue wind blades and silver-white lightning streamed around its edges, its interior seemingly connected to a devouring void. The shadow realm opened its mass, consuming the raging energy vortex below with the utmost greed and frenzy. Sizzle, like a scalding iron immersed in ice water, the shadow realm and the dark purple ancient god energy erupted in a violent clash upon contact. Massive, pure, yet incredibly chaotic energy surged into the shadow realm, like a flood bursting through a dam. Qin Chuan could clearly sense that the shadow realm's barriers were bearing unimaginable pressure, as if threatened to be shattered by the violent force at any moment. Chapter 1357. 93%. 94%. 95%. The progress bar soared at an unprecedented rate. With every percentage point increase, the shadow realm expanded, the laws operating within it became more complex, and the aura it emanated grew deeper and more powerful. But this came with unspeakable pain and danger. The dark purple energy contained not only pure power, but also fragments of the thousand-eyed demon's chaotic, mad, and contaminated will. These fragments, like the most vicious curse, sought to corrode Qin Chuan's mind and taint his soul, assimilating him into a puppet like those minions outside. Countless chaotic whispers, frenzied hallucinations, and fragments of terrifying ancient memories flooded Qin Chuan's mind like a tide. His consciousness seemed to be immersed in a mad universe composed of countless eyes, each one filled with cold malice and scrutiny, determined to completely disintegrate his self. Give up. Merge into this great darkness. Feel the true meaning of knowledge. Glimpse the mysteries of all things. The intertwining of temptation and threat, like a demonic voice, constantly shook his mental defenses. Qin Chuan's face paled slightly, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, but the determination in his eyes remained undimmed. You think this little bit of mental pollution can shake me? Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his mental power concentrated like the strongest barrier, firmly blocking out those corrosive fragments of his will. At the same time, he frantically activated the power of the Shadow Realm's laws, like a precise millstone, analyzing, filtering, and purifying the influx of ancient god energy, absorbing only the most fundamental power and forcibly expelling or annihilating the polluting will and chaotic impurities. This is an extremely dangerous process. A single mistake could result in a backlash of energy and a collapse of will. Still, resisting? Such delightful resilience. The thousand-eyed demon's projection seemed in no rush to unleash its concentrated beam of destruction. Instead, it observed Qin Chuan struggle with great interest, as if admiring a work of art about to shatter. Soon, You will understand how futile resistance is. The energy fluctuations within the enormous vertical pupils grew increasingly terrifying. The destructive beam was already gathering momentum, poised to strike at any moment. Qin Chuan knew he had to complete Shadow Domain's transformation before the enemy launched its final attack. Otherwise, once struck by that beam, even with the power of karmic reversal, he would be unable to escape unscathed. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. He could sense that Shadow Domain was only a hair's breadth away from perfection. That invisible barrier was about to be breached. Devour. Qin Chuan roared, channeling all his strength, including the attack power he had just accumulated through hate transformation, into Shadow Domain's devouring and refining. The two artifacts, Darkest Hour and Blind Night, shone brightly, their divine might flowing, aiding Shadow Domain in its final sprint. 97%, 98%, 99%. The progress bar finally reached that critical point. It was as if some kind of qualitative shift had occurred within the Shadow realm. All the laws and forces, shadow, space, wind, thunder, death, began to merge, resonate, and sublime in an unprecedented way. A harmonious, perfect, and profound aura emanated from the Shadow realm. At this moment, it's over. And the thousand-eyed demon's projection finally lost its patience, or perhaps it felt threatened by Qin Chuan's transformation in the Shadow realm. That enormous vertical pupil, condensed with boundless destructive energy, suddenly locked onto Qin Chuan. A dark purple beam of destructive force, thick enough to pierce through the heavens and earth, ripped through space, and thundered down towards Qin Chuan with an aura of annihilation. Everywhere the beam passed, even the ancient laws that formed the temple wailed and crumbled. This single strike, embodying the vast majority of the thousand-eyed demon's projection's power, was enough to instantly obliterate any lesser god. Chapter 1358. Crisis. An unprecedented sense of mortal danger enveloped Qin Chuan, but just as the destructive beam was about to reach him, the Shadow realm behind Qin Chuan finally broke through that barrier. 100%. Perfection. Just as the destructive beam was about to engulf Qin Chuan, the Shadow realm behind him, that dark domain that had absorbed countless energies and fragments of laws, finally crossed the final boundary and reached an unprecedented state of perfection. 100%. In an instant, an indescribable qualitative change occurred. The Shadow realm was no longer just a special energy field controlled by Qin Chuan. It seemed to possess its own breathing and heartbeat. The previously independent forces of shadow, space, wind, thunder, and death now perfectly intertwined and merged, forming a more stable internal cycle filled with infinite possibilities. The darkness became pure, the spatial structure more stable, and one could even faintly sense a vague world law brewing and germinating within it. This was no longer a simple domain, but the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Almost instinctively, the perfect shadow domain faced the dark purple beam of destruction, powerful enough to obliterate a lower-level god. It chose neither evasion nor resistance. Instead, like an awakened ancient beast, it opened its abyssal maw. The solid darkness, seemingly capable of devouring everything, suddenly lunged forward, actively meeting the beam of destruction. You overestimate your capabilities. Be reduced to nothingness along with your domain. The thousand-eyed demon projection roared its final blow, unconvinced that any domain could survive its all-out attack. However, what happened next completely overturned its perception. Swish! There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding flash of energy collision. The dark purple beam of destruction, powerful enough to pierce the temple and rip the laws apart, disappeared silently into the abyss of darkness the moment it reached the perfect shadow domain. The surface of the shadow domain rippled only imperceptibly, then returned to calm, as if it had not absorbed the full force of the ancient god's projection, but merely a gentle breeze. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The only sound within the temple was the hissing of flowing energy, and the unbelievable stillness of the giant, vertical pupil projection. This, impossible. What did you do? For the first time, the thousand-eyed demon's voice carried a distinct wave of emotion. It was shock, confusion, and even a hint of fear, a fear it itself was unaware of. Qin Chuan, suspended in midair, slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly sense the changes within the shadow domain. It was no longer an external tool that required his mental energy to maintain and control, but rather an extension of his own body, capable of movement at his will. Having swallowed the destructive beam wasn't a deliberate act, but rather a spontaneous instinct after the shadow realm reached perfection. Consuming, analyzing, and transforming all external energy, transforming it into nutrients for his own growth. The immense energy and chaotic will contained within that destructive beam was now rapidly being decomposed and purified within the shadow realm, merging into the nascent divine kingdom, transforming it into the purest source of power, further solidifying the internal structure of the laws. So, this is the power of the shadow realm's perfection. A surge of enlightenment surged within Qin Chuan, followed by an uncontrollable excitement and confidence. He could sense his incomparably close connection to this embryonic divine kingdom. With a single thought, he could mobilize its terrifying power. This was no longer merely a realm, it was the foundation for true godhood. He raised his head, his gaze calmly directed at the enormous, vertically shaped projection above the altar. It still exuded a terrifying aura, yet it was clearly somewhat timid. Chapter 1359. You're right, Qin Chuan's lips curled up in a cold smile. I used to know nothing about true power. But now, I have a slight understanding. He could sense that after consuming the destructive beam, the shadow realm's power continued to grow, its internal laws rapidly improving. The remaining power of the thousand-eyed demon projection was a boon to the shadow realm today. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against great power. The thousand-eyed demon projection seemed to finally recover from its shock and roared even more furiously, but its voice was clearly weaker. Do you think that by consuming a few energy fragments, you can challenge the majesty of the ancient gods? The energy vortex on the altar accelerated again, attempting to gather a new attack, but its power was much weaker than before. Clearly, the previous attack had consumed a huge amount of its energy. Qin Chuan's eyes were sharp, and he no longer hesitated. The shadow realm is complete. The kingdom of God is taking shape. Now is the perfect time to test its might, and completely resolve the current troubles. He extended his hand, aiming it at the projection of the thousand-eyed demon above the altar. Then let me see how much majesty you still have, so I can replenish the embryonic form of my kingdom of God. Instantly, the shadow realm behind Qin Chuan expanded again, no longer a vague outline, but a truly existent expanse of profoundly dark space. It resembled the singularity at the dawn of the universe, its edges radiating the condensed light of laws. The silver threads of space, the inky marks of shadows, the azure glow of wind, the arcs of lightning, and even the gray, decaying aura of death, all now perfectly intertwined, forming a harmonious and self-consistent inner order. My turn. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, yet held an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the perfect shadowy domain suddenly expanded, no longer passively absorbing, but actively attacking, like the abyss opening its yawning maw. A vast, almost brutal, devouring force suddenly erupted, targeting the energy vortex above the altar and the enormous vertical pupil projection. How dare you! You power-stealing reptile! The thousand-eyed demon projection roared deafeningly, attempting to gather its strength again. The dark purple energy seethed once more, and countless chaotic runes flashed, attempting to organize an effective counterattack. However, this time, the moment its power touched the edge of the shadow realm, it melted and disintegrated like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. Sizzle! It was no longer the violent clash of before, but complete suppression. The dark edge of the shadow realm seemed to possess life and intelligence. The violent, polluting energy of the ancient gods was instantly absorbed, forcibly analyzed, obliterated, and purified by the laws operating spontaneously within the shadow realm. Chaos was smoothed, pollution purified. Only the most essential energy remained, drawn into the shadow realm circulation, becoming the nourishment that nurtured this embryonic kingdom. How could it be? My power is being disintegrated? The projection's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. It could clearly sense that its connection to the altar's energy core was being forcibly weakened and plundered. That dark realm was like a relentless millstone, not only devouring energy, but also dissecting the essence of its power. Qin Chuan clearly sensed the changes in the shadow realm. After absorbing the destructive beam, and the ancient god energy now pouring in, the laws and structures within the shadow realm rapidly matured and solidified. He could even sense a faint world will awakening, asserting absolute control over everything within the realm. This feeling. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and he attempted to mobilize the power of the shadow realm. Buzz, inside the shadow realm, the devoured dark purple energy was forcibly twisted and reshaped, mimicking a tiny beam of light imbued with a destructive aura. Chapter 1360. But the beam was completely under Qin Chuan's control, as docile as a finger. So that's how it is. Not only can it devour, but it can also analyze and simulate. Qin Chuan's eyes brightened, his heart filled with unprecedented confidence. The power of the ancient god is nothing more than this. He returned his gaze to the enormous vertical pupil. At this moment, the light within the pupil had dimmed considerably, and even its form began to become unstable. Wisps of energy escaped from its edges, which were then unceremoniously swept away by the shadow domain. No! Impossible. How can a mere mortal control the power of a god? The thousand-eyed demon projection was completely frantic. It attempted to launch a mental attack. Countless chaotic whispers and terrifying illusions once again flooded Qin Chuan. But before the perfect shadow domain, these mental attacks were like hitting an invisible barrier of rules. The polluted wills that attempted to invade Qin Chuan's consciousness were forcibly annihilated by the nascent world rules within the shadow domain as soon as they came into contact with it, failing to even cause a ripple. Your mental pollution has no effect on me, Qin Chuan said calmly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Your energy is becoming my nourishment. Your so-called majesty now seems more like a joke. He raised his hand, fingers spread, and pointed at the core of the altar. The shadow domain's devouring power suddenly increased to its maximum. Roar! The energy vortex on the altar let out an unwilling wail, its rotation speed suddenly decreasing. A large amount of dark purple energy was forcibly ripped from the center of the vortex, transforming into a surging torrent of energy that poured continuously into the shadow domain behind Qin Chuan. The giant, vertical pupil projection flickered violently, its form becoming increasingly ethereal, as if on the verge of complete collapse. The energy within it was being fervently drained, making it struggle to even maintain its existence. Stop! Blasphemer! You will regret this. The master's true form. The projection uttered intermittent, timid threats. Regret? Qin Chuan sneered, increasing the intensity of his shadow domain's devouring power. Wait until I completely digested your gift, then I consider this. He could sense that, with the influx of vast amounts of ancient god energy, the shadow domain, or rather, the prototype of his kingdom, was growing and refining at an astonishing rate. The laws within it grew clearer, the space grew more vast and stable, and even gave rise to unique phenomena characteristic only of this dark realm. This projection of the thousand-eyed demon is truly an incomparable gift. By completely devouring and absorbing it, the foundation for his first godhead will become incomparably solid. Looking at the enormous vertical pupil, shrinking and wailing as the shadow domain devoured it, on the verge of complete collapse, a fiery flash of heat flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Eradicating the minions was merely the appetizer. This projection of the ancient gods was the true main course. Under the shadow domain's brutal devouring, the giant vertical pupil projection flickered like a candle in the wind. The dark purple energy that formed its form was ripped apart and pulled apart, transforming into a torrent that merged into the darkness behind Qin Chuan. The once terrifying pressure now yielded only futile struggles and unwilling roars. You have stolen power that does not belong to you. Divine punishment. The thousand-eyed demon projection's voice became sharp and distorted, filled with cowardly curses, but even more so, it revealed an unconcealable weakness and fear. This will and power, gathered over countless years, met its end at the hands of a mere mortal. Qin Chuan simply watched it with indifference, as if watching livestock about to be slaughtered. He could clearly sense the earth-shaking changes taking place within the shadow realm. The ancient god's primordial energy, devoured, analyzed, and purified, was like the purest bricks and stones, rapidly building and perfecting the foundation of this embryonic divine kingdom according to some mysterious law. Chapter 1361. The boundaries of space expanded, the chains of law extended, and deep within the core of darkness, a faint consciousness seemed to be awakening, the beginnings of a world unique to this realm. This feeling of control over everything exhilarated Qin Chuan far more than a simple increase in strength. Contract? Power can only belong or not belong. There's no such thing as stealing. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, but each word struck like a hammer against the projected will, which was about to collapse. Your power now belongs to me. He clenched his 5 fingers. No! With a roar of utter despair, the massive vertical pupil projection above the altar finally gave way and exploded. All remaining energy, along with those chaotic fragments of will, was completely sucked in by the terrifying suction of the shadow domain, leaving not a single ounce of it untouched. Buzz, the shadow domain shook violently, swallowing the last and most crucial energy. Its expansion abruptly halted, and it began to contract inward, condensing. The once ethereal darkness became solid, the radiance of the laws flowing around its edges even more dazzling. From within, a low rumble echoed, like the dawn of a new world. The cold, chaotic, and sinister aura emanating from the thousand-eyed demon vanished from the entire temple. In its place, the shadow realm emanated a deep, steady, and overwhelming dark pressure that carried a sense of absolute control. The swirling energy vortex on the altar completely subsided, leaving only a slightly sunken cavity. The runes and eye patterns on its surface dimmed, losing all their mystique. Qin Chuan slowly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within the shadow realm within him. Tip: your shadow realm has reached 100% perfection, successfully promoted to the prototype of the Divine Kingdom. Shadow Realm. Tip: the prototype of the Divine Kingdom. Shadow Realm gains the basic trait, all things return to the abyss. It can devour, analyze, and transform energy and matter within its range, replenishing the Divine Kingdom's essence. Tip: the prototype of the Divine Kingdom. Shadow Realm gains the basic trait, law projection. It can project the Divine Kingdom's laws within a small area of the real world, forming an absolute domain. Tip: the prototype of the Divine Kingdom. Shadow Realm gains the basic trait, Realm Master. Within the Divine Kingdom, you have near absolute control, freely mobilizing Divine Kingdom power. Tip: you have successfully analyzed part of the Thousand-Eyed Demon's power source, enhancing your mental attributes and significantly increasing your resistance to chaos and mental pollution attacks. Tip: you have obtained a special information fragment, Ancient God Coordinates, incomplete. A series of system notifications echoed in Qin Chuan's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upwards. The embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom. The Shadow Realm. Qin Chuan whispered to himself, feeling a close connection with this nascent world. He could clearly see the scene within the Shadow Realm, a vast dark space. At its center hovered a core condensed from pure shadow energy. Countless lines of law threaded through it like warp and weft, maintaining the stable operation of the entire space. The energy that had been devoured was now being continuously absorbed and transformed by this core, becoming the nourishment that nourished the entire Divine Kingdom. Lord of the Realm. With a thought, Qin Chuan attempted to mobilize the power of the Shadow Realm. In an instant, he felt as if he had transformed into a deity of this dark world, the power of the entire embryonic Divine Kingdom at his disposal. Although it was only a prototype, the power it contained far surpassed its previous state as a mere domain. This is the true foundation of the path to becoming a god. Qin Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him and the confidence that he could control everything. The rewards of this adventure far exceeded his expectations. Not only did the Shadow Realm complete, condensing the prototype of the Divine Kingdom, but it also directly devoured a projection of an ancient god, gaining precious primordial energy and information. He cast his gaze towards the altar, which had lost all energy response. Chapter 1362. Although the projection was destroyed, the altar itself seemed to be a remarkable object, constructed entirely of some strange crystal, and perhaps still possessing some useful value. As for the final threat posed by the Thousand-Eyed Demon projection, Qin Chuan paid no heed. The ancient god's true form was an incalculably distant time and space away from here, and the so-called divine punishment was even more illusory. The most urgent task was to thoroughly consolidate the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom and familiarize himself with this newfound power. Qin Chuan stood in the center of the silent temple, his gaze sweeping across the devastated battlefield and the altar, which had lost all energy. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood and a sense of emptiness after the energy had dissipated, forming a stark contrast to the devastating might just now. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power and absolute control brought by the nascent Shadow Realm within him. The embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom. Shadow Realm. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his mind immersed in it. He could clearly see the vast expanse of dark space, where the lines of law steadily intertwined. The devoured ancient god energy was being continuously analyzed, transformed, and absorbed by the central shadow core, becoming the nourishment that nourished this nascent world. It felt like a new organ had been added to his body, imbued with boundless potential, brimming with strength and a thirst for growth. Lord of the Realm, the return of all things, the projection of the law. He silently savored the fundamental characteristics brought by the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom, and a hint of satisfaction curled up at the corners of his mouth. This risky infiltration into the temple was extremely dangerous, even triggering a causal reversal. But the rewards were rich, far exceeding expectations. Not only had the Shadow Realm been completed, condensing the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom, but he had also devoured a projection of an ancient god, gaining a vast amount of primordial energy and key information. Even his mental attributes and related resistances had been significantly enhanced. But this is just the beginning. Qin Chuan's eyes sharpened again. Although the prototype of the Kingdom of God had been formed, there was still a long way to go before becoming a true god. The 6th level long-term quest for divine ascension, the path of determination, still hung in the balance, requiring him to clarify his core path and condense his godhood. Shadows, space, time, sniping. These were all areas he excelled in, but he had to make choices and identify the core. However, before determining the path, there was something more important. Qin Chuan's consciousness sank deep into his sea of consciousness. There, a faintly glowing seed, seemingly filled with infinite possibilities, quietly hovered. It was the seed of the kingdom of God, the quest reward attained after defeating the guardian of the divine corpse. According to the normal process, after obtaining the seed of the kingdom of God, a god or demigod would seek out a suitable plane or void node, plant it, and then carefully nurture it with their own power and understanding of the laws, expending a long period of time and resources to gradually carve out their own kingdom of God. Once established, the kingdom of God would serve as a stable rear base and a source of strength, but it also meant being confined to a fixed area. A fixed kingdom of God. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, a thought gradually forming in his mind. For someone like me who needs to operate covertly and traverse various realms, an immobile kingdom of God would be a burden. He didn't want to be like those traditional gods, bound to one place by his kingdom of God. His path was one of shadows and assassination, treading the edge of light and darkness. He required ultimate freedom and mobility. Furthermore, the kingdom of God is ultimately an external entity. While it's closely connected to me, what if I could take it a step further? A bold, even insane, idea emerged in his mind. The system prompt says that the kingdom of God seed is the foundational core of building one's own kingdom of God. So, could this myself refer not only to will and law, but also my body? Integrate the kingdom of God seed directly into myself? The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing Qin Chuan's mind. Chapter 1363. He didn't intend to establish the kingdom of God outside of himself. He intended to transform himself into the kingdom of God. If successful, I won't simply possess the prototype of the kingdom of God. Instead, my own form of existence will undergo a transformation, becoming a walking kingdom of God. Not only will this completely resolve the kingdom of God's mobility issues, but it will also fundamentally elevate my life. Qin Chuan's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. This was undoubtedly a path no one had ever traversed before, fraught with uncertainty and immense risk. The energy and rules contained within the kingdom of God seed were immense and complex. Forcing it into a flesh and blood body could, if not handled with care, result not in a life transformation, but in a complete energy rampage and self-destruction. Risks and opportunities coexist. Qin Chuan's eyes were determined. My path is a dance on the edge of a knife. To gain power beyond the ordinary, one must pay the corresponding price and bear risks others dare not even consider. He no longer hesitated. Rather than systematically and time-consumingly nurturing an external kingdom, it would be better to take a risk and attempt to completely transform the foundation of this kingdom into a part of oneself. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged atop the shattered ruins of the altar. He regulated his breathing, elevating his mental state to its peak. Simultaneously, he mobilized the newly perfected embryonic form of the shadow realm, forming a solid protective barrier to envelop himself as a precaution. Then, he focused all his attention on communicating with the kingdom of God seed within his sea of consciousness. OM. As if sensing his call, the light seed trembled gently, emitting a gentle yet vast aura. It slowly floated out from the depths of Qin Chuan's sea of consciousness, hovering between his brows. Begin. Qin Chuan's eyes fixed, and he actively guided the kingdom of God seed towards his body. There was no rejection as he had imagined. As if possessed by a spirit, the kingdom of God seed gently touched his brow. The next moment, an indescribable, vast flow of information and primordial energy, like a cosmic flood unleashed, instantly rushed into Qin Chuan's body. Ugh! The violent impact made Qin Chuan groan, his face instantly turning pale. It wasn't a simple energy shock, it was more like a forced infusion and fusion of concepts, countless profound law runes, the fundamental principles of world construction, the mysteries of space and time, like billions of steel needles, fiercely piercing every corner of his soul and body. Warning! You are detecting an extremely dangerous unknown fusion. Warning! The kingdom of God seed's energy structure is extremely unstable. Forced fusion may cause the life form to collapse. Warning! The fusion process is irreversible. Please be cautious. A series of bright red system warnings flashed across the screen, but Qin Chuan had no time to pay attention. He gritted his teeth, his mind desperately trying to maintain clarity and mental clarity. He mobilized all his strength, including his qi, blood, magic, mental power, and the newly formed power of the shadow realm, attempting to guide, digest, and absorb the surging torrent of essence. Mysterious lines of fine, interwoven gold and black began to appear on his skin, a manifestation of the body's essence undergoing a transformation under the stimulation of the power of the divine kingdom seed. His bones groaned under the strain, his muscle fibers trembled violently as they tore and reassembled, his blood seemed to burn, and every cell experienced a painful cycle of destruction and rebirth. Merge. For me. Qin Chuan growled, mobilizing the power of the Shadow Realm, attempting to integrate the power of the Divine Kingdom seed into the Shadow Realm circulation system, leveraging the power of the Divine Kingdom embryo to share the pressure and accelerate the fusion process. This is an extremely dangerous balance, just like sailing a small boat in huge waves. If you are not careful, the boat will be destroyed and everyone will die. Chapter 1364. But Qin Chuan's eyes held only a desperate determination. He would transform himself into the kingdom of God, taking that crucial step toward a higher plane of life. Amidst the ruins of the temple, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, his entire body tightly enveloped by a layer as thick as ink, the embryonic form of a shadowy realm radiating the light of laws. His body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. The seed of the kingdom of God, symbolizing the foundation of the world, was brutally and thoroughly attempting to merge with his flesh, blood, soul, and even will. Ugh! An uncontrollable growl ripped from Qin Chuan's throat, as waves of excruciating pain washed over his consciousness like a tide. It was not merely the tearing and reassembling of the flesh, it was the fundamental pain of the forcible elevation and reshaping of his very being. Countless profound law runes clashed and fused frantically beneath his skin, in his bones, and in his blood, attempting to forge his mortal body into a vessel capable of carrying a world. Mysterious lines of gold and black flickered across his body, flickering like breathing. Each flicker was accompanied by the crackling of bones and the spasming of muscles. His consciousness seemed to be cast into a vast furnace, the vast information and fundamental laws contained in the seed of the divine kingdom being forcibly imprinted into the depths of his soul. Hold on. I must hold on. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, clinging to his last moments of clarity. He could sense that his life form was undergoing an irreversible transformation. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Failure would mean utter annihilation. But success would allow him to embark on a path untrodden, transforming himself into a nation, becoming a walking shadow realm. He frantically mobilized every ounce of his energy. Qi and blood surged like mercury, his mental power intensely concentrated. The newly formed prototype of the Shadow Realm operated at full capacity, attempting to draw the raging torrent of the Divine Kingdom source into its own circulation system, guiding, channeling, and absorbing it. The Shadow Realm prototype acted as both a buffer and a converter, struggling to withstand the immense pressure, initially analyzing and taming the overwhelming and complex forces before slowly integrating them into Qin Chuan's body. The process was extremely slow and perilous, like carving into a cliff face. Every step required utmost precision, the slightest error could lead to irreversible destruction. Qin Chuan was completely immersed in this painful and focused transformation, losing all awareness of the outside world. Time slipped silently in the outside world, as Qin Chuan retreated to integrate the Divine Kingdom seed. Somewhere in the deep sea, within a temporary underwater base built with guild resources, a solemn atmosphere reigned. Ji Xing frowned as he stared at the faint, distant light on the detection crystal representing Qin Chuan's location. It had already been 3 days. Still can't contact the president? Dijialing Yu asked anxiously. Ji Xing shook his head, his voice tinged with fatigue. No. The aura is still there, and it feels stronger than before, but it's like there's an impenetrable barrier between us. All communication methods have been cut off. It's been 3 days. Is something wrong with the guild master? Otis, clutching a giant shield, couldn't help but worry. That place is an ancient ruin. Who knows what's inside? Probably not. Ji Xing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. We can sense that the guild master's aura hasn't disappeared, but is slowly but steadily increasing. This suggests he's likely undergoing some special training or transformation, isolating himself from the outside world. Transformation? Dijialing Yu pondered. Could it be the guild master Shadow Realm? He seemed to say it was almost complete. Very likely. Ji Xing nodded. The guild master always has a plan. There's no point in worrying now, it might even disrupt his flow. Chapter 1365. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the guild's core members. The president's away, but we can't stop. We need to clear out the newly discovered resource points and appease our allies. All we can do is improve the base and strengthen the guild before the president returns. Everyone be alert, Ji Xing said solemnly. Proceed as planned and maintain maximum alert. If there's any change in the president's signal, Notify me immediately. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, each dispersing to their own busy schedule. Time passed. A week. 2 weeks. A month. Qin Chuan's aura remained steady in that distant spatial node, slowly but steadily growing stronger, like a dormant beast gathering strength. While waiting, Jixing and the others continued to grow their peak power, clearing out monsters, expanding their territory, and accumulating resources, making the most thorough preparations for their president's return. They all had a vague premonition that when the president reappeared, the entire world might be transformed by him. However, before Qin Chuan's return, Peak received bad news. To be precise, it wasn't bad news for Peak, but for the entire Blue Planet. The core members of Peak had all ignited their divine fires, allowing them to sense the turbulent spacetime surrounding Blue Planet. That was the first and final barrier blocking the invasion of the undead realm and the abyss. If one turbulent spacetime wave disappeared, the gods of the undead realm would march straight in. After the chaos, Blue Planet had gradually stabilized, but this was only true for Yin Nation. Thanks to the Peak members who had ignited their divine fires, Yin Nation remained relatively stable overall. But other regions of Blue Star were in dire straits. For example, neighboring Dhaka was practically wiped out. Even though Qin Chuan had subdued the Demon Lord in the Han River and taken the Divine Fragment, the attribute points he had lost had now become a fatal weakness. Facing the ferocious monsters, Dhaka players had to team up with at least 3 or 2 to defeat one. In large-scale battles, almost everyone was killed. It had been less than 2 months since the apocalypse, and there were few survivors left in all of Dhaka. The situation in Gale Country was also grim. The vampires had turned it into a hunting paradise, reaping and slaughtering at will. And in Rhea Country, all its major cities had fallen, leaving only corners and crannies. The cursed snake Qin Chuan had abandoned in Rhea had fully grown, hailed by the surviving Rhea players as the new Yamada no Orochi, and even garnered a group of fervent followers. Amidst the chaos, Yin Country was the last oasis. But today, this situation is about to undergo a new change. The temporal and spatial turbulence in the void is weakening. The barrier blocking the gods from the other world is about to disappear, and now, across the entire Blue Star, even in the best-placed Yin Nation, only the top members have ignited the divine fire and possess the power of demigods. Facing a true god, even if all hands were on deck, they would likely not be able to win. Deep within the temple ruins, time seemed to have stood still. Qin Chuan's consciousness was completely immersed in the vast process of merging his body with the seed of the divine kingdom, oblivious to any changes in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the Demon City stronghold, at the Peak Guild headquarters, in the spacious underground conference room, the air seemed to have solidified into substance. Jixing hadn't slept for 72 hours, bloodshot covering the whites of her eyes, but her eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. Damn it, the decay rate is accelerating. She stared intently at the flashing red alarm on the holographic projection. The data line graph pulsed violently like an electrocardiogram, each fluctuation like the footsteps of death. That was the turbulence of space and time surrounding the Blue Planet. The only barrier that could block the arrival of the undead world and the gods of the abyss was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1366. At this rate, we only have a day and a half left at most. Jixing's voice was so hoarse it almost sounded unrecognizable. A day and a half? Ying Luo lost his voice, his palm subconsciously resting on the Shadow Sword. It's much faster than we expected. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly reached a state of extreme tension. Is there still no news about the president? Ying Luo asked the question on everyone's mind, a subtle tremor in her voice. 3 months, a full 3 months. Ever since the president entered the mysterious underwater temple, they could only sense a distant, steady life force, unable to establish any effective connection. Though that force grew stronger over time, it seemed isolated in another dimension, a source of both joy and worry. The president is definitely transforming, Di Jiaolingyu said firmly, her eyes gleaming with unwavering trust in Qin Chuan. But Otis gripped the giant shield tightly, his face stern. Even if the president is experiencing a breakthrough, can we afford to wait? Those who are about to descend are true gods. His words were like a boulder, hammering down on everyone's heart. After igniting the divine fire, they had indeed gained the strength to fight against demigods. But what were they to the true gods, powerful beings who had ruled their respective worlds for countless years? We must stop them, even if we can't. Di Jiaolingyu abruptly stood up, a fire of unyielding determination burning in her beautiful eyes. The Demon City stronghold was built by the president himself. It's our home. Even if it costs us our lives, We won't let those monsters even take a single step forward. Her voice was crisp yet resolute, like a sharp sword, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. Well said. Jixing took a deep breath and slowly stood up, his eyes sharp again. Everyone, brace yourself. In the absence of the president, we are the backbone of the peak. She glanced around, her gaze fixed on each corps member with unquestionable authority. Pass the order, all personnel, to high combat readiness, activate all defense plans. I want to see defensive formations deployed in every corner of the Magic City stronghold within 2 hours. Just as Jixing was deploying the defense plan, the conference room door suddenly slid open silently. Lola walked in slowly, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brilliance. Lola? Anything you found? Jixing keenly noticed the subtle change emanating from Lola, and even his voice softened. The conference room instantly fell silent, everyone's eyes fixed on the Night Watch's commander-in-chief. Lola's lips curled slightly. Everyone, she said calmly, a hint of barely concealed excitement in her voice, I just received an oracle from our lord. Lady of Night? Jixing and Yingluo exclaimed almost simultaneously, their voices a mixture of disbelief and ecstasy. On the eve of the apocalypse, no news could be more exhilarating than this. Lola nodded gently, her eyes gleaming with an almost devout light. Our lord is locked onto the coordinates of this place. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. She will return soon. The moment the turbulence of time and space completely dissipates. 10,000 years. From the original Daughters of Night to the current Night Watch, they have waited for the Lady of Night for so long. Now, at this moment, when the world needs her most, the Lady of Night is finally returning. This news was like a flash of lightning, piercing the oppressive darkness, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly lightened. The spark of hope was ignited, illuminating the darkest corners of everyone's heart. However, this relief did not last long. Hey, there's more than just the Lady of Night. A somewhat flirtatious voice came from the doorway. Chapter 1367. Bruno staggered into the conference room, his face, always adorned with a provocative smile, now showing a rare seriousness. Elna and Hans followed him silently, like two helpless babysitters, their eyes filled with a complex feeling of here we go again. What strange instructions have you received? Jixing looked at Bruno, the distrust evident in his tone causing him to straighten his back. This isn't strange. Bruno patted his chest, rarely refusing a playful smile. This is vital information concerning life and death. The Lord of Deception personally gave this instruction. He glanced around, making sure everyone was listening attentively. My lord said, for the sake of Shadow, that the moment the temporal turbulence disappears, he and his 2 other allies will immediately descend upon the Demon City stronghold. The Lord of Deception will personally descend? Yi Sakura Luo's eyes widened in surprise, forgetting even to blink. Yes. Bruno nodded heavily, rarely adding anything to the story. My lord's original words were, those undead creatures are too annoying. He's personally coming to help bolster the defenses of the Demon City stronghold. He paused, his voice rising sharply. With my lord and the other 2 lords here, the Demon City stronghold is impregnable. With the other 2 allies. Jixing repeated this thoughtfully. Abyssal Demon Lord Dismartin, plus the other 2 demons. 3 true gods have taken the initiative to protect the Demon City stronghold. This is definitely an unexpected and tremendous help. Then, what about other places? Dijialing asked the crucial question. Bruno's smile faded slightly, and he shrugged. Well? He touched his nose, looking a little uneasy. My lord means that they will primarily protect the Demon City. After all, it's the Shadow's stronghold. As for the rest of the world, they have to rely on themselves. The conference room fell into a suffocating silence again. The Lady of Night is about to return, and 3 powerful Abyssal Devil Lords will descend upon the Demon City. This should have been exciting news, but everyone knew that this help was limited, confined to the Demon City. The rest of Blue Star, those without the protection of the Peak, without the legacy of the Night Watch, and without the favor of the Abyssal Devil Lords, will face the onslaught of the undead and the Abyssal Hordes alone. This is reality. Jixing smiled bitterly, a flicker of struggle and resentment in her eyes. As the temporary head of the Peak, she wished more than anyone else to protect more people. But she also understood how powerless her current strength was in the face of the absolute might of the gods. We done our best, Yingluo whispered soothingly. The defense systems across Yin country are being built according to the president's plan. While not as complete as those in Demon City, they can buy us some time. Jixing nodded, but remained silent. She knew Yingluo was comforting her, and herself. But facing a true god, How long could those defenses last? An hour? 2 hours? Or even a minute? No matter what happens elsewhere. Yingluo took a deep breath, her voice growing firmer. We must at least defend Demon City. This is our responsibility, and our promise to the president. That's right. The core members of Peak echoed in unison, their voices loud and resolute. Jixing looked at his companions, who had fought side by side for so long. The fatigue on their faces hadn't faded, but their fighting spirit had been rekindled. They were the core of Peak, comrades hand-picked by the president. In the most trying of times, no one chose to retreat. Okay. Jixing nodded heavily, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Pass the order, prepare with all your might. Our pinnacle stronghold is not a place they can trample on at will. Even if the guild leader is gone, they will defend this land for him with their own blood, flesh, and will. Chapter 1368. This is their promise. The brief silence in the conference room was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps and commands. The heaviness brought by Bruno's words, as for the rest, they'd be on their own, didn't last long, replaced by a sense of impending crisis. Reality was cruel, but there was no time for lamentation. A day and a half. Jixing muttered to herself, her fingertips tracing the cold metal tabletop, leaving faint white marks. Her eyes swept over the ever-decreasing countdown on the holographic projection, each digit beating like a drum against her heart. The Lord of Deception, 2 other demons, and the Lady of Night. For true gods have descended upon the demon city. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to analyze calmly. This will indeed greatly relieve our pressure, but only if we can hold out until they arrive, and defend the area they are willing to protect. Yingluo tightened his grip on the shadow's sword at his waist. The cool touch of the hilt calmed his turbulent mind slightly. The Lord of Deception and his men will probably only ensure the safety of the core area of Demon City. As for the periphery, or even the rest of Yen country, he didn't say any more, but everyone understood his meaning. The god's aid wasn't selfless, it was more like a transaction, or an investment in the future potential of Shadow. Qin Chuan. Then we can't just sit back and do nothing. Dijialing Yu bit her lower lip, her tone firm. We have branches and allies of our top tier all over Yen country. The president has been running around to contact various parties, and form alliances, and has invested a lot of resources. Isn't it all about mutual assistance? How can we just sit back and do nothing? How can we provide support? Otis said bitterly. We're already in a state of panic. What can a demigod do against a true god? Sending people out? What's the difference between that and committing suicide? We have to do something. Jixing interrupted the argument, her eyes as sharp as ever. Communicate. Contact all allies immediately, and share our intelligence. Let them know what they're about to face, and prepare for the worst. For civilians, who can be evacuated, immediately organize their evacuation to the most fortified strongholds. She paused, her voice carrying a subtle hint of fatigue, yet with unwavering determination. Also, immediately send our inventory of equipment, potions, and items to the core defense nodes. Even if it's a drop in the bucket or a futile effort, at least. It can buy us a little more time. This was the limit they could do. Dispersing limited resources would put even greater pressure on the Magic City's own defenses. But looking at the flickering dots on the projected map, representing other cities in Yen Nation, no one objected. They were the pinnacle, the strongest player guild in Yen Nation. They couldn't just focus on themselves. Ms. Laura, Jixing turned to the Silent Night Watch commander. Can the Lady of Night provide more help? Lola shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Our Lord's return will take time, and her power will need to be consolidated after her arrival. Her promise of protection here is already the limit. As for us Night Watchmen, we're better at dealing with alien beasts, and with just us, the Chosen Ones and Apostles, we can't possibly get involved in a direct divine conflict. Bruno shrugged, a rare absence of a playful smile. The Lord of Deception is much the same. For the past few months, the Undead Realm and the Abyss have been fighting non-stop outside of Blue Star, resulting in considerable losses. We're already the limit of being able to withstand the first wave of attacks and preserve our stronghold in the Demon City. Reality once again laid bare before everyone. Hope exists, but only in this small area of the Demon City. Much of the rest of the region will face a purgatory-like scene alone. Alright, stop overthinking it. Jixing slammed the table, drawing everyone's attention back. Time is running out, so follow the plan. Yingluo, you be responsible for coordinating the outer defense positions and mobilizing personnel. Jing, you be responsible for the energy nodes and teleportation arrays in the core area, ensuring smooth communication. Everyone else, assist each other and must withstand the first wave of the attack. Chapter 1369. Yes. Understood. We will complete the mission. The top members sprang into action, the oppressive atmosphere replaced by a tense yet orderly bustle. Commands were issued one after another through the communication channels, and the entire Demon City stronghold, this steel fortress built on the ruins, began to operate at full capacity like a behemoth awakening. Outside the underground base, the sky had already darkened, but the entire Demon City stronghold was brightly lit, as bright as day. Countless beams of energy crisscrossed between the buildings, forming layered defensive shields. Giant rune arrays illuminated the ground and building surfaces, emitting powerful energy waves. Teams of fully armed players moved swiftly through the streets, rushing to their respective defense zones. Heavy war machines were deployed in key positions, their black muzzles pointed skyward, as if silently declaring their resolve to resist. The air was filled with a solemn and impatient atmosphere. Every face was etched with solemnity. They knew that what was coming wasn't just any monster attack, but an army of annihilation led by the god himself. Fear was inevitable, but even more so, a desperate determination. This was their home, the last bastion they had built in the apocalypse with the help of the Peak. There was no retreat. Ji Xing stood at the command center's floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling, tense city below. Her reflection, reflected in the cold glass, seemed a little frail, but her eyes were remarkably determined. 3 months had passed, and the man hadn't returned. But they had to protect everything he left behind. President. Ji Xing whispered softly, so only she could hear. We promised you we would protect this place. No matter what, we wait for you. She knew this wasn't just for the Demon City, for the Yin Nation, but also for the figure still transforming in the unknown. They believed that once the president returned, everything would be different. And deep within the ruins of the distant underwater temple, the inky shadowy rudiments that enveloped Qin Chuan, the radiance of the laws flowing around its edges, seemed even brighter and more concentrated than before. The pulsation of the newly born world within it also grew clearer and more powerful. The transformation continued. But the storm outside was imminent. Boom! A terrifying roar, as if from the beginning of the universe, yet at the end of all things, resounded without warning throughout every corner of Blue Star, piercing the very souls of every living being. It wasn't a sound, but a violent tremor at the level of laws. In the Demon City Stronghold's command center, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Ji Xing suddenly looked up at the holographic projection. The data graph representing the space-time turbulence barrier, after throbbing and distorting wildly to the extreme, suddenly returned to zero. It's gone. Ji Xing's voice was dry, trembling with a hint of disbelief. She didn't need to remind them. All the core members who had ignited the divine fire had felt it. The invisible barrier that had always enveloped the world, shielding it from deadly threats like a mother's embrace, had completely vanished, and then the sky changed. The sky, once as bright as day due to the defensive formation, was instantly stained by an eerie hue. Half was a deathly gray, as if drained of all life, emanating a strong aura of the dead. The other half was a chaotic dark purple, mingled with the scent of sulfur and blood, filled with the madness and destruction of the abyss. Two completely different worlds, with unparalleled force, were forcing themselves into Blue Star's dimension, overlapping and merging with it. The earth was shaking violently, not with an ordinary earthquake, but with the wailing and distortion of space itself. On the distant horizon, a vague, gigantic outline that didn't belong to the mortal world could be seen slowly emerging. It was a projection of the world of the dead and the abyss, gradually solidifying. Chapter 1370. A sickening odor filled the air, the energy becoming violent and chaotic. Ordinary people couldn't even breathe, and weaker players fainted. Is this a world fusion? Jialing Yu leaned on the console, his face pale. Feeling the suffocating pressure and chaotic rules in the air, his heart chilled. The mere beginning of the fusion had already produced such a doomsday scene. How terrifying would the arrival of a true god be? At this moment, above the Demon City stronghold, 3 completely different and terrifying pressures suddenly descended. It was as if the sky had been torn open by 3 massive holes. From one chasm, endless molten flames flowed. A towering giant composed of pure magma slowly stepped out. Wherever he passed, space burned and melted. It was the Lord of Magma. From another chasm, a soul-shattering wail of agony filled the air. Countless twisted chains entangled an indescribable being, emanating an aura of utter agony. Just one glance could shatter one's mind. It was the Lord of Torment, and the final chasm was the deepest, as if connecting to the very source of lies and shadows. Bruno suddenly straightened his back, a look of respect on his face. A figure clad in a magnificent black robe, his face blurred and surrounded by countless phantoms and whispers, silently appeared in the air. His aura seemed less violent than the other two, but far more sinister and unpredictable, as if every movement concealed countless traps. The Lord of Deception, Dis Martin. The three abyssal demons have arrived as promised. Their arrival instantly pushed the already chaotic pressure of heaven and earth to a peak. Under these three divine powers, the entire demon city stronghold was like a small boat in a raging sea, threatened to capsize at any moment. The defensive array's light flickered violently, and its energy consumption skyrocketed. This is a true god. Otis gripped the massive shield tightly, his arms trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but the body's instinctive reaction to the absolute suppression of its life force. He felt his proud defenses were as fragile as paper before these beings. However, before anyone in the stronghold could recover from the shock, another abrupt change occurred. A vaster rift suddenly opened in the sky, stained by the deathly gray. An endless torrent of bones gushed out of the rift, quickly coalescing in the air into a terrifying throne constructed from billions of bones. Above the throne, an indescribable vortex, as if formed from pure death and the will of skeletons, slowly swirled, emitting a terrifying aura that devoured all life. Lord of the Abyss. This ancient being from the undead world unexpectedly followed suit, casting his gaze upon this new world, newly freed from its protective barrier. Quite quick. A voice, frivolous and filled with endless mockery, rang out from none other than the Lord of Deception, Dis Martin. He seemed to completely ignore the other two allies of the Abyss, his gaze fixed with deep interest on the massive skeletal throne. Dis Martin. A dull, yet immense roar of will emanated from the skeletal throne, filled with ancient resentment. I failed to completely crush you last time in the void turbulence. This time, your true form has arrived, just in time. Crush me? Dis Martin, as if hearing the funniest joke, his phantom swirling around him. With your pile of rotten bones? Who was beaten like a dog last time and fled back into your pile of bones? Even before he could finish his words, the clash between the two gods erupted. There was no earth-shattering clash of spells, no devastating collision of light. The Lord of Deception simply raised his hand, and a seemingly ordinary stream of shadowy energy, oblivious to distance, appeared directly before the skeletal throne and exploded violently. Chapter 1371. The explosion wasn't physical, but directly affected the very laws. Countless tiny runes imbued with deception and chaos spread like a virus, attempting to erode and disintegrate the skeletal laws that constituted the throne. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss let out a deep roar, and the torrent of bones surrounding the throne instantly accelerated, forming a gray-white bone resonance barrier that forcibly obliterated the deceptive runes. At the same time, an even more concentrated death ray shot out from the throne's core, aimed directly at Dis Martin's form. Boom! The aftermath of this mere tentative clash between the two gods was like a devastating storm, sweeping across the sky. The gray-white death energy and the dark purple power of deception collided madly, annihilating each other, the resulting spatial ripples spreading like a tsunami. The defensive shields of the Demon City stronghold groaned under the weight of this aftermath, their light flickering as if on the verge of shattering. Everyone in the command center was stunned by the horrifying scene. This is just the aftermath? Yi Yingluo muttered, her fingers turning white from the strain on her sword's hilt. The speed and stealth he prided himself on seemed ridiculous in the face of this level of power. Forget getting close. The escaping energy waves alone would be enough to tear him to shreds in an instant. This is a war between gods. Ji Xing stared intently at the frantic alarming energy readings on the screen, her heart pounding. She had previously thought that relying on the stronghold's defenses against these demigods might be enough to hold her own. But now it seemed so naive. They barely even had the right to watch. Quick! Activate the backup energy core. Hold the shields. Ji Xing shouted hoarsely, his voice distorted by excessive tension. Everyone, hold your ground. Their fight is not for us to interfere. Protect ourselves. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment watched the clash between the Lord of the Abyss and the Lord of Deception with great interest, seemingly showing no intention of intervening immediately. For them, this might simply be a greeting after a long separation. But for the people in the Demon City stronghold, this was only the beginning. The gods had descended, and the prelude to the war had only just begun, and all they could rely on, besides these shaky fortifications and a few seemingly unreliable allies, was the president, whose return was uncertain. Above the heavens, the battle between the gods was silent but fierce. The clash between the Lord of Deception, Dis Martin, and the Lord of the Abyss was not a mere clash of energies, as mortals imagined, but a more fundamental collision of principles. Dark purple runes of deception, like maggots on the tarsal bones, constantly sought to infiltrate and distort the skeleton throne's laws of death. Meanwhile, the grayish-white resonance of the bone veins transformed into an invisible millstone, crushing any intruding alien laws. Every collision caused ripples and collapses across vast swathes of space, and the escaping energy ripples, like the most violent tsunami, crashing down upon the crumbling Demon City stronghold below. Ziz. Warning! Outer Defense Node 7 is overloaded by 300%. The energy transmission circuit is showing signs of melting. Switch to backup energy core number 3. Quick! In the command center, alarms blared one after another. Ji Xing's voice was hoarse, but the commands were clear and swift. She stared intently at the cascading energy consumption figures on the energy monitoring screen, her heart as if gripped by an invisible hand. This was a god. The aftermath of the battle alone was enough to bring the defense system, built with the guild's entire strength, to the brink of collapse. These demigods, ignited by divine fire, were as dwarfed as dust before such power. Is that all you got? Skeleton? Desmartin's teasing voice echoed again, his figure shifting through countless illusions, as if existing in a million dimensions simultaneously. Your bone fragments aren't even strong enough to tickle me. Chapter 1372. Seeking Death? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared, shaking his soul. The torrent of bone surrounding his throne suddenly accelerated, moving beyond mere defense. Countless hideous bone spikes and claws coalesced into shape, like a school of fish swimming upstream, brazenly charging towards the deception field spread by Desmartin. At the same time, the ground shook violently. In the outer areas of the Demon City stronghold, the earth cracked, and giant, pale bone hands burst from the earth, clawing at the energy shield with a teeth-grinding sound. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss is testing our defenses. Yingluo's face was grim. His shadow sword was already unsheathed, yet he felt a wave of weakness. His pride in his speed and surprise attack skills was completely unusable under this divine might. As the Demon City endured immense pressure, the true doomsday had already arrived in other regions of Blue Star. Over the European continent, the sky was completely shrouded in a deadly gray. There was no thunder, no storm, only a soundless, soul-freezing silence. Following this, flakes of ash-like snow drifted from the sky, touching buildings, trees, and even the fleeing crowds. Everything quickly lost its color and vitality, transforming into grayish-white sculptures. Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, blew his bone-white horn. The realm of death's silence expanded relentlessly, transforming the bustling city into a hushed graveyard. In North America, a scarlet rift tore through the sky. Countless twisted chains, as if composed of frozen screams, lashed the earth like living creatures. On the ground, players and monsters alike, struck by the shadowy chains, their bodies instantly shriveled, their eyes widening as their souls were forcibly ripped out and, wailing, dragged into the soul furnace within the Crimson Rift. Soul-eating King Gregor, with his projection of the famine chariot, began his gluttonous feast. Similar scenes unfolded across Blue Star. The shrouded sails of the death-rattle ferryman Kalinix obscured the skies over parts of Asia, and the soul-guiding lantern unleashed millennial-old vengeful spirits. The nightmare spores of the bone nightmare weaver Sylvia spread across Australia, triggering widespread skeletal mutations. Intermittent intelligence, mingled with desperate screams and chaotic images, reached the Demon City command center through the surviving communication channels. Dhaka. No signal at all. Riyah. The Yamato no Orochi is fighting the newly descended god of the dead. Gale Kingdom. There seems to be a conflict between the vampires and the followers of the soul-devouring king. From Kyoto. A distress signal. Jiaolingyu stared at the blurry yet shocking images, her teeth clenched, her nails digging into her palms. Damn it! These monsters. She was furious, yet felt profoundly powerless. They had relied on external forces to defend the Demon City, but for the wider world, they could do nothing. Is this the power of the gods? Otis muttered to himself, his heart chilled as he watched the once thriving cities on the screen reduced to ruins under the divine might. Blue Star, after all, is still too weak. Ji Xing took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions within him. Now was not the time for sentimentality. Focus. Hold this place. Her voice was filled with unquestionable determination. We have no way out. Demon City is Yan Nation's last line of defense, and also where we wait for the president's return. At the mention of president, the atmosphere, which had been somewhat shaky, gathered strength again. Yes, they still had the president. That man who always worked miracles, though they didn't know where he was now or what he was going through, they firmly believed he would return, and their mission was to defend this land, the culmination of his countless efforts, until he returned. President Jixing looked out the window at the chaotic sky, roiled by divine power, his eyes unwavering. We promised you we would defend this place, no matter the cost. Chapter 1373. At this moment, the Magma Lord, who had been watching the battle and on guard, suddenly stirred his massive magma body, emitting a dull sound like the grinding of the Earth's crust. Desmartin, things are getting complicated. The Lord of Destruction and several other demons are heading over the sea. They're also leading the underworld Lord Astaroth, the singer of Withering Electra, and other god-level beings from the undead realm. They're all converging at one location. The Lord of Torment also issued a warning. The shadow is over there. Desmartin remained silent, simply mobilizing his own primordial power. But he had previously fought a 3-month divine war with the Lord of the Abyss in the Void, suffering heavy losses, and the two sides had yet to determine a winner. It was clearly unrealistic to expect to defeat the opponent in such a short time. Even if he defeated the Lord of the Abyss, several god-level powerhouses had already gathered in the area where the shadow was. Even if he, the Magma Lord, and the Torment Lord were all brought together, they would still be no match for the other. The only good news is that, according to Desmartin's perception, Shadow is in a very delicate state, making it difficult for outsiders to interfere. Shadow Boy, I hope your transformation this time is strong enough, otherwise, when you return to this world, calamity will descend. Desmartin withdrew his divine consciousness, and focused on the battle at hand. The divine war in the sky was about to enter a more intense phase. The shadow looming over the demon city grew thicker. The bizarre collision of laws made everyone's heart feel as if a heavy burden weighed down. Above the heavens, the divine war continued. The Lord of the Abyss's throne, composed of billions of bones, resembled a rotating galaxy of death. Every pulse released a wave of bone resonance powerful enough to freeze the soul, attempting to completely obliterate Desmartin's deceptive domain. The grayish-white law of death and the dark purple law of deception collided violently, creating a spatial rift that spread like a spiderweb, tearing through the sky. The escaping energy storm caused the defensive shields below to flicker, sounding a piercing overload alarm. Utter rubbish. You can't even break through my domain, yet you still want to lay your hands on this world? Desmartin's voice was filled with undisguised contempt. His figure shuttled through countless phantoms, each flash accompanied by a treacherous shadow energy that precisely struck the weak points of the skeleton throne, causing minor disruptions in the laws. Desmartin, you're courting death. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared in a deep rage. The vortex at the throne's core suddenly accelerated, gathering a purer, more ancient will of death. Let this ant's fortress be your burial companion. As soon as the words left his mouth, the skeleton throne erupted with an even more dazzling gray-white light. An immensely thick beam, condensed with the pure law of death, ignored the energy currently opposing Desmartin and blasted straight towards the shields of the demon city stronghold. This strike, far surpassing any previous attempts, contained the power of a true god, aiming directly at the heart of the stronghold's defenses. It's over. Otis's pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his massive shield, attempting to do something, but found himself overcome by the overwhelming force, making even a finger incredibly difficult to move. Jialingyu's face paled, despair instantly overwhelming her. Yingluo tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, but could only watch helplessly as the pillar of death tore through space and swiftly approached. At this crucial moment, the Magma Lord, who had been watching the battle and on guard, suddenly erupted with dazzling flames from his massive body. He seemed to casually raise his massive arm made of molten lava. Boom! An even hotter, more violent torrent of lava, like a volcanic eruption, gushed from the Magma Lord's arm. It arrived first, precisely intercepting the pillar of death. Chapter 1374. Humph! Don't even think about getting past this. The Lord of Magma's voice rang out like thunder. Though brief, it carried the composure of a demon god. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the annihilation of deeper laws. The fiery laws of molten lava and the icy laws of death clashed violently, canceling each other out and evaporating. In the end, both terrifying forces vanished in midair, leaving behind only vast, twisted, collapsed rifts in space and a heart-wrenching energy vacuum. A deathly silence fell within the command center. Saved. The feeling of relief at having survived the ordeal had barely begun to take root before it was replaced by a deeper sense of powerlessness. Was it the Lord of Magma who saved us? Jialingyu asked dryly. Jixing nodded with difficulty, but his expression did not improve. They are the President's allies. Her voice was tinged with complexity. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment were probably wary of other gods, who might descend, so they didn't directly intervene in the battle between the Lord of Deception and the Lord of the Abyss. But protecting the stronghold isn't a problem for them. This was indeed the case. After blocking the attack, the Lord of Magma remained motionless, still observing the battle. However, the powerful aura emanating from him clearly indicated his position. This place was under his protection. "TSK, you meddlers." The Lord of the Abyss growled in dissatisfaction, but seemed to realize that facing 3 Abyssal Devil Lords simultaneously was unwise, and he refrained from launching another direct attack on the stronghold. But this didn't mean he would let the Demon City stronghold go. Rumble. The ground outside the stronghold roiled like a boiling quagmire. Beneath the cracked ground lay no longer mud and rock, but an endless expanse of paleness. Bone hands emerged first, followed by staggering skeleton soldiers, skeletal knights clad in tattered armor, and ferocious beasts formed from countless broken bones. The undead plague descended in its most iconic fashion. A dense army of skeletons surged from the earth like a tide, quickly covering every inch of land within sight. A pale blue soul fire burned in their hollow eye sockets, and the crackling sound of bones grinding against each other coalesced into a chilling symphony of death as they fearlessly charged towards the energy shields of the Demon City stronghold. "Here they come!" Inside the command center, Ji Xing clenched his fists. They could not intervene in the gods' battle, but the enemy before them was a reality they must face. The gods' promises were always limited. The Lord of Magma had already reached his limit by blocking the Lord of the Abyss's attacks. He couldn't possibly use his full strength. Bruno's previous report clearly stated that there were several abyssal demons, and besides the 3 with Dismartin, the rest were hostile. Additionally, there were the gods of the undead realm. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment must remain vigilant to ensure that Dismartin and themselves were not attacked. Therefore, this mortal battle would likely be handled by them alone. "Attention, all units." Ji Xing's voice echoed throughout the stronghold via the command system. "Outer defense positions, open fire. Ying Luo, Ling Yu, lead your teams to eliminate any enemies that have breached the defenses. Xiao Yinmi and Shui Zhong, prepare to assassinate the enemy's high-ranking command units. Jing, pay attention to the spatial blockade. Ensure you can evacuate as many people as possible in the worst-case scenario. Su Changqing, your support team will provide support from the rear. Do not breach the defenses. Otis, Deba, senior brother, you will protect the support team. Everyone else follow the water god. Stay safe. Understood? Leave it to us." The core members of the Peak Guild, these demigods ignited with divine fire, demonstrated immense dominance against these ordinary skeleton troops. Their attacks were efficient and deadly, each strike wielding a vast swath of the enemy. Chapter 1375. Ordinary skeleton soldiers were utterly vulnerable before them. However, the skeleton army was simply too numerous, seemingly endless, pouring forth from the ground in an endless stream. The first energy shield began to fluctuate violently under the intense attack, and reports of breaches continued to arrive from the outer fortifications. The roar of battle, the explosion of energy, the crackling of bones, and the unsettling whispers of the undead mingled together, forming the dominant rhythm of the apocalyptic battlefield. Ji Xing stood at the command center, calmly deploying resources and issuing orders. Sweat beads beaded her forehead, her mind intensely focused. Although the battle before her was still under control, she knew it was only the beginning. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, or rather the undead world, was far more powerful than this. Even more powerful undead units could appear at any moment. And above, the battle between the 2 gods hung like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. The outcome would directly determine the ultimate fate of the Demon City stronghold. As the Demon City stronghold was embroiled in a bitter battle, with Ji Xing and his men desperately resisting the tide of bones, on the other side of the Blue Star, above the sea where Qin Chuan lay, the sky was equally turbulent and filled with murderous intent. Unlike the violent collision of laws above the Demon City, the energy here was more restrained, yet even more terrifying. The sky was also split, half the deathly gray of the undead world, the other the chaotic dark purple of the abyss. These 2 colors didn't directly clash, but rather, like 2 giant beasts poised for attack, they formed a clear standoff in the sky. The sea had long since lost its original azure color, becoming turbid and viscous, as if carrying too much of the will of death and destruction. The sea's surface sometimes surged with torrential waves, crashing against the invisible barrier, then strangely calmed, like a frozen black mirror, reflecting the terrifying figures in the sky. Following the arrival of the Lord of the Abyss in the Demon City, more god-level beings cast their gaze upon this sea region, teeming with unpredictable changes. A deeper, pure aura of destruction tore through the dark purple veil of the abyss. A demon god, blazing with the flames of destruction, as if formed from pure destructive desire, descended. His presence caused the surrounding space to wail in an unbearable groan. The Lord of Destruction, a powerful demon god renowned for his destructive power within the abyss. He too sensed the aura of dark shadow, and the potential brewing within it that even he found unsettling. Behind him stood another abyssal demon god, emanating a monstrous demonic flame, the Lord of Slaanesh. The arrival of two true demon gods made the monsters of this sea region fearful, and they fled frantically. Almost immediately, a new, terrifying silhouette emerged from the gray-white veil of the undead world. Shadows of the night, torn apart by invisible hands, coalesced into a throne that controlled shadow and silence. Atop the throne, the hazy figure of the underworld Lord Astaroth exuded a suffocating pressure. His gaze pierced through space, locking onto a coordinate in the sea below. Not far away, a woman, clad in a magnificent garment composed of countless withered petals and funeral ribbons, slowly emerged. Her song was silent, yet it caused the surrounding light to decay and fade. Electra, the singer of withering, her arrival added a touch of despair to the Dead Sea. Several true gods from different factions spontaneously gathered here. Their goal was surprisingly unified: to smother the evolving shadow. The unique aura emanating from Qin Chuan, a fusion of shadow and the embryonic form of the world, posed both a formidable threat and a formidable temptation to both the undead and the abyss. Chapter 1376. If they could devour it, they would undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits. However, the atmosphere at the scene was unusually strange. The Lord of Destruction and the Lord of Slaanesh of the Abyss, along with Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, Electra, the Singer of Withering, and other otherworldly gods wreaking havoc across Blue Planet, their divine consciousness constantly watching over this side, all waiting for an opportunity to strike. Every god knew that the shadow below was at a critical juncture, its defenses relatively weak, making it the perfect time to strike. But they were also wary of each other. Whoever struck first would inevitably reveal a flaw and become a target of concentrated fire from the other gods. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gods, who had lived for countless years, understood the principle better than anyone else. They all wanted to seize the fruits of victory immediately, but none wanted to make things difficult for others. Especially the Abyss and the Undead, two already hostile worlds, were now filled with suspicion and vigilance. "Hey, Astaroth, you're quite impressive." The Lord of Destruction broke the silence first. His voice was like the grinding of metal, imbued with the quality of destruction. His gaze swept across the throne of Hades, formed of shadows, with undisguised defiance. "What? You, a pile of dark shadows, also want a piece of the pie?" The shadows on the throne of Hades, Astaroth, trembled, emanating a cold, emotionless will, destruction, control your flames. This new world is not the domain of the Abyss alone. The sea beneath contains the very essence of death we need. The Singer of Withering, Electra, chuckled softly, a laugh like the withering of petals, a decaying beauty. "Rather than let this intriguing seed fall into the hands of you, the destructive wretches of the Abyss, we should carefully nurture it." Their words tested each other, a turbulent undercurrent swirling beneath the seemingly calm exchange. Every word could conceal a trap, every wave of will could trigger a chain reaction. They were assessing each other's strength and resolve. At the same time, they were waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, or a chance to temporarily break the deadlock. Below, on the sea, in that area locked by multiple divine powers, the embryonic form of the Shadow Realm continued to steadily expand. Within, Qin Chuan's life force burned faintly yet tenaciously like a candle at the center of a storm, seemingly oblivious to the world-destroying confrontation outside. Time slipped by in this strange stalemate. But the gods in the confrontation knew well that this calm would not last forever. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. The piercing sound of alarms intertwined with the muffled thud of energy shields crashing against them. The skeletal army, like an endless white tide, madly pounded the steel fortress. Ji Xing stood before a massive holographic projection, calmly directing every ounce of his strength. Commands were issued one after another, and the top-tier core members fought tooth and nail at their respective positions, like precise skiers. Although the undead were numerous, the battle line remained stable for the time being, thanks to the demigod-level power and comprehensive defensive fortifications. At this moment, Jing, who was responsible for monitoring global energy fluctuations, suddenly changed expression. "Sister Ji, something's wrong." Jing's voice was a hint of urgency. "Our energy monitoring system has detected multiple extremely powerful god-level energy reactions, gathering." over the sea area where the president disappeared. What? Ji Xing turned back sharply, his heart suddenly pounding. The holographic projection quickly switched, revealing a three-dimensional model of the blue planet. At that deep-sea coordinate point, several ominous red dots, representing terrifying energy sources, stood out, and their number continued to increase. The power level represented by each dot far surpassed that of the skeletal army wreaking havoc in the demon city, even more powerful than the two warring gods in the sky. Chapter 1377. Lord of Destruction. Lord of Slaanesh. Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld. Electra, Singer of Withering, and several other equally terrifying abyssal and undead powers. Yingluo stared at the sea surrounded by numerous divine points of light, her pupils shrinking. That's where the president is in seclusion. Those guys. Their target is the president. In an instant, the air seemed to be drained from the command center. Everyone understood what this meant. These descending gods didn't appear randomly from all over Blue Star, they had a clear purpose, to target the president. They're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. They chosen to appear during the president's promotion. What a bunch of cowards. Di Jialingyu's beautiful eyes instantly crimson, and she angrily slammed her fist into the control console, denting the hard metal. Come at us if you dare. A feeling of powerlessness filled every corner of the Peak members' hearts. Here they resisted the Abyss Lord's undead hordes, bearing the brunt of the aftermath of the Divine War, while the true threat had already quietly descended upon the Guild Master, but they would rather the gods charge directly at the Demon City stronghold than see the Guild Master be besieged. So many gods, Oda said in a dry voice. Even if we abandon the Demon City stronghold and mobilize all forces, what can we do? Yes, what can we do? The question weighed heavily on everyone's mind, like a huge boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Go to support? The thought barely crossed their mind before it was ruthlessly crushed by harsh reality. The Demon City stronghold was so far away from that sea area. Even if they could escape immediately and rush there at top speed, what would be the point? They were demigods, powerful beings ignited with divine fire. In the eyes of mortals, they might have reached the pinnacle. But in the face of true gods, who had lived for countless ages and wielded worldly authority, what was their meager strength? Forget providing support. Even if all of them reached that sea area, they wouldn't even be qualified to approach the battlefield. They would be crushed to dust by the pressure and residual laws emanating from those gods. That wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre, a moth to a flame, a meaningless act of self-destruction. Ji Xing stared intently at the sea surrounded by red dots, her nails digging into her palms, bleeding unconsciously. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips tightly pursed, and her body trembled slightly with extreme anxiety and anger. She was utterly anxious, but powerless. This feeling was 100 times more painful than facing the Lord of the Abyss in person. She would rather charge forward and fight than watch the Guild Master fall into dire straits while she stood here, anxiously watching the cold data from afar. Damn it. Damn it! Ji Xing's teeth chattered, a deep sense of powerlessness threatening to engulf her like an icy tide. She wasn't improving fast enough. At this critical moment, watching the Guild Master face an unprecedented crisis, she could do nothing. The atmosphere in the command center was utterly depressing. Morale, which had only just been slightly boosted by resisting the undead attack, plummeted to the bottom in an instant. Everyone stared at the holographic map, at that faint point of light surrounded by the gods, their hearts filled with anxiety, anger, and suffocating despair. Just as everyone in the command center was overwhelmed by despair and powerlessness, and even the air seemed to freeze like cold lead, something abruptly changed. Over the Demon City stronghold, the sky, roiled by the might of the abyss and the undead, suddenly, a deep, tranquil darkness, like the pure darkness at the dawn of the universe, quietly spread. This darkness was not an evil that devoured light, but an ancient night that embraced all things and nurtured the stars. It appeared silently, yet it carried an indescribable, soothing power that instantly overwhelmed the shrill alarms and violent energy fluctuations. Chapter 1378. The space, previously distorted and trembling from the collision of divine might, miraculously began to stabilize under the cover of night. In the command center, Laura, who had been forcing herself to remain calm, suddenly raised her head, her eyes blazing with an unprecedented brilliance. She trembled with excitement, barely able to stand. It's our Lord! Her voice was tearful, filled with the ecstasy and reverence of a lost and recovered state. Our Lord has arrived. She didn't need to say more. Ji Xing, Yingluo, and the others also felt it. The power that descended was unlike the violent destruction of the Abyss Demon God, nor the deathly coldness of the Undead God. It was deep and vast, carrying a maternal tenderness, yet imbued with a supreme majesty that could dim the stars. The night slowly gathered in the sky, eventually transforming into a vague, tall figure. He seemed composed of purest darkness, his form dotted with starlight like shattered diamonds. His face was shrouded in shadow, impossible to discern. Yet, simply standing there, countless night watchmen in the stronghold below were moved to tears, and they knelt in prayer. Lady of Night, the ancient deity, worshipped by the night watchmen for millennia, had finally answered their faithful's call in the most critical moment, and descended in person. Above the heavens, the laws that had been clashing fiercely seemed to stagnate. The Lord of the Abyss's massive skeletal throne ceased its rotation, the millions of bones that formed it rustling restlessly. The pale blue soul fire in his hollow eye sockets pulsed violently, revealing a sense of uncertainty. He could sense that this newly emerged being's stature and power were no less than his own and Dismartin's. TSK, another one? The Lord of the Abyss's sullen will was thick with displeasure and vigilance. Dismartin, it seems we're not the only ones aiming for a piece of this pie. The Lord of Deception, Dismartin, who had been jokingly responding to the Lord of the Abyss, saw his phantom form momentarily freeze. His blurry face seemed to turn toward the Lady of Night. Though no overt emotion was visible, the endless flow of deceitful runes subsided slightly. He knew this being. It could even be said that, bound by some ancient alliance or tacit understanding, they were fellow travelers. Night. Dismartin's gaze flickered between the Lady of Night and the stronghold below, as if rapidly assessing something. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment, who had been on guard, relaxed their tense demeanor slightly upon sensing the Lady of Night's presence. The Magma Lord's massive form even emitted a low, almost responsive roar. They were all aware of the Lady of Night's existence. Though they held different factions, facing the shared foreign entity of the undead, their positions naturally converged. The Lady of Night's presence undoubtedly greatly increased their leverage and eased the pressure on them to defend this stronghold. The Lady of Night nodded in response. Her shadowed gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of space, falling upon the command center, upon Laura and the others, and finally, seemingly gazing out to the distant sea. It was a gentle, profound gaze, imbued with an all-seeing wisdom. Is it reinforcements? Dijiaolingyu's voice trembled slightly. As she gazed at the figure, a light rekindled in her eyes. The Lady of Night was the deity worshipped by the Night Watch, and the Night Watch had a close relationship with the Guild Master. Lola had previously mentioned that the Night Watch was the Guild Master's loyal ally. Now that the Lady of Night has arrived, this should be good news. Yingluo's grip on the hilt of his sword loosened slightly. He could sense that with the Lady of Night's arrival, the oppressive feeling in the surrounding space had noticeably weakened. The all-pervasive divine might seem to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Chapter 1379. The oppressive feeling that had plagued him, making it difficult to breathe, was fading. However, Ji Xing's heart wasn't completely at ease. The arrival of the Lady of Night had indeed alleviated the immediate crisis at the Demon City stronghold, and might even have caused the Lord of the Abyss to retreat temporarily. But what about the Guild Master? That sea area had gathered even more gods. The Lord of Destruction, Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld. Those were the true deadlocks. The Lady of Night's arrival was like a stabilizing force thrown into a chaotic pond. While it couldn't instantly calm all the waves, it forcibly carved out a relatively quiet area amidst the raging clash of divine power. The deep night enveloped the Demon City stronghold, its twinkling stars bringing not only no darkness, but a strange sense of tranquility, quietly soothing the despair and fear growing in the hearts of countless people in the stronghold below. Above, the once tense atmosphere grew subtler. The Lord of the Abyss's massive skeletal throne hovered in midair. The billions of bones that comprised it ceased their frantic whirling, emitting only a subtle, unsettling creaking sound. The vortex at the throne's core, devouring all life, also slowed its flow. The grayish-white ripples of the law of death receded, revealing a solemnity and fear. He could clearly sense that the newly arrived Lady of Night's stature and profound power were no less profound than his own. To make matters worse, the other party seemed to be implicitly aligned with the three abyssal demons, Dismartin. 1 against 3 was already a hopeless situation, and now it had become 1 against 4. Dismartin. You despicable maggot! The Lord of the Abyss roared in frustration, his voice filled with venom, yet devoid of his previous arrogance. You're lucky this time. But this new world will eventually return to death. He knew full well that remaining here would not only bring him no benefit, but could also put him in real danger. In a battle between gods, if one falls behind and is besieged, the outcome is often damage to one's divinity, or even the risk of their own death. After weighing the pros and cons, retreat was the only option. Dismartin sneered, the phantoms around him swirling faster, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. "Oh? Are you scared already? I thought you were so tough. Go, take your bones and return to your grave. Don't be an eyesore here." These words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. The death aura surrounding the Lord of the Abyss's throne surged, as if ready to launch a desperate attack, but ultimately suppressed it with all its might. He glanced deeply at Dismartin, then glanced at the Lord of Magma, the Lord of Torment, and the Lady of Night, standing still in the night. A wave of resentful will echoed in the air. "We'll meet again." Even before the words had finished, the massive skeletal throne suddenly retreated, melting into the deadly, gray-white chasm behind it. With his departure, the gray-white hue that had stained half the sky quickly faded, revealing the previously obscured night sky of Blue Planet. Below, the skeleton army, once an endless tide, frantically assaulting the energy shield, suddenly faltered as if it had lost unified command the moment the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss departed. Though they continued their attacks, relying on instinct and the lingering energy of death, their attack was chaotic and disorganized, significantly less threatening. Many low-level skeleton soldiers even froze in their dazed positions, their soul fire flickering in their hollow eye sockets. "Retreat! Retreat?" In the command center, Tijialing Yu muttered in disbelief as she watched the rapidly dissipating gray-white area on the surveillance footage and the visibly weakening undead army's offensive. "For now." Jixing let out a breath, his tense nerves relaxing slightly, but his expression remained grim. Chapter 1380. She walked to the control panel and pulled up the energy monitoring map for the ocean. Looking at the still dense, even increasing red, god-level light points, her heart sank again. The crisis here has eased temporarily, but what about the president? Her concerns were shared by everyone present. The Demon City stronghold was temporarily safe, but that ocean was the true center of the storm. Above, with the Lord of the Abyss's retreat, the tense atmosphere of the standoff eased. Dismartin partially dissipated his phantom, and his blurry face turned to the Lady of Night, who stood still in the night. "Ah, we've finally driven away that unsightly pile of bones. Welcome, Lady of Night. But the real trouble lies elsewhere." The Lord of Magma's massive body rumbled, as if in agreement. Its vast eye, made of molten lava, gazed toward the distant sea, its voice like the grinding of the earth's crust, destruction, Astaroth, and withering. They are all gathered there targeting Shadow. The shadowy chains of pain wrapped around the Lord of Torment swayed slightly, and a soul-shattering wailing whisper emanated. Not only that, but other gods scattered throughout this world, and many more eyes, are watching. The main forces of the Abyss and the undead are all very interested in that seed. They all knew that the battle at the Demon City stronghold was just the tip of the iceberg in this war of world fusion. The key to the future may well lie in that sea, in that transforming shadow. The starlight around Lady Night flickered faintly, and her shadowed face seemed to turn toward the sea. A gentle yet supremely majestic wave will spread through the air. His transformation must not be interfered with. His tone was calm, yet filled with unquestionable determination. In his mortal days, he had accepted Mr. Shadow's gift under the name of Alessa, allowing her to shed her mortal form and attain godhood. Even at the cost of his own life, even against the gods, he would protect Shadow. We understand this principle. The power of Shadow cannot be lost. This is the bottom line. Dismartin's voice rang out again, a subtle solemnity lingering in his voice. But the forces gathered there are formidable. Forget the other gods, the Lord of Destruction and Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, alone are formidable opponents. Furthermore, Shadow is currently in a delicate state of equilibrium. Any overpowering external interference could lead to unpredictable consequences, even a direct detonation. The Lord of Deception's words highlighted the current dilemma. Although their four gods appeared powerful, several beings of equal caliber gathered in the sea. If one counted the gods of the entire undead world and the other demons of the abyss, the total number of enemies they faced was definitely more than 10. Even if they could fight 2 of them alone, it would be far from enough. More importantly, Qin Chuan's own condition limited their actions. Forced intervention could very well backfire. For a moment, the 4 gods, who had just driven back the powerful enemy, fell into a new silence. The night sky above the demon city remained deep and starry, but the dark clouds gathering over the distant sea weighed like a heavy lead weight on the hearts of everyone who knew about it. They needed time and a perfect plan to break the deadly trap set against the shadow without alerting the enemy or affecting Qin Chuan. And time was precisely their most uncertain factor. Over the demon city stronghold, the tranquil night shrouded by the Lady of Night formed an eerie contrast with the faint aura of destruction emanating from the distant sea. The brief relief they had just felt after driving back the Lord of the Abyss vanished, replaced by an even heavier sense of oppression. The silence between the four gods did not last long. Chapter 1381. The starlight surrounding Lady Night gently rippled, and her shadowed face seemed to nod slightly, acknowledging Dismartin's judgment. A gentle yet undeniably powerful will flowed through the air. The Lord of Deception is true. Shadow's current state is like undergoing the most delicate surgery. Any interference from external forces could result in complete failure, or even self-destruction. Her will was clearly conveyed to every god present, and it also invisibly soothed the anxious multitude in the command center below. Lady Night's judgment was undoubtedly the most authoritative, as her power stemmed from the same lineage as Shadow's, giving her the clearest perception of Qin Xuan's current condition. TSK, those guys over there are quite patient. Dismartin's blurred face seemed to turn toward the sea, his tone tinged with a hint of frivolous mockery. So many gods guarding a single transforming seed. But no one dared to strike first. Interesting. The Lord of Magma roared dully, and the fiery magma on his massive body seemed to accelerate in dissatisfaction. Those guys like Destruction and Astaroth are so quietly waiting at the entrance of Shadow for him to emerge. No one wants to be the first to attack. Dismartin chuckled, a hint of danger in his voice. Whoever strikes first will be beaten by everyone. The undead and the Abyss already dislike each other. Who would be so foolish as to give the other an opportunity? He paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. More importantly, the kid down there is very vulnerable right now. Dark Knight is right. He's going through a crucial moment. Too much power, or the wrong intervention, and he could collapse. Everyone wants to swallow him whole, but no one wants to be reduced to a pile of ash. This was the fundamental reason for the stalemate. They had to be wary of eager competitors, while also avoiding the danger of their own recklessness destroying their long-coveted prey. This delicate balance transformed the sea into a deadly murderous place. Does it seem we can only watch? The Lord of Magma roared again, clearly dissatisfied with this passive situation. This was clearly not a situation they desired. The Shadows had immense potential, and were linked to an ancient covenant. Once they successfully transformed, they would be crucial aides and leaders in their fight against powerful enemies. If they were surrounded and attacked by the enemy, the moment they successfully transformed, all their previous investment and expectations would be in vain. Waiting around is not my style. Dismartin chuckled again, a characteristically Deception Lord style. Instead of direct confrontation, they sought opportunities through creating chaos. But the other gods understood that facing multiple beings of equal rank, such petty maneuvers would have little effect and might even escalate tensions, prompting the other side to strike prematurely. At this moment, the Lady of Nights will wavered again. This time, it carried an unprecedented solemnity. I'm afraid we don't have much time to slowly plan. Her voice seemed to pierce through layers of space, carrying a warning from the distant starry sea. As I descended upon Blue Star, I detected a familiar and repulsive aura. What aura? The chains of pain wrapped around the Lord of Torment rubbed harshly, and even his indescribable form seemed to twist, revealing a deep sense of unease. Dismartin and the Lord of Magma also focused their attention simultaneously. The aura that the Lady of Night mentioned so solemnly could not be simple. The night around the Lady of Night seemed to deepen, and the brilliance of the stars dotting the sky dimmed slightly. It is the aura of light. Her will clearly transmitted to the minds of every god, as well as Ji Xing and others in the command center below. Chapter 1382. The Light Pantheon. They're here too. What? The phantom surrounding Dismartin trembled violently, his voice tinged with surprise and disbelief. So soon? The Lord of Magma's massive body erupted in blazing flames, unleashing a deafening roar. Light? They want a piece of the action too? For a moment, the atmosphere above the demon city became 100 times more tense than it had been before. The Lord of the Abyss and the undead are mortal enemies, but their hatred for the Light Pantheon is even more ancient and unceasing. For Dismartin, the Lord of Magma, and the Lord of Torment, the Light Pantheon was a higher priority than the undead. And for the Lady of Night, light was the inevitable enemy of the Shadow Pantheon. This news was like a thunderbolt, completely disrupting all plans and calculations. In the command center, Ji Xing and the others felt as if they were plunged into an icy cave. The threats of the undead and the Abyss haven't subsided yet, and now the light gods are coming? What exactly has Blue Star become? A battleground for the gods? The light gods are here too. Ji Xing muttered to herself, feeling a wave of dizziness. She suddenly understood why the guild master had been emphasizing the need to rapidly improve their strength and unite all possible forces. The true enemy, it turned out, was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Those guys. Yi Luo tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He possessed the Shadow Sword inheritance, so naturally he stood in opposition to the Light Gods. If the Light Gods are also targeting the Guild Master, Jialingyu's voice trembled, then wouldn't the Guild Master be? She dared not say any more. Abyss, Undead, Light. The three pantheons simultaneously cast their gazes upon the transforming Qin Chuan. This was no longer a simple siege, but a situation of certain death. Trouble. Dismartin's voice lost its previous frivolity, becoming unusually solemn. Those light creatures excel at purification and judgment, and they regard the shadow as a thorn in their side. Once they reach the sea, I'm afraid they attack without hesitation. She was well aware of the light pantheon style, overbearing and tyrannical, with no regard for rules or timing. Anyone deemed a heretic by them would be met with swift and drastic measures. We must get ahead of them. The Lady of Night's resolve was unwavering, a resolute determination. We have no time to hesitate. We must break free now. Her gaze swept over Dismartin, the Lord of Magma, and the Lord of Torment. Stars seemed to blaze in the deep night. Everyone, Shadow's existence concerns the future of all of us. No matter the cost, we must ensure his transformation is uninterrupted. At this moment, positions and alignments seemed unimportant. Facing the Light Pantheon and the Shadow that held the future in their grasp, the four gods reached a true consensus. We must act. Now! Immediately, even if it means direct war with all the gods across the sea, even if it disturbs Qin Chuan, who is in the process of transformation, we must break Shadow's death cage before the Light Pantheon arrives. The night sky above the Demon City stronghold was deep and silent. The direct threat posed by the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss had been temporarily lifted, but the gathering shadows over the distant sea and the approaching light made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. We can't wait. Dismartin was the first to break the silence. The phantom around him stabilized, revealing a rare seriousness. Once the light guys arrive, they won't have the patience to play a game of confrontation like Destruction and Astaroth. They attack directly, using the most extreme means to purify the shadow. The Magma Lord's massive body rumbled deeply, and scorching magma swirled across his surface, revealing his inner anxiety. Then attack! Before the light arrives, eliminate Destruction and Astaroth. Chapter 1383. His will was simple and direct, imbued with powerful confidence, yet also tinged with obvious impulsiveness. Clean them up? Dismartin scoffed, the solemnity in his eyes lingering. That's easy to say. The Lord of Destruction, the Lord of Slaanesh, and the Hades Lord Astaroth, plus the Singer of Withering, those four alone are a match for us, and there are other eyes lurking in the shadows. Oh, and there's also the Lord of the Abyss, who just retreated. He's definitely waiting in the dark. Do you think the four of us can rush in and end this quickly without shattering the guy down there? The shadowy chains wrapped around the Lord of Torment made a teeth-grinding sound, and his indescribable presence emanated a cold malice. A direct confrontation is unwise. It will alert the hunters and attract more covetous beings. Besides the undead, the abyss, and the light, the gods of other worlds have also set their sights on this place. They will arrive sooner or later. His will pointed out the key. Forcing a fight would not only risk accidentally injuring Qin Chuan, but also completely escalate the situation, attracting even more hidden enemies. All eyes turned to Lady of Night. Her power came from the shadows, and she had the clearest sense of Qin Chuan's condition. Her opinion was crucial. A soft, shimmering starlight shone around Lady of Night, her will calm and resolute, flowing through the air. Shadow is at a critical juncture in its transformation, like a newly born bud. Any excessive energy shock could cause its foundation to collapse. We cannot descend directly into the center of the battlefield. That would be tantamount to strangling him with our own hands. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the raging fighting spirit of the Magma Lord. Protecting Shadow is our top priority. No action can come at his expense. What then? The Magma Lord asked in a muffled voice, his tone filled with frustration. Are we really just going to watch? Wait until the light arrives and we're all doomed. No, the Lady of Night declared firmly. We can't directly interfere with his transformation, but we can clear external obstacles for him and buy him time. Her gaze seemed to penetrate endless space, falling upon the stormy sea. The stalemate in the sea stems from mutual fear and conflict over the seeds. This is a point we can exploit. Dismartin's eyes flashed, as if he had caught something. What do you mean? Encircle Wei to save Zhao, make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The Lady of Night's will was clear and fluid. We don't have to attack the center of the sea directly. Dismartin, Your power of deception is best at creating chaos and illusions. Can you simulate a more powerful threat signal, or sow discord, diverting the attention of those in the sea from shadow, or even causing them to lose their composure? The phantoms around Dismartin accelerated slightly, as if rapidly deducing the possibilities. Creating an illusion and diverting some attention is not difficult. But to deceive beings of the level of destruction and Astaroth at the same time, we need stronger bait. Moreover, the light gods are en route, so simple deception won't hold them off for long. Then we use deterrence, the Magma Lord said solemnly, seemingly understanding this circuitous strategy. Torment and I can stop concealing our presence and unleash our full might, creating the illusion that we're forcing a breakthrough, regardless of the cost. This will put pressure on them and force them to focus on countermeasures. The tortured Lord let out a low wail of agreement, and the shadowy shadows of the chains of pain grew more solid, emitting a soul-shattering aura. That's not enough, the Lady of Night added. I can use the power of night to attempt to obscure the secrets of that sea area to a limited extent, without direct contact, disrupting their perception, and adding an extra layer of fog to the shadow's transformation. At the same time, I will devote all my energy to deducing the light gods' movements, predicting their arrival time and location as accurately as possible. Chapter 1384. A preliminary plan quickly took shape among the four gods. Lady of Night would obscure the heavens, disrupt perception, and monitor the movements of the light gods. Dismartin would sow confusion and disinformation, focusing on dividing the abyssal and undead gods over the sea. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment would unleash powerful pressure in strategic feints, drawing attention and putting pressure on the enemies in the sea, forcing them to divert their full attention from Qin Chuan. The core of this plan was delay and disruption. Delaying the arrival of the light gods would distract the attention of the gods of the sea, buying Qin Chuan the necessary time to complete his transformation. Sounds a little more reliable than charging in headfirst and dying. Dismartin's tone regained a touch of playfulness. It's still risky, but at least there's some room for maneuver. Then it's settled. The Lord of Magma roared decisively. Begin immediately. Time waits for no one. The four gods' wills converged in an instant. The night sky above the demon city began to undergo a subtle shift, the starlight growing deeper, as if brewing some immense power. Dismartin's figure grew more ethereal, and countless runes of deception began to spread silently in all directions. The terrifying auras of the Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment were no longer restrained. Like two volcanoes about to erupt, they began to unleash a terrifying pressure towards the distant horizon. In the command center, although Ji Xing and the others could not fully understand the details of the divine communication, through energy monitoring and Laura's intermittent retelling, they had a general understanding of the current crisis and the actions the gods were about to take. Are they about to start moving? Jialing Yu clenched her fists nervously. Ji Xing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and returned his gaze to the ongoing battle outside the Demon City stronghold. We can't help over there, but we must at least defend this place. We can't let the president return to find a ruin. The four gods' wills reached a consensus, and action unfolded in an instant, swiftly leaving no room for hesitation. The first thing to change was the night shrouding the Demon City. The starlight-dotting Lady of Night seemed to come alive, moving in a mysterious pattern. More darkness surged, but it wasn't evil. Instead, it resembled the primordial void of the universe, emanating from her, silently crossing space and seeping towards the distant sea. This wasn't a direct energy impact, but rather an interference from a higher-order law. Above the sea, fixed by the god's gaze, the once distinct gray-white of the dead and the dark purple of the abyss seemed shrouded in an imperceptible veil. The god's perceptions, powerful enough to penetrate the void, seemed to be soaked in thick ink, becoming sluggish and blurry. Trying to precisely locate the aura of the shadow below required even greater energy than before, and a constant lingering sense of being spied on, yet unable to locate the source, lingered. Almost instantly, Deception Lord Dismartin moved. His already hazy figure completely merged into the void, leaving only countless tiny, invisible runes of deception, like viruses, riding the chaotic energy currents, spreading in all directions. Above the sea, the shadowy throne of Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, who was facing the Lord of Destruction from afar, suddenly trembled slightly. His icy will detected a subtle fluctuation, as if an ancient deity, hidden deep within the undead realm and supposedly slumbering, were awakening, expressing a keen interest in the shadows, even hinting at a desire to unite with the abyss to eliminate him, a latecomer. Dead but not yet stiff. Chapter 1385. Astaroth's will was as cold as iron. He instantly determined this was some kind of interference, but a lingering doubt still grew within him. He had to devote some of his attention to investigating the source of the fluctuations, and guarding against possible backstabbing from within the undead world. Elsewhere, the Lord of Destruction's fiery eyes reflected a hint of something strange. He sensed an extremely violent and chaotic aura, bearing the mark of the abyss, rapidly gathering on the other side of the blue planet. Its target seemed not to be the sea, but towards the demon city, where the Lady of Night had just descended. Could it be that the other abyss lords were unable to contain themselves, and were eager to seize the spoils of victory there? Incorrigible fool. Short-sighted and greedy. It's not time to reap the fruits of victory yet. The Lord of Destruction roared impatiently. Although he knew this was likely a ruse, he couldn't completely ignore it. After all, the strife and betrayal within the abyss are far more common than among the undead. Just as the two main gods above the sea began to grow suspicious and secretly guard against it, an even more violent and direct threat descended. Boom! It was as if two stars ignited simultaneously in the distant sky. The Lord of Magma's massive body no longer suppressed its power. An endless molten flame soared into the sky, completely dyeing the sky above him a doomsday crimson. The terrifying heat and destructive sulfurous aura, even from a great distance, caused the air above the sea to begin to distort and boil. At the same time, the phantom chains of pain wrapped around the Lord of Torment suddenly expanded, emitting a soul-shattering scream. That wasn't a physical sound, but a curse and torment that directly affected the mind and soul, transforming into an invisible storm that swept across the sky. Cold, despair, madness. Countless negative emotions, like a tangible tsunami, impacted every living being that could sense his presence. These two forces didn't strike directly at the center of the sea. Instead, like two giant axes suspended overhead, they unleashed an undisguised, terrifying pressure, poised to strike with all their might. Their stance clearly indicated a reckless rush into the battlefield, even if it affected the shadows below, to annihilate all who coveted it. Madman. The Lord of Destruction felt the unbridled, terrifying might of the two. Even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Are Magma and Torment truly determined to perish together? Aren't they afraid of destroying the seed as well? Dismartin is causing trouble, darkness is covering the sky, and Magma and Torment are going mad again. The will of Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, also took on a solemn tone. The situation was spiraling out of control. This seemingly reckless move by the other party precisely hit their concerns. Electra, the singer of Withering, her figure composed of petals and ribbons swayed slightly, and her decaying song seemed to pause for a moment. He could sense the determination within these two forces. It was no mere feint, but a genuine, maddening if we can't dominate, we perish together. For a moment, the already fragile balance above the sea was completely shattered. The Lord of Destruction, the Lord of the Underworld Astaroth and other gods had to divert more of their attention from Qin Chuan below, and be fully vigilant against the two terrifying forces that could erupt at any time. At the same time, they had to distract themselves to deal with the endless interference from Dismartin and the perception obstacles brought by the Lady of the Night. They still didn't attack, but their mutual suspicion and vigilance reached a peak. No one could guarantee that the madness of Magma and Torment wasn't part of Dismartin's plan, designed to force them to strike first, thus revealing a flaw. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. On the holographic projection, the energy points representing the Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment suddenly erupted with dazzling light, their energy levels soaring to a breathtaking height. Everyone in the command center could feel the terrifying pressure that seemed to tear the world apart. It's begun, Jixing muttered, her palms covered in cold sweat, her heart pounding. Although she knew it was a plan, a feint, the pressure was so real that she couldn't help but worry for the guild leader back in the sea. A collision of this magnitude, even just the aftermath, would be enough to destroy everything. Such a terrifying power. Jialingyu's face paled, and her body trembled slightly, an instinctive reaction to being suppressed by absolute power. Yingluo tightly gripped the shadow's sword, struggling to resist the trembling that surged from the depths of her soul. Her gaze pierced the energy monitor. At least we temporarily attracted their attention. Yes, temporarily. Jixing looked at the coordinates of the sea area, still surrounded by numerous red dots, then glanced at the direction Laura had been staring at. That was the direction the light gods might be approaching. The sword hanging over their heads never left. Lady of Night, Dismartin, what they had won might only be a brief respite. Will time be on their side? Chapter 1386. Inside the command center of the Demon City Stronghold. The four gods' combined interference strategy temporarily stabilized the crisis in the sea. Although it was only a temporary measure, it also bought Qin Chuan a precious moment of respite. On the energy monitoring chart, the terrifying energy fluctuations representing the Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment shone, like two dazzling stars, tightly grasping the attention of the gods of the sea. The power of the Lady of Night transformed into an invisible veil, quietly obstructing all perception. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. Not to mention the lingering threat of the light god system. The four gods above the sea were a difficult and dangerous obstacle that must be faced directly. Simply intimidating and disrupting the situation could not fundamentally resolve the problem. Just as everyone's nerves were tense, silently praying for more time, Bruno, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Yingluo. There was something strange in his eyes, no longer his usual composure. Instead, there was an indescribable cunning and amusement, as if another mind were observing through his body. Vice President Yingluo, Bruno began. His voice was still his own, but his tone carried an unfamiliar frivolity, much like Desmartin's. Intimidation and cover-ups won't last long. Those old guys are shrewd and will soon react. Everyone in the command center instantly focused their attention. Jixing, Di Jiaolingyu, and the others were immediately alert. They all sensed something was amiss with Bruno. Yingluo frowned slightly, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to say?" He had already guessed that the one speaking through Bruno was probably the Lord of Deception. "Oh, that's simple." Bruno, or rather Desmartin, a smile curled his lips. "To completely muddy the waters, leaving those guys overwhelmed and even turning into a dog-eat-dog situation, we need a true trigger." His gaze fell on the shadow's sword at Yasakura Luo's waist, with undisguised admiration and calculation. "Your power, the shadow's sword, possesses ultimate concealment and piercing capabilities. Although you're only a demigod, with the cover of darkness and the blessing of my deception, you have a chance to deliver a severe blow to some unfortunate individual in that sea area." As soon as these words were spoken, a dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone gasped, staring at Bruno in disbelief. Launching a surprise attack in a sea surrounded by gods, right under the nose of the Lord of Destruction. Astaroth? What kind of concept is that? How is that any different from committing suicide? Are you crazy? Di Jiaolingyu was the first to cry out. She quickly walked over to Yingluo and glared at Bruno. "That's a true god. Even a little aftermath could crush us. You want him to die?" Ji Xing's face turned pale. She glanced at Yingluo, her eyes filled with worry and disapproval. "No! It's too dangerous. It's suicidal." Even Otis, who had been silent until then, couldn't help but speak, his voice hoarse. "Lord of Deception, even with your power, the chances of success are slim. If we fail, Vice President Yingluo." He didn't say anything else, but everyone understood what those unspoken words meant. Their souls would be shattered, without even a chance at reincarnation. Risks? Of course there are. Desmartin chuckled through Bruno, his tone suggestive. But the rewards are equally enormous. If you can successfully stab any god, even causing the slightest inconvenience, that powder keg will explode instantly. They become suspicious of each other, completely diverting their attention from Shadow, and might even come to blows. This would be far more effective than us just yelling here. He paused, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. Of course, the choice is yours, Vice President Yasakura Network. After all, you're gambling your life on a futile opportunity. Fail, and you become a laughingstock to the abyss and the undead alike, and not even a trace of you will remain. Chapter 1387. A suffocating silence fell once again within the command center. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yingluo, awaiting his response. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if frozen, and every second felt like a century. This was an incredibly difficult decision. On one side was a desperate mission with almost no chance of survival, on the other, the guild leader was in imminent danger, threatened by the gods at any moment. Yingluo slowly closed his eyes, his fingertips gently stroking the cold hilt. The shadow sword, as if sensing its master's intentions, emitted a subtle hum. Countless images flashed through his mind, from joining the Peak Guild, fighting alongside the leader, enduring countless life and death trials. The leader had been so kind to him, and was the soul and pillar of the entire guild. With the president now in dire straits, how could he stand by and watch, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, as long as it meant giving the president a glimmer of hope, he would do it. When he opened his eyes again, Yingluo's gaze had become incredibly resolute, without a trace of hesitation, filled with an unwavering determination. "I go." Those two simple words resonated like thunder in the silent command center. "Yingluo." Ji Xing grabbed his arm fiercely. "Don't be impulsive. We can find another way." "Yes, Vice President. This is too risky." The other members also tried to dissuade him. Yingluo gently pulled away from Ji Xing's hand, his gaze scanning the worried faces before finally settling on a faint dot of light surrounded by countless red dots on the holographic map. A gentle yet resolute smile crossed his face, and his tone was calm, yet filled with undeniable strength. There's no time. The president can't wait. He looked at Bruno, his eyes sharp as a sword. Lord of Deception, tell me what you need from me. Dismartin seemed unsurprised by this answer, and smiled with satisfaction. Very good, you have courage. You are indeed someone the shadow values. He stopped talking. A stream of thought, loaded with complex information, passed directly through Bruno's eyes, and into Yingluo's mind. It contained the details of the operation, including the infiltration route, and how Dismartin would use the power of deception to create opportunities for him. The core of the plan was to exploit the Night Lady's obscurity, allowing Dismartin to create a period of chaos. Then, using the Shadow Sword's ultimate stealth capabilities, Yingluo could infiltrate the edge of the maritime battlefield and deliver a fatal blow to targets whose defenses were relatively weak, or whose weaknesses had been exposed due to mutual suspicion. The goal wasn't to kill, because that was impossible, but to create chaos and light the fuse. Get ready, Dismartin's will echoed in Yingluo's mind. The opportunity is fleeting. Once missed, there will be no chance again. Yingluo took a deep breath, ignoring the cries and concerns of his companions behind him. His entire mind was immersed in this sinister plan. The new Shadow Sword was about to bare its fangs. The air in the command center was as heavy as lead, as if crushed into powder by an invisible pressure, unable to flow. Ji Xing and Di Jiaoling used words of dissuasion still echoed in his ears, but they could no longer sway Yingluo. Those sharp eyes, sharp as a knife, no longer held a trace of hesitation or confusion, only a determination as hard as steel burned. His entire mind was completely absorbed in the insane yet meticulously timed plan that Dismartin had just instilled into his mind. Dismartin in Bruno's body observed the unwavering determination in Yingluo's eyes, a playful smile spreading like a venomous snake emerging from the abyss. Very well, I admire your courage. Remember, opportunities are fleeting, like a shooting star across the night sky. The veil of darkness and my deception can only temporarily deceive those arrogant gods. Once you strike, regardless of success or failure, you will be exposed to the gaze of all the gods. And then? Chapter 1388. I understand the consequences. Yingluo's voice was chillingly calm, as he slowly drew the Shadow Sword from his waist. The pitch-black blade seemed to devour all hope and light, even the air greedily sucked into the endless darkness. Only a faint wisp of shadow energy flowed along the blade's edge, like the cold light of the scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Yingluo. Ji Xing's voice choked in her throat, like a strangled nightingale. What did she want to say? Stop him. That would be tantamount to abandoning the president. Bless him? That would be like personally sending him to despair. 1,000 words finally condensed into a silent silence. Yingluo turned to face each familiar face in the command center, his eyes scanning them one by one, as if memorizing their appearance. A barely perceptible smile crossed his face, a smile that held a rare gentleness, yet also an unwavering resolve. Secure the base. Wait for the president's return. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure faded silently into the shadows of the command center, like ink dripping into clear water, vanishing completely. Leaving behind was only a grave-like silence and oppressive atmosphere. This bastard. Di Jiaoling gritted her teeth, not knowing whether she was cursing Dismartin, who had proposed the plan, or Yingluo, who had resolutely embraced death. Ji Xing took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and worry churning in his heart. He walked to the control console and spoke in a firm voice. Attention all units. Maintain high alert. Strengthen all defense systems at the base. Make a loud noise. Let those high-altitude gods see clearly that even mortals have their own awareness. Outside the Demon City stronghold, the night was as dark as ink. Yingluo's figure, like a ghost of death, darted through the shadows of the wrecked buildings at high speed, each flicker bringing him closer to the sea of death. He hadn't summoned the black flame dragon. Its massive form would have stood out like a torch in the darkness before the god's gaze. At this moment, he pushed his Shadow Sword servant's abilities to their limit, transforming himself into a true shadow, merging with the surrounding darkness, even his breath swallowed by the darkness. Dismartin's voice, like a venomous snake, slithered into his mind. How does it feel? Playing a stealth game under the noses of so many powerful figures, for the first time. Is it thrilling? It's like an ant dancing under the feet of a giant dragon, ready to be crushed to ash at any moment. Yingluo ignored the god's teasing, his entire perception heightened to its limit. As he approached the sea, the oppressive pressure in the air grew increasingly suffocating. It was the power of the gods, chaotic and violent, conflicting yet forcibly restrained by a delicate balance, like a pressure cooker on the verge of exploding. He could clearly sense two sources of energy as blazing as stars in the distant sky, the Lord of Magma, whose pressure, like the scorching heat of hell, and the Lord of Torment, whose aura of soul-shaking agony. This was a carefully planned conspiracy, a threatening display of power, yet it certainly placed immense pressure on the gods above the sea. At the same time, an invisible, intangible veil of night enveloped the entire area, like the gentle yet powerful wings of the Lady of Night, obscuring the gods' perception and providing crucial cover for Yi Sakura's infiltration. "Don't be distracted, boy." Dismarden's voice suddenly grew serious. Although Dark Knight's power is unfathomable, it bears a heavy burden to simultaneously disrupt so many beings of its level, while also deducing the movements of the Light God system. Its shielding isn't infallible, especially once you approach the core of the battlefield. Yingluo's heart sank like an icy pit. He had long known the dangers of this journey, but Dismarden's warning only made him realize more clearly the tightrope he was walking, a thin line that could shatter him at any moment. Chapter 1389. Yi Sakura Luo's speed increased again. His figure flickered and leaped in the shadows, silently and ghostly, passing over the ruins of the city, speeding towards the coastline. The salty sea breeze lashed against him, carrying with it the aftermath of a powerful, suffocating divine power. In the distance, above the sea, the grayish-white aura of death and the dark purple energy of the abyss clashed endlessly like two giant dragons. Blazing flames of destruction and the icy aura of death clashed in the distant sky. There lay the arena of the gods, and also the prison of the guild master. "Do you see that creature lingering at the edge, surrounded by withered petals and gray ribbons?" Dismarden's voice echoed again, with the allure of a hunter. Electra, the singer of Withering, is an outlier among the undead pantheon. Her power leans towards curses and the law of withering. Her frontal combat prowess is relatively weaker than the other great ones. Furthermore, she seems more wary of the threat of lava and torment, and her focus is somewhat distracted. Yi Sakura Luo followed the guidance. Sure enough, at the edge of the chaotic energy field, a relatively vague figure was lingering restlessly. Not as violent and fiery as the Lord of Destruction, nor as cold and silent as Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, this deity was clearly hesitant, as if weighing something. "Your target is him." Dismarden's voice was filled with icy murderous intent. "You don't need to inflict heavy damage, or even truly harm his divine body. Honestly, with your current strength, you probably can't do it. It will be enough if your shadow sword can leave a mark on that withering shield, a mark bearing the mark of the abyss. It would be enough to ignite the suspicions of all the gods, enough to make Astaroth suspect this was a test from the abyss, enough to make the Lord of Destruction believe a split had broken out within the undead." At that moment, all hidden pent-up desires would erupt in an instant. Yingluo gripped the shadow sword tightly, the icy touch temporarily calming his turbulent mind. He knew full well that if he struck, he would instantly go from hunter to prey, becoming the common target of the gods. Was it worth it? Qin Chuan's figure flashed through his mind, along with the guild members' mixed expressions of expectation and worry, and the countless times they had fought side by side. There was no time for hesitation. He took a deep breath, suppressing all fear and distracting thoughts deep within his heart, leaving only utter focus and a chilling murderous intent coursing through his body. The power of shadow flowed silently, like a finger, his figure completely fading into the shadows where the night met the sea. Like a venomous snake about to strike, he slowly crept towards that seemingly vulnerable target. The shadow thorn is about to be unsheathed. The sea breeze howled, whipping up broken waves that slammed against the invisible energy barrier. The air was filled with the decaying scent of sulfur, death, and the abyss. Yi Sakura Luo's figure had completely blended into the deepest shadows at the edge of this chaotic sea, like moss clinging to the cracks between the scales of a behemoth, insignificant yet deadly close. His perception was like a taut spider's thread, capturing every flow of energy, every subtle fluctuation of the god's will. In the distance, the terrifying pressure unleashed by the Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment was like two suspended swords of Damocles, captivating the vast majority of the attention of the beings at the center of the sea. The power of the Lady of Night transformed into an indescribable barrier, blurring and stunting perception in this area. "Now!" Dismarden's voice was like an icy needle, piercing Yi Sakura's consciousness with pinpoint accuracy. The singer of Withering is distracted. He's wary of the magma's destructive flames. Go! No further orders were needed. Yi Sakura's suppressed aura suddenly erupted at this moment. Chapter 1390. He was no longer a lurking shadow, but a shimmer of darkness condensed to the utmost. The shadow sword let out a long-suppressed roar of excitement, its tip condensed with all his divine fire, will, and a trace of the essence of deception quietly infused by Dismartin. Like a black meteor piercing the night, at a speed beyond mortal comprehension, without causing a single sound, it pierced the hesitant figure at the edge of the chaotic energy storm. Electra, the singer of Withering, fast, extremely fast. From lurking to erupting, the entire process occurred in a flash. The withered petals and gray ribbons surrounding Electra instinctively sensed the deadly threat and instantly contracted, forming a shield that appeared fragile, but in fact contained the terrifying law of withering. Who is it? A roar of endless coldness and decay exploded within the spiritual realm. It wasn't directed at Yingluo, but rather expressed disdain for anyone who dared to disrupt the gods' hunting grounds. Swish! The shadow sword pierced the withering shield with pinpoint precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a gentle, teeth-grinding tearing sound. The tip of the sword failed to completely penetrate the shield, but the sharp edge, condensed with Yingluo's full strength and imbued with a hint of the deceitful power of the abyss, still left a visible, fine crack in the gray shield, as if stained by thick ink. More importantly, emanating from that crack was an extremely subtle yet undeniable aura of the abyss at the moment of the surprise attack. As a god's instinctive reaction, the power of the laws contained within the body of the withering chanter Electra erupted like a volcanic eruption. It wasn't a conscious attack, but rather the rejection and purification of foreign matter from the depths of his divine nature after being offended, an invisible and intangible aura, yet carrying the terrifying power to wither all things and extinguish life, instantly enveloped Yingluo. Puff! Yingluo felt as if he had been plunged into concentrated sulfuric acid, the vitality within him rapidly evaporating like a popped balloon. His skin instantly shriveled and grayed, his jet-black hair turning yellow and falling out at a visible rate. His vibrant energy felt as if drained, and even his soul fire began to flicker violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. This was the power of a god. Even a single instinctive burst of law was enough to instantly bring the demigod, who ignited the divine fire, to its doom. Oh no! Yingluo's heart rang with alarm. The shadow of death had never been so close. He could feel his life fading at an irreversible rate, and his consciousness began to fade. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, and be completely consumed by the power of withering. Humph, I don't want to be scolded to death by that shadow brat. Boy, hold on, don't die. Dismartin's voice was tinged with solemnity. A illusory yet resilient deceptive barrier suddenly appeared before Yingluo, rippling like water, slightly blocking and distorting the surging aura of withering for a moment. Then, a deeper, purer darkness descended. Like a mother's gentle hand, the Lady of Night's power spanned space, precisely enveloping Yingluo's crumbling form and yanking him back from the deadly aura of withering. The darkness didn't devour, but rather shelter and transport. Yingluo felt his vision go black, and the next second, he was at the edge of the demon city stronghold, far from the sea battlefield, and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. An intense feeling of weakness spread throughout my body, as if my bones had been drained out, and every breath was accompanied by a burning pain in my lungs. Chapter 1391. Though rescued, the erosion of the law of withering still lingered within him, like a maggot on his tarsal bone, constantly chipping away at his remaining vitality. And above the sea, the delicate confrontation shattered in an instant due to Yasakura Luo's sword, bearing the mark of the abyssal deception, and the withering singer's instinctive burst of law power. Withering? What are you doing? The will of the Hades Lord Astaroth was as cold as a knife, directed at Electra. He sensed the uncontrolled fluctuations of the law and suspected that this was the withering singer's first move to disrupt the balance. It wasn't me. It was that thing. Electra's voice was filled with shock and anger, her attention drawn to the abyssal mark on her shield and her own abnormal outburst. Ha, you're acting so convincingly. The Lord of Destruction's voice was mocking. His gaze swept between Astaroth and Electra, but deep within, he felt a deep sense of wariness about the fleeting shadowy figure and the mark of the abyss it carried. Is this a test, or a true backstab? Suspicion spread like a virus among the gods' wills, and the previous stalemate could no longer be maintained. However, they did not immediately engage in a desperate struggle at their current altitude. Ascend! Almost simultaneously, the several main gods made a simultaneous decision. The massive divine bodies, the shadowy thrones, the blazing flames. Their figures rose tens of thousands of meters in unison, leaving their original hovering position. Below, the transforming seed was too important, yet too fragile. They needed to fight, to resolve internal suspicions and external interference, but they absolutely could not let the aftermath of the battle destroy their goal. Above the sea, the higher clouds tore apart as the gods shifted the battlefield upward. Violent energy fluctuations began brewing in the higher skies, the force of the laws spreading like a tangible wave across a vast expanse. Ying-Luo raised his head with difficulty, gazing towards the sea. The gods' figures had dwindled slightly, but the terrifying radiance of energy erupting between them was more dazzling and violent than ever before. Chaos had begun. Gathering his last ounce of strength, he pulled the corners of his mouth into a bleak yet relieved smile. President, I tried my best. Then his consciousness sank completely into boundless darkness. Ying-Luo's desperate attack, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly ignited the already tense confrontation above the sea. The gods' raising of the battlefield wasn't out of mercy, but rather a near-greedy caution for the seeds below. They could wreak havoc on the laws from even greater heights, but they must not allow even the slightest destructive aftermath to prematurely destroy the unripened fruit. Thus, the skies of Blue Planet became a complete arena for the gods. No longer confined to the sea, the violent collision of energies began to spread across the globe. The shadow throne of Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, and the abyssal flames of the Lord of Destruction clashed fiercely in the sky. Each clash tore through the heavens, and the scattered fragments of the laws rained down like a shower of meteors, plowing bottomless furrows across the earth or igniting unquenchable demonic fires. Electra, the singer of Withering, was filled with both shock and rage. She had to contend with the suspicion and probing attacks of the Lord of Destruction and Astaroth, while also being wary of the two undisguised terrifying forces emanating from the direction of the demon city. Her withering domain spread wildly, withering clouds wherever it passed, and even light seemed to lose its vitality. But in this chaotic battlefield, it could hardly pose a fatal threat to its true opponents. Other god-level beings drawn to the scene also sensed opportunity in the chaos. Some of the ancient undead gods, abyssal lords, and even projections of evil gods from other worlds, who had previously been hiding in the shadows and watching, began cautiously joining the fray. Chapter 1392. Some attempt to fish in troubled waters, others form temporary alliances with other entities, making the already chaotic situation even more confusing. The European continent's deathly silence domain has ceased its steady expansion, and Mortis seems to have shifted some of his attention to the chaotic battles high in the sky. The scarlet chains of the North American soul-devouring king appear and disappear, and Gregor is clearly weighing whether to intervene in this higher-level conflict. The aura of Orthros, Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, looms like a maggot on the tarsal bone, looming at the edge of the battlefield. This skeleton king, who had just fought a fierce battle with Dismartin, was clearly unwilling to retreat. He waited for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The entire sky of Blue Planet seemed to have transformed into a boiling pot of chaotic porridge. Divine power surged, laws collided, and an energy storm swept the globe. However, strangely, directly above the central sea where the storm converged, a relatively calm area formed. All the gods' attacks, intentionally or unintentionally, avoided that coordinate, as if an invisible forbidden zone existed there. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. The light points on the energy monitoring screen were in complete chaos. Countless red dots, representing divine energy reactions, flickered frantically in the sky, colliding and annihilating, and new ones constantly joined. In contrast, the area surrounding the faint light point representing Qin Chuan in the center of the sea seemed remarkably clear. They are really fighting. Dijia Yu looked at the chaotic scene, her voice trembling with disbelief. Ying-Luo paid a heavy price, only to suffer such a mad scene that spread across the globe. Ji Xing's gaze fell on the corner. There, Ying-Luo lay in the emergency medical bay, his face ashen and pale as death, a thick aura of death lingering around him, the mark of the law of Withering's erosion. She had already mobilized every available life support device, barely keeping him alive. Healers, like Su Chongqing, were also continuously casting skills, trying to dispel the negative effects. The price is too high. Ji Xing's heart was heavy, but she knew now was not the time for sadness. Chaos is good? Dismartin's will was tinged with a hint of amused coldness. A chaotic mess creates an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The Lord of Magma's voice rang out, its voice heavy with impatience. Dismartin. Now that they've lost their composure, it's the perfect time for us to strike and wipe them out in one fell swoop. What are we waiting for? Cleanse? Dismartin scoffed and retorted. That's easy to say. Are Destruction and Astaroth so easy to wipe out? Don't forget, the light guys are still on their way. If we charge in now and fight head-on, even if we win, it'd be a lopsided victory. What will we have to resist then? Catch those hypocritical birds of light? The Lord of Torment let out a deep, tooth-aching wail, agreeing with Dismartin's caution. A direct collision would involve too many variables. Furthermore, we cannot guarantee that the aftermath of the battle will not affect the shadow below. The Lady of Night's gentle yet resolute will float through the air. Our initial goal is to buy time for the shadow and ensure his safety during his transformation. Now that chaos has been created, the direct threat over the sea has been temporarily contained. Our next priority should be control, not annihilation. Control? The Lord of Magma was puzzled. Indeed, control? A glint of cunning flashed into Dismartin's eyes. We don't need to fight destruction and Astaroth to the death right now. We should use this chaos to defeat those who are relatively weak, or those who have been caught up in the melee and are unable to take care of themselves. For example, the restless singer of Withering, or those minor characters trying to take advantage of the chaos. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, falling on the chaotic battlefield. Magma, Torment, you continue to deter, but focus your forces on Astaroth and the Lord of Destruction, creating greater pressure on them and distracting them from other matters. Night, and I will be responsible for the hunt. Chapter 1393. Hunting those small fry who are overwhelmed by the chaos, or who attempt to approach the core area, Lady of Night added. Eliminate these uncertainties, completely bring the sea area under our control, and establish a true safety barrier. That way, even if the light gods arrive, we be in a favorable position to respond calmly. This was a more cautious, yet more insidious plan. No longer pursuing a decisive battle, they would exploit the current chaos and gradually encroach, first transforming Qin Chuan's area into their safe zone. It's not satisfying, but it sounds more reliable. The Lord of Magma muttered, accepting the plan. He and the Lord of Torment adjusted their auras again, and the two terrifying pressures became more concentrated, like two giant hammers ready to strike, precisely locking onto Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, and the Lord of Destruction, placing a sharp increase in the pressure on the two main gods, who were already suspicious of each other. The presence of Dismartin and the Lady of Night grew more obscure, like hunters blending into the shadows, prowling the edges of the chaotic battlefield, searching for suitable prey. A new hunt had begun. The goal was no longer to stir up chaos, but to clear obstacles and strengthen the defenses. Time, as always, hung like a sword over everyone's heads. They must secure sufficient safe space for Qin Chuan, and bring the sea under their control before the light gods arrived. High above, the turbulent currents of law, like raging waves, churned the sky into a chaotic hue. Divine-level forces clashed recklessly, each flash representing an explosion of energy capable of destroying civilization. Yet, beneath this turbulent landscape, two more obscure yet deadly figures quietly began their hunt. The Lady of Night's form almost merged with the deepest void, with only tiny specks of star-like light swirling around her, constantly distorting light and perception. She moved silently through the chaotic energy storm, like an absolute blind spot. Dismartin was more active. Her form remained hazy, but countless tiny deceptive runes, like invisible tentacles, spread around the edges of the battlefield, gathering information and weaving illusions. That singing woman was terrified. Now, like a frightened rabbit, she's running around in panic. Dismartin's will, with a playful wave of his will, entered the Lady of Night's consciousness. She's a bit far from the main battlefield, which makes it convenient for us to strike and give her a surprise. The Lady of Night did not respond to Dismartin's teasing, her will firm and calm. He locked onto the figure lingering on the edge of the turbulent energy, a withered and unstable aura surrounding her. It was none other than Electra, the withering chanter, whose shield had just been pierced by Night Sakura Net, and who was now suspected by several of the main gods. At this moment, Electra was indeed, as Dismartin had described, restless. She had to guard against the possible wrath of the other gods in the sky, be wary of the unrelenting pressure from the demonic capital, and absorb the shock, anger, and humiliation of having just been ambushed by a mortal. She was completely unaware that the true hunter was quietly approaching. Dark Night, you will seal off the space, denying her any chance of escape or help. I provide her with some entertainment, leaving her unable to distinguish east from west. Dismartin's will was filled with malicious excitement. In an instant, the action began. A realm, darker than the night, nearly void, silently spread out from Electra. It wasn't a physical isolation, but rather an interference at the level of laws. Electra was startled. She felt her connection to the other gods outside her cut off by an invisible membrane. The energy flow around her became unusually stagnant and sticky, as if she were trapped in a solidified swamp. Chapter 1394. Who is it? Electra's terrified voice echoed through the spiritual plane, and a decayed song instinctively rose, attempting to tear the restraints. But the Night Lady's power was so profound and vast that, despite the impact of her law of withering, the Void Realm only trembled slightly, remaining incredibly resilient. Just as Electra fought with all her might against the spatial blockade, Dismartin's amusement began. Countless distorted illusions materialized out of thin air, surrounding Electra. He saw the cold shadow throne of Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, crushing him with monstrous fury. He saw the Lord of Destruction's enormous eyes, burning with the flames of the abyss, fixed fixedly on him. Even the Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment, who were supposed to be intimidating, turned their spearheads and charged forward with destructive force. No! This is fake! Electra instantly realized it was an illusion, a deception, but how terrifying was the divine law of deception? The illusion was too real. The pressure and law fluctuations it contained were almost identical to the original, enough to be mistaken for the real thing, constantly assaulting his already confused mind. He had to devote considerable energy to discerning truth from falsehood, to resisting the onslaught of laws that were so real. Now! The Lady of Night's will was like an icy command. The void that separated space suddenly contracted, no longer a simple blockade, but transformed into a crushing force. It was as if the darkness of the entire universe collapsed inward, squeezing Electra's divine body. At the same time, a tentacle of extremely condensed darkness, like a venomous snake weaving through time and space, silently emerged from Electra's blind spot and entwined itself around the hem of her skirt, composed of ribbons and petals. Get out of here! Electra screamed sharply, her withering domain erupting with full force. Countless withered petals transformed into sharp blades, and the gray ribbons lashed out like venomous snakes. However, under the Lady of Night's absolute control, and the interference of Dismartin's endless illusions, his counterattack seemed disorganized and weak. The tentacles of darkness, like maggots on the tarsal bone, easily tore through the weak points of the withering shield and entangled his divine form. A cold, dead silence, a force that seemed to devour all life, instantly invaded. Ah! Electra let out a painful wail. He felt his divine power being rapidly devoured and assimilated by the darkness. The ribbons on his skirt quickly lost their luster, becoming gray and tattered, and even his divine form began to become ethereal and unstable. Dismartin. Night! How dare you! Electra finally understood who was plotting against him, and her voice was filled with resentment and fear. Why wouldn't we dare? Dismartin's mocking voice echoed in his ears. The game has only just begun. Alongside, higher still, the sky. Boom! The Magma Lord's massive body erupted with an even more terrifying heat wave. An immensely thick pillar of molten lava ripped through the void, bearing the aura of incineration as it bore down on the shadow throne of Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld. Madman! Do you really want to fight to the death right now? Astaroth's icy will wavered with a hint of solemnity. He was forced to mobilize even more power to counter this violent attack. The darkness surrounding the shadow throne seethed and roiled. At the same time, the phantom of the Torment Lord's chains of pain suddenly expanded, and countless twisted, wailing souls emerged from it, transforming into a mental storm that slammed fiercely into the core of the Lord of Destruction's consciousness. Despicable sneak attackers! And you cowards who only hide behind! The Lord of Destruction roared, the flames of the abyss raging furiously, as he fended off the attacks from the soul plane, all the while simultaneously wary of a potential backstab from Astaroth. The combined pressure of magma and torment successfully pinned the two main gods' attention to the battlefield high in the sky, oblivious to the events unfolding below. Chapter 1395. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. On the holographic projection, the light representing Electra suddenly dimmed and was enveloped by a deep black halo, completely severing any connection with the other god-level beings. Success? Jixing held her breath, her palms sweating. The series of changes just now had been so rapid that it was blinding. She could only see the drastic fluctuations in the energy signal. Jialingyu's eyes widened as she stared at the suppressed light on the screen, muttering, "The Lady of Night and the Lord of Deception. They truly are hunting the gods." The impact of this scene was far more shocking than Yi Sakura's previous surprise attack. That was a true god, and yet, at the combined might of these two powerful figures, she was so quickly trapped. Above the sea, Electra's wails gradually faded. The Night Lady's power was like a bottomless abyss, constantly draining his divine strength, while Dismartin's deceptive power completely disrupted his perception and resistance. His divine body grew increasingly ethereal, on the verge of being completely suppressed, even devoured. At this moment, the Night Lady's movements suddenly paused. The dark tentacles wrapped around Electra suddenly tightened, not completely devouring her. Instead, they flung the weakened and depleted Electra like trash, far away from the core of the sea. Go, take our warning with you. The Night Lady's cold and commanding will drifted through Electra's consciousness. Dismartin seemed unsatisfied. Just let him go. I want to play some more. Our goal has been achieved. Killing him would only lead to a greater backlash from the undead, and even if we join forces, it wouldn't be easy to accomplish. The Lady of Night's will was unquestionable. Expelling him, establishing a barrier, and clearing a safe zone are our top priorities. With Electra's expulsion, the void didn't dissipate. Instead, it clung more firmly to the perimeter of the ocean battlefield, like the outstretched wings of the Lady of Night, forming an invisible cordon controlled by both her and Dismartin. Any entity attempting to approach this area would face direct attack from them. With the first obstacle removed, the hunting plan began to show its effectiveness. High above, the shadowy throne of Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, trembled violently under the impact of the molten beam, and the emanating dark aura dyed the sky like ink. His icy will, like the most sophisticated radar, not only defended against the Lord of Magma's violent attacks, but also observed the entire chaotic battlefield. When the divine power of Electra, the Singer of Withering, suddenly weakened and was flung out of the core of the battlefield by a profound dark force, like discarded garbage, Astaroth's eternally unwavering will finally rippled. He saw, or rather sensed, everything that occurred in that instant. The blockade of night, the illusion of deception, and finally, the ruthless yet deliberately left-out expulsion. Electra's disastrous retreat wasn't due to a chaotic battle, but rather to a clear elimination. Dismartin. For the first time, a feeling approaching enlightenment entered Astaroth's mind. The seemingly insane threat of lava and torment, the obscurity of night, and the chaos and disruption Dismartin had previously created. It turned out that this wasn't simply to sow chaos and force them to lose their composure. That was just a facade, a smoke screen. The real purpose was to use this chaos as a cover for night and deception, two beings best versed in stealth, to jointly eliminate the unstable factors on the battlefield and completely bring that sea area under their control. He, the Lord of Destruction, and even the expelled Electra were all cleverly exploited by Dismartin. Chapter 1396. They were suspicious of each other, wary of each other, their energy diverted by the lava and torture, creating a golden opportunity for the true hunters. What a deceitful lord! What a series of schemes! Astaroth felt the cold rage of being fooled. He lost not in strength, but in calculation. Dismartin exploited everyone's fear and greed, orchestrated this chaos, and reaped the greatest benefits from it. Those scum of the abyss are adept at scheming. Astaroth's icy will swept across the still raging Lord of Destruction, his voice piercing with chill. You've been used as a pawn too, fool. The Lord of Destruction, who was desperately resisting the Lord of Torment's mental assault, roared tyrannically. Shut up, Astaroth. Stop sowing discord here. Once I rip this insect apart, you be next. He clearly hadn't fully grasped the subtle shift in the situation, or perhaps his pride wouldn't allow him to admit he might be being used. But Astaroth no longer considered the Lord of Destruction the primary threat. Dismartin, his allies, the Lady of Night, and the seemingly frantic yet intricately coordinated Magma and Torment, this emerging force, was the real threat. Their goal wasn't just the seed, but to establish their own order on this planet, and the undead, clearly, were excluded. Truce? Retreat? Astaroth's will held no such option. As one of the supreme rulers of the undead world, the master of the Veil, his vocabulary consisted solely of conquest and domination. Since the Abyss dared to challenge us, they must pay with blood. Electra's fate was not just a blow to one god, but a scorn for the entire undead pantheon. Dismartin represents the Abyss. His attack on the undead gods, even in alliance with the Lady of Night, is tantamount to the Abyss declaring war on the entire undead world. We must respond, and with the most violent force. Astaroth no longer hesitated. His immense will instantly pierced the barriers of space, spanning endless distances. To the ancient corners of the undead world, dormant or slumbering, he issued a cold and majestic command. Lord of the Abyss. Maw of eternal silence. Soul-devouring king. Weaver of bone nightmares. Ferryman of the Styx. Gazer of the soul abyss. His voice, like the death knell of the underworld, told resoundingly in the deep consciousness of each undead god who was called. The hyenas of the abyss have entered their hunting grounds, tearing down our brethren, coveting food that is not theirs. The deceivers have made peace with darkness, stalking destruction and chaos. They seek to claim this realm for themselves. The dignity of the undead must not be trampled upon. In the name of the Lord of Hell, I summon you. Heed my call. Let the flames of the abyss be extinguished by the breath of the dead. Let the whispers of deception be drowned in a torrent of bones. Target: the Lord of Destruction, the Lord of Magma, the Lord of Torment, and the elusive deceiver. War begin! With Astaroth's command, the divine auras of all across Blue Planet began to stir. Across the European continent, the once expanding realm of death silence was no longer stable. A mighty power of an older, purer kind of silence rose from the direction of the silent trench. Mortis, the maw of eternal silence, was answering the call and preparing to march to the battlefield. In the inverted cathedral of flesh and blood on the North American continent, scarlet chains clanged excitedly. From the shadows, the soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot began to move, heading east. In the heart of Asia, the lair of the Queen of the Pale Dream, Bone Nightmare Weaver Sylvia, trembled. Giant bone spiders wrapped in shrouds began to move toward the coastline, emitting a terrifying aura that could cause bone-shattering changes in their path. Chapter 1397. In the River Styx, aboard the ferryboat built from the wreckage of the Ragnarok warship, the ferryman of the Styx, Kalonix, paused his oars. The shrouds on the sails emanated the whispers of the dead, and the wraiths within the soul-guiding lanterns emanated a thirst for battle. He turned the ship and sailed toward the center of the divine collision. Near the distant entrance to the abyss, the soul-gazer, Valak, a fleshy creature covered in compound eyes, saw the fear thicken on the walls of its lair. Countless soul-gazers emanated from its eyeballs and headed toward the sea. Elsewhere, Orthros, Lord of the Abyss, recently repelled by Dismartin, also received Astros' command. His vast skeletal throne roared dully from deep underground, gathering countless remains. But Orthros did not charge directly toward the main battlefield high in the sky. He had fought Dismartin before, and knew the deceiver's cunning and formidable nature. Charging directly into that meat grinder of magma, torture, destruction, and Astaroth was unwise. Especially with Dismartin and the Lady of Night still lurking in the shadows. Let Astaroth handle the frontal battle. Orthros' will was cold and pragmatic. He chose a different path. A vast vortex of bones began to silently infiltrate the flanks of the sea, or rather, the area quietly controlled by the Lady of Night and Dismartin. He aimed to rip open this seemingly solid defense from the flanks, seeking an opportunity to devour more remains and gather greater strength. The forger of the skeleton throne never engaged in a meaningless war of attrition. The show's about to begin. That old bastard, Astaroth, has dragged the entire undead pantheon into this. This is going to be quite a blast. Dismartin's will swept across the sea, and as he sensed the massive skeletal energy mass approaching from the flank, his eyes lit up with even greater cunning. Lord of the Abyss, you're quite clever, avoiding the frontal attack. However, this all-out war, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. The chaos escalated completely. The war between the two great pantheons erupted in full force at this moment. The cold declaration of war from the underworld Lord Astaroth was like a boulder dropped into boiling water, sending tidal waves through the undead world and triggering a chain reaction across the battlefields above. Astaroth, you rat from the gutter, are you finally showing your fangs? The Lord of Destruction's tyrannical will swept across the sky like a physical shockwave. The flames of the abyss erupted with unprecedented intensity, even temporarily suppressing the Lord of Torment's mental storm. War. Fine. The abyss never fears war. Since you rotten skeletons wish to die, I will grant your wish. To him, Dismartin's schemes, the night's meddling, the internal conflicts of the undead. None of this matters. He is the embodiment of destruction, the darling of chaos. Fighting is the meaning of his existence. Since Astaroth has ignited the flames of war, he will gladly accept the challenge and burn everything to ash. There's no right or wrong, no reason. This is the instinct of the abyss, the stance of destruction. Roar! The Lord of Destruction roared, no longer merely dealing with the Lord of Torment and the Lord of Magma. His vast eyes, blazing with the flames of the abyss, turned sharply towards Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, and terrifying destructive energy began to gather. Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, held his icy resolve unwavering. Foolish brute force. You will pay the price for your arrogance. The darkness surrounding the Shadow Throne deepened, as if threatening to engulf the entire sky. The tense atmosphere between the two main gods instantly pushed the confrontation in the sky to the brink of a true all-out war. As the Lord of Destruction's bellowing battlefield roar resounded through the void, like a signal, within the bottomless abyss beneath the blue planet, auras even more ancient, more chaotic, and more despairing began to awaken. Chapter 1398. If the advent of the undead pantheon brought death and silence, then the abyss's response brought pure destruction and madness. Deep within the earth, a vast expanse of wriggling flesh and rotting organs began to tremble. Viscous pus flowed like rivers, and countless misshapen eyeballs opened on the flesh walls. The will of Sakash, the king of decay, rose from it, carrying a sickeningly sweet stench, undead. Fresh bones need flesh to wrap them. His whisper spread like a plague, and wherever he passed, even the rocks of the abyss began to grow a fetid fungal carpet. In the dark side of the universe, an indescribable, immense shadow stirred the void. It was not a physical entity, but more like a void that continuously devoured light and matter, its edges rippled by the distortion of space. Deep Throat Grum, sensing the immense divine power emanating from the battlefield, uttered a silent longing. His breath stirred a tidal wave of energy across distant space and time, like a starving being casting its gaze upon this bountiful feast. On the spiritual plane, a fiery, twisted flame of hatred ignited from nowhere, searing the souls of all it touched, amplifying the deepest rage and resentment within. The flaming form of Hate Weaver Philomel, composed of pure malice, loomed high in the sky. His laughter was like countless souls screaming simultaneously within the flames. More pain, more hatred. Burn. All burn. Furthermore, more abyssal auras, both subtle and overt, began to emerge across Blue Star, echoing the Lord of Destruction's fighting spirit and coveting the potential benefits and sustenance of this god-level war. Abyss lords, ancient chaos demons, otherworldly evil gods. Blue Planet has completely transformed into a hunting ground attracting countless apex predators from across the universe. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. Red dots on the energy monitoring screens exploded in number. Dark red dots representing the power of the abyss spread like a virus, colliding and intertwining fiercely with the grayish-white dots representing the undead in the sky, rendering the entire planet's sky like a frenzied abstract painter's canvas. Crazy, all crazy. Dejialing felt a tingling sensation as she watched the dazzling energy reactions on the screen. What had originally been a standoff between a few gods over the sea had escalated into a full-scale war between two pantheons, even involving even more unknown entities. Ji Xing's heart sank to the bottom. The situation had escalated far faster than she had anticipated. The appearance of more enemies meant that the environment for the president's transformation had become even more dangerous, and that the price He Yingluo had paid might just be the beginning of a storm. Humph, things are getting lively. Dismartins will echoed through the command center, a subtle solemnity lingering in his voice. Astaroth has summoned the old undead. Destruction, that fool, has indeed exploded at the first sign, attracting all the hyenas of the abyss, drawn only to the scent of blood. His gaze swept across the newly appeared abyssal symbols on the screen, a cold glint in his eyes. Sakash, Grum, Philomel. These guys are not my allies. The abyss is never a monolithic entity. They fight only for themselves. The Lord of Magma snorted dully. The situation has worsened. What should we do now? These newcomers aren't just targeting the undead. He could sense several powerful abyssal wills sweeping in the direction of him, and the Lord of Torment, carrying undisguised greed and malice. The Lady of Nights will remain calm. Stay with the original plan. Strengthen the sea barrier, eliminate those approaching, and buy time for the shadows. Whether undead or the abyss, any entity that attempts to interfere with the core area is our enemy. Chapter 1399. Dismartin's lips curled up in a cold arc. Indeed. The war has escalated, and it's time to expand our hunting range. This is a perfect opportunity to show these self-righteous creatures who has the final say on this battlefield. His gaze shifted to the flank of the sea. There, the vortex of bones of Orthros, Lord of the Abyss, was silently infiltrating, attempting to bypass the frontal battlefield and rip through the defenses from the flank. First target, I choose you, Forger of the Skeleton Throne. I let you escape last time, but this time, it won't be so easy. Dismartin's will was filled with murderous intent. The chaos was only the beginning. The true hunting and war had just begun. And in this global war of gods, that faint point of light at the center of the sea still flickered tenaciously, undergoing its unseen transformation. On the flank of the sea, far from the core battlefield where laws raged and divine light flashed in the sky, in a relatively calm area, a vast vortex of bones swirled silently. Orthros, Lord of the Abyss, compressed his presence to the utmost. His skeletal throne, instead of manifesting as a physical form, transformed into a stream of energy composed of countless tiny bone fragments and ghostly whispers. Like an undercurrent in the deep sea, it clung to the edge of the darkness imbued with the power of the Lady of Night, attempting to infiltrate in a circuitous manner. His strategic plan was to avoid head-on collisions of the magnitude of Astaroth and the Lord of Destruction, to avoid the two evil gods of magma and torture, and most importantly, to evade the cunning Lord of Deception. He needed the nutrients scattered across the battlefield. The remains of creatures that perished in the aftermath of the divine war, even the shattered bodies of lesser gods, to strengthen his skeletal throne. Devour, condense, and grow stronger. This is the survival formula for the skeleton throne forger. Although his last encounter with Dismartin was brief, it lingered vividly in the skeleton abyss's memory. That being's power wasn't the strongest, but his pervasive deception and calculations made him feel like he was battling a slippery shadow, constantly constrained. Thus, he chose the safest approach of a flanking infiltration. However, the skeleton abyss underestimated Dismartin's desire for control of the battlefield and his longing for his old friend. Just as the skeletal vortex was about to skirt an area completely shrouded in darkness, the skeleton abysses will suddenly tightened. An extremely subtle, yet incredibly familiar spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, entangling him like a spiderweb. It wasn't the majestic, all-encompassing dark realm of the Night Lady, but a fluctuation filled with distortion, misdirection, and traps. Not good. The skeleton abyss's heart wailed with alarm, and he instinctively wanted to stop advancing, or even reverse the direction of the skeletal vortex. But it was too late. The seemingly calm darkness around them suddenly boiled over. Countless twisted runes, like venomous snakes coming to life, emerged from the void, instantly imprinting themselves on the edge of the bone vortex. These runes didn't attack directly, but like a virus, they rapidly altered the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's perception of the surrounding space and energy flows. He felt as if he had suddenly stumbled into a maze of funhouse mirrors. The path ahead became twisted and uncertain, and the retreat behind him seemed to branch into countless false paths. Even the energy flow within his own bone vortex began to show slight stagnation and confusion. Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Old friends, why don't you chat for a while? Dismartin's voice, tinged with teasing and cold murderous intent, echoed like a maggot on the tarsal bone, directly into the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's chaotic perception. Dismartin. The Lord of the Skeleton Abysses will instantly became furious and solemn. He knew he had fallen into a trap, a web of deception set just for him. Chapter 1400. The seemingly peaceful edge of darkness was actually Dismartin's meticulously laid hunting ground. Last time you narrowly escaped, it was just a warm-up. Dismartin's voice drifted, as if coming from all directions. This time, Astaroth has summoned all of you old bones to die, so I have to treat you well. Tell me, should I dismantle you and make a bone toy, or melt your throne and see if I can extract something interesting? Naked contempt and threat, the Lord of the Abyss suppressed his rage and forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. The law of deception interfered with his perception, but it did not completely sever his control over his own power. Humph, you only have these petty, underhanded tricks. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss snorted coldly, and the vast vortex of bones suddenly contracted inward, no longer attempting to break through, but instantly converging. Countless bone fragments rubbed and collided at high speed, making a teeth-grinding crackling sound, forming a massive circular bone shield covered with sharp bone spurs and countless wailing faces. At the same time, a powerful bone resonance force spread out from him, attempting to forcibly dispel the surrounding deceptive runes and stabilize the disturbed spatial perception. Oh! Planning to defend yourself? It seems you learned a lesson from last time. Dismartin's voice was a touch amused. Unfortunately, a tortoiseshell is useless in the web I woven. Before he finished speaking, the twisted deceptive runes surrounding the bone shield condensed by the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss suddenly brightened. Rather than attacking the shield directly, they began to frantically distort the light, energy, and even the laws surrounding it. In the Lord of the Abyss's distorted perception, he saw countless Dismartins appearing simultaneously from all directions, each emanating a dangerous aura, each seemingly preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, he sensed the flames of the Lord of Destruction, the shadow of the Lord of Hell, and even the power of magma and torment, breaking through the high-altitude battlefield and crushing towards him. It was hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Danger lurked on every side. Even though he knew it was most likely an illusion, the pressure and energy fluctuations simulated by the god-level law of deception were too real. The Lord of the Abyss dared not neglect his position. He had to devote a significant amount of his attention to dealing with these false threats, and the defensive force field of his bone shield had to be deployed in all directions, consuming his divine power. And then, the true killing move quietly arrived. A thin line, deeper than shadows, purer than nothingness, silently pierced from the absolute blind spot of the Abyss Lord's perception. From directly below, deliberately obscured and ignored by the law of deception, that power was not Dismartin's, but that of the Lady of Night. Like the most precise scalpel, It silently sliced through the resonating force field of the bone veins and pierced precisely the core of the vortex of bones. Hidden beneath countless bone fragments lay the source of the Abyss Lord's divine power. It was not until the cold, deathly silence, which seemed to devour all light and heat, that the Abyss Lord suddenly realized. Night! He roared with utter fury, his voice filled with disbelief. He was completely focused on guarding against Dismartin's endless schemes, but he had no idea that the Lady of Night, who had been lurking in the background, would launch such a deadly surprise attack at this very moment. A sneak attack, another sneak attack, and it was a combined attack by two supreme gods. The icy dark power, like the most terrifying poison, instantly began to erode his divine core. From the outset of this hunt against him, Dismartin had only been feinting and distracting. The real killer was the Lady of Night. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly through his divine core. It wasn't simply a low temperature, but a law-level annihilation and devouring. Chapter 1401. The Night Lady's power was like the purest nothingness, utterly wiping out the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss' very existence. Roar! The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss let out a soul-shattering roar, no longer the rage of before, but a desperate madness. He sensed an unprecedented crisis. The dark thread had penetrated a crucial point, a crucial juncture for the operation of his divine power. If the core were damaged, his skeletal throne would lose its foundation, even threatening the collapse of his godhood. Bone vein resonance. Reverse. Sacrifice. The Lord of the Skeleton Abysses roared with a resolute command. The vortex of bones, originally shrinking inward, suddenly expanded in the opposite direction. The countless whispering spirits and relatively fragile bone fragments that formed the vortex's periphery ignited like fuel, transforming into primal undead energy, madly rushing towards the core, attempting to resist the encroaching dark thread. Crack! 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 The sound of countless bones shattering echoed incessantly, accompanied by a shrill soul cry. This was the skeleton throne dismembering itself, sacrificing its outer structure to preserve its core. The vast vortex of bones visibly shrank, its color dimming, and its emanating aura weakened considerably. At the same time, the force of the forcibly reversed bone resonance slammed into the dark thread of the Night Lady like a desperate shockwave. Sizzle! The dark and bone-white energies clashed fiercely, emitting a chilling annihilation sound. Although the Night Lady's attack was deadly and precise, the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss was, after all, a veteran undead god. With a desperate counterattack, he managed to hold the thread in place for a moment. Oh! Burning yourself to keep warm? What a touching spirit of self-sacrifice. Dismartin's taunting voice echoed at the perfect moment. The illusions he manipulated didn't subside, but instead intensified. Countless false attacks rained down, like a torrential rain on the Abyss Lord's rapidly shrinking defenses, further depleting his divine power and muddling his perceptions. Dismartin. Dark Knight. You will pay for this. Astaroth will not let you go. The Abyss Lord's will was filled with deep resentment. He knew he could not fight both beings simultaneously, especially after being severely damaged by a surprise attack. His only thought now was to hold on until the Lord of Hell noticed the changes, or until other undead gods arrived to support him. You count on Astaroth? He's already struggling to protect himself, busy fighting that madman who destroyed him. Dismartin's voice was filled with gloating. As for the other undead? By the time they arrive, how many bones do you think you have left? The Lady of Night remained silent, but her attack didn't abate in the slightest. Though the thin thread of darkness was blocked by the resonating impact of the bone veins, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it twisted like a living thing, constantly seeking new weak points and penetrating inward. The cold, deadly power constantly eroded the Lord of the Abyss's divine power. The Lord of the Abyss felt his consciousness begin to dull, a sign that his divine core was being eroded. The skeletal throne he was so proud of now seemed like a leaking wreck, slowly sinking under the encroaching darkness. He could feel the mighty remains that comprised the throne wailing, losing strength. This can't go on. We must break through. A flicker of determination flashed in the eyes of the Lord of the Abyss. He suddenly mobilized his remaining divine power, abandoning the seemingly solid circular bone shield. A lament of 10,000 bones. A mournful and majestic voice resounded through the space shrouded by the law of deception. The oldest and most powerful remains forming the core of the bone vortex simultaneously ignited with a dark blue soul fire. Chapter 1402. These remains were no ordinary creatures. Among them were the remains of fallen ancient heroes, behemoths, and even lesser gods. Their former strength, resentment, and unwillingness, driven by the power of the Lord of the Abyss, coalesced into a terrifying wave of sound, a mixture of death, curse, and endless grief. This wave was not a physical sound, but a direct impact upon the soul and the laws of nature. Buzz. The invisible lament spread instantly. The countless illusions created by Dismartin shattered like bubbles under this wave of sound, and the deceptive runes that distorted space flickered violently, becoming extremely unstable. Even the thin dark thread of the Lady of Night paused slightly under this impact on the very essence of the soul. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the Lord of the Abyss's massive skeletal throne suddenly emerged from the vortex of energy. It was a terrifying throne, constructed from the bones of countless dragons, titans, and ancient gods, but now it was covered in cracks and its luster dimmed. The throne suddenly lunged in one direction. A direction where the law of deception was relatively weak, a direction where the Lady of Night's power had a slight gap, and slammed hard, not seeking to kill the enemy, only to escape. Want to run? Dismartin snorted coldly. The shattered runes of deception coalesced again, attempting to reconstruct their web. But at this moment, the Lady of Night's will finally wavered, not at the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, but at Dismartin. Enough. The thin line of darkness that had been encroaching, as if receiving a command, suddenly erupted with its final strength, not to completely destroy, but to transform into a massive thrust, slamming hard into the back of the skeletal throne. Boom! The skeleton throne, already desperately trying to break free, was propelled by this immense force, like a boulder hurled from a catapult, its speed suddenly increasing to its limit. With a series of crackling bones, and the raging will of the Lord of the Abyss, it desperately broke through the still enclosed web of deception, and flew desperately towards an unknown area far from the core of the sea. Just let him go like that? I have a new trick up my sleeve. Dismartin's will was filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Expulsion is the best option at this moment. The Lady of Night's will was calm. Killing him is too costly, and there are too many variables. Although we have the upper hand, a god's desperate struggle will inevitably cause us considerable damage and affect our subsequent operations. Our goal is to seize control of the sea, not to wage all-out war against the undead. With the Lord of the Abyss forcibly expelled, the flanking airspace once again returned to calm. Only the lingering bone dust, and a faint scent of deception in the air betrayed the thrilling divine hunt that had just taken place. Dismartin's will swept across the direction of the Abyss Lord's escape, then finally retracted. All right, as you say. We cleared out one troublesome fly. Whose turn is next? The Night Lady's power remerged into the darkness, becoming once again unpredictable. Their hunt was not over. The other divine beings summoned by Astaroth or drawn to the Abyss's aura from the outer reaches of the sea would be their next targets. The storm, centered around Qin Chuan's transformation, was drawing in more and more gods. The Abyss Lord Orthrose's panicked escape, accompanied by the sound of crackling bones, did not cause much of a ripple in the torrent of divine warfare high above. Instead, like a stone dropped into calm waters, it sent invisible ripples through the hearts of every god who perceived it. The battlefield in the sky remained in chaos. The shadow of Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, clashed fiercely with the flames of the Lord of Destruction, scattering fragments of the law like a torrential rain. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment, like two tireless war machines, continuously exerted pressure on them. The violent energy bombardment caused the sky to shift colors, and the smell of sulfur and death became even more intense. Chapter 1403. However, amidst this frenzy, something quietly shifted. At the edge of the European continent, the expansion of Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, slowed slightly. For the first time, his indifferent will directed itself towards the newly restored airspace on the flank of the sea. Although Orthros tried to conceal his presence, the signs of his sudden weakening and the damage to his core could not be hidden from him, a fellow lord of the undead. Night. And Dismartin. A chilling fear rose within Mortis's will. Fighting alone, they would be defeated one by one. This thought, like a cold snake, coiled around his heart. On the North American continent, the soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot slowly halted its advance in the shadows. The wails of the souls bound in the scarlet chains grew fainter. He could clearly sense the fluctuations of Orthrose's divine power, nearly severed in half. That deceiver. Their goal is clear. Gregor's greedy gaze swept across the sky, then across the center of the sea, finally settling on the area controlled by the Lady of Night and Dismartin. To enter alone would likely result in the same fate as Orthros. The reaction from the abyssal camp was equally subtle. Sakash, the king of the decaying court, shrank slightly, his countless eyeballs swirling as if reassessing the danger of the battlefield. Grum, the devouring deep throat, also slowed his absorption of light. Philomer, the hateful flame weaver, flickered in his twisted flames, his sharp laughter adding a touch of caution. Orthros's defeat was like a bucket of cold water poured over the gods drawn by Astaroth's call, or the abyss's fighting spirit. They realized a harsh reality, the four gods seemingly on the defensive. Desmarten, Lady of Night, Lord of Magma, Lord of Torment, were not lambs to be slaughtered. They possessed not only immense strength, but also a formidable tacit understanding and a clear goal. They stood united, waiting for the opportunity, while the undead and the abyss were a disunited group, each harboring its own agenda. Unite? The thought flashed through the minds of some gods, but was quickly overwhelmed by deeper suspicions and inherent factional divisions. The undead and the abyss were mortal enemies. Even facing a common threat, expecting them to put aside their prejudices, trust each other, and fight together, it would be incredibly difficult. Who would be willing to turn their backs on an ally who could retaliate at any moment? Who would willingly pave the way for others, allowing others to ultimately reap the tempting fruit? Every god who descended longed to be the ultimate victor, to devour everything, to devour that seed, to claim the very essence of this world for themselves. This inherent greed and selfishness doomed them to form a truly effective alliance. Amidst this delicate stalemate and wait-and-see situation, Desmarten's voice, laced with undisguised mockery and cold murderous intent, like an invisible sting, pierced the depths of the minds of every god present. It seems some of these fools have finally realized this isn't their playground to run wild. Desmartens will swept across the room, pausing briefly on Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, and the Lord of Destruction, before turning to the restless yet hesitant undead and gods of the abyss. Astaroth, Destruction, and all you flies that come to us at the drop of a hat, listen up. I know what you're thinking. Unite and overwhelm us with numbers? Nice idea, but you can't pull it off. Even if, and I mean even if, you, the useless, wary of each other, could truly put aside your dog-eat-dog nature and join forces to break through our defenses, what would it matter? Chapter 1404. Desmartens will suddenly become incredibly sharp, like a blade unsheathed, emitting a chilling light. We may lose this war, but we will surely make you pay an unbearable price. We may not be able to stop all of you, but the four of us united can more than take down one or two before we're overwhelmed by you. His will boomed like thunder, clearly conveying a message. Who dares to lead the charge? Who wants to be the unlucky one targeted by concentrated fire? Think of Orthros, that's the first example. Who will be next? You, Mortis? Or you, Gregor? Or some self-righteous abyss lord? A naked threat. An undisguised provocation. These words, like a thunderbolt, shattered the glimmer of hope for unity that had just begun to sprout in the hearts of some gods. Indeed, even if they could win, who would be willing to be the sacrifice? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for collective victory? How precious are the lives of gods, especially to these selfish undead and beings of the abyss. For a moment, the chaotic and violent atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to stagnate. The energy clash in the sky continued fiercely, but the gods lingering on the edge of the battlefield, trying to fish in the muddy waters, invariably slowed their pace, their greed replaced by a deeper fear. The balance seemed to tilt towards the united and purposeful four gods alliance. Although they were outnumbered, Desmarten's heartbreaking words successfully exploited their enemy's weakness, buying them a precious breathing space and further strengthening the invisible barrier surrounding the sea. Demon City Stronghold, Command Center. Ji Xing and Di Jiaoling, you watched the dots of light on the screen, representing the undead and the abyss. Though still dense, their movements had become noticeably more hesitant and cautious, no longer brazenly probing the core of the ocean as before. Desmarten. Di Jiaoling, you opened her mouth, but ultimately could only utter two words, awesome. Defeating the enemy without a fight. Although the war was far from over, the Lord of Deception had, with just a few words, invisibly dismantled the enemy's greatest potential advantage. Ji Xing's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the faint dot of light in the center of the ocean. Time remained the greatest threat. The Lord of Deception's declaration could delay the situation for a while, but not forever. Whether the gods would reach a consensus first, or the guild master would complete his transformation first, that was the key. Ji Xing glanced at Isakura Luo, who was hovering between life and death in the life support device, and felt a heavy heart. Could the opportunity gained by Yingluo's desperate struggle bring a glimmer of hope for victory? With Desmarten's shocking declaration, the atmosphere of the battlefield above the sea subtly shifted. The undead and abyssal forces, once restless, stopped charging blindly and instead took up positions, maintaining a delicate distance. They refused to retreat, yet dared not easily enter the territory protected by the Four Gods Alliance. It seems these guys are finally thinking. Desmarten's voice swept across the room, with a hint of sarcasm. A bunch of selfish fools, unable even to cooperate temporarily, dare to compete for the origin? The Night Lady's power flowed like water, extending continuously to the edge of the sea. With the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's defeat, and the gods' hesitation, the power of the Four Gods Alliance gained a more secure presence in the space surrounding Qin Chuan's transformation. The barrier, woven from darkness and deception, magma and pain, steadily strengthened, forming a relatively stable protective circle. They won't give up just like that. The Lady of Nights was calm and solemn. The Lord of Hell and Destruction are still consuming each other, but that's just a facade. They're all waiting for an opportunity to tip the balance. Chapter 1405. The Lord of Magma's molten form tumbled slightly. I hope they continue to hold each other back like this. The shadows will need more time. In this relatively calm moment, the Night Lady's stars suddenly trembled violently, and the night sky, shrouded in darkness, even began to ripple slightly, as if encountering something she feared. They're coming. The Night Lady's voice took on a rare solemnity, even uneasiness. Dismartins will suddenly gathered. Light? So soon? In the distant sky, a barely perceptible golden glow quietly emerged. It was not the sun's light, but a presence far purer, more ancient, and even more dazzling. It seemed faint, yet it carried an aura that made all the dark and chaotic beings present feel instinctively uneasy. It was the forerunner of the Light Pantheon. This is a serious problem. The Lord of Torment's body, composed of chains of pain, tensed slightly. Those lunatics of the light don't care about tactics or strategy. They have only one principle: to purify all impurity. High above, even the Dark Lord Astaroth and the Lord of Destruction, locked in a fierce confrontation, simultaneously noticed this change. Their fighting rhythm subtly shifted. Their attacks slowed, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. It looks like things are about to get even more intense. A complex emotion flashed through Astaroth's icy will. Light and shadow, like fire and water, cannot coexist. The Lord of Destruction let out a deep roar. Those self-proclaimed saints of the light, I have long wanted to extinguish their dazzling brilliance in the flames of the abyss. In the Demon City stronghold, the atmosphere in the command center grew even more tense. On the surveillance screen, golden dots representing the power of light were steadily approaching. Though few in number, each one emanated a powerful, heart-wrenching wave. The Light God System. Ji Xing's face turned exceedingly pale. They're here to utterly destroy the president, aren't they? Jialing Yu clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. The light has always regarded the shadow as its greatest enemy. They will not allow any forces associated with the shadow to exist or develop. The Lady of Nights will suddenly descend upon the command center. Prepare for the worst. Once the light arrives, the balance of the sea will be completely shattered. The worst? Ji Xing muttered, a sense of despair rising within him. The light is not as greedy and selfish as the undead or the abyss. Lady of Night's voice was heavy. They don't seek to seize the power of the shadow, nor do they care about the outcome of this struggle. They have only one goal: to eliminate and purify. Will they attack the president directly? Jialing Yu's voice trembled. Dismartin's voice echoed. Not just direct attacks. The power of light naturally suppresses and damages shadows. Shadows are currently in an extremely unstable state. If they are directly assaulted by the power of light. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Ji Xing felt a wave of suffocation. What then? We can't just stand by and watch the guild leader be destroyed. We will do our best to stop them, the Lady of Night said in a firm and calm voice. But we must admit that even if the four of us join forces, it will be difficult to simultaneously withstand the pressure from the undead, the abyss, and the light. High in the sky, the golden light grew more pronounced, like a sword about to be unsheathed, pointing straight at the center of the sea. The forerunner of light, unstoppable, approached the chaotic battlefield. Dismartin's gaze swept across the void, a fierce glint in his eyes. I have an idea. The undead and the abyss are now disorganized and scattered, but they have one thing in common: a deep hatred for the light. You intend to exploit this? The Lord of Torment let out a deep laugh. Use the light, our common enemy, to distract them from our pressure? Chapter 1406. That's right. Dismartin's will sharpened. Since they enjoy chaos, let's make it even more chaotic. Once the light appears, it will prioritize attacking the most filthy of the abyss and the undead. Astaroth, destroy these old creatures, and will not sit idly by and watch themselves be eliminated. The Lady of Night was silent for a moment. This is a risky move. What if the light bypasses them and attacks the shadow first? That's our bottom line. Dismartin's voice grew more solemn than ever. If the light truly dares to attack the shadow, then the four of us, no matter the cost, must buy him time to complete his transformation. In the distance, a golden glow grew closer and stronger. The auras of the undead and the abyss began to fluctuate uncomfortably, as if a beast had sensed the presence of its natural enemy. The battle between the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Destruction had become a purely symbolic standoff. Their attention had shifted entirely to the impending threat of the light. In the center of the sea, Qin Chuan's transformation had entered a critical phase. The faint, yet resilient, pinprick of light continued to pulse, but its energy fluctuations grew increasingly erratic, as if affected by the external chaos. "Time is running out," the Lady of Night's voice rang with urgency. "But no matter the cost, we must protect him." The four gods simultaneously extended their power to the edge of the sea, forming a final line of defense. In the distance, a golden glow illuminated the sky. The judgment of light was about to descend. The golden glow was no longer a faint glimmer in the distant sky. It spread with astonishing speed, like dawn piercing the heaviest darkness. Two immensely powerful wills were the first to arrive at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. They made no effort to conceal their presence. The pure, blazing power of light, like boiling water dropped into a cauldron, instantly ignited the already tense atmosphere. The sky was stained a sacred golden hue, a stark contrast to the hushed gray of the undead and the foul crimson of the abyss. Wherever the light reached, shadows retreated, and the air, permeated by the smell of decay and sulfur, seemed to ignite, emitting a sizzling, purifying sound. Two figures coalesced within the radiance. One clad in golden armor, wielding a great sword blazing with holy flame. His face was resolute, his eyes filled with a thirst for battle and absolute contempt for evil. Helion, the god of war. The other, clad in silver-white hunting garb, saddled with a longbow condensed from the essence of moonlight and stars. His posture was swift, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning every dark corner of the battlefield. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. They are the most powerful spear and shield of the light pantheon, the mortal executors of divine punishment. By my lord's command, purify this place. The war god's voice resounded like a mighty bell, resonating through the heavens, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and judgment. All undead, creatures of the abyss, and shadows, under the holy light, your filthy existence will be utterly eradicated. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, remained silent, but she quietly raised the star bow in her hand. An arrow composed entirely of light was knocked to the bowstring, its arrowhead fixed on the center of the sea below, the area heavily guarded by the power of the Lady of Night. Qin Chuan's place of transformation. This undisguised hostility and clear goal caused the resolve of all the gods to tense. The shadowy throne of the Hades Lord Astaroth trembled violently, a rare hint of anger emerging from his icy will. The light is always so arrogant. The Lord of Destruction roared furiously. Purification? Just the two of you? First, taste the flames of the abyss. However, just as the undead and the gods of the abyss were about to turn their wrath against these two heralds of light, Dias Martin's deceptive power, like an invisible poison, quietly seeped into their perceptions. Chapter 1407. It wasn't a direct illusion, nor was it a forced distortion of will. Desmartin merely subtly magnified some facts and distorted some details. In Mortis, the maw of eternal silence's perception, the war god's all-contemptuous gaze seemed to linger on him for an unusually long time, as if the flaming holy sword were about to strike his realm of deathly silence. He clearly sensed that the light viewed him, a being that manipulated the ultimate form of death, as a top priority for elimination. In Gregor, the soul-eating king, the piercing gaze of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, was like a tangible arrow, piercing through layers of shadows and accurately targeting his famine chariot and the countless souls stored within. He was certain that the goddess loathed him, a soul devourer, the most, and would surely strike him first. Sakash, the king of the decaying court, felt the intense burning of the holy light on his flesh, as if he were the most conspicuous filth, the first on the list for purification. Philomer, the hateful flame weaver, felt the light extinguish his flames like ice water, instinctively sensing an intense threat and a rage of being targeted. Even the antagonists, Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, and the lord of destruction, were affected to varying degrees. Astaroth senses that the light's threat to the undead realm far exceeds that of the abyss, and that the declaration is directed at him. The lord of destruction, on the other hand, is firmly convinced that the light views chaos and destruction as the greatest sins, and that Artemis's arrow will ultimately be directed at him. They're targeting me. These hypocritical lackeys of the light want to eliminate us first. We can't let them succeed. Almost simultaneously, similar thoughts echoed through the minds of numerous undead and abyssal gods. The initial fear of the four gods' alliance and suspicion of each other were instantly replaced by a shared hatred of the light and a sense of being targeted, amplified by Dismartin. The instinct of self-preservation overwhelmed everything. Roar! The Lord of Destruction launched the attack, ignoring Astaroth. His massive body, engulfed in raging flames, crashed into the god of war like a flaming meteorite. Death silence. Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, followed closely behind. The bone horn blew, and the invisible realm of death spread like a tide towards the bright area, attempting to extinguish the dazzling holy light. Famine is coming! The soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot transformed into a crimson stream of light. Countless soul-shattering chains shot out like venomous snakes, aiming directly at Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Rot! Sakasha's flesh and blood domain began to expand, spewing a poisonous ichor powerful enough to melt divine gold. Burn! Hate! Thilimal's flames of hatred transformed into countless twisted fiery serpents, entwining themselves with the light. Instantly, at least half of the undead and abyssal deities simultaneously unleashed their attacks upon the two newly arrived gods of light. Faced with the Lord of Destruction's onslaught, the god of war's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Well-timed. Scum of the abyss! He swung his holy sword, its golden radiance resembling the cleavage of heaven and earth, colliding with the raging flames of the abyss. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, moved swiftly, like a moonlit elf, easily dodging Gregor's soul chains. Her arrow of light instantly unleashed, not towards the center of the sea, but precisely at Mortis's bone horn. Boom! The divine war erupted in an even more violent and chaotic manner. This time, it was no longer the undead and the abyss facing off against the four gods' alliance, but rather the undead and the numerous gods of the abyss, joining forces to besiege the two pioneers of the pantheon of light, at the edge of the sea. A subtle hint of satisfaction shone through Dismartin's will. Ha! A bunch of easily provoked fools. The Magma Lord muttered, we diverted the fire for now. But those two guys are very strong. Chapter 1408. So what if they're strong? Let them fight these undead, the madmen of the abyss. The Lord of Torment let out a deep laugh. Just to see who's tougher. The Lady of Night's power remained steady, guarding the center of the sea. Her will remained unchanged, as she focused ever more intently on sensing the increasingly unstable shadow energy in the core area. By time, her will circulated among her allies. Yes, by time. No matter how chaotic the fighting outside, no matter how many gods perished, as long as the being at the center of the sea could successfully complete its transformation, there was still hope. The golden holy flames collided with the pitch-black abyssal fire, unleashing a terrifying energy surge powerful enough to rip apart space. With every swing of the war god Helion's greatsword, he carried a resolute will to purify all filth. The golden blade's light, like a scourge of divine retribution, lashed the massive and violent form of the Lord of Destruction, sending forth scorched smoke and piercing wails. Scum of the abyss, feel the wrath of the holy light. Helion's voice was majestic and fervent. His fighting spirit intensified despite the Lord of Destruction's frenzied assault. A divine glow flowed from his golden armor, isolating most of the abyssal energy. The Lord of Destruction roared continuously, feeling an unprecedented pressure. The power of light, like a maggot on his tarsal bones, continuously eroded his abyssal essence, causing an intense burning pain. He firmly believed that this damn god of light was coming for him, seeking to purify him completely. Damn it! I will burn this very flesh of yours to ashes. He frantically mobilized his power, and the abyssal flames transformed into countless ferocious maws, attempting to devour the dazzling golden light. Elsewhere, the figure of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, drifted across the battlefield, like a phantom in the moonlight. With every draw of her starbow, a pure arrow of light coalesced and shone forth with a precise and deadly trajectory. Mortis, the maw of eternal silence, attempted to spread his domain of deathly silence, but the arrows of light repeatedly pierced through its core, emitting a sharp, shattering sound. The bone horn was already covered in fine cracks. Damn it! He's targeting my authority. Mortis was filled with shock and rage. He could clearly sense Artemis's icy gaze fixed on him, as if her very presence were the greatest blasphemy against light. He had to stop her, or his domain of death would be completely shattered. The soul-eating King Gregor's scarlet chains, like dancing venomous snakes, attempted to entangle Artemis, but she always managed to evade them by the merest hairs. Occasionally, a chain would brush past, only to be instantly purified by the moonlight essence flowing through the silver-white hunting suit, dissolving with a sizzling sound. He's targeting my soul. He wants to destroy my famine chariot. Gregor's greed was replaced by fear. He had never imagined how fragile his power could be in the face of pure light. The attacks of Sakash, the king of the decayed court, and Philemel, the flame weaver of hate, also had little effect. The holy light naturally restrained such aggregates of filth and hatred. Every contact was like a raging fire scorching ice, causing them unbearable pain and furthering their conviction that they were the light's priority targets. At the edge of the sea, Dismartin watched the chaotic battle with interest, his mind filled with joy. Look at these fools, blinded by anger and fear, completely forgetting their original goal. He glanced over the undead, and the beings of the abyss who were frantically attacking the god of light, as if they were a group of chess pieces being manipulated at will. Don't be too happy too soon. The Lord of Magma said in a low voice. The power of Helion and Artemis far exceeded expectations. Although they were besieged, they were not at a disadvantage. Especially the goddess of hunting, her arrows. Chapter 1409. The Lord of Torment interjected, his voice tinged with solemnity. Her arrows are always aimed at the vital points, where those creatures' power flows. She's weakening them, not rushing to kill them. She's stalling for time, or rather, preparing for a more thorough cleansing. The Lady of Nights will remain fixed on the center of the sea. She took no part in the chaotic discussion, her entire attention focused on Qin Chuan. The energy fluctuations in that area were becoming increasingly intense. Darkness and some new power were fiercely intertwining and merging, seemingly poised to spiral out of control at any moment. The energy in the core area is beginning to destabilize. The power of light has infiltrated. Although weak, it's having a significant impact. Hearing this, Dismartin's smile faded slightly. The power of light is pervasive. It's indeed troublesome. How long can the chaos we created last? I don't know. The Lady of Night's voice was calm, yet tinged with an unconcealed urgency. But if either Helion or Artemis were free to attack the core area with all their might, the consequences were self-evident. Even with the four gods' protection, facing the full force of a top-tier Lord of Light, especially with Qin Chuan's own unstable state, that line of defense might not hold out. That depends on whether these undead, and the wastes of the abyss can hold them off a little longer. Dismartin snorted coldly, casting his gaze back toward the battlefield. He had to ensure that this dog-eat-dog situation he orchestrated would continue, buying Qin Chuan the final, crucial moment. On the battlefield, Helion's holy sword once again split the Lord of Destruction's flames. A flash of golden light flashed, precisely severing Sakash's venomous tentacles. How dare you, filthy creature, be so presumptuous before the holy light? Artemis dodged Gregor's chains once again, and the arrow of light flew out of her hand. It wasn't aimed at Mortis, but rather, like a meteor, streaking through the sky, blasting towards Bone Nightmare Weaver Sylvia, who was a little further away, watching, seemingly searching for an opportunity. What? Sylvia was startled, having completely unexpectedly become the target. The arrow of light was so fast that she could only manage to form a pale bone shield in front of her. Bang! The arrow of light struck the center of the shield with pinpoint accuracy. A powerful purifying force erupted instantly, melting the shield like ice and snow in sunlight. The remaining light energy slammed fiercely into Sylvia's divine form, causing her to groan in pain and instantly lose her breath. Artemis's arrow was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a simmering pot of oil, adding further turmoil to the already chaotic battlefield. Those gods who had been watching or less aggressive immediately sensed a profound threat. They're not targeting just the strongest. They want to wipe us all out. This thought, quietly implanted by Dismartin, grew wildly within the hearts of all the undead and abyssal gods. No more waiting. We must attack with all our might. Otherwise, we be the next to suffer. Electra, the singer of Withering, Balak, the Soul Gazer, and even those further out, like Ophira, the mistress of eternal silence, and Nobros, the Plague Father, all sense the indiscriminate threat posed by the light and threw their might into the fray. Instantly, more forces of death and decay, soul-seeking eyes, the devouring realm of death, the corrosive fog of plague. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they surged from all directions towards Helion and Artemis. The battle grew increasingly chaotic and brutal. The struggle between light and shadow reached a fever pitch. The seemingly united siege of the undead and the abyss failed to truly trap the two top fighters of the light god system. Chapter 1410. Helion bathed in holy flames, his golden armor radiant. Every swing of his sword was immeasurably precise. The holy flames did not spread indiscriminately, but instead condensed into sharp blades, slashing specifically at the undead and gods of the abyss that attempted to approach. He stood like a reef in the raging sea, unmoved by the ravages of the foul waves, shattering each wave. A rabble. How dare you desecrate the light? Helion's roar was filled with disdain. His sword thrusts grew faster and fiercer, each stroke imbued with utter hatred for darkness. Artemis was even more agile. She weaved through the dense attacks like the most graceful hunter. The star longbow opened and closed continuously, each arrow of light firing with the certainty of its strike, interrupting the spells of an undead deity, piercing a weak point in the defenses of an abyssal lord, or cleansing the curses and plagues that threatened to approach. Her attacks weren't meant to be fatal, but rather to precisely disrupt the enemy's offensive, creating chaos and panic. Retreat, servants of darkness. Artemis' voice was cold and proud, shimmering like moonlight. Before the glory of our Lord, your struggle is meaningless. The undead and the abyssal deities grew increasingly apprehensive as the battle continued. They discovered that the two gods of light were tireless war machines, working in perfect harmony. The war god's valiant charge drew the bulk of the firepower, while the hunting goddess struck from behind with precise strikes, breaking their formation. More importantly, they could clearly sense the holy light's overpowering influence on them. Every missed attack, every breach of defense, made them feel the drain of their strength and the searing pain of their souls. No. If this continues, we be defeated one by one. Mortis, the maw of eternal silence, was the first to retreat. His bone horn cracked even more, and the deathly silence domain barely held. That mad woman has set her sights on me. Soul-devouring King Gregor watched as the holes in his famine chariot, pierced by arrows of light, the souls within wailing as they were purified, his heart aching with the pain of a bloody mess. What happened to Orthros? We can't repeat that mistake. Someone's will tremble amid the chaos. This thought spread like a plague. No one wanted to become the second lord of the abyss, severely wounded by concentrated fire, fleeing in panic, even in danger of death. They responded to Astaroth's call, or were drawn here by the will of the abyss, to fight for their own interests, to devour the tempting seed, not to serve as cannon fodder. Retreat. Conserve your strength. Let Astaroth and destruction deal with the headaches. There's no need to fight these lunatics of light. Selfishness once again took over. The seemingly overwhelming offensive quickly dissipated like a receding tide. Some weaker gods, or those harboring ulterior motives, began to retreat quietly, withdrawing from direct contact with the god of light. Their retreat immediately set off a chain reaction on the battlefield. Once a gap appeared in the defense, it would quickly expand. Helion and Artemis seized this opportunity. The path of purification lies just ahead. Helion roared, and the holy sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance, transforming into a golden rainbow that spanned the sky, sending flying several undead gods, who attempted to intervene. Artemis drew her bow, and unleashed 3 arrows of light in a triangular formation, targeting not any particular god, but the 3 areas most closely connected to the undead and the abyssal camps. Boom! 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 The arrows of light exploded, forming 3 small spheres of light, temporarily severing the connection between the gods and hindering any possible support. Chapter 14:11. Seizing this opportune moment, the 2 gods of light, like 2 sharp blades tearing through the darkness, charged boldly through the scattered ranks of the undead and the abyss with unmatched momentum, their target heading straight for the center of the sea, the site of Qin Chuan's transformation. The repulsed undead and abyssal gods watched the 2 gods of light retreat. Though resentful, none dared to intervene. They simply followed from a distance, their eyes flickering, as if waiting for something. A bunch of trash. Desmartinsville was filled with undisguised contempt. He had anticipated these men's unreliability, but he hadn't expected them to be defeated so quickly. The Lady of Night's power surged like a tide, coalescing into an even deeper veil of darkness in front of the core of the sea. They're coming. The Lady of Night's will was calm, yet filled with the solemnity of impending storms. The figures of Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, stopped above the sea. Their cold, sharp gazes pierced the veil of darkness, locking onto the region of extremely unstable energy behind them. Desmartin Knight. Helion's voice was tinged with mockery. Do you think you 2 can stop my lord's will? We know if we can stop it if we try. Desmartin's deceptive authority quietly spread, and the surrounding space began to subtly distort. That's just right. I also want to see how pure the so-called light really is. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment flanked Desmartin and the Lady of Night, one on each side. While their power wasn't as dazzling as that of the God of Light, it was imbued with a deep sense of sternness and tyranny. They watched warily the undead, and the gods of the abyss that hadn't left. Those flies are still watching, the Lord of Magma muttered. Watch out for them stabbing you in the back. The Lord of Torment chuckled, let them come. Just in time to experience the chains of pain I woven. The confrontation between the 4 gods' alliance and the 2 heralds of light was imminent. And in the center of the sea, The faint yet resilient point of light pulsed more rapidly, as if sensing an unprecedented crisis. Above the sea, a golden divine light clashed fiercely with the deep veil of night, a stark contrast. Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, hovered like two dazzling stars before the barrier woven by the power of the Lady of Night. Their target was clear and grim, that heavily guarded area, and Qin Chuan, who was undergoing a crucial transformation within it. The shadow must be banished. Helion's voice was like an oracle, the holy flames pulsing across his golden armor, reflecting his unquestionable resolve. No matter what form it takes, it is a blasphemy against the light. His gaze was sharp as a sword, seemingly able to pierce all obstacles and penetrate the core. They knew that directly killing a being in the process of transformation might be difficult, but simply projecting the pure power of light to disrupt its process would be enough to completely collapse the fragile balance. Once the power of the shadow dissipated, their mission would be accomplished. Artemis said nothing, but the star bell in her hand had already been drawn. A bolt of light, more concentrated and fiery than any before, slowly took shape, its tip pointed directly at the center of the most intense energy fluctuations behind the veil of darkness. The pure power of light caused the seawater below to begin to steam, emitting a sizzling sound. Humph, that's easy to say. Desmartin's will was filled with deep sarcasm. If you want to touch him, ask us first. The power of deception spread quietly in the space around the dark veil like invisible tentacles, attempting to distort the trajectory of light and confuse their perception. The Night Lady's power was more restrained and profound. She exerted her authority to the extreme, and every inch of the night was condensed with the will to resist and protect. Chapter 14:12. She understood that this wasn't just a battle of strength, but also a test of wills. Stopping us is pointless. Helion seemed to see through Desmartin's subtle movements, and golden flame suddenly surged from the holy sword. Even if you can temporarily hold us back, it won't change the ultimate outcome. There was a subtle hint of pride in his tone, as if he had already foreseen victory. Yes, they were merely the vanguard. The main force of the light pantheon was descending in full force, and it was only a matter of time before these remnants of darkness were crushed. Artemis's eyes were cold. She didn't seem surprised or impatient at being temporarily held back by Desmartin and the Lady of Night. Their mission was to carry out the purification. If they could destroy the target directly, that would be best. If not, then they would clear the way for the following forces, or simply maintaining pressure would hasten the target's collapse. It seems you are ready to be purified. Helion stopped talking. He raised the flaming holy sword high, its tip pointing towards the center of the sea. The overwhelming force of light began to gather, its terrifying pressure bringing the entire battlefield to a standstill. The undead and abyssal gods watching from afar once again felt the trembling emanating from the depths of their souls. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment simultaneously stepped forward, the power of lava and chains gathering momentum, ready to meet this devastating blow. They knew there was no retreat in this battle. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu stared intently at the impending conflict on the screen, their hearts nearly in their throats. President. Ji Xing's voice was dry. They're trying to force their way through. Di Jiaolingyu's fingertips turned white from the exertion. At this crucial moment, Artemis's arrow of light, concentrated to the utmost, suddenly shot forth. This arrow, embodying the ultimate precision and pure power of light of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, arrived in an instant like a meteor tearing through the eternal night. The Lady of Night's will was instantly strained to its limit. She was well aware of the threat posed by this arrow. It wasn't aimed at her body, but rather at the most difficult point in the veil of her power. If penetrated, it could trigger a chain reaction throughout her defenses. Xingxuan. The low voice echoed through the void, and the once deep and quiet night sky suddenly burst with starlight. Countless fine star paths intertwined and swirled, attempting to form an impenetrable vortex of stars before the arrow of light arrived, either engulfing or deflecting it. However, Artemis's arrow of light possessed more than just speed and power. It also possessed a truth that shattered all illusion and darkness. The moment the starlight touched the arrow's shaft, it dissipated like melting ice and snow. The arrow, encountering virtually no resistance, maintained its cunning and deadly trajectory. Swish! A soft yet distinct tearing sound echoed, like the toughest silk being slashed by a sharp blade. The veil of darkness rippled violently, and a visible hole appeared in the area struck by the arrow. Pure light surged in like a flood, carrying a purifying aura, as it madly eroded the surrounding dark energy. Success? In the distance, the god of war Helion's eyes blazed with a fiery fighting spirit. His judgment was correct. The Lady of Night's defenses were not invulnerable. Night! Desmartin's resolve suddenly sank. He could clearly sense that as the arrow of light pierced through, Qin Chuan's energy fluctuations at the center of the sea instantly grew more chaotic and faint, like a candle in the wind, poised to go out at any moment. The infiltrating power of light was like the deadliest poison to Qin Chuan, who was undergoing a shadow transformation. Chapter 1413. Humph, the darkness is so fragile. Artemis' voice remained cold. The second arrow of light from the starry longbow began to gather, its luminous energy even more powerful than the first. She clearly intended to give Lady Night any chance to catch her breath or recover. Lady Night groaned. Maintaining the vast veil, she was clearly bearing considerable pressure from this blow. She mobilized all her power, attempting to close the breach and prevent further infiltration of the light. However, the light's power was extremely difficult to dispel, and the speed of repair was far less than the rate of erosion. Dismartin. Lady Night's will was filled with unprecedented urgency. The core area needs support. I can't hold it back. Dismartin's face was so gloomy, it could drip with water. He knew he couldn't hesitate at this moment. The power of deception surged wildly, no longer an invisible infiltration, but a tangible force of darkness. Like surging ink, it proactively rushed towards the torn gap, attempting to push back the influx of light. Magma. Torment. Stop Hell Island. Dismartin's will roared with the command. The Lord of Magma roared, and his vast molten body erupted with even more violent flames. He recklessly rushed towards the god of war Hell Island, attempting to use his sturdy body to buy time for the Lady of Night. Chains of pain also entwined themselves from all sides, each one gleaming with a faint light of torment and curse, attempting to slow Helion's movements. A mantis tried to stop a chariot. Hell Island faced the combined attack of the two abyssal devil lords, with a sneer of disdain. The holy sword in his hand erupted with an even brighter light. Without even a moment's retreat, he charged forward, tackling the lava and chains. With just a bunch of you dregs, you think you can stop the march of light? Swinging the holy sword, its golden light easily ripped through the layers of chains of pain, colliding with the magma lord's molten fist. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy swept in all directions. The magma lord roared in agony, his massive body shuddering backward. A deep golden crack, visible to the bone, appeared on his lava arm. Holy flames burned at the wound, hindering his recovery. Damn it! This guy's power. The magma lord was horrified. As a fellow deity, he could clearly sense Helion's power far surpassed his own. Especially in this head-on confrontation, the suppression of light over darkness was fully demonstrated. Though the Torment Lord's chains had been severed, they quickly regrouped, though their radiance dimmed considerably. They all knew they were merely stalling. The real outcome depended on whether the Lady of Night could stop Artemis, and whether Dismartin could stabilize the situation before the light completely eroded his core. However, Artemis's second arrow of light was already poised, its brilliance even more dazzling than before, still fixed on the gap that had not yet fully closed. It's over, remnants of darkness. Artemis's voice sounded like a final judgment. At this critical moment, Dismartin's eyes flashed with madness and determination. Want to be purified? Then let me give you a taste of what it's like to be contaminated. A dark energy far more intense and sinister than before erupted from Dismartin's will. No longer a simple defense, it carried a strong sense of corrosion and distortion, actively confronting Artemis's impending arrow of light and the power of light that had already penetrated the veil. This wasn't a simple confrontation of strength, but more of a mad attempt to fight fire with fire, using his own deceptive nature to contaminate pure light. Chapter 1414. In the distance, the undead and abyssal gods, who had been watching involuntarily retreated slightly upon sensing the sudden onslaught of chaotic and malicious dark energy. Has that Dismartin gone mad, risking his own death, even to this extent? What's his reason? A flicker of doubt crossed the mind of the Hades Lord Astaroth. He could sense that the power Dismartin unleashed at this moment was tinged with a reckless madness. In the center of the sea, Dismartin's distorted and corrosive dark energy collided fiercely with Artemis's pure light power, unleashing an energy wave even more chaotic and dangerous than before. Light and darkness were no longer a clear-cut confrontation, but rather two raging beasts, tearing, devouring, and contaminating each other within a tiny area. Qin Chuan's faint shadowy light swayed between these two extreme forces, like a small boat in a raging storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Demon City Stronghold, Command Center. On the massive surveillance screen, the energy readings in the Central Ocean area had completely exploded. A chorus of piercing alarms wailed, weaving into a heart-pounding symphony of chaos. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu stared intently at the screen. The scene beyond their comprehension was a mad tangle of blinding light and profound darkness, their hearts clenching with each collision. The miserable appearance of Yi Yingluo upon being rescued was still vivid in their minds. The horrific consequences of the erosion of divine laws filled them with fear. And now, President Qin Chuan was in a situation 1,000 times more perilous. Damn it! Di Jiaolingyu slammed her fist on the control console, the hard metal making a muffled sound. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was hoarse with extreme anxiety. Are we just going to stand here and watch? Her words were filled with a sense of powerlessness. The pain of knowing that the person most important to her was in dire straits, yet being unable to do anything, pierced her heart like countless tiny needles. Jixing bit her lower lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. A trace of blood seeped through her fingers, but she was completely unaware. Her eyes flickered between the chaotic battlefield and Bruno and Lola, who stood quietly beside her. Lola was Lady Knight's most trusted chosen one of the few core members of the stronghold, who could interpret information on the divine war level and offer strategic advice. Mr. Bruno, Ms. Lola, Jixing's voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were remarkably firm. Yi Sakura Luo. He was able to leverage the power of the gods to influence the withering singer. Can we do the same? Even if it's just to distract the enemy for a moment. Even if it's just to buy the president a moment of time. Jixing's voice was filled with pleading and unwillingness. She refused to stand by and wait for an unknown, perhaps even hopeless, outcome. Bruno, as the chosen one of Dismartin, sent this message through his divine mind. Soon, Bruno's aura deepened, and a subtle curve curved the corners of his mouth. That smile held the commanding majesty of a god. He slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on Jixing and Di Jiaolingyu, his gaze as calm as the abyss of unchanging eternity. You guys? Dismartin's voice rang through Bruno's vocal cords, a hint of amusement. You guys want to emulate that reckless kid and dance before the gods? Lola's brow furrowed. She knew the horror of the divine war better than Jixing and Di Jiaolingyu. Hearing this, she sighed softly, her voice tinged with fatigue and resignation. Vice President Jixing, I understand how you feel. However, this is completely different from Yi Sakura's situation. Chapter 1415. Dismartin took over, his voice cold and emotionless. Yi Yingluo was able to attack because he possessed a trace of the essence of shadow. His shadow sword inheritance is the most adept at surprise attacks among the shadow pantheon. Combined with my power of deception and the cover of darkness, he was able to barely inflict a negligible effect on a distracted god at that particular moment. Even so, you saw the price he paid. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two men's faces, flushed with anxiety, and continued in an unquestionable tone. And you, even demigods, wouldn't even be worthy of approaching the battlefield in the face of this level of law clash. The aftermath of the gods' clash, any shred of law that escapes, would be enough to instantly annihilate your souls and bodies, leaving not even ash. Is there really no way out? Di Jiaolingyu's voice was filled with despair, and she pressed on unwillingly. Dismartin scoffed. What's the solution? While mortals' awareness is commendable, facing an absolute disparity in power, so-called courage and sacrifice often only lead to more casualties. All you can do now is pray that the boy can make it, and pray that we can hold on for him a little longer. These words poured like ice water over Jixing and Di Jiaolingyu's hearts, completely extinguishing the glimmer of hope they had just ignited. They understood that Dismartin was telling the truth. Yi Yingluo's actions were a desperate gamble born of countless coincidences and sacrifices, and could never be replicated. And in this battle between gods, they truly weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. The command center fell into a suffocating silence once again. Only the violent clash of light and darkness on the screens, and the piercing alarms constantly reminded everyone of the gravity of the situation. A feeling of powerlessness washed over them like a tide, making them realize with all their clarity, for the first time, the insignificance and fragility of mortals before the gods. The moment his divine consciousness returned to the battlefield, Dismartin felt an unprecedented pressure. The holy sword of Helion, the god of war, and the light arrows of Artemis, the goddess of hunting, struck with precision and lethality. Their goal wasn't simply to crush them, but rather to constantly test and exhaust them. The most restrictive factor was the need to ensure the absolute safety of the central area of the sea. Any infiltration of the power of light could be devastating to the transforming Qin Chuan. This meant that they not only had to withstand the combined onslaught of the two main gods of light head-on, but also had to allocate a considerable portion of their divine power to construct a layered, impenetrable defensive barrier to intercept any escaping energy reverberations. This undoubtedly put them at a complete disadvantage from the outset of the battle, draining their divine power at a rate far exceeding expectations. The pure power of light, like an all-pervasive tide, continuously assaulted their constructed defenses. Every moment of resistance consumed a vast amount of divine power. Damn the light, truly tyrannical. Dismartinsville roared. His power of deception swirled frantically, attempting to distort and misdirect the enemy's attack, but to little avail. Faced with the overwhelming force, these exquisite techniques were rendered ineffective. The holy light seemed to possess an inherent ability to dispel delusion, rendering many of his plans ineffective. The Lady of Night's power coalesced into the deepest night, firmly shielding Qin Chuan within it. Her will was as firm as a rock, but the constantly trembling edges of the night, and the occasional tiny fragments of starlight that escaped, revealed the immense pressure she was under. The lava and torment cannot come, the Lady of Night calmly conveyed her will to Dismartin, a hint of subtle fatigue in her voice. Those undead, and the hyenas of the abyss are still watching us covetously. If we show any weakness they can exploit, they will pounce without hesitation and tear us and the shadows apart. Chapter 1416. Dismartin certainly understood this. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment must maintain vigilance on the periphery, guarding against their fellow dark figures, who, though temporarily repelled, have not yet departed. Those creatures are even less trustworthy than the God of Light when it comes to profit. If Lady Night had not promptly returned from the temporal turbulence, he alone would have been unable to simultaneously deal with the God of Light's attacks and those hidden threats. Qin Chuan's transformation would have been interrupted long ago, and he himself might even have been in danger. Hold on. Dismartin's will was tinged with ruthlessness and determination. Just a little longer. Just enough to complete his transformation. Inside the Demon City stronghold, in the command center. As Dismartin's suffocating divine consciousness faded, Bruno's body swayed slightly, returning to normal. The almost frozen sense of oppression within the command center suddenly dissipated, but the heaviness and despair in the air remained undiminished, and instead, the god's cold words intensified the chill. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu remained pale. The god's cold, cruel words weighed on their hearts like a huge rock, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The limitations of mortals. Di Jiaolingyu muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and painful struggle. Never before had she felt the weight of these words so deeply. Before the might of the god, their pride and strength, wisdom, and even their courage to sacrifice seemed so insignificant. At this moment, Bruno, who had been silent until then, as if digesting something, suddenly had a strange glint in his eyes. His brow furrowed, as if he were engaged in some extremely complex deduction and game of chess in his mind. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu's eyes, which had become slightly empty with despair. His voice was uncertain, yet it felt as if he had grasped a crucial clue. Wait. Perhaps we all been thinking in the wrong direction. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu glanced at him sharply, their eyes flickering with confusion and bewilderment. Mr. Bruno, what do you mean? Ji Xing asked hoarsely, his voice tinged with a lingering glimmer of hope, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw. Bruno took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. No longer the deferential air of before, they held a shrewd scrutiny and insight. I'm wondering, Shadow, your guild leader. Would he really put himself in such a desperate and passive position? Di Jiaolingyu frowned, her tone tinged with obvious skepticism. Of course I need to ask. The gods of light are attacking, the Four Gods Alliance is completely suppressed, and he's at the critical moment of his transformation, unable to move. Isn't this sinister enough? Could it be worse? It's sinister, but don't you think this is too coincidental? Is that right? Bruno's voice deepened, a captivating charm that evoked deep thought. I had some contact with Shadow. He strikes me as someone extremely treacherous, or rather, someone who plans carefully before acting, rarely putting himself in uncontrollable danger. Every move is calculated, and even the Lord of Deception has suffered a minor loss at his hands. He paused, as if trying to organize his words. Before continuing his analysis, he knew the stabilization period of the temporal and spatial turbulence was about to end, and that the divine war could reach this area at any time. Why did he choose to undergo such a crucial transformation at this most sensitive and dangerous juncture? If it was simply to buy time, he could have done it earlier, or found a more secluded, safer location. Exposing himself to the sight of all the gods, becoming a target of public criticism is not his style. Ji Xing's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to grasp something, but the thought flashed like lightning, too fast for her to grasp, leaving only a blur. You mean? Chapter 1417. The only explanation, Bruno said word by word, his eyes gleaming with a frightening glint of reason, as if he could see through layers of fog. He did it on purpose. Given the current situation, with the arrival of the two gods of light, the covetousness of the undead and the abyss, and even the passive protection of the four gods alliance, it's very likely that Shadow orchestrated it all, or perhaps it's a crucial part of his plan. What? Dijalingyu exclaimed in shock, a look of disbelief on her face, as if she had heard something out of the Arabian Nights. How is this possible? Why would the president do this? Using himself as bait to draw so many gods against him? How is this any different from courting death? This is insane! What's his intention? Jixing also found this speculation too absurd, completely beyond her comprehension. In her mind, Qin Chuan had always been a calm and wise figure, and he would never do such a seemingly crazy act. Bruno shook his head, his expression grave and complex. I don't know his specific purpose. His thoughts are far deeper and more insane than we imagined. But if this speculation is correct, then all our previous worries, all our despair, may just be wishful thinking on the part of those involved. At this point, Bruno subconsciously looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing the dome of the command center, gazing towards the distant sea. His eyes grew profound, and he whispered to himself, a voice only he could hear, "Is this also part of your plan, Shadow? What exactly do you want to do?" Bruno's astonishing speculation, like a faint ray of light, pierced the thick despair within the command center. The paleness on Jixing and Di Jialingyu's faces hadn't yet faded, but a hint of disbelief and shock lingered in their eyes. President, did he do this on purpose? Jixing's voice was still hoarse, but the ending trembled slightly, even unnoticed by herself. This idea was too crazy, yet it was like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling a little of her nearly stopped heartbeat. Di Jialingyu's brows remained furrowed. Her mind told her this was almost a fantasy, but deep down, a voice frantically clamored to grasp at this lifeline. If this was really the president's plan, she muttered to herself. If this was truly the president's plan, then the desperate situation they saw might only be a small part of the chessboard, with the true killer move yet to be revealed. Hope, even a glimmer of it, is enough to give people a glimpse of the way forward amidst the endless darkness. They still couldn't intervene in the gods' war, but if the guild master wasn't a lamb to be slaughtered, but a mastermind, then their wait would no longer be a meaningless agony. Meanwhile, the divine war over the sea had reached a fever pitch. The goal of Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of hunting, was crystal clear. To tear through the defenses constructed by Dias Martine and Lady of Night, and directly interfere with Qin Chuan's transformation. Your struggle is meaningless. Helion's voice was like eternal ice. Every slash of the golden holy sword was not just a pure outpouring of power, but triggered a subtle and terrifying vibration of laws. The holy light was no longer a simple purifying flame, but transformed into countless fine golden threads, attempting to penetrate and disintegrate the stable structure of the veil of darkness. Artemis drew the star bow again. This time, the arrows did not condense into a solid object, but instead transformed into invisible waves that spread out like ripples. These seemingly harmless fluctuations caused the Night Lady's condensed darkness to tremble violently, as if countless pebbles had been dropped into a calm lake. They are disturbing the laws. The Night Lady's will, with a hint of solemnity, was conveyed to Dismartin. Chapter 14:18. She could clearly sense that the opponent's attack method had changed. No longer seeking instantaneous destructive power, it instead relied on high-frequency law shocks to create a sustained, unstable energy field. This law fluctuation was far more deadly to Qin Chuan, who was undergoing a delicate transformation, than a direct energy bombardment. Any slight disturbance in the laws could cause a chain reaction in the transformation process, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Are these guys who only know how to shine finally using their brains? Dismartin's will was tinged with sarcasm, his deceptive authority fully operational, attempting to create a false point of stability amidst the chaotic law fluctuations, thereby relieving the Lady of Night's pressure. However, the law disturbance unleashed by the two Lords of Light was far more widespread and pervasive than he had anticipated. The edges of the curtain of darkness began to visibly twist and tear, and tiny fragments of dark energy flake off like dust, only to be purified and dissolved by the influx of light power. Dismartin, Knight, Helion's voice tinged with cruel delight. Do you feel it? This land of laws, twisted by you, is returning to its rightful course. And he, that pathetic insect hiding in the shadows, will be utterly annihilated in the correction of the laws. Artemis remained silent, but every stroke of her bowstring intensified the invisible ripples of the laws, like a gentle knife, constantly cutting through the Lady of Night's hard-won defenses. Her gaze was cold, as if she could already see the fragile flame of life at the heart of darkness swaying in the wind, about to be extinguished. Don't even think about it. The Lady of Night's voice shone with determination. The starlight in the depths of the night sky suddenly condensed, transforming into swirling rings, attempting to counteract and absorb the intruding law fluctuations. But the power of light was inexhaustible, and the rings vibrated violently the moment they came into contact with the law's ripples, flickering unsteadily. Dismartin's power of deception seemed somewhat powerless under the direct impact of the law of light. He could distort perceptions and create illusions, but faced with such near rule-level crushing, many of his tactics were ineffective. One of the hallmarks of the light pantheon is extreme fanaticism and unwavering determination, an adversary the law of deception least desires. At any other time, Desmartin would have simply walked away. But not now. Without the power of the shadows, they would be utterly defeated. In the heavily guarded area at the center of the sea, the energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. Golden holy light clashed with deep darkness, fragments of the law scattering everywhere. Every collision unleashed a heart-pounding aura of destruction. The Lord of Magma and the Lord of Torment watched anxiously from the periphery, but dared not approach rashly. They could clearly sense the suffocating law suppression at the core battlefield. Even if they joined, it would likely be difficult to change the situation. Instead, a mismatch in coordination might give the other side an opportunity to exploit. Or perhaps, the conflict of laws would intensify, accelerating the failure of transformation. These fragments of light are too troublesome. The Lord of Magma roared lowly, his molten lava fist clenched tightly, but he had nowhere to exert force. The Lord of Torment remained silent, but the chains wrapped around him trembled slightly, emitting a faint whine as he sensed the terrifying law collisions at the core battlefield. The pressure on Dismartin and the Lady of Night was far greater than the onlookers could imagine. Not only did they have to withstand the deity's direct, swift attack, they also had to strive to stabilize the laws of the core region, preventing even the slightest discordant fluctuation from disrupting Qin Chuan's transformation. The rate at which their divine power was being depleted had far exceeded their expectations. The tide of battle had already turned, and the undead and abyssal deities, previously repelled by Helion and Artemis and now watching from afar, began to stir. Chapter 1419. A dim light flickered in the shadowed eyes of the Hades, Astaroth. His will was like a bottomless, cold pond, its calm surface surging beneath a turbulent undercurrent. Beside him, several undead deities, such as Mortis, the Maw of Eternal Silence, and Sylvia, the Weaver of Bone Nightmares, silently gazed upon the distant battlefield, their respective auras of authority stirring restlessly. Off to the other side, the will of the abyss also began to stir. Humph, Dismartin and that woman can't hold on any longer. The Lord of Destruction's will, like burning sulfur, carried a strong sense of tyranny and impatience, whispered among the dark deities. Are we just going to stand by and let the Pantheon of Light seize that seed? This will was filled with contempt for Dismartin and the Lady of Night, as if their current plight had been foreseen. Deep Throat Grum responded, confronting those two light-crazed lunatics directly. The cost would be too great. Helion's holy flame and Artemis's light arrows are too strong a restraint on us. They certainly didn't want to confront the light pantheon head-on. The pure power of light was tantamount to poison to creatures of darkness like them. However, if they watched helplessly as the god of war and the goddess of the hunt continued their attacks, if the seed, so tempting to all dark gods, were purified or failed to transform, their greatest prize would be lost. More importantly, the truth of the lips and teeth is cold, something these gods, who had lived through countless ages, understood well. If the Four Gods Alliance were defeated, they would be next. The will of the underworld Lord Astaroth slowly responded, with a characteristic gloom and calculation. His gaze seemed to penetrate the distant space, beholding the ever-increasing and stronger auras of light converging upon this sea. Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, are merely the vanguard of the Pantheon of Light, Astaroth declared, a solemn tone etched in his mind. The main force behind them is approaching, not to mention the strongest god of light, who has yet to appear. This name, like an invisible curse, sent a shiver down the spines of all the dark gods who heard it. That being was the eternal nightmare of all creatures of darkness. Once Dismartin's Four Gods Alliance was defeated, the separate forces of the Abyss and the undead would be defeated piecemeal by the might of the Pantheon of Light, ultimately destined for complete purgation. Rather than sit and wait for death, why not? Soul-devouring King Gregor's will shone with greed and ruthlessness. Though his famine chariot was damaged, his desire to devour souls intensified. If we can obtain that seed, perhaps we can gain a slight advantage in the coming great changes. This thought, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly ignited the latent desires and sense of crisis within the gods. Yes, risk and opportunity coexist. The aura emanating from the seed made them instinctively sense its unimaginable potential. Controlling it would surely bring tremendous improvement. The Lord of Destructions will roar again, filled with unquestionable determination. Rather than wait for death, why not give it a try? Dismartin and the others have drawn the main firepower, and we, providing support from the sidelines, may not have no chance. His will swept over the still hesitant Abyss Lords, carrying a strong sense of oppression. In the Abyss, strength speaks. The Lord of Destructions will largely represent the overall trend of the Abyss. Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, remained silent, but the shadows surrounding him quietly grew thicker, as if gathering some kind of power. His gaze once again descended upon the center of the sea, a region oscillating violently between light and darkness. His eyes were deep, and no one could fathom his true intentions. Chapter 1420. A subtle consensus quietly formed among these ulterior motives of the dark gods. They might not fight to the death for Dias Martin and the Lady of Night, but for the sake of that seed, to avoid being completely wiped out in the ensuing purge, they had to make a choice. Above the sea, the wills of the gods intertwined and collided in an invisible realm. The forces of light and darkness were like two roaring beasts, each bite shaking the stability of space. The fragments of laws that escaped were like the sharpest blades, striking fear into the onlookers. The undead and abyssal gods, who watched from afar, did not completely stand idly by. Each of them harbored their own ulterior motives, cautiously exerting their power, attempting to gain advantage in this chaotic battle, or at least to ensure they would not be completely crushed by the approaching army of light. The shadows surrounding the Hades Lord Astaroth quietly expanded, like a silent tide, seeking a crack in the edge of the dark veil. It wasn't to support Desmartin, but to be able to immediately reach that alluring energy core the moment Qin Xuan's transformation was complete. Sylvia, the Bone Nightmare Weaver, chanted softly, and the pale power of the dream realm spread silently, attempting to create illusions at the edge of the battlefield and disrupt the perception of the God of Light. But this feeble interference seemed insignificant compared to the absolute power of Hell Island and Artemis, more like a test of the waters, a trial by fire, testing the enemy's limits. The will of the Abyss was also stirring. In the distance, the soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot made a teeth-grinding grinding sound, its crimson chains twisting in the void, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The amorphous shadowy form of Deep-Throat Grum carefully devoured the faint energies emanating from the battlefield, gathering strength and awaiting a possible opening. They didn't go all out, for each of them understood that charging head-on into a confrontation with the Lord of Light at this moment would be tantamount to suicide. They simply waited, waiting for a moment when they could reap the benefits. However, Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, were no fools. They noticed the subtle movements of these dark scum, but at this moment, they knew more clearly which target was most crucial. These gutter bugs, let's deal with them after we dealt with the real business. Helion's voice was tinged with disdain, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. He and Artemis exchanged glances, each reading eagerness in the other's eyes. Time was running out. Though Qin Xuan's energy fluctuations were chaotic, they hadn't completely extinguished. There was even a faint tendency to move towards a deeper, more unpredictable direction. Once he completes his transformation and becomes a true Lord of Shadow, coupled with the power of Desmartin and the Lady of Night, the difficulty of purifying him will increase exponentially. Furthermore, the main force of the Light Pantheon is rapidly approaching. As the vanguard, if they cannot stop even a single seed undergoing transformation, it will be a disgrace to the entire Light Pantheon, a stain they will never be able to wash away. We can't delay any longer. Artemis's voice was as clear and cool as moonlight, yet it carried unquestionable determination. The star bow in her hand shone brightly, and the concentrated arrow of light was no longer pure energy, but seemed woven from countless star paths, emanating an indescribable aura of inevitable hit. Helion took a deep breath, and golden holy flames burst out from every pore of his body, transforming him into a dazzling sun. His gaze locked onto Dismartin and Lady of Night, and his voice, like a mighty bell, resonated through the void, remnants of darkness. Feel the judgment of light. Chapter 1421. Boom! An unimaginably powerful divine power of light erupted from Helion's body. It was no longer the previous disturbance of laws, but a pure, devastating torrent of power. The golden holy flame transformed into a raging wave, carrying with it the power to purify everything. With its own strength, it single-handedly pressed down upon the defense system jointly constructed by Dismartin and Lady of the Night. Dismartin's will suddenly tensed, a strong sense of crisis instantly gripping him. Oh no! He's going to fight to the death. He could sense that Helian's power had surpassed normal limits. This explosion came at the cost of his own essence. The deceptive authorities swirled frantically, attempting to create countless false obstacles in the torrent of light, but before that pure power, all its gimmicks paled in comparison. Lady of the Night also felt this terrifying pressure. The night sky trembled violently, and the starlight dimmed. She struggled to maintain her defense, but she knew that Helian's outburst was not a true killing move. Beware, Artemis. Dismartin's will, with unprecedented urgency, warned the Lady of Night. His senses detected another, more subtle, and even more deadly aura. Just as Helion used absolute strength to restrain Dismartin and the Lady of Night, pinning them to the front line of defense, Artemis's starlight arrow silently released. This arrow had no earth-shattering roar, no space-shattering explosion. It seemed to not exist in this dimension at all, yet it seemed to exist in every possible moment. It transcended the barriers of law, disregarded spatial distance, and even seemed to transcend the passage of time. Dismartin and Lady of the Night fought tooth and nail against Helian's ferocious assault. Though their defenses were sturdy, the overwhelming force inevitably left tiny, fleeting gaps. And yet, as if foreseeing all this, the starlight arrow pierced through the tiny gap with uncanny precision, like a ghost in the night, passing directly beside Dismartin and Lady of the Night. Swish! With an almost inaudible sound, the arrow, imbued with the ultimate law, leaped through layers of defenses before they could react, hurtling straight and unstoppable towards the center of the sea. The heavily guarded area where Qin Chuan, undergoing a crucial transformation, lay. The arrow's speed was unimaginable, its accuracy devastating. It relied not simply on speed, but rather on a law-based locking and penetration. Dismartin's deceptive power was like thin paper before it, and the stellar force the Lady of Night attempted to mobilize was pierced through before it could even fully gather. No! Dismartin's will roared with a deafening roar, filled with resentment and fury. He tried to intercept it with his own divine power, but the arrow seemed beyond his reach, and all resistance fell into thin air. The Lady of Night's will also fluctuated violently. She, who maintained the vast night veil, felt an unprecedented powerlessness at this moment. The arrow was aimed at the very core of her defense system, the point most vulnerable due to Helian's full suppression. Swish! This time, it was no longer a gentle tearing sound. Rather, it was as if the sky had been ripped open with a hideous gash. The starlight arrow, carrying a terrifying aura that purified all things, pierced through the final barrier of darkness and shot straight towards the center of the sea. That region, where the energy fluctuations were most intense, was the key to Qin Chuan's transformation. Golden holy flames and pure light power surged madly, following the arrow's trajectory. It's over. In the distance, the undead and abyssal gods, still restless, felt the fatal blow almost simultaneously. Chapter 1422. The shadows surrounding Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld, suddenly froze, a hint of imperceptible regret flickering across his deep eyes. He had been planning for so long, awaiting the moment this seed matured. He hadn't expected the light gods to attack so swiftly and decisively, completely ignoring their interference and unleashing the most fatal blow. What a pity for this seed! Beside him, the Maw of Eternal Silence, Mortis, held a hint of regret in his will, but more of it was indifference. Asking him to confront Artemis and Helion head-on for a seed that hadn't even fully formed was wishful thinking. A strange look flashed across the pale face of Bone Nightmare Weaver Sylvia. The nightmare spores she had cultivated seemed to shrink slightly from the sharpness of the arrow. Astaroth, the will of an undead deity questioned. Retreat. The will of the underworld Lord Astaroth was unwavering, cold and decisive. The seed is about to disintegrate, and the main force of light is approaching. Conserve your strength and wait and see. Ere he had barely finished his words, the shadows around him retreated like a tide. Seeing this, the other undead gods also restrained their auras and quickly gathered around the underworld lord, regrouping at the edge of the battlefield, their gazes fixed on the dark center, ripped apart by the light. They knew that no matter what the fate of the seed, the next step would be a grand purge of all dark beings by the pantheon of light. On the side of the abyss, the will of the Lord of Destruction was even more furious. Waste. Dismartin and that woman, they can't even hold on for a moment. His roar echoed among the abyss lords, filled with contempt for Dismartin and the Lady of Night, as well as regret and resentment for the soon-to-be-destroyed seed. The amorphous shadow of Deep Throat Grum ceased devouring the escaping energy, evidently sensing the situation was irreversible. Charging forward now would only lead to our own deaths. Soul-devouring King Gregor's crimson chains retreated quietly, his tone tinged with resentment. It'd be a boon to those wretches of light. though they lamented the impending destruction of the seeds so easily within their grasp, facing the two enraged lords of light, especially the starlight arrow that had just displayed its terrifying power, for the sake of an uncertain future, was utterly impossible. The lords of the abyss quickly surrounded the lord of destruction. Their tyrannical aura subsided considerably, but the greed and ferocity in their eyes remained undimmed, as if they were awaiting a new opportunity. Losing the seeds was certainly a pity, but on the bright side, at least they hadn't lost them to their mortal enemies, so that was more than they could accept. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. On the giant screen, the all-shattering starlight arrow magnified infinitely in everyone's eyes, as if in slow motion. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Jixing opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her fingertips dug into her palm from the excessive force, and she was unaware of the blood dripping. All her hopes, all her chances, were shattered the moment the arrow pierced the darkness. Jiaolingyu's face was as pale as paper, her body swaying slightly, as if she was about to fall. She stared at the screen, her eyes empty. Bruno's earlier bold guess now seemed more like a cruel joke. Why give them hope, then snuff it out? Bruno himself fell silent, his brow furrowed in disbelief and confusion. He couldn't imagine what El Shadow could do in such a desperate situation. That arrow was too deadly. Could it be that he guessed wrong, that Shadow had no backup plan and was simply gambling on luck? This didn't seem like the Shadow he knew. The entire command center was deathly silent. Chapter 1423. Only the unstoppable arrow on the screen remained, trailing a trail of destructive light as it shot towards the dark core that represented Qin Chuan's life and future. Everyone's heart sank into a bottomless abyss. In the center of the sea, the starlight arrow, embodying the ultimate laws of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, fiercely pierced the core of the energy vortex where Qin Chuan lay. Boom! A terrifying explosion beyond words suddenly erupted at that point. It was not simply light or darkness, but a kind of ultimate annihilation, as if the entire fabric of space had been ripped apart and shattered in that instant, then forcibly fused together by the violent energy. The dazzling golden holy flame and the profound, all-consuming dark energy, at the moment the arrow struck, were like two stars colliding head-on, unleashing a torrent of destruction a billion times more terrifying than any previous collision. No sound could be heard, for even sound itself was disintegrated by this force. Success? A sinister smile finally broke across the rugged face of the god of war, Helion. His golden pupils reflected the devastated scene, brimming with the joy of conquest. This damned shadow has finally been completely purified. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, sheathed her star bow, a rare flicker of relief and triumph crossing her stoic features. Her voice remained icy, yet a subtle tremor tinged with long-suppressed excitement. His struggle is over. The seeds of darkness have been eradicated, and glory will return to the pantheon of light. They clearly sensed the life force in the core area flickering violently like a candle in the wind the moment the arrow struck, and then vanished completely. Artemis, you deserve to die. Desmartins roared, its voice filled with boundless fury. The deceitful divine power within him surged and boiled, no longer attempting to construct any defenses. Instead, it transformed into a twisting torrent, recklessly charging towards the center of the sea, which had become a dead zone of energy. At this moment, the Night Lady's night veil also completely disintegrated, transforming into the most primal divine power, condensing into a beam of law-based light, madly rushing towards Qin Chuan's original position. They did not intend to fight back, nor did they hope to reverse anything. Before Artemis's arrow, imbued with the power of guaranteed hit and law-piercing, any remedy seemed pale and powerless. All they could do now was to try to intervene with their own divine power, and suppress the impending destructive energy as Qin Chuan's transformation failed, and the Shadow Origin was about to completely lose control. Even if they could only maintain stability for a 10,000th of a second, perhaps a faint, negligible glimmer of hope could be found within the ashes of destruction. This was their final struggle, their most desperate attempt. Both gods knew that, struck directly at their core by the hunting goddess's starlight arrow, there was virtually no chance of survival. The terrifying purifying force, and the impact of the laws were enough to completely obliterate even the souls of gods. Let alone Qin Chuan, who wasn't even a god. Even the entire center of the sea would be completely vaporized in that extreme collision, leaving not even a trace of existence. Even so, they charged forward without hesitation. If the shadows were completely annihilated, their alliance would instantly crumble, and the Shadow God system would lose any possibility of revival. The area that had once been the center of the sea had now completely transformed into a chaotic land of energy. The golden holy light and the shattered darkness intertwined crazily, constantly repeating the process of annihilation and regeneration, forming an incomparably huge ball of destructive light. Every breath it emitted was enough to instantly turn a demigod into ashes. Chapter 1424. Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, hovered at the edge of this devastated scene, their divine bodies still ablaze with surging divine power. The joy of victory had yet to fully settle in their hearts, when an inexplicably subtle feeling of strangeness, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, quietly created ripples. Helion's sinister smile faded slightly, his golden pupils fixed on the center of raging energy, his brows furrowed unconsciously. "What's this feeling?" His low voice carried a hint of confusion, the previous exhilaration of complete control seemingly nudged by something. Artemis's cold face also flickered with surprise. She withdrew her gaze from the battlefield and looked at Helion. "You feel it too? It seems something's amiss." It was an indescribable throbbing sensation, not a shift in energy, but more like an intuitive warning. At this moment, the undead and abyssal deities in the distance, who had already begun retreating to conserve their strength, also paused almost simultaneously. The shadow-shrouded figure of the Hades Lord Astaroth paused slightly, a ripple in his previously cold and indifferent will. This fluctuation doesn't seem like complete annihilation. His gaze pierced the void, fixed intently on the center of the destructive sphere. There, chaotic energies continued to rage, but something deeper seemed to be quietly shifting. On the abyssal side, the Lord of Destruction's tyrannical aura froze for a moment. He had originally planned to temporarily lead his lords, to avoid the sharp edge of the main force of the Light Pantheon, but now he sensed the strangeness emanating from the heart of the battlefield. "Everyone, be careful." His will echoed among the Abyss Lords, tinged with suspicion and caution. Things may not be that simple. Desmartin and Lady of Night continued to recklessly pour their divine power into the center of destruction. The moment their divine power came into contact with the violent energy, it was drastically depleted and annihilated, but the two gods seemed oblivious, simply pouring out their energy frantically. As divine power continued to pour in, they detected a faint, yet incredibly clear, abnormality long before the other gods. Amidst the ultimate destruction and annihilation, a new energy pulse emerged. This. In Desmartin's will, rage gradually gave way to astonishment. Lady of Night's divine consciousness also fluctuated violently, and within the concentrated dark beam of light, a faint, imperceptible starlight seemed to flash. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. The image on the screen was replaced by an unbearable brightness the moment the starlight arrow struck. Then, all energy readings instantly skyrocketed, and the monitoring system emitted a shrill, piercing scream. Immediately afterwards, one monitoring node after another, unable to withstand the residual energy waves, overloaded and burned. The image finally froze on a blinding white light and flickering garbled text. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu stared blankly at the screen, now devoid of any useful information. The blood had long since drained from their faces, leaving only a deathly paleness. President. Ji Xing's lips moved silently, tears streaming from her hollow eyes like pearls from a broken string, but no sound of sobbing could come out. The coldness welling out from the depths of her heart made her fingertips tremble. Di Jiaolingyu's clenched fists were so tight that her knuckles had turned white from the excessive force, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and she couldn't even make a sound. Chapter 1425. Bruno lowered his head deeply, his eyes furrowed in a furrowed brow, a complex expression reaching the extreme. His earlier bold speculation, his conception of a shadow chess game, now seemed so ridiculous, so unrealistic. Reality, in the cruelest way possible, dealt him a resounding slap in the face. A deathly silence fell upon the scene. The piercing alarm had ceased at some point, perhaps because the system had completely crashed, or perhaps everyone had become numb and deaf to any sound. Boundless despair, like icy water, completely drowned everyone. Amidst this frozen despair, a backup surveillance channel, long deemed completely damaged, suddenly flickered on a small screen in the corner. The screen was still a chaotic blur of dots, but in the very center of the dots, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible green light suddenly lit up. It was like a firefly in the dark, stormy night, faint, yet carrying a heart-wrenching persistence and determination. Bruno was the first to notice this anomaly. He jerked his head up, his eyes, dimmed by despair, suddenly blazing with disbelief. He stared intently at the faint glow, his breath catching in an instant. What is that?" Bruno's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with uncertainty, yet tinged with a tremor that even he couldn't believe. Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu were startled by his voice and subconsciously followed his gaze. When they saw the green dot flickering tenaciously amidst the countless garbled characters and snowflakes, they both gasped. Impossible. Di Jiaolingyu muttered, rubbing her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating from her extreme grief. After a long pause, Ji Xing's heart suddenly leaped, then began to beat uncontrollably. That tiny glimmer of light, like a spark thrown into stagnant water, instantly ignited a prairie fire within her. President. He's still. Her voice choked, tears welling up again. But this time, it was no longer the coldness of despair, but a glimmer of burning hope. That pinprick of light represented an energy signal. Though faint, it could go out at any moment. It truly existed. There was still hope. That faint green dot, on the screen covered in snow and garbled text, flickered tenaciously like a lone star in the darkness. The deathly silence within the command center was shattered by Bruno's dry exclamation. Calm down. Bruno bolted upright, his voice distorted with excitement, but his eyes were frighteningly sharp. This is just an extremely faint life signal, even. No, it's more than just a life signal. There's also a strange energy fluctuation. But it's so weak it could vanish completely at any moment. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the newly ignited flames of hope in Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu, instantly calming them, but their hearts, now beating again, refused to calm. President. Is he still alive? Ji Xing's lips trembled, tears blurring her vision. She stared at the tiny speck of light, as if trying to sear it into her soul. Di Jiaolingyu's clenched fist slowly unclenched, then clenched again, the sting of her nails digging into her palms keeping her awake. Mr. Bruno, can you analyze what's going on? How is the president? Is he? Bruno's hands moved rapidly on the console, trying to extract more useful information from the chaotic data stream. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, his brow furrowed, his expression utterly solemn. Too little data. The energy interference in that area is too strong. It's a miracle our backup channel managed to pick up even this little signal. Bruno's voice was faintly weak, yet filled with an irrepressible excitement. However, the nature of this signal is very strange. It doesn't resemble any of the energy signatures Shadow had before. Instead, it's more like a newborn force emerging from annihilation. Chapter 1426. Newborn Power? Ji Xing and Di Jiaolingyu exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and a hint of incredulous ecstasy in the other's eyes. Could it be that the Guildmaster's transformation hadn't been completely thwarted by that fatal arrow? Meanwhile, in the chaotic energy zone at the center of the sea, Desmartin and Lady of the Night's divine power continued to surge frantically, attempting to stabilize the energy core that was on the verge of losing control. They could sense the changes within the destructive zone more clearly than anyone else. At first, it was pure, all-destructive fury. The purifying principles embedded in Artemis's arrow clashed violently with the shadowy essence within Qin Chuan, nearly reducing everything to nothingness. But at that apex of destruction, a strange silence quietly descended. It wasn't the all-consuming silence of Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, but a strange state, as if everything were returning to the abyss, all energy being digested and reset. Then, at the heart of that silence, a faint, almost imperceptible pulse, yet imbued with boundless tenacity, quietly emerged. This is. The rage within Desmartin's will receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable shock. He could sense that the new pulse was closely connected to Qin Chuan's soul essence, yet possessed an inexplicable quality. Very strange. The dark pillar of light condensed by the Lady of Night trembled slightly, and her voice carried a subtle wavering tone. This aura is not simply shadow. It is consuming the forces of light, and the broken laws. Yes, devouring the core area, which should have been thoroughly purified by the holy flame, now seemed to have transformed into an invisible vortex. The immense luminous force brought by Artemis's starlight arrow, as well as the various fragments of laws scattered during the previous battle, were slowly absorbed and transformed by that new pulse. The golden holy flame was no longer pure destruction, but rather fuel, gradually devoured by the new power. And the shattered dark energies, like rivers flowing into the sea, were completely absorbed into it. He uses destruction as nourishment, undergoing a transformation we cannot comprehend. Desmartin's will was filled with wonder. High in the sky, the smile on the face of the god of war Helion had long since frozen. His golden pupils stared intently at the energy ball below, his brow furrowed into a knot. What's going on? That life force? Why hasn't it completely dissipated? Instead, is it growing stronger? Helion's voice was filled with disbelief. That arrow was enough to annihilate any god of his level, let alone a seed that hadn't yet completed its transformation. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wore a solemn expression on her cold face. The star-shaped longbow in her hand reappeared, and faint starlight danced on the bowstring. But having learned from their previous experience, Dias Martin and Lady of the Night had already deployed their defenses, leaving them no chance. Hellion, something's wrong, Artemis' voice tinged with alarm. That aura is undergoing a qualitative change. It's become more restrained, more dangerous. Like a flame rekindled from ashes, but the core is completely different. Impossible. Hellion growled, the holy flame surging around him once again. The power of the laws wielded by your star arrows can severely damage even a god. Even if that shadow remnant survives, it will surely be severely damaged. There's no way it could turn against the light under such circumstances. They clearly sensed that at the center of the energy chaos, Qin Chuan's life force had not been completely annihilated as expected. Instead, like a seed buried beneath scorched earth, after enduring a devastating blow, it was absorbing everything around it in an incredible way, stubbornly breaking through the ground. Chapter 1427. That newborn power, carrying a heart-wrenching silence and depth, seemed even more unsettling than purest darkness. In the distance, the undead and abyssal gods, who had been preparing to evacuate, also keenly sensed this startling change. Interesting. Truly interesting. A hint of amusement lingered in the mind of the underworld Lord Astaroth. He paused his retreat, and the shadows around him surged again. It seems this drama isn't over yet. This seed is more resilient than we imagined. Humph, truly an indestructible cockroach. The soul-devouring Lord Gregor's crimson chains twisted restlessly in the void, his tone tinged with suspicion and rekindled greed. However, even if he's not dead, he's probably at his weakest now. Astaroth, what do you think? Let's see what the situation is like. The underworld lords will rang through the undead gods. Those two guys from the light pantheon won't give up. The abyssal gods on the other side acted in the same manner. They observed from concealment, while simultaneously channeling their divine power, ready to strike at any moment. The situation suddenly grew quiet, but all the gods present understood that once the stalemate was broken, an even more brutal divine war would inevitably ensue. That tenaciously flickering green light not only ignited a faint glimmer of hope within the demon city's command center, but also completely stirred the hearts of all the gods across the sea. This seed actually survived, and in this way. The amusement within the will of the Hades Lord Astaroth was quickly replaced by a fiery greed. He could clearly sense that, though the newborn power was feeble, it contained an unprecedented essence of devourment and annihilation, pure and more domineering than the eternal silence authority he wielded. This is no ordinary seed, Mortis, the Maw of Eternal Silence, said in a voice tinged with hoarse excitement. If we can devour it, perhaps we can glimpse the secrets of the Supreme Throne. Sylvia, the Bone Nightmare Weaver, blushed morbidly as the nightmare spores she cultivated became restless with the allure of this new life. Elsewhere, the will of the abyss became even more naked and violent. Ha ha! Good. Very good. The Lord of Destruction's roar reverberated among the abyss lords, filled with bloodthirsty desire. This little thing is more delicious than all those so-called seeds combined. Swallow it, and my power will skyrocket. The amorphous shadow of Deep Throat Grum squirmed violently, emitting a teeth-grinding growl. His value has already exceeded our imagination. Such a being must not fall into the hands of the Light Goddess, let alone those scoundrels of Dis Martin. The soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot roared piercingly, and scarlet chains slid out like hungry venomous snakes. That's right. Strike him while he's weak. This is the perfect time to seize him. The brief moment of hesitation and fear, after Qin Chuan displayed unimaginable resilience and potential, was instantly overwhelmed by even more intense greed. A seed capable of withstanding the goddess of Hunt's fatal blow and, in turn, devouring the power of light and fragments of the law, its value is immeasurable. Devouring its essence would be a slam dunk for those dark gods craving power and striving for higher positions. A dim light flickered in the eyes of Astaroth, Lord of the Underworld. His will, like a cold blade, swiftly resolved. The main forces of the Light Pantheon haven't yet arrived, and Hellion and Artemis' strength has been depleted in the previous outburst. This is our only chance. Almost instantly, the Lord of Destruction's will, bearing an unquestionable command, echoed among the gods of the Abyss. All Abyss Lords, listen. Target that seed. Seize it at all costs. Chapter 1428. Since you can't protect Dias Martin and that woman, then die together. Before he finished his words, something strange happened. The shadows surrounding Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, suddenly expanded, transforming into countless pitch-black tentacles. No longer a tentative harassment, they swept towards Hellion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, with terrifying soul-devouring power. Astaroth. How dare you? Helion roared. He hadn't expected these undead scum to dare attack them at this moment. The golden holy flames rose again, and the golden holy sword swept out, severing several shadow tentacles. Artemis also reacted quickly, drawing her star longbow. Several arrows of light shot out, accurately piercing the undead gods that tried to approach. But this time, the undead gods did not collapse at the first blow as before. For eternal rest and supreme authority, Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, blew his bone horn, and an invisible realm of deathly silence spread, attempting to weaken the might of the divine power of light. Sylvia, the bone nightmare weaver, also swarmed with nightmare spores, casting countless twisted and terrifying phantoms across the battlefield, disrupting Helion and Artemis's perception. At the same time, the Abyss's attacks became more direct and violent. Roar! The Lord of Destruction's immense will transformed into a tangible impact, carrying a breath of sulfur and destruction, and crashed brazenly into Desmartin and the Lady of Night. You treacherous scum! Desmartin's will roared in shock and anger. He had never imagined that these Abyss Lords would choose this moment to attack them. Lady Night also quickly mobilized her remaining divine power, attempting to stabilize her defenses. However, having recently exhausted her divine power rescuing Qin Chuan, she seemed somewhat powerless against the full-force assault of the Abyssal God. Devouring Deep Throat Grum's massive shadowy maw opened, spewing out a corrosive dark slime, aimed directly at Desmartin. The soul-eating King Gregor's famine chariot surged forward, its crimson chains whistling around Lady Night, attempting to rip her soul apart. Ha ha ha! Desmartin Knight, your death has come. That seed will become the stepping stone for our ascension. The Lord of Destruction laughed wildly, his attacks intensifying. The tide of battle had suddenly turned. What had originally been a showdown between the two camps of light and darkness had now devolved into a chaotic melee. No longer content to reap the benefits, the gods of the undead and the Abyss chose to proactively attack, targeting not only the tempting seed, but also all beings that stood in their way. Helion, the god of war, and Artemis, the goddess of hunting, were entangled by the undead gods led by Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, unable to escape. Desmartin and the Lady of Night, already drained of divine power, were in dire straits under the siege of the Abyssal Lords. Not only did they have to withstand the violent attacks of the Abyss, they also had to divert their attention to continue channeling divine power to the center of the sea, attempting to protect Qin Chuan, who was undergoing a crucial transformation. Damn these bastards! Desmartin's deceptive power raged furiously, creating countless illusions to confuse the enemy, but the Abyssal Lords, led by the Lord of Destruction, were unmoved and simply crushed them with pure violence. The Night Lady's night veil had long since shattered, now relying only on her own divine power to sustain her. Her will was filled with anxiety and rage. Above the sea, divine power surged, laws collided. Colorful light and darkness intertwined, creating a doomsday scene. The previously restrained battlefield was now a bloody meat grinder. Every god was raven-eyed, driven by greed and ambition, for the seed so near yet so far away, and for their own greed and ambition, no matter the cost. Chapter 1429. All-out divine war erupted once again. The ferocity far surpassed any previous conflict. Above the sea, the intensity of the divine war escalated to an unprecedented level. The shadowy tentacles of Astaroth, lord of the underworld, and the deathly silent realm of Mortis, maw of eternal silence, intertwined, tightly entangling the war god Helion. The nightmare phantoms of Sylvia, weaver of bone nightmares, constantly interfered with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, preventing her from easily locking onto her target. The Abyss was even more ferocious. The Lord of Destruction's will struck like a battering ram. The dark erosion of Deep Throat Grum, the all-devouring, and the crimson chains of Gregor, the soul-eating lord, forced the already weakened Desmartin and the Lady of Night into retreat. A pack of mad dogs. Helion roared. Every swing of the golden holy sword shattered vast swathes of shadow, but the undead god's fearless advances irritated him. He felt his divine power rapidly draining, while these undead seemed endless. The gods frantically unleashed their authority, the power of the laws violently colliding and annihilating within the confined space. The scattered fragments of the laws rained down, like a torrential rain, each one containing a terrifying power capable of severely damaging a demigod. However, as these raging energy torrents approached the once chaotic energy zone at the center of the sea, they seemed to be drawn by some invisible force and silently devoured it. At first, this engulfment was subtle, submerged in the roar and energy fluctuations of the divine battle, making it difficult to detect. But as the battle continued, more and more law fragments and pure divine power were drawn in, and the area seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, greedily absorbing everything around it. Grum, the amorphous shadowy form of the devouring deep throat, who was locked in combat with Dismartin, paused slightly. He keenly sensed that as some of the dark corrosive mucus he had expelled near the core area, the corrosive principles contained within it were drained away by an even more powerful force, like a drop in the ocean, without even a ripple. This feeling instinctively made him feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Is that little thing still absorbing energy? Suspicion lingered in Grum's will, and his attack involuntarily slowed for a moment. Not only him, but nearly all the gods caught in the fierce battle gradually became aware of this strange scene. Whether it was the holy flame of light, the dead silence of darkness, the destruction of the abyss, or the deceptive nothingness, these principles, which should have conflicted and annihilated each other, were quietly swallowed up like rivers returning to the sea as they approached the vortex, without causing the slightest ripple. It was as if a furnace existed there, transcending all known laws, capable of disintegrating and reshaping all energy thrown into it. He is digesting our escaping power. A flash of surprise flashed through the mind of Astaroth, the lord of the underworld. He attempted to test it with his eternal silence, but found the devouring power to be extremely pure, even carrying a hint of annihilation unfamiliar to him. It was more thorough than his own eternal silence, closer to the source. This fueled Astaroth's greed, yet also a deep sense of dread. As the gods wavered in confusion, a unique wave slowly spread from the center of the energy vortex. This wave was not powerful, but it carried a primordial aura, akin to the creation of a new realm, as if an unprecedented order were being forged from utter chaos. Is this the aura of the kingdom of God? The goddess of the hunt, Artemis, spoke in a cold voice, a hint of disbelief in her voice. She lowered her star bow slightly, her gaze piercing the energy core. Chapter 1430. The kingdom of God is an extension and symbol of the power of the gods, the embodiment of their laws. But the aura before him, while bearing the embryonic form of a kingdom of God, was mixed with an indescribable sense of deadness and devouring power, completely different from all known kingdoms of God. It lacked the splendor of the kingdom of light, nor the silence of the kingdom of darkness, nor the chaos of the abyss. Instead, it was a kind of all-encompassing and all-consuming nothingness. No, this isn't just the kingdom of God. Dismartin's will was trembling violently. That power caused even his deceptive authority to feel a tremor deep within its very being. This power is reconstructing everything in an entirely new way. It is devouring the laws, creating its own laws. The new wave grew clearer and stronger, like a seed nurtured in the ashes finally breaking through the earth, greedily absorbing all surrounding nutrients, poised to grow into a towering tree no one could have anticipated. Its roots had sunk deep into the ocean of law, absorbing the nourishment of the gods' fierce battles. What the hell is this monster? The Lord of Destruction roared furiously, a rare hint of fear lingering in his voice. It can even devour and transform our power. The soul-eating King Gregor's scarlet chains froze in midair for a moment, his greedy gaze fixed on the area. The kingdom of God? A being not yet a god is actually creating the embryonic form of a kingdom of God? This is simply unheard of. The fighting on the battlefield froze for a moment due to this sudden change. All the gods, friend and foe alike, were awed by this unimaginable scene. That energy core was no longer just a tempting seed, it was more like a giant egg about to hatch an unknown horror. The brief silence, like a bowstring stretched to its limit, lasted only a moment before being completely ripped apart. The Lord of Destruction's roar erupted first, his immense will, swathed in the aura of sulfur and destruction, reverberating among the Abyss Lords. What are you waiting for? Seize this seed before its transformation is complete, at all costs. Otherwise, shatter it completely. Lord of Destruction is right. The amorphous shadow of Deep Throat Grum the myriad shifters writhed violently, emitting a teeth-grinding growl. If this unique seed were to fall into the hands of those hypocrites of the Light Pantheon, or be protected by those two worthless bastards of Desmartin, our journey would be in vain. Its value is beyond imagination. This exchange was like a bucket of boiling oil poured onto a raging fire, instantly igniting the suppressed greed and deeper fear within the hearts of all the gods. The unknown power was too tempting. Elsewhere, the two main gods of the Light Pantheon wore expressions as solemn as steel, the air around them seemingly frozen by their will. Helion, the situation is worse than we anticipated. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, spoke with a swift voice. The star bow in her hand shone brightly, and the pure laws of hunting and purification converged frantically on the bowstring. This shadow power is growing too rapidly, and its nature is too strange. Moreover, unlike previous shadows, it is reshaping the laws in a way we cannot comprehend. We must not allow it to fully take shape, or the consequences will be endless. Helion, the god of war, had a ferocious expression on his rugged face. His golden eyes burned with rage, and a hint of fear that he was unwilling to acknowledge. Damn those remnants of the shadow! How dare they pull such a stunt? Artemis, prepare the light of judgment. I don't care what this thing is today, along with this damn sea, we must completely wipe it out of this world. He roared, the holy flames blazing more fiercely than ever before, as if threatening to incinerate the entire sky. Chapter 1431. The shadows surrounding Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, surged violently like a living being. His deep gaze fixed on the region that continuously devoured all energy, his thoughts racing like lightning. This power was both more terrifying and more alluring than he had imagined. It was not merely powerful, it represented a whole new possibility, a terrifying potential capable of subverting the existing pantheon. The strange ripples that emanated from the center of the sea, at once dead and resilient, like an invisible fuse, completely ignited the most primal desires and deepest fears in the hearts of all the gods present. We can't wait any longer. The will of the underworld lord Astaroth was as cold as eons of ice, yet tinged with a barely perceptible heat. Once this power is completely consolidated, we will have no chance. Join forces. The Lord of Destruction's roar reverberated through the heavens. His immense will was no longer directed at Dias Martine or the Lady of Night, but at the vortex of energy. Seize it first. If not, then utter destruction. Agreed. A muffled echo echoed from the shadowy maw of Grum the Deep Throat. The god of war Helion and the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, exchanged glances, each witnessing an unprecedented solemnity and murderous intent in the other's eyes. Light will prevail. Helion raised his golden holy sword high, his voice filled with justice and majesty. Purify this polluted sea and eradicate all heresy. For the undead realm, for the supreme authority. The will of the underworld lord Astaroth also spread. In an instant, the gods, previously fighting each other and even attacking each other, seemed to have reached some strange tacit understanding. Their goal was perfectly unified. The being at the center of the sea undergoing an unknown transformation. Boom! Dozens of gods, whether of light, darkness, undead, or the abyss, simultaneously unleashed their most powerful divine power. Golden holy flames, pitch-black silence, crimson curses, destructive sulfur, plagues of decay. The forces of laws, each with distinct but equally terrifying attributes, converged from all directions as if by agreement, like a vast net woven of pure energy, pressing down fiercely upon the all-consuming vortex of energy at the center of the sea. Sizzle, the vast expanse of the ocean bore the brunt of the impact. Under the reckless all-out assault of so many gods, the sea evaporated at a visible rate. A vast mass of water vapor rose into the sky, forming a thick cloud that obscured the sun, only to be instantly ripped apart by the violent onslaught of energy. In a matter of seconds, the once turbulent sea was forcibly blasted into a vast vacuum. As the water receded, the ruins of a vast, ancient underwater temple slowly emerged. Underwater temple? A flicker of surprise crossed Martin's mind. He had never before perceived such a secret beneath these waters. The Lady of Night also cast her gaze towards the ruins, sensing a familiar yet strange aura within. But at this moment, no god had the heart to investigate the temple's origins. The combined attacks of all the gods converged into a torrent of energy powerful enough to destroy the world, slamming fiercely into the center of the ancient temple, the core of Qin Chuan's transformation. Now! Light of judgment! The god of war, Helion, roared, the golden holy flames condensing to their utmost intensity, as if transforming himself into the all-deciding light. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, drew her star bow again. This time, the bowstring held no single arrow, but a dazzling galaxy. Countless star paths swirled within, emanating an aura of laws of inevitability and finality even more terrifying than the previous fatal arrow. Chapter 1432. In the name of light, complete cleansing. Artemis's cold voice resounded across the battlefield as she merged the galaxy with Helion's divine light. At this moment, the two great gods of light united without reservation, unleashing their most powerful combined attack. The Pillar of Light, merging the holy flames and the galaxy, possessed a power that transcended the mere summation of divine power, reaching a sublimation of the law. Everywhere the Pillar of Light passed, space wailed, as if unable to withstand this ultimate force of purification and destruction. Though the attacks of the other gods were equally powerful, they paled in comparison to this Pillar of Light, fused with the power of the two gods. It's over. Helion's face revealed a ferocious yet resolute smile. He doubted any being could survive such a blow. Everything will be reduced to nothingness. Artemis' voice was icy, but a hint of relief lingered in her eyes. Dismartin and Lady of Night's heart sank to the bottom of the pit. Their divine power had been completely depleted in the previous joint attack, and now they were completely powerless to stop this devastating blow. Just as the terrifying pillar of light, a fusion of holy flame and galaxy, was about to engulf the center of the underwater temple and completely obliterate the area where Qin Chuan stood, a radiance indescribable suddenly flashed from the core of the energy vortex. This light was not dazzling, but it carried a purity that penetrated all illusions and pointed directly to the source. It appeared so abruptly, so swiftly, that it even exceeded the limits of the god's perception. But time seemed to have paused at this moment. The god of war, Helion, maintained his attacking stance, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing the light of judgment. The sinister smile on his face hadn't even fully froze. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, also held her bow, a glint of relief still lingering in her eyes. But then, the next moment, Helion's massive body, ablaze with blazing holy flames, silently dissipated from head to toe, as if wiped by an invisible eraser. There was no explosion, no wailing, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. His divine power, his laws, his very conception of existence, were completely obliterated in that brilliant flash of light. In a single moment, the mighty Helion, the Lord of Light, and wielder of the power of war, vanished from the gaze of all the gods, as if he had never existed in this world. Only the light of the holy judgment, fused with the galaxy, remained. Without the support of Helion's divine power, it suddenly lost its aim in midair and shot off into the distant void, shattering vast swathes of space, never able to reach its target. Silence. Deathly still. All the gods, including Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, and the lord of destruction, froze in place as if under a spell. Their faces were filled with utter astonishment and disbelief, and an uncontrollable fear welled up from the depths of their souls. He? Helion? Artemis's voice was dry, trembling even unconsciously. She could not comprehend what had just happened. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Lord of Destructions roared frantically, but within that roar was terror. What is that light? The shadows surrounding Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, trembled violently. For the first time, he felt a sense of fear, a sense of the unknown. As the gods gazed in horror, the vortex of energy that had once violently devoured everything in the center of the ruined underwater temple slowly subsided. A figure stepped out from the aftermath of the shattered laws and energy. Chapter 1433. Qin Chuan's appearance remained the same, but his entire aura had undergone a drastic change. Deep, deathly silent, yet imbued with an all-consuming dominance and the beginning of the reconstruction of all things. His eyes were as dark as the deepest night, yet seemed to reflect the chaotic singularity of the universe's dawn. Original shooting. At the most critical moment, Qin Chuan finally completed that near-death transformation. In the instant of his transformation, he discerned the trajectory and flaws of war god Helion's attack, and without hesitation, unleashed the ultimate strike of his mythical sniper talent. One strike, annihilating the war god. In the center of the ruined underwater temple, the air seemed to freeze. With utter astonishment and deep-seated fear, the gazes of dozens of gods fixed intently on the figure that slowly emerged after the energy vortex subsided. Qin Chuan stood upon the scorched earth, surrounded by an indescribable aura. It was a profound, utterly dead silence, capable of devouring all light and heat, yet imbued with the primal allure of reconstructing all things, as if walking through the world's chaotic singularity. His very existence was like a brand new, emerging realm. The residual force of the origin shot lingered, leaving not even a trace of energy residue where the god of war Helion had vanished. A powerful being who wielded the power of war, ranked among the chief gods of the light pantheon, had been silently and without a trace erased from existence. Helion. Disappeared? The goddess of the hunt, Artemis, trembled slightly with the starbow in her hand, and for the first time, panic flickered in her cold eyes. She had witnessed the light Qin Chuan emanated with her own eyes, and felt the terrifying power within it. It was no simple energy attack, but an annihilation that transcended the laws of nature. Impossible. What kind of power is that? The shadows surrounding the Hades Lord Astaroth surged violently, his voice filled with unconcealed horror. Even his eternal authority couldn't achieve such complete annihilation. The light seemed to trace directly back to Helion's origin, erasing him from existence itself. The Lord of Destruction's immense will screamed sharply among the Abyss Lords. A mere mortal. How could he possibly possess such power? Even Helion. His voice was distorted by fear. Elsewhere, Dismartin and the Lady of Night breathed a sigh of relief. Their utterly tense souls finally released, replaced by a sense of relief at having survived a catastrophe, and a burning curiosity about Qin Chuan's current condition. He succeeded? Dismartins will tinge with a hint of disbelief and surprise. He could sense a completely different aura from before, a more all-consuming quality that was purer and more powerful. Lady of the Night gazed at Qin Chuan with a complex expression. There was joy at a long-awaited reunion, a sense of grievance for leaving without saying goodbye, and a girlish sentiment unsuitable for a deity. Of course, curiosity was greater. She not only witnessed the newfound power within Qin Chuan, but also the terrifying combat prowess he displayed, annihilating a major deity with a single blow. This was no simple increase in power, but a leap in the level of life and mode of existence. More than a success. Lady of the Night whispered to herself, a hint of shock in her voice. He transformed himself into a kingdom of God. Lady of the Night's power came directly from Qin Chuan, making her perception far more acute than that of other gods. Even Dismartin would have to admit defeat in this respect. Although Lady of the Night's words had been spoken in a low voice, the gods present were incredibly perceptive. Their divine consciousness had already enveloped every corner of the area, and they immediately captured the information. Transforming himself into a kingdom? Madman. He's completely insane. Chapter 1434. The gods of the undead and the abyss cried out in shock once again, their eyes filled with fear and a hint of incomprehensible madness. Merging the kingdom of God into themselves? This was unheard of, completely shattering the common sense of how gods constructed their kingdoms. This seed? It's no longer a seed. The amorphous shadow of Grum the Devourer's deep throat writhed violently, letting out a teeth-grinding growl. He's become a monster? Qin Chuan ignored the reactions of the surrounding gods. He could clearly see the vast shadow realm within his body. It was no longer a mere phantom in his sea of consciousness, but had truly merged with his flesh, blood, bones, and soul, forming the new foundation of his existence. Every cell whispered, telling the secrets of devouring and annihilation. Every drop of blood surged, radiating the light of new life and hope. Qin Chuan raised his hand, feeling the dark power coursing through his fingertips. It was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and control. The seed of the kingdom of God merged with his own being, bringing not only a surge in power, but also a complete subversion of his very existence. He was the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of God was him. Helion? God of War. Huh? Qin Chuan repeated the name in a low voice, his dark eyes clear, as if he had simply wiped away a trivial obstacle. The origin shooting consumed a considerable amount of divine power, but the shadow realm within his body, which had fused with the embryonic form of the kingdom of God, was analyzing and absorbing the scattered fragments of law around him at an unprecedented speed, replenishing its own depleted origin. Your wailing in fear will be the best nourishment. Qin Chuan raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping across the bewildered gods in the arena. His voice was low, but it reached every deity's ears clearly, carrying a chilling coldness and dominance that was unnerving. He's provoking us. The Lord of Destruction roared furiously again, but his voice was clearly weak. Helion's sudden fall had a profound psychological impact on all the gods. This monster. The shadows around Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, shrank, and a calculating glint flickered in his deep eyes. The power Qin Chuan displayed exceeded his expectations, but it also represented unprecedented value. While he's still vacant, an Abyss Lord growled, attempting another attack. However, Qin Chuan had acted first. With a wave of his hand, the erased aura of the law reappeared, the authority controlled by Helion. With Qin Chuan's wave, the erased aura of the law reappeared, as if drawn from nothingness by an invisible hand. Fragments of the power of war, originally belonging to the god of war Helion, swirled and condensed in the air, emitting a terrifying pressure. They were no longer pure holy light, but instead tinged with a hint of Qin Chuan's unique aura of death and devouring, appearing eerie and powerful. Above the ruins of the underwater temple, the impending divine war was once again halted by this sudden change. The gazes of all the gods froze, somewhat unable to comprehend Qin Chuan's current actions. Eradicating a major deity was already horrifying. Now, he seemed to want to do something about the power of the deceased deity. Qin Chuan's expression was calm, but in the depths of his dark eyes, countless stars seemed to be surging and fading. He stretched out his hand, his fingers slightly spread, and made a tentative grasp towards the newly reappearing golden light. What does he want to do? The hoarse voice of Mortis, the throat of eternal silence, trembled slightly. The actions of the being before them completely surpassed their understanding of divine power. As Qin Chuan moved, the fragments of Helion's war authority, as if drawn by some irresistible gravitational pull, began to violently swirl and compress. Golden light intertwined with shadow, sacredness and deathly silence collided, creating a harsh frictional sound that distorted space. Chapter 1435. This madman, does he want? The instinctive fear resurfaced within the Lord of Destruction's vast will. He vaguely guessed Qin Chuan's intention, but this speculation was so wild that he couldn't believe it. Qin Chuan's movements seemed slow, but in reality they were incredibly fast. The fragments of authority that once represented the supreme majesty of the god of war, Helion, were swiftly kneaded and reshaped in his hands like docile lambs. Traceable strands of black energy surged from Qin Chuan's body, like the finest chisel, carving something within the golden light. The light grew brighter and brighter, yet also more concentrated. Finally, all the fragments of authority completely merged with the dark power Qin Chuan had infused into them, transforming into a crystal roughly the size of a fist, radiating a dark golden hue. Its surface was covered with countless mysterious patterns, emanating the pure might of war, and the devouring aura of death and silence. A brand new, ownerless godhead, the newly born godhead hovered quietly in Qin Chuan's palm, its every pulse sending a shiver through the hearts of the surrounding gods. The power contained within it combined Helion's warlike nature with Qin Chuan's all-consuming dominance. Godhead. He actually recondensed Helion's godhead. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, cried out in shock, her cold face twisted in extreme shock. She could barely hold the star bow, her fingertips icy cold. As the chief deity of the pantheon of light, Artemis understood better than any other what godhead meant to a deity. It was the condensation of authority, the source of power, the proof of existence. With Helion annihilated, his godhead should have completely dissipated, or perhaps, over the course of time, dissipated and returned to the origin of the world. But now, Qin Chuan had not only annihilated Helion, but had also, in an unimaginable way, reassembled his shattered power, forging it into a brand new godhead. At that moment, Artemis completely understood Qin Chuan's intentions. In those dark eyes, there was no trace of reverence for the fallen god, only the most naked desire for power. He wasn't simply clearing up after the war, he was plundering. In an unprecedented way, he was seizing everything left behind by a fallen god. You, how dare you? Artemis' voice was piercing with anger and fear. She suddenly raised her star bow and aimed it at Qin Chuan, but the starlight on the bowstring seemed so powerless. Qin Chuan ignored her rage, simply lowering his head, calmly gazing at the dark golden godhead in his palm. A cold curve curved his lips. The power of war seems very interesting, he murmured to himself, as if appraising a rare treasure. This calm tone, this naked declaration, struck fear into the hearts of the gods present more than any roar could have. Devour the godhood, and use it for your own ends. They all knew what this meant. This newly born monster before them would grow stronger at an unimaginable rate. The shadows surrounding Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, contracted dramatically, and in his deep eyes, greed and fear intertwined to the utmost. A good move. A truly good move. Seizing power directly is much faster than slowly gaining enlightenment. Madness, all of them. The scarlet chains of the soul-devouring King Gregor twitched uneasily. If a monster like this continues to grow. Every god present understood that Qin Chuan's actions had completely upset the balance of power among the gods. He was more than just a powerful individual, he was a rule-breaker, a terrifying existence poised to overturn the existing pantheon order. All the gods present, whether they were the remnants of light, the undead, or the abyss, stared intently at this divine power, with complex lights flashing in their eyes. Chapter 1436. Shock, fear, greed, a myriad of emotions mingled, filling the air above the sea devastated by the war of gods, with an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, bore the brunt of the impact. She had witnessed Helion's fall firsthand, and felt the terror of that original shot. At that moment, looking at the divine power in Qin Chuan's hand, which bore the aura of Helion yet was completely unfamiliar to her, her desire to avenge her companions was instantly replaced by a more primal, stronger instinct for survival. Qin Chuan could obliterate Helion's existence with a single strike, and he could also obliterate her with a single strike. Artemis's eyes narrowed sharply, and her fingers gripping the star longbow grew cold. Her divine sense rapidly scanned the battlefield, assessing the distance between herself and Qin Chuan and the possibility of escape. Revenge? What was that? In the face of absolute power, all honor and oaths paled in insignificance. She must survive. But Qin Chuan's gaze, like two abysses, locked onto her calmly. The feeling of being completely seen through made Artemis's soul tremble. She knew that simply escaping wouldn't work. Artemis's mind raced. In this life-or-death situation, her brain worked at an unprecedented speed. Direct confrontation would be suicidal, and escaping would lock her down. Perhaps her only hope lay in distracting him, drawing his attention away from herself. Artemis's gaze darted toward the distant demon city stronghold. "You want to devour our godhood?" Artemis's sharp voice pierced the silence, a hint of determination. "Then I will completely wipe out your very foundation from this world." With this roar, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, drew her star bow to full length. This time, she didn't concentrate her energy on a single arrow. Instead, she madly unleashed all her divine power, the laws of hunting and the stars. Billions of dazzling arrows of light appeared out of thin air like a meteor shower, carrying the pulsing laws of destruction that struck fear into the hearts of the undead and the gods of the abyss. But these arrows of light didn't strike Qin Chuan. Instead, they streaked through the sky, aiming directly at the demon city stronghold thousands of miles away. That wasn't an attack, that was a threat. A gamble. Artemis was gambling, betting on whether Qin Chuan would still care about those mortals, whether he would abandon the attack to defend the stronghold, whether he would reveal a flaw. Ha ha ha. What a brilliant idea. The Lord of Destruction's Vassal roared with laughter. To think that the mighty goddess of the hunt is a coward. She traded mortal lives for her own survival. The shadows surrounding the Hades Lord Astaroth whispered, "Retreat to advance." Unfortunately, facing this being, such a trick might. Qin Chuan's dark eyes remained calm, as he watched the billions of arrows of light streak across the sky. It was as if he had anticipated this move from Artemis. The dark golden godhead still lay quietly in his palm, showing no sign of abandonment. However, just before the arrow of light was about to cross the vast distance and strike the defensive barrier of the demon city stronghold, Qin Chuan moved. He didn't rush toward the demon city stronghold, nor did he even move. He simply raised his other hand, the one not holding the divine power. A black curtain of light instantly appeared above the demon city stronghold, and the rain of arrows that could have destroyed an entire continent vanished without a ripple. No light, no fluctuations, not even a sound. Then Qin Chuan gently spread his 5 fingers, and with an indescribable speed that transcended time and space, he made a virtual clasp towards Artemis, who had already fled hundreds of miles. The moment Qin Chuan made this move, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, suddenly narrowed her pupils, her face a look of horror even more terrifying than when she had witnessed Helion's fall. Chapter 1437. She felt something locked onto her from within. It was a terrifying force that was inescapable, irresistible, and aimed directly at her very essence. Artemis, burning her soul with secret techniques in an attempt to escape this hopeless battlefield, suddenly froze in midair. It was as if an invisible hand, transcending the barriers of space and law, had precisely grasped the very essence of her soul. "No!" Artemis let out a piercing scream, starlight flashing wildly above her divine form, as she tried to break free from the invisible restraints. But it was all in vain. She felt her divine power being forcibly suppressed and stripped away by an incomprehensible force. It was an absolute suppression that originated from the very level of life. In a single breath, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the powerful deity of the Olympian pantheon renowned for her speed and precision, was pulled back from hundreds of miles away like a kite on an invisible thread. Finally, it hovered not far from Qin Chuan, its body frozen, its face etched with a fear and despair even more intense than when it witnessed Helion's fall. She couldn't even muster a shred of divine power to resist. Over the sea, deathly silence descended once again. If Helion's fall was a shock brought on by extreme violence, then Artemis's easy capture at this moment was a profound terror brought on by an incomprehensible strangeness. The shadow surrounding the Hades Lord Astaroth was almost frozen, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. The calculations and greed in his heart were forcibly suppressed in this moment, replaced by a cold vigilance, capturing the Lord God from a distance. He didn't even use the light that obliterates the godhood. Astaroths will pass through the undead gods, a subtle tremor echoing through them. The Lord of Destruction's Vast will also fell into a rare silence. He had previously clamored to seize or destroy Qin Chuan, but now, the tyranny and greed emanating from the abyss seemed to be poured down like a bucket of ice water. That attack he just made must have cost him immensely. How could he have so easily overwhelmed the goddess of the hunt? The shadow form of Grum, the deep throat of the 10,000 devourers, stirred slightly, a low growl filled with uncertainty. Yes, cost. All the gods suspected that Qin Chuan's attack, which had obliterated Helion, must have come at a heavy price. At this moment, he might be merely outwardly strong, holding up the show. But who would dare to gamble? Helion had already perfectly demonstrated the consequences of losing the bet with his utter disappearance. The dark golden godhead, slowly spinning in Qin Chuan's palm, now seemed like an invisible death warrant, a reminder to all the gods present. The being before him possessed the power to completely obliterate them. Dismartin's deceptive authority paled at this moment. He could sense the deadly, devouring aura emanating from Qin Chuan becoming more restrained, yet more dangerous. Like a volcano about to erupt, beneath its stillness lay the energy capable of annihilating everything. Mrs. Knight silently gazed at Qin Chuan, the worry in her eyes gradually giving way to a complex, inscrutable emotion. He had truly done it. In a way no one could imagine, he had risen from the ashes. Devil City Stronghold, Command Center. As the shower of billions of meteors, powerful enough to wipe the entire stronghold off the map, transformed into a destructive white light on the screen, threatening to engulf everything, Ji Xing and Di Jiaoling's hearts nearly stopped. Bruno also subconsciously closed his eyes, awaiting the irresistible destruction. However, the anticipated impact never arrived. A thin black light curtain, like the most indestructible barrier, silently appeared above the stronghold, swallowing up the devastating attack. Chapter 1438. The image on the screen returned to clarity. While the devastated underwater battlefield remained, the stronghold was safe and sound. Then, they witnessed the goddess of hunting, Artemis, being captured by Qin Chuan through the air. President. Ji Xing covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. This time, they were tears of joy and excitement. The heart, pulled back from the brink of hell, now beat wildly. Di Jiaoling slowly unclenched her clenched fists. The deep marks left by her nails on her palms felt no pain at all, only a sense of relief. She gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the screen, her eyes welling. I knew. The president would be all right. The others at the peak were also ecstatic. The president is back, and they have their backbone again. That shadow guy. I knew it wasn't that simple. Bruno's voice was hoarse, tinged with relief at having survived, awe at Qin Chuan's unfathomable strength, and a hint of understanding. His guess was likely correct. Qin Chuan wasn't recklessly gambling his life, he had a plan. In the command center, the long-suppressed despair and fear suddenly transformed into deafening cheers. The tiny green light that flickered tenaciously on the backup channel no longer mattered. For the man who had created this miracle had reappeared before everyone, a king in all his glory. Not only had he survived, he had become even stronger. Strong enough to make even gods tremble. Ji Xing looked at Ying Luo, lying on life support, his eyes filled with sadness and relief. If Ying Luo could see the president's return, she would surely be delighted. In the center of the sea, the area completely reduced to scorched earth and nothingness by the divine war, a suffocating silence now filled the air. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, was imprisoned not far from Qin Chuan by an invisible force, her star-like eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair. She could clearly feel her divine power, the laws of nature, and even her connection to the origin of the world, being forcibly suppressed and severed by an indescribable force. This feeling was more terrifying than being struck by a sharp blade. It was the powerlessness of having one's life completely crushed. Let me go! Artemis struggled frantically, a final burst of hysteria erupting from the depths of her soul. As the deity wielding the power of hunting and starlight, how could she have endured such humiliation? Dazzling starlight erupted from her once more, a radiance blazing with divine power. Countless perfectly condensed moon blades and star arrows, oblivious to distance, instantly hurled themselves at Qin Chuan, each attack imbued with the guaranteed hit of the hunting law and the annihilation of the star's power, enough to inflict severe damage on any supreme deity. However, these attacks, once feared by the enemy, vanished silently as soon as they came within 3 feet of Qin Chuan. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no ripples of the collision of laws, not even a trace of energy emanating. The shadow realm surrounding Qin Chuan, fused with him, was like an insatiable black hole, devouring all of Artemis's desperate counterattacks. The newly born shadow realm was even deeper and more domineering than its previous domain. It was no longer a simple absorption of energy, it was more like a conceptual dissolution and transformation. Artemis could feel the hunting principles and stellar power she had unleashed being broken down and decomposed the moment they were consumed, transforming into the purest source energy and merging into that pitch-black world. How could this be possible? My power. My principles. The starlight in Artemis's eyes dimmed rapidly, her utter horror nearly pausing her thoughts. Chapter 1439. Her attacks, her proud hunting authority, were easily neutralized by this monster, even becoming its sustenance. This feeling of powerlessness was more direct, and despairing than the impact of Helion's instantaneous fall. The shadows surrounding Astaroth, the lord of the underworld, undulated violently, his will channeled among the other undead gods. That's not simply defense, he's feeding? He's consuming the power of the goddess of the hunt. The speed of this seed's transformation is beyond imagination. He's growing stronger every moment. The scarlet chains of the soul-eating King Gregor swung restlessly, his greedy gaze now filled with fear. Damn Desmartin. If he hadn't tried so hard to stop me, this power would already be mine. The Lord of Destruction's tyrannical aura grew more oppressive, like a volcano about to erupt. Artemis felt the divine power rapidly draining from her body, and the increasingly clear sense of Qin Chuan's lock on her. She knew they could wipe her out at any moment, just as they had wiped out Helion. No, she couldn't die. She still had one last trump card. Fear spread within her, the instinct for survival overriding everything. Artemis jerked her head up, her cold face distorted with emotion. She summoned all her strength to issue a sharp, rapid warning. You can't kill me. The main force of the Light Pantheon will soon descend. If you kill me, they won't let you go. Her voice echoed over the silent sea, a hint of ferocity beneath a weak threat. Helion's fall has alarmed them. I can sense the wrath of the Light Pantheon. If you insist on opposing the entire Light Pantheon, you will only face utter destruction. Artemis stared intently at Qin Chuan, trying to detect a hint of hesitation or fear in his dark, unfathomable eyes. This was her last hope, exchanging the wrath of the entire Light Pantheon for a glimmer of hope. She didn't believe this newly transformed being would dare to engage in direct combat with such a vast pantheon. Even if they possessed the power of the shadow, and had completed a crucial transformation, their meager power was like a firefly competing with the bright moon against the Light Pantheon, which had endured for countless years. So what if they had annihilated the god of war? The Light Pantheon had plenty of subordinate gods. As long as the god of light remained, new gods could be raised at any time. In both quantity and quality, they were absolutely superior. Suddenly, Artemis's expression froze. She gazed into Qin Chuan's deep, unfathomable eyes, as if realizing something, and let out a sharp howl. Damned remnant of shadow. Despicable blasphemer. Your actions will be condemned by all the gods. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth. It seemed the goddess of hunting had initially grasped his plan. The Pantheon of Light? Qin Chuan whispered, his voice as calm as if recounting a story unrelated to him. A pantheon that can't even protect its own main deity. Its so-called wrath is meaningless to me. As for the god of light, even if he doesn't come, I find him. Before he finished his words, the inky black shadow realm suddenly contracted inward, forming an extremely concentrated black hole. Artemis's imprisoned body, at that moment, was like being thrown into a meat grinder, along with the divine starlight blazing around her. Instantly devoured by the black hole, there was no wailing, no resistance, not even a trace of energy dissipation. Artemis, the goddess of hunting, the main deity who once wielded the power of the stars and the hunt, was completely devoured by Qin Chuan before the gazes of all the gods. Then, the extremely concentrated black hole expanded again, transforming into a soft yet profound vortex of shadow. At the center of the vortex, a new godhead slowly condensed and took shape. Chapter 1440. It was no longer pure starlight, but a woven tapestry of shadows and starlight, emanating an eerie and powerful divine might. Two ownerless godheads, one dark gold, the other a starlight-shadowed color, hovered quietly beside Qin Chuan, emitting a heart-pounding vibration. They were like two forcibly plucked stars, heralding the fall of two primary gods, and the terrifying power of a newly ascended being. The expressions of the remaining undead and abyssal deities, as well as Desmartin and the Lady of Night in the distance, were beyond description. If Helion's instantaneous fall was an accident, then Artemis's easy swallowing was an indisputable and irrefutable declaration of power. Qin Chuan calmly observed the two godheads floating beside him, his gaze slowly sweeping over the surrounding abyssal and undead deities, who were bracing for a formidable threat, but he chose not to act immediately. He had just completed a near-death transformation. While the Shadow Realm, fused within him with the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom, had granted him unprecedented power, this power had yet to fully stabilize. Consecutively annihilating two main gods, especially devouring Artemis for the second time, had not been without drain on him. The most urgent task was to return to the Demon City stronghold, thoroughly digest this enormous harvest, and consolidate his rapidly growing foundation. The shocking effect of defeating the two main gods of light with thunderous force was sufficient. Even if victory were achieved at this point, an all-out war would inevitably be a Pyrrhic one, a loss that would outweigh the gains. He truly devoured both main gods. The soul-devouring King Gregor's scarlet chains drooped limply, his eyes, normally gleaming with greed and blood, now frozen in utter terror. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen if he confronted this monster first. Damn Desmartin! The Lord of Destruction's vast will twisted violently in the void. He could clearly sense the all-consuming aura within Qin Chuan, growing even more powerful and vast after consuming Artemis. If it weren't for the obstruction of Desmartin and the Lady of Night, this power would have belonged to the abyss. The shadows around Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, shrank dramatically, and a complex, incomprehensible light flickered in his deep eyes. This new, terrifying being showed no intention of continuing, as if waiting for something. Or perhaps, he didn't want to engage in a full-scale conflict with them just yet. He wants to leave. The Lord of Destruction growled, a hint of resentment and fury etched in his vast will. He could sense Qin Chuan's gradually retreating aura, a clear sign of his departure. Stop him! An abyss lord, unable to contain his greed and provoked rage, roared low. Those two primary godheads were an irresistible temptation for any deity. However, Astaroth, the Lord of the Underworld, did not move. The eternal silence surrounding him expanded slightly, forming an invisible barrier that seamlessly blocked the eager undead gods behind him. Now is not the time. Astaroth's voice was low and hoarse. His gaze swept imperceptibly towards Desmartin, the Lady of Night, the Lord of Magma, and the Lord of Torment in the distance. The divine aura surrounding those four deities was completely locked upon these undead and abyssal gods. Qin Chuan's transformation was complete. Desmartin and the other four gods no longer had to worry, and could attack with all their might. The four gods' alliance was already extremely powerful, and with Qin Chuan, who had just slain two primary gods and possessed unfathomable strength, the risks of a war were too great. After defeating the god of war, and the goddess of hunting, Qin Chuan did not attack again. His figure was wrapped in supreme pressure, and the two dark gold and starlight godheads that exuded the aura of the fallen main god slowly turned and flew towards the direction of the demon city stronghold.